The CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa is the biggest and best GT3 race in the world. It is a round of GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS Endurance Cup. It is also a round of Intercontinental GT Challenge. We've got 69 cars, 10 manufacturers on the grid with battles in Pro, Gold, Silver, Bronze and Pro-Am. We are set for a stunning 24-hour race. SRO is the architect of modern GT racing, but it's more than just that. GT World Challenge, powered by AWS, runs 4 series across 4 different continents. Asia has races in Malaysia, Indonesia, Japan and China, from seaside to city centre. Australia traverses the country from the stunning Phillip Island circuit in Victoria to the GT Festival in Sydney and a season finale at the iconic Adelaide Street Circuit. In America, California, Texas, Florida and most recently Georgia have hosted GT World Challenge, with 3 more rounds to come in Wisconsin, Alabama and Indiana. Finally, Europe has already visited Paul Ricard, Brands Hatch and Monza with dramatic results. Huge grids and record crowds have witnessed some amazing races. Aston Martin was first to see the flag in France, although it was the 007 car and not the similar machine of F1's Lance Stroll that took victory. The sprint races at Brands fell to Ferrari and Porsche, whilst Audi was victorious at the Temple of Speed in Italy. If the racing on 4 continents weren't enough, there is also the Intercontinental GT Challenge. There are races still to come at Suzuka in Japan and at the racing capital of the world, Indianapolis. But it was Bathurst in Australia that hosted the opening round. The Mercedes AMG of Maro Engel, Picard Grenier and Maxime Martin took victory there in a classic, setting them up for round 2 at the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Engel and Martin were joined by Lukas Stolz and Fabian Schiller, and they crossed the line first after a titanic battle with the similar car of F1 superstar Max Verstappen, Lucas Auer, Jules Gounon and Daniel Ricciardo. All of them are here this weekend for round 3, with the exception of Verstappen, who is on F1 GT. So, 4 different manufacturers have tasted the champagne in GT World Challenge Europe, and a 5th has won both rounds of IGTC this weekend. CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, it's a round of both series. Could it be the turn of BMW and maybe Italian legend Valentino Rossi, or could it be one of the American manufacturers, Ford or Chevrolet? Oh, and last year, the British McLaren took pole position and Lamborghini won. This really is anyone's race. With GT World Challenge running across 4 continents, manufacturers score points across all of them. And so, heading to the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, Mercedes heads that global manufacturer competition from Porsche, Ferrari 3rd from Audi Sport and BMW M. A regular feature of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa is the parade into town, and it gets busier every season. Fans, young and old, want to see the cars, they want to see the stars, and they want to have a good time. From the circuit, on the public roads, down to Spa town, then the cars park in the town centre. There's the autograph session and the interviews with the drivers before they make their way to the drivers' briefing. It's a great chance to get some amazing photographs, whether you're behind the wheel or just standing and watching. The entire CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa field made its way into and out of town. The drivers then made their way to the drivers' briefing in the theatre, where they were greeted by the founder and CEO of the SRO Motorsports Group, Stefan Rattel.
Ladies and gentlemen, like every year, I would thank you for being here. But this year we have an important birthday, an important celebration, celebrating 20 years of GT3.
Valentino Rossi, as ever, a real focal point at the parade as the 69 crews now get ready to go racing on 7 kilometres of one of the world's best tracks.
Round 4 of GT World Challenge Europe takes us to Spa, Belgium for the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. What makes this place so special? 7 kilometres of tarmac dropped over the Ardennes forest, split over 3 sectors, 19 corners and a circuit length of just over 7 kilometres. There's a mixture of every sort of corner. Eau Rouge, Pouin and Blanchemont, the 3 famous ones of the lap, but all 19 deserve respect. split over 3 sectors. You've got the fast top speed sector 1, the tight, twisty, technical one of 2, and then back to full speed racing. What else can make the circuit better? Elevation. 102 meters is gained and lost over every single lap. The winners last year did 549 laps. That means they went up and down 55,000 meters over the course of the race. And here we are on board for a full lap of this circuit. Into turn 1, La Source, a slow corner, 60 kilometers an hour of apex speed, so it's a hard brake all the way down to first gear. Rotation of the car is important, and then back to full gas as we get this straight on the way down to Eau Rouge. The drivers are already steadying themselves for one of the most infamous corners in the world, and there you can see it in all its glory. Taken at full throttle, flat in a GT3 car. It's important not to exceed the track limits on the left here, and also on the exit. The exit is important because the speed you're still carrying on this uphill climb all the way down the Kemmel Straight. This is a good overtaking opportunity into the Lecombe section of corners. The first one is a right, so we stay to the left. We brake at the start of the curb, down 3 gears. We use the curbs to help shortcut the corner, but also to help the car to turn. One final right of Lecombe. It's easy to drop the car on the exit here into the gravel trap. Now downhill into Brussels, a long, lazy right-hander. 3rd gear needed. You'll see drivers manipulate the line by taking 2 apexes to try and create a straight line. Then we're into Jackie X corner, over to the right, a short break, and important to get to the inside. Be careful of the exits, easy to touch the gravel trap, damaging your car and potentially tyre. Diving downhill into Bourne, a fast, committed double left, blind on entry. Apex speed 170 kilometers an hour, and now we're back to full throttle. Easy flat through this second part, and you've got to be careful not to use too much exit there, again for track limits. Into Piffpath, a right left. You want to hook up the curb on the inside. It's a late apex. You'll see lots of dust brought on by drivers being greedy with the apex curb. A short straight into Stavelot 1. Get the car over to the left. Again, a short break off and in. We'll see drama here with cars lunging each other. And now we're flat all the way to the end of the lap. So you have to get the car in early, hook up the grip on the apex curb and let the car run wide. And now we are running down to Blanchimont. All of this is blind, and at night you're just hoping your headlights pick up the line all the way through. The first left kink isn't a corner in modern GT3. The second is just flat. You couldn't carry 1 kilometre an hour more without running wide here. One more big break to go into the bus stop. Hard on the brakes, all the way down to first gear. Some cars able to use this apex curb on the inside. 60 kilometres an hour through the last corner. Unwind the lock, and off we go for another epic lap of this Spa circuit.
We're getting closer to the start of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Welcome, everybody, to the biggest and best GT3 race in the world. A 69-car entry, and it is a totally open race. There's making a prediction well nigh impossible. David Addison and Joe Osborne trackside, and so too an absolutely huge crowd. It has been a very, very hot week. We were here last week for British GT, and it was boiling hot then. It's got no cooler and a huge crowd on hand. It's going to be a very tough race, this, not only, Joe, because it is so wide open, but that temperature is going to be a big factor.
And it's something we've never seen in the history of this race. We're 10 degrees hotter than last year, which was already warm, and already we've seen problems, haven't we, over the weekend. Quite a few engine changes going on for cars, but also just the handling of these cars. They're looking loose. They're sliding all around the place, and that's when they were low on fuel and on new tyres.
There you can see the grid. The cars have been released from the pit lane. We have 1 or 2 that are going to be starting from the pit lane because of engine changes before qualifying. One had an engine change after qualifying, and that is therefore going to have to start on the grid, but we'll have a 150-second stop-go penalty. It's the Blackthorn and Curious Aston Martin, so a very early loss of time for that precautionary engine change. Track temperature 56.2 degrees. Humidity has dropped a bit, but it's still fairly unpleasant, 38%.
Yeah, the crowd trying to do everything they can to stay in that shade, but yeah, for the drivers, they'll be doing the same. But once they get inside these cars, we're going to see a difference in cockpit temperatures. Some cars running a full AC system, some nothing, just ambient ram air, and some drivers even now using a cool suit where they can plug in a vest that pumps icy cold water around their body, just to try and keep those core temperatures somewhere in a good region for them.
So we are talking about the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. It is our third GT World Challenge powered by AWS Endurance Cup round of the season. It's also the third round of Intercontinental GT Challenge. We have had Bathurst and the Nürburgring, and Mauro Engel and Maxime Martin come here as the joint championship leaders of that. Now, it's a very busy grid indeed. We've got our reporters down there, and Bryn Lucas has found Tim Burton, otherwise known as Shmee. Let's go to the grid and join them.
Looking over your shoulder, supercars, they're kind of your thing, aren't they? And here you are at Spa, not for the first time. It's baking hot and there are supercars aplenty.
I'm incredibly lucky to have been out a few times. You know, a couple of years ago, we had one of my cars down at the grid to lead off this amazing parade. But today, everybody's braving the heat. But what an action-packed grid. What a race this is going to be.
Yeah, packed grandstands, particularly the top of Radion just there. Absolutely huge crowds here, blistering sunshine. You couldn't really ask for more, could you?
No, honestly, you know, the entertainment starting, atmosphere everywhere. Just to be here and to be around everything is so exciting. And right now, you know, we've got a couple of friends who are racing in different cars and just wandering around and feeling the energy, feeling the preparation, obviously understanding the endurance that's ahead of everyone, drivers and fans alike.
We have no idea what's going to happen with the conditions out there as well, but you know I'm going to have to ask you this question. There's a whole multitude of fantastic cars out on the grid. What's your favourite? Can you pick one?
Gosh, the last time I was here was with my AMG GT Black Series, was the car we had down here. So obviously a fan of the AMGs. The Ferraris, love seeing the 296s in action. I think one of the fun things, especially, you know, in my world, I'm very focused on the supercars and road cars, but when you see the racing siblings and you understand that's the technology that goes into the road cars and the excitement of all of this, it's just awesome to see the grid, to see the mixture, to see the different cars together.
So Mercedes, Ferrari, all of them, basically, is the answer to that question.
Let's go with it. Let's go with everyone. I want to see everyone do well.
Have a fantastic time. I think you probably will.
Thank you so much, for sure.
Yeah, picking a favourite car is hard enough. Picking a winner, that's very difficult, and especially across all of these different classes that we've already touched on. There's the Pro battle, the overall battle, gold, silver, bronze, and the Pro-Am class brought in as well for the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. The newly built, in the last few years, huge grandstand there overlooking the old start area. Now, that's still going to be used for really heritage purposes. That's where the race will start from. There'll be another checkered flag there as well, just because that's how it always used to be at Spa. But the actual timing line, the control line, is coming out of the chicane where the F1 pits are, and we combined the two pit lanes as ever for the 69 cars during the course of this race. There's another huge grandstand overlooking the F1 pits straight. There's another huge grandstand overlooking Eau Rouge. It's quite a walk to get to it, and it's quite a steep climb, but it's got a big crowd there as well. Stéphane Rattel with Pierre Fillon on the grid. Pierre Fillon is the official starter of this race, just illustrating further the relationship between SRO Motorsports Group and the ACO, of which Pierre Fillon is the president. He's also an honorary member of the British Racing Drivers Club, which has many a member on this grid and in the booths and doing other things, and it's good to see Pierre Fillon here. Of course, the LM GT3 regulations now exist within the World Endurance Championship. Last year it was Lamborghini that took its first CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa win, and it is up to Lamborghini's drivers to return the trophy, and a coveted trophy it is. First fought for in 1924. And the 24 Hours of Spa has gone through different iterations. It was perhaps most famous for a long, long time as a touring car race. But in recent times, of course, it is all about GT3. And there is the winner's trophy being returned courtesy of Lamborghini to the front of the grid. And there it is. Looks like Luca Engschler is one of the drivers that has been charged with bringing the trophy back. And Lamborghini coming into this with a much more difficult task to win it 2 years running with the new car, of course, the Temerario. But it's a long race and you never know what is going to happen. And there, Marco Bortolotti, who was the man that brought the winning Lamborghini to the finish last year, joined by one of his co-drivers of last year, Luca Engschler. The other, Jordan Pepper, has defected to BMW, so we'll not include him in this photograph, at least. Jordan hoping he can be a BMW podium finisher, race winner, maybe. And it's possible. There have been some BOP adjustments, which we'll come to during the course of the first hour, no doubt. And it possibly just helps BMW a little bit. Ford Mustangs there you can see on the grid as well. We're going to have a Mustang race here next year, I understand. And one of the Lightning McQueen liveries adorning the car. Right, the trophy is there. Luca Enschler and Mirko Bortolotti have a last chance to think about the successes of last year. Stefan Rattel wishes them both well. Pierre Fillon is there also for the photographs. Pierre will be, as I say, the official starter. And the trophies with GT World Challenge, Europe Endurance Cup Champions Trophy and the IGTC Trophy there as well, all to be fought out. Points in GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup at 6 and 12 hours, as well as 24. So the teams have to be clever on how they rotate the drivers to try to do a bank raid of points. IGTC points just awarded at the end.
Exactly, and some of the other class cars have got other driver stint things to consider. For example, in the Bronze Cup, the bronze grade driver must do 4 hours in the race, one of which must be in the first 6. Pro-Am, their bronze drivers must do a minimum of 8, and they have to do 1 hour in every 6. So there's extra dynamics to this race. Of course, we're explaining it as it goes on, but really for me at the start of this race, the top 30 cars on the grid, no matter their class, are going to be at the same pace. They've all got their fast drivers in, and so it doesn't matter when we go to green. That top 30, as you can see, a Mystic machine trying to bring some cool weather to those fans sat there, but again, an illustration of just how warm it is.
Absolutely right. And the other thing you're going to bear in mind, not just for the first hour, but for all 24, you're flat out. This is no longer a case of trying to get to the end and you'll probably buy a good result. You've got to be flat out all the way.
Yeah, first bingo box ticked off. It's 24-hour sprint races, and that's how the stint times are worked. Maximum stint time is 60 minutes, unless there is a full course yellow safety car. Within that stint, it goes to 65. The maximum amount of stints you can do back-to-back are 3. With the weather where we're at, I don't see many drivers or teams wanting to triple during the daylight.
I would agree with that. What I would suggest, though, is that there's a little bit of cloud cover. I mean, a little bit, all things are relative, but it doesn't feel quite as bright and stiflingly hot now as it has done. There's talk of a big storm overnight, but again, it's Spa, so who knows? We had a little bit of drizzle yesterday evening during the GT4 race, but it's certainly been hotter over the last few days.
Yeah, difficult call to make from our air-conditioned commentary box, and also before you factor in what the drivers have to wear. So you have your base layer of Nomex, then you have your race suit, which is thicker than your Nan's jacket, then a balaclava, then a crash helmet, and then some thick gloves as well. That's before you get in a hot race car of a high ambient. So these drivers are going to be pushed to their physical limits.
Especially if you're the start driver, you've been in the car for a while. Let's get back to the grid. Nina J. Paul joins our reporting crew this year. She's found McLaren's Louis Pret. Let's get to them.
Louis, the biggest GT race in the world on one of the biggest and baddest tracks in the world of motorsport, and you've got gold pole, P2 overall. A really impressive performance so far this weekend. Yeah, honestly, we're over the moon. We worked so hard since Tuesday. We lacked a bit of pace in the last few rounds, and the team did an insane job to bring us back here. It's a second front row start for us this year, but it's just unbelievable to do it at the 24 hours of Spa. We just hope to have a clean and a good race. Yeah, you echoed the words of your teammate Thomas, who said the package McLaren has given you is brilliant. It's a really strong car this weekend. How hard has it been to get the setup and the balance of the car right in these conditions? Honestly, really hard. The sessions obviously are not all the time at the same time, and the track evolves quite a bit with the track temp. So it's been a lot of work from ourselves as drivers and the engineers, but honestly, we're very confident going in, and we'll see how it goes. Thank you, Louis. Good luck. Thank you.
Louis Pret, whose father has been racing here this weekend. They're both McLaren drivers for the weekend, although in separate races, and the McLaren Trophy has been senior. Junior goes in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, and all the fans finding themselves on the big screens as now the delivery of the Belgian flag comes from the Armée Remise du Drapeau Belge, and the flag will be given to Pierre Fillon, to Stefan Rattel, and also François Cornelis, but it is Pierre Fillon who needs the flag in order for his official starter duties. Now, César Gazeau has been a very rapid driver so far this weekend in silver, and he's on the grid with Bryn Lucas.
It was an inspired qualifying from you yesterday, silver pole, but you're on row 5. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was really good. Car was really strong. It was difficult. Super pole, I mean, for everyone was really warm, a new system, but was really good. I'm really happy, confident with the car. So now we have 24 hours in front of us. So let's see what we can do.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been talking about temperature a lot. I mean, 39 degrees, 41 degrees is now what it's showing on the screen behind. But there's a lot of cloud cover coming, so that's going to change the conditions somewhat. A bit more humid, maybe.
Probably, yeah. It will be less warm tomorrow, I think. So we will try to get it from there and try to get a clean race. We know that it's going to be very difficult with the warm inside the car, for the car, with the tires and everything. So we'll try our best to keep it clean through the race.
Bonne chance.
Thank you.
Says Argazo, who was the silver champion last year in the combined sprint and endurance GT World Challenge Europe. He's also a French GT champion. That runs for the GT4 regulations, slightly slower, less aero-dependent cars. But he's another man to watch, that's for sure. Now, let's return to the grid, because Ganel Longy has got Francois Cornelis, the RACB president, to hear his thoughts before we go racing.
Francois Cornelis, what a great day today. Beautiful weather, even if it's really hot out here. Perfect conditions for an amazing race here at the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa.
I think you're absolutely right. You know that Francorchamps is always a surprise for everyone. You can have snow, you can have... This is beautiful weather, even if it's very hot. It's going to be a challenge for the drivers. It's going to be a challenge for the teams, but it's one of the highest days in the year for the Automobile Club of Belgium. As a federation, it's always a pleasure for us to welcome such a crowd, so many teams, and a beautiful event. And I congratulate SRO for their organization, which is perfect.
And welcoming as well President Fillon from the ACO.
I think it's a great idea to have this association with the Automobile Club de l'Ouest. Pierre Fillon is a good friend. I think it's very good for us to have him as an opener of this event, and I thank everyone who organized this for us.
Thanks, President Cornelis. Thank you.
The RACB, the custodians of the 24 Hours of Spa, and taking it into another exciting era with big grids, big crowds. I think it's fair to say in the last 2 or 3 years, Joe, we've come here to an event as much as a race.
Exactly that, and you can see the Ferris wheel in the background, and the concert that will start this evening and go into the early hours as well is well worth attending.
On the grid next, Nina Jade Paul has found Chris Lallam, part of that 2C's Mercedes Verstappen racing squad in the Mercedes AMG. Let's get to them.
Chris, a team that's no stranger to success. You've got your teammate Jules Gournon having won this race twice, Danny having won it with him in 2022, and of course you last year on debut, a win in gold class. What's your approach to the race today?
The first difficulty will be obviously managing the heat. We have track temperatures near 60 degrees, ambient temperatures 35, 36, so doing the best we can to manage that is going to be the winning strategy for the first half of the race at least.
Any encouraging words from the team boss, Max?
Yeah, no, he's been super invested this week, getting us the most resources, getting us the best car that we can have, and I'm sure he'll be watching along right now.
I'm sure. Good luck, Chris.
Cheers, thank you.
Chris Lallam, winner of gold last year with Thierry Vermeulen and Harry King, who should have been here last week in British GT, and he was briefly until his co-driver damaged the car, and that was the end of that. But Chris Lallam moving up to a pro entry this season for the entirety of GT World Challenge Europe. Now, what about Ferrari? Looking really good and really strong all through practice, qualifying and Super Pole.
Yeah, they've got 3 cars inside the top 6, haven't they? So they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. It's going to be hard to know where to look almost, because remember the 50 car was well up there as well until a technical infringement after qualifying has put them to the back. So potentially another car racing forward.
But it is a Ferrari, the car qualified by Alessio Rovera on pole position. We've mentioned that Pierre Fillon is going to be the official starter, and we can hear from him with Ganel Longy in French down on the grid.
Avec Pierre Fillon, président de l'ACO, qui va donner le départ de ces CrowdStrike 24 heures de Spa. Pierre Fillon, c'est vraiment très agréable de vous voir ici. Vous découvrez aussi cette épreuve sous un autre jour. Parlez-nous de votre ressenti à quelques minutes maintenant de brandir ce drapeau.
Écoutez, d'abord, beaucoup d'honneur de donner le départ des 24 heures de Spa. 24 heures de Spa datent juste après les 24 heures du Mans, 1924, 1923 pour le Mans. Donc pour moi, c'est un grand honneur et je remercie Stéphane Rattel et toute l'équipe des SRO de donner cette opportunité. C'est la première fois que je viens aux 24 heures de Spa, donc je suis très heureux de voir. C'est une autre ambiance, mais c'est magnifique. Et puis pour moi, venir sur une course un peu sans avoir la pression de l'organisateur, c'est un très très bon moment. Donc voilà, beaucoup de bonheur pour moi.
Rapidement, un petit mot aussi sur votre relation avec SRO, puisque vous collaborez à plusieurs égards.
Oui, alors d'abord, il y a toujours eu beaucoup de respect mutuel entre l'ACO et Stéphane. Stéphane d'ailleurs a une histoire avant avec l'European Le Mans Series, dont il était actionnaire avec l'ACO dans les années 2000. Mais oui, on a fait ce partenariat sur l'Asian Le Mans Series. Notre objectif, c'est vraiment de développer et de ramener les grandes marques en Asian, avec évidemment toute l'expérience de Stéphane. Donc c'était presque, j'ai envie de dire, une alliance presque naturelle.
Merci, Président Fillon. Just a quick translation of what President Fillon just told us. He's very proud and honored to be waving the flag today at the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, and he really wants to thank Stéphane Rattel for this great opportunity. President Fillon said also that it's different from what he is used to, because for once in a year he doesn't have the pressure to be working this weekend, and he's going to be enjoying the race. And there's a very close collaboration between SRO and the SEO, especially in the Asian Le Mans Series, and the collaboration is working really well between both entities. Thank you, President Fillon, and enjoy the race.
And it's the first time we've seen Pierre Fillon at the 24 Hours of Spa, so great to have him here. And yes, just about time to catch your breath. What feels like a long time ago, but only a fortnight that we had the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Many of the drivers on this grid had an involvement in that as well. So as we get closer to our 4:30 start time, the grandstands filling up. A number of the VIPs now making their way off the track up at the top at La Source, and that gives a bit more space to find drivers, which include Kelvin van der Linde, and Bryn Lucas has been able to get hold of the South African.
Well, Kelvin, we've been looking around at the temp. We've been talking temperature, talking tyres, talking about temperatures. Tell us some of these facts, the numbers that you've seen over the last few days here.
It's been pretty hard for everyone involved, for the mechanics, no doubt. I think they're really suffering in these conditions. We just saw up there 40 degrees, so for the drivers in the car, we're probably expecting cockpit temps of around 60. So it's going to be a hard first few stints. So we've probably opted, I think most teams probably opted for single stints for the drivers, just to keep us all fresh until it cools down later on tonight. So yeah, let's see.
Some people might think, okay, hot track, hot temperature, that's great for the tyres, but it's not the case. You were saying to me the tyre temperatures that you received yesterday in Superpole were whopping.
Yeah, well, we're seeing on our dashboard at least well over 110 degrees. So, I mean, you guys, everyone out there can figure out how warm that is. For a tyre that has to deliver grip consistently over 1 hour, at some point it's clear it will give up. So I think the teams and the drivers that can manage at the best at the beginning of the race will be rewarded for that. So we're going to try and, yeah, maybe not necessarily go out punching in the beginning, and just rather look at the tyre and try to keep it alive.
Well, go and get cool and rest up. Wish you the best.
Guys. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Kelvin van der Linde will be the start driver in BMW number 32, and as ever, a man to watch. One of the two South Africans that are within the BMW ranks. Of course, Jordan Pepper is not only a winner of last year's event, as we'd already mentioned, but he's part of that crew with Charles Weerts in the 32 BMW. Always, you know that 32 is going to be good. That's been the WRT favoured number. I asked Vincent Vos, he couldn't really remember why. It was just one of those things now, but it's become almost the trademark number for the lead WRT entry. And the BMW's a little bit lighter with the BOP adjustment, 10 kilos lighter, which may well help when we get over the course of 24 hours of racing. There's Vincent Vos in the flat cap of WRT. Now, bronze pole taken by Dennis Marshall's Kessel Racing Ferrari. He's with Nina J. Paul.
Dennis, first of all, a spectacular qualifying yesterday, starting in bronze pole, but P5 overall. There is a lot to contend with today with the conditions, but how special is it to be racing here at Spa?
Always special, always difficult. I think this year a bit more with the heat. I think you can ask every driver. I already see it a bit as a benefit that we are 4 drivers. I mean, some of the pro cars, they are 3 drivers, so at least we get a bit more rest time. And I think starting from P5 is also not too bad.
Absolutely. What stint will you be doing?
I need to check, but I think around 8 or 9 p.m. Yeah.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
which probably isn't that bad by then. It might be a little bit cooler. Again, all things are relative, but Dennis Marshall, who was a real gun in an Audi, and he and Dustin Blattner have made a great partnership in recent seasons. And then you add into that car Ben Tuck, very, very fast silver-graded driver, and Mathis Jobert, who also races for a manufacturer, for Genesis in the World Endurance Championship. And that's a car that, yes, is really strong in bronze, but actually he's going to be punchy for an overall position.
Yeah, it really is Dustin Blattner. The bronze-graded driver's got to do 4 hours minimum, 1 hour in the first 6, but the other 3 are going to keep that car at the front.
Let us get back to the grid. Let's rejoin Ganal.
Stéphane Rattel, what a great day, what a great Saturday today. Amazing weather, a bit hot, I have to say, but perfect conditions for all the spectators and teams involved in this 2026 edition of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa.
I mean, a bit hot. It's a little bit more than a bit. I was with an umbrella before, and I think I've been a number of times on this grid with umbrellas, but it's the first time it is to protect us from the sun. No, I mean, you know, the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa is our race of the year. It's the one at the center of GT World globally, the one at the center of Intercontinental GT. We're very pleased today to have here the Pierre Fillon, who made an interview with the president of the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, Le Mans, and Mir Consen for the 24 Hours of Nürburgring. You have on this grid the promoters of the 3 biggest endurance races in Europe, and we work together, we work on calendar, we work on regulation, simply to offer the manufacturer, the teams, the drivers, a really united scene for racing sports cars in Europe.
And it's the best way to celebrate the 20th anniversary of GT3s as well.
Yes, 20 years of GT3. I don't think they arrived 20 years ago at Spa. They must have arrived a few years later, but they have definitely developed, not only in the SRO Promoted Championship, but then globally. They conquered IMSA in America, they conquered the ACO Le Mans, they conquered the touring, they pushed away the touring car at the DTM. So that's really a very important category globally. 10 manufacturers represented on this grid. Today we hope to welcome another 11s next year, so it keeps growing, and we need to preserve it, you know, because it could overheat on cost, on sophistication, but it's a 20-year success, and we want to continue it.
Thanks a lot, Stéphane. Have a good race.
Yeah, 20 years, and when you look back at the very first season, the first race I remember talking about at Silverstone back in 2006, the cars were a lot more basic, a lot more standard, and I'm sure we'll get to this during the night when we have a bit more time, but there's just been published a book about 20 years of GT3 racing by the excellent sports car journalist Gary Watkins, so it's worth getting hold of as well if you're a big GT3 fan, and I'm sure if you're watching this, you are. Marvin Kirchhofer was the man on pole position last year for McLaren. He had a slightly tougher qualifying, and he can explain all about that to Nina Jade Paul.
Marvin, starting on the 4th row today, and considering how you got caught up quite badly in the crash at Monza, you've got to be pleased with that.
Yes and no. I mean, obviously, we've been the pole sitter here last year, so obviously the bar was set very high. It wasn't the easiest weekend for us so far. Definitely, we're still lacking some pace, but very proud of the team because they made it possible to have a car ready for this race. P7, it could be worse, but it's a long way to go now, 24 hours. So hopefully we found some pace overnight, doing all the bits and pieces to make her fast, and then we'll see how it goes.
And just how physical is this race going to be today with these conditions?
Oh, it's going to be quite tough. I mean, especially for us, we unfortunately don't have an AC in the car, which makes it quite nice and warm for those conditions. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, it should be fine. We do our preparation before the race. We drink a lot, and yeah, hopefully we keep ourselves in a good shape till the end of the race.
Oh, good luck.
Thank you.
Marvin Kirchhofer, always a good character, and being very calm about all of this. Marv the Suave, as he gets ready to go, fully cognizant of the fact there's no air conditioning in the car whatsoever, but grin and bear it.
Yeah, I've spent a few days of my life sat in a McLaren GT3 car, and it is a warm car. It gets a lot of air flow, but it's only at ambient, so it's just not going to cool you down enough.
Another driver to watch in the BMW ranks is former British GT champion Dan Harper. He's with Bryn Lucas.
Well, Dan, we've been talking about your lineup, your driver lineup. Max, who's going to be starting off, and Valentino in the distance there. I mean, he's so experienced, and we've been talking about, performance-wise, what you can expect, what you can do from this position on the grid.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be so difficult physically for all the drivers, all the team members. Throughout the night. Yes, it's going to get a bit colder, but it's still going to be 28 degrees during the night, so it's going to be tough. And I think we're starting a bit further back than what we want. But I think the only way is forward, and we have a couple of our sister cars nearby, so hopefully we can work together and work our way forward. For yourself and your career, I mean, we were talking as well about how your career has just shot through. No surprise with the talent you've got as well, but it's not always the case. It's a great talent gets you all the amazing drives, but you're a BMW factory driver. You're there now for the long haul, and it just seems to be going from strength to strength. Yeah, no, it's all going amazing. I mean, especially this year, I've really had a great season so far. Of course, downsides as well. Like Le Mans was a frustrating weekend, and in the end we didn't make it to the finish, which was the first goal. So, yeah, hopefully we can have a better one here, get back on the right track. But yeah, I'm loving life at the moment with BMW, and yeah, living the dream. Well, we wish you the very best luck as always. Catch you later on. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Dan Harper, British GT champion, class winner in the Daytona 24 Hours at the start of the year, winner of a NLS Nürburgring race, and to be put by BMW in the same car as Valentino Rossi, that says something about you as a driver as well, if they're prepared to put you and indeed Max Hesser as the two factory drivers along with Valentino Rossi, because always there's a massive amount of attention around that car.
Yeah, and Dan is super fast, but I actually think his biggest attribute is his overtaking. He just sends it down the inside and always looks high risk, but it's so well calculated. I'm yet to see him make a mistake in one of those what I would perceive to be a high risk overtaking move, and that is going to be the key here at Spa. We saw lots of drivers complaining last year that they could catch a slower car but unable to pass. Dirty air, a bit of an issue, but also just because the balance of performance is so good, they just don't have that difference in speed or cornering ability. So that has been a real thing of drivers saying over the last few years.
Dan Harper, a Carrera Cup GB champion. So is Adam Smalley. He's here for Optimum, and he's with Bryn on the grid.
Well, there's a lot going on around it, Adam, and you're gold, as you know, your category, and I think you've qualified in a pretty decent position.
Yeah, I think we're good. If you look at the cars around us, we're definitely in good position. Ruben, Harry, and Freddie, my teammates, did a fantastic job, and also all the Optimum crew. It's been a pretty brutal week for everybody. So to be here is obviously a massive privilege, and I'm looking forward to the race. Just
give us a very quick idea of how hard it is to set the car up in these sorts of conditions.
It's really difficult, because you're going from dry conditions now where it's baking hot to night where it's looking like cold and thunderstorms. So it's the engineer's job. I'm just going to do the driving bit, they can deal with the rest. But no, we've got the car in a good window. I said everyone's doing a fantastic job, so we just need to see it through the race and see how we get on.
It's a Spa 24, anything can happen. Good luck.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
Yeah, Adam Smalley, who is only doing the Endurance Cup event, so he's doing 5 races all year. That's his only programme, so it's kind of putting you as a driver a bit on the back foot against the regulars that are leaping from championship to championship to championship and driving the same type of car somewhere every weekend.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where the factory drivers are so lucky. They're just in a car day in, day out, and it becomes as one of you. It's like putting on your favourite pair of shoes. It just fits. You don't have to worry about it, think about it. It just happens.
That's true enough. So the fans are getting closer to hearing engines fire up. We are about 20 minutes away from the start of the race, and the formation lap is 5 minutes before that start time. Niels Vittich is the race director. He's slightly divorced from all of the pomp and ceremony on the grid, making sure everything is being done properly in race control, and that the nominated pit lane starters, there is a number of them, are where they need to be. Prior to that, though, we can have the national anthem of Belgium, and for that, let's get back down to the grid.
Mesdames, Messieurs, merci de vous lever si vous le pouvez pour l'hymne national belge. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up if you can for the Belgian anthem. Is the anthem played because we don't hear any?
And great reception from the home fans for the national anthem. All part of the build-up to this 79th CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, starting in round about 20 minutes time. And now gradually the grid starts to clear. Final photographs, final checks, final preparation, final messages of goodwill, good luck to drivers, and more and more of the teams making their way back to their garages. If you're in the F1 pits, quite a long walk here up the hill. If you're in the endurance pits, well, you're at least nearby, but that's a tough working environment there with the cars on that slope.
Yeah, the garage is that much smaller as well, so victim of its own success. 69 cars need a lot of area to work, and that's why we have this huge pit lane, 994 meters in length, and at 50 kilometers an hour it takes 72 seconds to go all the way through. So we will see big shuffling as the pit stops start, just due to the length of those pit stops it takes.
Now let's hear from another former winner of the event. Nicky Thiem was victorious 2 years ago, and he is with Bryn.
Lots of fans here, lots of excitement, lots of attention for you, Nicky. And as a past winner as well with the same lineup, what are your chances in the next 24 hours?
Yeah, first of all, big respect to all of you guys staying around. We really appreciate it. Yeah, this is going to be a battle of the heat for sure. So normally we all take for granted that the cars last 24 hours, but I can tell you this is not going to be a given in this heat. Many cars and people are going to struggle. So yeah, this one I think is for the long game.
For my understanding, I think that we're looking at maybe one stint, so the main strategy for most teams to start with, just to get through the heat, and then maybe look into the night, two stints back to back.
Yeah, we will see what the plan is. We are known enough to know when our limits are reached. And again, there's a day tomorrow as well, so always think about the long game.
Try and stay cool. Good luck.
Thank you. Enjoy, guys.
Interesting to hear Nicky Thiem saying that. He's probably been the most outspoken to say just how tough the heat's going to be. Others acknowledged it, but not really taking it head on like that.
Yeah, and you follow Nicky on social, you see how much he trains on the bike a lot. And the Aston, along with this Ferrari we're looking at, with a very good air conditioning system in the car. So we're going to start to see differences as we see driver changes and how that driver fatigue is getting on. But I do really fancy the Ferrari and the Aston drivers to be able to go that bit longer. The positive of double or even triple stinting is the driver is already up to speed. You don't have to chop and change, and through the night you get a chance to rest as well.
Now, what we haven't yet done is go to pole position. Alessio Rovera did the time. Nicholas Nielsen is going to start. Nina Jade has got herself down to pole.
Nicholas, the atmosphere down on the grid is absolutely electric, and here you are starting at the very front at the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Talk us through your mindset right now.
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously I'm very happy to start from the front. It's always, I wouldn't say easier, but you know, you're always a bit more comfortable when you're the one in front. So good job to Alessio for doing that. And yeah, now hopefully we'll be a bit calmer the start compared to what we had in Monza. And then, yeah, you know, the race is long. So pole position is very good, of course, but it doesn't mean that you've won already. So now we have 24 hours ahead of us, and we know that will be very tough.
Alessio actually said during qualifying on Thursday that you all worked quite a bit on the setup of the car for this weekend compared to the prologue due to the conditions. It feels like you have the package to succeed here.
Yeah, I think we were also quite surprised with our, let me say, pace in the Super Poles, because we seemed to use the tires a bit more than the others and then struggle once they were old. But it seemed like it was okay when we came to the Super Bowl. So hopefully it will be the same today.
Good luck. Thank you for talking with us.
Thank you.
Nicholas Nielsen, part of that ultra-strong lineup in number 51 Ferrari, a Le Mans winner, of course. It's him, Alessio Rovera, and Tommaso Mosca, who's a double Italian GT champion at Winwood, the bronze Mercedes. Number 87, that's going to be started by Renat Salikov. That's an interesting decision, and I was going to get to you when we have a little bit more time to just ponder on how a team goes about choosing the start driver. You know, if it's a bronze car like that, do you go for your most experienced to keep out of trouble? Do you get your bronze in early and use some of his drive time? Is there a quick answer?
you can use every logic to make it work for every single driver in the lineup. You put your fastest in, so they can obviously make hay. There you get the most aggressive in, so you make places up. Or you put your slower driver in, which of course the bronze is, and then the higher chance of safety car at the start means that their stint is maybe nullified against the faster drivers there again. So every argument has a good cause.
And Renat Salikov is another good bronze as well, so he'll be one to watch over the course of his first stint. As we look back up the grid, there is the number 70 Ferrari, just to the left. Porsches are plenty. We've got something like 15 of them, and all the manufacturers that are registered for Intercontinental GT Challenge have gone all in with their entries, putting pretty much every car in. Now, looking there, we've got a couple of gaps towards the rear of the grid. We'll try and have another look at that in due course. There's a couple of cars starting from the pit lane. There are some starting from the pit lane by regulation because of these engine changes, so we've got a list of 4 of them. We'll try and plug some of those other gaps. We've touched on Ferrari 51. What about 50? Well, the gun driver in that is Arthur Leclerc, and he's with Bryn.
Recipients of a big penalty overnight, which put you all the way back here on the grid, which isn't what you wanted to wake up to and have to face, but it is a long race, isn't it, Arthur?
Yeah, it's a long race. I mean, yeah, it's a bit a shame. We would have preferred to start P3, but rules are rules. It's a bit hard, but yeah, it's 24 hours starting P28, so yeah, plenty of time to recover.
And the pace you're showing in the car, I imagine the pace isn't going to change too much from what we saw yesterday.
Well, it's a bit different because now we are going for the long runs. We are really strong in one lap, but we know that long runs is a bit more tricky for us, so we'll try to really focus on the degradation and try to do the best for our stint. Yeah.
We wish you the very best of luck, and I understand maybe a 2 stint for the first driver in the car, which is going to be very tough. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Arthur Leclerc not giving anything away. Just explain that grid drop.
So the penalty was for not having the data logger plugged in. That data logger is how the scrutineers check all the parameters of the car were within the legality window, and they were unable to check that due to it not being plugged in. So the only fair penalty is to drop them to the back of that super pole element.
Close your eyes when Arthur Leclerc talks. It could be his brother, couldn't it, who's also going to be busy this weekend in Austria, where conditions are just as hot as here. There is Sean Gallile, who is the other part of that driver crew in number 50 Ferrari, and it is going to be the Indonesian driver who will start. So Sean Gallile, for many, many years, a good single-seater racer, but more recently in GT cars. He will go first, as I say. We'll join Nina Jade Paul next. Mauro Engel is the man who is joint championship leader of IGTC.
Well, another driver that's success. Another 24-hour race, Mauro. You had no stranger to success last month as well. With this being the biggest GT race in the world, and with every entry being a GT3, the performance margin over the next 24 hours is going to be minimal.
Yeah, it's amazing to see this grid, this lineup here on this track. I don't know, but it looks like a sellout crowd to me. Amazing atmosphere. I hope everyone's staying cool and hydrated, but it's great to be here and just looking forward to hopefully a great race.
Well, you've got a really strong starting position, Mauro. How are you fancying your chances?
Yeah, look, you did a good job in qualifying. Starting near the front is always good here. It's a long old race, so the starting position doesn't really mean too much, but obviously you'd always rather start near the front than further back.
Well, stay cool. Good luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, Mauro Engel is a cool customer and knows all about the highs and lows of endurance racing. It's been a mega season for him in IGTC, winning the Bathurst 12 hours, the Nürburgring 24 hours, and then just a couple of days later he was here for the test before we went racing. And let's have one last trip to the grid before we get to the formation lap. Bryn Lucas has been busy for us. He's found Valentino Rossi.
Well, Valo, we spoke to your teammate Dan earlier on. He was saying, you know, he's kind of on the fence of how confident he is out here. It's going to be a very, very tall order, a tough task in this 24-hour race.
Yeah, you know, 24-hour race here in Spa is always very demanding, but with this temperature, also more. So we will see. We are there, we work well on the car, my teammates are in a great shape, so we try to understand in the first part of the race if we have enough pace for being competitive.
When I came over to you and said, how are you? You said hot. Now, you've faced many things in your career as well, so dealing with the heat is a minor part of this for you, isn't it, really?
Yeah, with the car it's very extreme, because inside of the car is very, very hot. But, you know, it's okay. Sincerely, I prefer the hot than cold and wet, so...
Always a positive. Good luck.
Thank you. Ciao.
That's the right attitude, isn't it? I'd rather it was dry and hot than wet and cold. So fair enough. You've got what you wish for, Valentino Rossi. And as ever, a huge number of the fans here have come to see him. There was a whole sea of yellow at the parade on Wednesday night in town. And of course, he was a very popular part of the fan-friendly Wednesday evening. Number 3 Mercedes there, which is going to be started the Team Verstappen racing car by Daniel Hunkedea. There you can see the grid, which is now starting to empty of people. And as I say, there are 1 or 2 gaps on it, possibly deliberately, because if you're towards the back, well, you may as well start from the pit lane, get out of the way of any dramas on the first lap. This might sound like a conversation we had at Monza, but you know what I mean. Here particularly, you've got a bit longer to make up places. There, for example, you've got one of the McLarens that's got to the end of the pit lane, I think I'm right in saying.
I think it's one of the Audis.
Oh, it is. It's 84, isn't it?
Yes.
Sorry, yes.
Similar looking mid-engine car, but it's also going to be much better for those cars starting from pit lane. They haven't had to be sat out here in the grid either. So, yeah, you're totally right. If you're outside the top 10, it's quite a smart consideration.
Yeah, I think another one might have been a Rutronic car. We'll try and get a snapshot of that order in due course and see who is where. We've got 4 cars that have to start from the pit lane because of the engine change. That's a regulation that they must be in the pits. But 84 looks like it's got to the head of the queue. And that will be able to join in when we are ready to go racing. So field good to go. Now the grid starting to empty, and Niklas Nielsen, from whom we heard a little while ago now, installed into that car that's sitting on pole position. Then Ferrari has been a winning brand here. There on the outside of the front row, Tom Fleming given the start duties in the gold pole winning Garage 59 McLaren. Tom Fleming's been an absolute revelation since he came to GT racing only a couple of seasons ago. Yeah, aggressive driver as well, so don't expect him to tuck into single file like we've seen for the last couple of starts at Spa 24 hours. Cars can run side by side through Eau Rouge. It takes respect and also a lot of cooperation. There's more runoff at the top, and the drivers on the left-hand side of the grid will know that. There is Daniel Hunkedea then, good to go, winner in 2022, and another loyal servant of Mercedes. And we will have the fabulous noise of a grid of GT3 cars starting any moment. Let's get back to the grid.
Drivers, start your engines! Pilotes, démarrez vos moteurs!
And so, engines fire to get the 2026 CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa underway. You can see that line of cars starting now to form within the pit lane, and 1 or 2 more starting to join the queue as we get ready to go. The engines of the cars on the grid all fired, all running, and this 79th running of the 24 Hours of Spa absolutely wide open. It is so hard to try to predict a winner, especially given the temperatures. The fact that it's all the same spec of car, all GT3, makes it wide open. But this really is going to be fascinating, no question about it. Yeah, you saw the 17 Get Speed Mercedes towards the back. That car was fastest at the end of the combined qualifying. And there are your fighters, the names of some of the best drivers from across the world. Kirchhofer there looking like he wants to get a good start. Of course, it's going to be a rolling start, but he led our opening stint last year. He did indeed. The grid there as you travel up it, showing you the car number, where they are on the grid, and the start driver as the drone hovers the other direction, coming down towards Eau Rouge then. So as we get now the green flag shown, we are going to have the formation lap underway. It's a last opportunity to get some warmth into the Pirelli tyres, and we are ready to go. There is the Belgian flag wave by Pierre Fillon to release the cars. All the timing is going to be done from the exit of the chicane, but the start will be where you've just seen the cars. There'll also be a ceremonial checkered flag round about this time tomorrow, a few minutes later, for all the photographs, but the actual control line out of the chicane. So up to Les Combes they come, and of course as the lap goes on, we're getting around sort of turn 16, they'll start to get themselves in that 2x2 formation. A very warm day, but even so, some weaving going on to get the temperature into the tyres. It is Niklas Nielsen who lines up on pole position. The bronze pole has gone the way of Kessel Racing. Get Speed Team Bartone Brothers for the silver pole. Garage 59 for gold. Of course, the team taking the outright pole position for this year's event. Nicholas Nielsen is going to start on pole with Tom Fleming alongside him, the Pro and Gold pole winners, together on the front of the grid. Danny Hunkadea goes from third, and Frederick Schandorf will be on the outside of the second row. The third row is Ben Tuck, and Mauro Engel lines up alongside him. Then it's Marvin Kirchhofer and Alex Arca ahead of the fifth row, Cesar Gazzo and Arjun Mainy's Ford Mustang. Row 6, David Perel and Maxwell Lynn in the Team RJN McLaren. The seventh row, Mikey Porter in the number 5 McLaren, and Alessio Picariello for the home team, Boots and VDS, the Belgian squad alongside. Kelvin van der Linde for the other home team, WRT, lines up alongside Ian Schenguven ahead of Mirko Bortolotti and Augusto Farfus. Then it's Josh Rattigan for Greystone and Max Hesse for Team WRT ahead of Adam Smalley and Yannick Mettler. Row 12, Alessandro Gueretti and Jens Klingman. Behind them, Ezekiel Perez Compank and Gilles Stadsbader. On the 14th row, Patrick Niederhauser and Sean Galisle. Then you've got Nicky Tim in the Paul Ricard winning Aston. He was a winner here 2 years ago. Jamie Day is alongside Ariel Levy, who won silver, and indeed the race outright at Monza is next, alongside Renat Salikov. Then it's Sebastian Bode and Angus Whiteside ahead of Maxime Robin and Baptiste Moulin. Then you've got Dennis Lind alongside Mathis Liesmont. Christian Hahn lines up alongside Reece Barr. You've got Pedro Ibrahim and Ralph Bode next. Go back another row, Daniele Diamato and Custodio Toledo. Then Adam Christodoulou and Stephen Pallette ahead of Marvin Klein and Kerong Lee. Ben Green's on the 25th row with Chris Froggatt for company. Row 26 is Tobias Muller and Maxime Martin. There's a saga attached to that car we'll come to in due course. They're ahead of Patrick Colburn, James Kellett, Sven Muller for Rutronic and Tim Heinemann. Then Sarah Bovey on row 29 with Carl Marcelli alongside it's Bryce Fullwood and Giacomo Petrovelli on row 30. Starting in the pits, Christopher Haase with Lewis Williamson on row 31. Then it's Jim Plum, Maxime Osten, and the last car on the grid is Nicola Skiro. Plus, in the pit lane, there will be Bastian Boos, Alexei Nesov, then also Tom Callender and Christian Menzel's son, Nico Menzel. Right, let's get ready to go racing at Spa.
They say there's no such thing as the perfect race. Even when everything goes to plan, when you execute to perfection, one tiny detail is missing. The true challenge is not simply to win. It is to master every element, to overcome each setback. It is a near impossible task, the ultimate challenge. This is the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Over a day and a night, they battle against the clock. But this is much more than a race. It is a chance to come together, to experience something that cannot be described with words, a communion between the people and their heroes. It is life lived to the full, making each second truly count, for 24 hours and beyond. Perhaps there is no such thing as the perfect race, but it is the drive for perfection that keeps us pushing.
So then the cars do 2 formation laps and the second one is upon us. This means that all those pit lane starters will go a lap down unless the clock is reset on this second formation lap.
Yeah, which I don't expect it to be honest. We're already a minute and 40 into this race, so all of those cars pit lane started have been put a lap down at the moment, unless race control can do something about that.
So there the cars are at the end of the pit lane, and now they are allowed out, so they will join in on this formation lap. So the second formation lap just there to partly get a bit more warmth, also partly to get people sort of in the groove of running rather than suddenly descending on Eau Rouge when it's, if you like, cold.
Yeah, I was fearful we weren't going to get a green light on exit, but everything has gone to plan. Everyone on the lead lap, more importantly, all 69 cars still in with a chance with this.
So it is going to be Ferrari for pole position. They will still get themselves in that 2x2 formation when they come up towards the exit of the Cours Paul Frere, and the clock has started, so notionally the race is on, but we are going to, of course, have the field then turning their way in order out of this next part of the circuit. also for the third Endurance Cup round of GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS. The third round of Intercontinental GT Challenge. Can I quickly put you on the spot? What are we thinking as, if not a winning car, a winning brand?
Ferrari looks strong, don't they? McLaren are knocking at the door. I've just got a feeling Mercedes are somewhere there. As the sun sets, the Mercedes comes alive. Same can be said for BMW, and I've managed to say 4 manufacturers out of 10. So that shows you how wide open this is.
Happy on that fence, are you? Comfy? This is the car that's on pole in bronze. It's Ben Tuck doing the driving duties then as the Maserati leading car brings them around, in fact, effectively being the pace car, and the field now then turning its way through the long left of Blanchimont. There you've got number 6, which is Cesar Gazo, Arjun Maini in the Ford Mustang. What an amazing job Haupt Racing team has done to rebuild both cars after the huge incident for them at Monza. The other car, by the way, Eduardo Cosateng at the wheel of it, starts from the pits. Was from that pit lane line, but they've now joined in at the back. So the cars getting themselves into formation, ready to come down towards the chicane. And of course, they'll be released the other side of La Source. We're ready then for the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Ferrari, McLaren, then you've got Mercedes, Ferrari, Mercedes AMG, all at the pointy end of the grid. This is on board number 97 Porsche. That's the Rutronic racing car. Sven Müller at the wheel of it, and Therese Au along with Michel Gatting and Martin Rump, the Estonian driver, part of that driver crew. And that's got to have a really good chance within bronze. So the cars now make that run up towards La Source, and although the clock has started, we are just about set then for 24 hours of racing as the field slowly makes its way towards the hairpin, getting itself now in formation. Since 1924, drivers have battled around the clock in the Ardennes Forest. Heroes have been made, dreams realised, and sometimes hopes dashed. It's the 79th running of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, the biggest and best GT3 race in the world. 69 cars, 10 manufacturers, 254 drivers. Let's go racing. Ferrari versus McLaren at the front of the grid. The cars make their way now then up towards the lights, which will blink green to get racing underway. It is going to be Nicholas Nielsen then that makes the best start as they accelerate downhill for the first time with Mauro Engel there almost being squeezed off the road as he tried to get through. There's another car getting a little bit crossed up, and that looked like Marvin Kirchhofer in the background. They climbed the hill for the first time. Up Radion, so far so good. It's busy in the mid-pack. The Mercedes have got themselves together with Hunker there jumping ahead of Engel. There's Arjun Maini in the Mustang also trying to gain ground in a straight line with all of that power from the Ford Mustang, but it's Nicholas Nielsen leading then as the cars go up towards Les Cons for the first time. It is the first race lap. It is effectively lap 2 of the race itself, given that extra formation lap, but it is Ferrari that leads at Spa.
Great driving from all so far. I was surprised Danny Junquier in the Verstappen.com car was so far behind the car, and that really hurt him. Engel got the best start, but Shandov cut him across. I think there was a slight bit of contact between those two, and Audi going through the gravel trap on the exit of Le Con. If that's the biggest drama we get on the first lap, we've done well.
Yeah, so far so good. Keep that phrase in mind as they come downhill from Pouhon. There's a car going through the gravel at Speaker's Corner, and everybody seems to be happy with the start from race control's point of view as we dive now down through Pouhon. Everybody going for the same bit of track position, knowing that in a race like this you just can't afford to lag back for a second. Never mind all this about looking after tyres. And there's drama in the background, and it's an Aston and an Audi that get together. 34 Vulcan horse, it's a Trezor Attempto car, and mayhem has broken out. 3 cars, 4 cars involved, and we may get more. It was the Audi that ran wide of Pouhon and came across the road. That was 66 in the hands of Ariel Levy. The car that won that crash-strewn race at Monza has crashed on the first lap. I think it has taken 34 Jamie Day with it, and there were others involved. This is going to be a safety car, surely.
Yeah, it's got to be. I think I saw a come to you. Aston as well caught up in that high speed on the exit of Pouhon. Cars will be doing 220 kilometres an hour. You can see the Valkenhurst Aston Martin get a bit of air underneath it, and then was okay. And everyone did well to avoid using the runoff area to navigate past all the strewn cars.
So up to the end of the first racing lap, safety car confirmed then on the effectively first racing lap, but it's lap 2, we go safety car, and as the field comes out of the chicane, Nicholas Nielsen leading Tom Fleming, then it is Ferrari from McLaren, but there in the middle in the black shirt with the headset on is Niels Vitic, the race director, his army of officials around him looking at the pictures, looking at the replays, looking at who was involved, looking at what might also need to be done, like barrier repairs, like extraction cars. All of that is going to be controlled from there. We'll soon start to see who we've lost. We know Ariel Levy was involved, also Jamie Day, and I think Christian Hahn's BMW, Maxime Robin's Aston maybe.
Yeah, I think the 992 Paradigm BMW got taken out as well.
Yeah,
That checked up.
yeah.
Sorry, yeah, so that one was unfortunate. It just looked like, to me, the Audi and the Valkenhurst Aston that got together, both were running wide on the exit of Pouan. It's dusty out there. They lost grip and they then came together and rather spectacularly caught up quite a few people behind them.
Yeah, I thought Levy had gone wide, and as he came across, got tangled up with the Valkenhorst car, but we'll have a replay as soon as we know everyone is safe and sound. Into the pits, limps Jamie Day. Wow. So that's the Valkenhorst car. Look, he's got it this far. That's the result after that sort of a clash. The fact that it's still moving and they can assess the damage rather than it being out of the race, that's a win almost.
Yeah, and under safety car they could stay a lap on the lead lap if they can just put a tyre on it. And sometimes we see teams do that. They get the car in a state where it can drive, catch the safety car train up and then box again and keep doing that to keep the lead lap, which is so important in this early part of the race. We do have a wave round procedure, but it won't be for a few hours into the race.
Race control to all teams with an information when the leading car will pass the accident site between turn 11 and 12, all drivers must follow the safety car through the runoff on driver's right between turn 11 and turn 12.
So that's Niels Vitich's voice. He's the race director, massively experienced official, having been Formula One race director for a period and lots of other events for the FIA and the DMSB, and he's giving that command to get the cars away from any debris, and we know that the drivers are okay, so we'll start to piece it together in a moment, that the cars needing to be retrieved. Fair play to everybody that's there on the scene so quickly.
Again, the reminder from race control to inform all drivers that they must stay behind the safety car, follow through the runoff between turn 11 and 12 on the far right, because we have recovery ongoing and the track is partly blocked in this area. All drivers must follow the safety car through the runoff on driver's right between 11 and 12.
Which is what you see happening. And there you see how race control and the teams and the drivers work together. We have got, that's Maxime Robin's Aston being hoiked onto the back of the flatbed, so that's our first car looking like it's a retirement.
Yeah, so we're going to get a replay. Look in the top of the shot, the Audi running wide over the curb, then hits the Valkenhurst car. Nicky Thiem did well to thread his through there, so did Dennis Lind. And then it was just really a concertina effect, wasn't it, on that side of the track?
Yeah, Hahn, I think, had already gone, and then Robin sort of arrived on the scene and was confronted with an accident. Let's have another look on board here. So look, you see it all happening ahead. Which way do you go? Others check up. Debris flies. You hope you don't get hit up the back. And by that stage, it's all kicked off. Lucky to get through here.
Really are. And then that AF Course Ferrari, which seemed to do really well, seemed to have some kind of liquid coming out the back and spun on there. So I'd imagine a big bit of debris has gone through the radiator on that Ferrari. And Toledo is going to have to probably bring that car back into pit lane when he can.
So yeah, Ariel Levi had gone wide and sort of harpooned the Valkenhorst Aston, hadn't he, as he came back across the circuit. And I think Hahn went off in avoidance, and then Maxime Robin suddenly confronted with cars. And his has probably taken the brunt of the damage, but the Audi is another one that I think we've lost.
Yeah, I think Hahn might have got rear-ended into the wall because he was checking up and he didn't want to hit the car in front, but unfortunately got hit from the rear. Interestingly, 34 Valkenhurst back on track. Jamie Day has kept on this lead lap, so the amount of damage we saw on it, they have got it back out.
Now this is on board 93, the Ziggo Sport Tempesta Porsche, and it's just happening, and diving to the right there to get out of all of the strife was Chris Froggatt. And he did an exceptional job there. That's 17 going around the outside, which is the grid-dropped Maxime Martin car. Grid-dropped because it had its times taken away for work being done in qualifying that it should not have had done to it. Well, we kind of expected something, but not there. I mean, all the laps we've seen this week coming through Pouan, and nothing like that.
No, nothing. And the high-speed nature I've already alluded to was the reason there was so much energy there. But also on the inside, it's a solid concrete wall. Quite a few years back, Spa seemed to get bored of having to replace the Armco barrier after cars hitting it, so they replaced it with a solid concrete wall.
Calvin van der Linde's BMW there, as it came past the WRT pit, right up against the wall, almost like it had a radio issue and needed a pit board.
Or sometimes the driver, if they think they've got some damage or debris, get as close as they can to the pit wall. And a top team like WRT will have a digital photographer ready to take a picture that the engineers can then review back in the garage to see what the issue may be.
God, how times move on, hey? Yeah, good shout. So can we just have a big cheer, by the way, that number 10 Porsche has not been involved. It's not only done a lap, it's not only done 2, it's now done 3, and that's more than it's achieved in any race this season. And if you think I'm being really flippant and sarcastic, I say this with joy in my heart, because they've had such a tough time, that team, getting the car crashed out at Ricard at the first corner. It was annihilated on the first lap at Brands in the first sprint race, didn't even do the second, was involved in the first turn Monza accident. It was in the wall before the real accident had kicked off. So the fact that Alessandro Guiretti has got the car now onto lap 4 is a big win, as you see others coming down the pit lane. Now, not all of these will have damage. There, with front damage, is the Century
all teams.
car.
Reminder, all cars must follow the safety car again through the runoff on driver's right between turn 11 and 12.
Pedro Ibrahim was at the wheel of that orange BM. I wonder if that was the one that got in the back of Christian Hart. But what I was also getting round to saying was some of those teams going off strategy already, and while we've got this long safety car period, maybe just doing a splash of fuel and doing any other strategy work they need to do. Replay at the start, good getaway by Niklas Nielsen. Engel getting a little bit squeezed towards the grass and then having to slot back in, and you can see all the fans filming it for themselves as well there.
Yeah, just the gap between Juncker, this second row Mercedes. Look at that, you can fit 3-4 cars in it, and that actually then eventually hurts Engel, because Engel checks up, Juncker swings across the front of him, and Kirchhoff with a massive snap of oversteer. I think he was greedy trying to go around the outside, realised how dirty and slippery it was, and then got a bad run, as we get another view as this 69 car field thunders into the best corner in the world.
Indeed so, and the drone chasing after it, going down now through that compression at the foot of the hill. Normally it's round here that you expect drama, but I'm still genuinely surprised it happened where it did. You see one or two of the cars having to take to the runoff rather than getting involved and making contact, but actually driving pretty well the bulk of the field there. Not too many having to either take to the runoff on the inside nor the outside of the circuit. So we've got Caron Lee and Custodio Toledo currently in the pit lane. I think Toledo did possibly run over something and then maybe spin on his own liquid in that Ferrari. And that's from the drone hovering over the top of them going up Radion. It's a mega spectacle. Let's look back then from the pole position car. This is how Niklas Nielsen got ahead of Tom Fleming. Look at Engel then, 2 wheels off the racetrack, and as the curb was coming up, he just had to get out of the throttle and get back into the queue.
Yeah, did really well, I thought, there, just to get in without affecting anyone negatively. Nielsen would be really happy with his start. Can't work out if Fleming's flashing there or it's just the bumps, and there he's then just trying to catch the mirrors, trying to make Nielsen brake ever so slightly too late. But they're all hooking this up. Like I said earlier, these are some of the best drivers in the world, and they're just going to be able to run at a metronomic pace, and then it's down to strategy and what the car does pace-wise over the 24 hours. We're going to see a huge amount of change in track temperature. In mid-50s at the moment, we get another chance to see it in slow-mo. So look at the Audi spear into the Valkenhorst car. They both split across, and then, yeah, Han gets hit from the behind. That is another Aston Martin that hits him. So I think the Omani Century car actually just gets collected by debris. I'm now trying to spot that yellow and green Ferrari in the middle of the shot to see if that did get some damage as well.
Just going in to, yeah, it's gone into the corner now, I think, and having its moment, but that's in for a long stop, Toledo. I think you're right, ran over something, and maybe that was its own liquid on which it's rotated. So even under the safety car, you can see how these gaps have opened up a little bit, but the safety car going at a good pace here to make sure that tyre temperatures stay. So we're working lap number 5 now, this early safety car period. Heartbreaking for the teams, for the drivers. They've spent all this effort, and even if they can get the car back in the race, they know if they're going to be 3-4 laps down, you know, where's the motivation going to come from?
Yeah, exactly. So now we jump on board with the BMW here as we go down into the start. We're going to try and get to the inside of this Porsche. Look, this corner is normally easy, flat, but the concertina effect of all these cars means it's a brake and a downshift. But the BMW's now got a great run, hasn't it, as it's trying to get momentum. Going to be making it 3 wide round the outside of the kink onto the Kemmel straight. And this is where you're just trying to spot your braking point. Your braking reference is an easy one when it's the start of the curve, but when you can't see it, you're then going on feel. And everyone jostling for position. The RGM McLaren there, just kind of taking our space away. And now we're just trying to get...
from race control to all team. Again, all cars must follow the safety car through the runoff between 11 and 12 on driver's right.
But what I take from this onboard is just really how well these drivers know the size of their cars, are able to run side by side, hard but fair, and that's what takes a huge amount of skill. Yes, they've got mirrors, but you're so claustrophobic with your helmet, visor down, as some debris kicked up there. It was the other BMW, wasn't it? The 32 car, was that Van der Linde there, struggling on exit down the hill, and this is potentially where we then start to see the cars go to that single file order. But a great run out of there against the CRRT. Porsche trying to go around the outside now into Piff Paff as we jump on board with Danny Juncker. And this was the gap I was talking about. So you always want a bit of a gap to run into, but as we hit the throttle, it was a big jump there. I don't know if we were in the wrong gear or the car just didn't like it. And now we sweep across, we cut off Engel, we take the 4th place, so we are okay. We've steadied the ship in that regard, and now we are worried about what's behind. You can see the rear radar with the green triangle, now red. That's picking up Engel, who's got the run, the slipstream. We're a little bit too far away from Schandorf in front to be able to benefit from a slipstream ourselves, and only just getting into 6th gear. You can hear the big lazy V8 in this Mercedes shift down the gears beautifully there, and drivers still have to navigate the crime scene on the exit of Pillon.
And already on our timing screen, 3 cars are declared as retirements. They are Area Levy's Audi 35, Maxime Robin's Aston, and 992 Christian Hahn's BMW, all listed thus far as retirements. The damage to all, putting them out of the race. They've all, of course, needed to be retrieved. So those cars out of the race. And that's a real shame for all, a real shame for Ariel Levy, because we've been saying how well he was going during the qualifying sessions in the Audi and having good pace. But the one mistake he's made has been a really serious one.
Yeah, absolutely. This was our bronze class pole, wasn't it? Ben Tuck aboard the silver graded driver. Again, you can see everyone at the front really trying to get to single file. They know the risk goes up through the roof if you run side by side, so they're top 10 able to fan out. And again, you just see the differences of balance of performance here. Seems like the Ferrari may be struggling with bottom end torque at that point, just losing touch with the Mercedes. But like I said, Engel was getting a tow. We actually have a car on our left right now, don't we? Who's that? I'm just trying to spot who that is. Alex Arca slotting through nicely there. That was a great move. Yeah. Good respect from Ben Tuck not to run him up and out off over the circuit around the outside.
Yeah, this is where the respect comes, isn't it? We know it's a long race, and okay, yeah, we're fighting for position and whatnot, but we also realise that it's not worth having an accident on the first lap, not worth delaying our race for the purposes of hanging on to a position just now. So we've lost, as I say, 3 cars already, sadly, and we're still under safety car conditions here at Spa.
Remember, these drivers will be full of fuel. Yes, they would have done race runs in free practice, but last time they all sat in.
Race control to all teams. Please advise all drivers they need to follow the safety car for one more time through the runoff on driver's right between turn 11 and 12.
Niels Vicic taking control of drivers, making sure they are aware of what they need to do every single lap at the moment. So here's your fact sheet. Your max stint is 60 minutes and 59 seconds. If there's a full course yellow or safety car like now, we can go to 65. So that will happen for this stint. No driver can do more than 11 hours in total. The technical stop has to be 5 minutes in length from pit in to pit out, and has to happen from the 11th hour of the race to the 22nd hour of the race. Teams will be waiting for a full course yellow to do that one. There's no joker stops, and the only other thing to add into that is no driver can do more than 3 stints in a row. So we won't see any driver do longer than 3 hours and 15 minutes.
And you've also got that refueling connection time to factor in. We'll worry about that at the first round of pit stops as well. We're nearly there with a clear track, aren't we, in fact? So I think Niels Vicic said one more time on that runoff area. It means we're getting closer towards getting things back underway. Can I also propose it's getting warmer out there? It's getting warmer in here as well. So I think temperatures are starting to increase again. The cloud cover has disappeared to the extent that we had any. There's the other fact sheet you need to know about who can drive in what category. And the pro class is where any grade of driver, but you really basically want your highest graded driver. The Gold Cup is for the gold and silver. Silvers is for the silver only. In bronze, you can have a platinum along with a silver and a bronze. And Pro-Am, 1 platinum is the highest and a bronze is the lowest grade. And those colours, white and yellow and blue and bronze and green, also will be the class denomination on the graphic. So you can see at the moment it's pro from 2 golds, 2 pros, a gold, and the best bronze 7th, the best silver in 8th.
And they naturally filter through, don't they, after 24 hours? So expect the pros to be at the top, then the golds, then it should be the silvers, followed by the bronze, and then the pro-am. Doesn't always work that way. If we get some standout performances, especially from our very fast bronze amateur drivers, they can keep those cars at the sharp end. And that's what the 74 is doing at the moment with Ben Tuck. And I think that car's got a very good chance of a top 15 by the end of the 24.
We're hearing from Aston Martin that 34 Jamie Day has got damage, but they're carrying on. They've got the car, as you said, Joe, through, back out. They'll keep it on the lead lap.
To all teams, safety car in this lap. Safety car in this lap.
So we're going to go racing this time.
All drivers can stay on the track, follow the safety car on the track. Track is clear between 11 and 12.
Right, so we'll go racing this time. You've heard the instruction. Just finished the Aston point. The car may not be perfect, but if they can keep it on the lead lap and maybe affect repairs on subsequent pit stops, they're still in the hunt.
Yeah, exactly that. And that's the name of the game. We've seen it happen before, haven't we? Remember at Paul Ricard at the start of the year, the 007 car looked down and out, and they managed to race back for a race win. And that was only over 6 hours. We got 4 times the amount of hours to get through on this race.
Right, so downhill they go. We're still under safety car conditions, but we will go green this time around. Nicholas Nielsen is your race leader, don't forget, from Tom Fleming. Frederick Schandorf in 3rd place. That McLaren is Marvin Kirchhoffer's getting out of the draft, getting out of the queue. Is that for cool air?
Yeah, I think there's just the problem when now we're running slower. The cars aren't getting the airflow they need, and they're just trying to make sure everything's as low as possible. Kirchhoffer as well will know that McLaren inside out, and the intake temp for how they're generating the power through the engine is so important. If he can keep that low, he's got a chance to get a better restart, as the engine will be in a happier place. Just to finish my point on the high fuel, these cars, last time driven by all these drivers, was in a qualifying session.
Safety car lights off. Safety car lights off.
Niels Vichich doesn't want me to get my high fuel load out, but the cars will be 80 kilos heavier, so that is a huge difference. Time-wise, 8 to 9 tenths a lap slower. The cars are burning 3.5 kilos of fuel a lap, so we'll see that get better throughout the stint.
Safety car making its way up towards the pit lane. Amongst the safety car drivers for the weekend, Marc Duet, who's been another legend of Belgian racing and rallying, and one of the elder statesmen of the sport now, but also Ethan Giardini, who was a winner here in GT2 for Ginetta a week ago. So lots of different names appearing in different roles this weekend. So the green flag is being shown at the timing line. There, hurtling downhill, is number 34. Oh, hello, more damage. That's the Pedro Ibrahim BMW. Now, that's had a pit stop. They've put a new bonnet on the car, and that's not settled at all. That's just not been seated. That's going to have to come back in, but we're going to go green, and it will be at the line rather than the endurance pits where we have the start of the race. So they can race from the exit of the chicane. The green flag is ready. So Nicholas Nielsen leads Tom Fleming, leads Frederick Schandorf as we go back to green flag conditions here at Spa. Danny Hunkedair is 4th, Mauro Engel is 5th, Alex Archer in the surviving Trezor Attempto Audi in 6th place. Then it's Tuck, Gazzo, Kirchhoffer and Miney. They round La Source, and Nielsen now can start to think about maybe getting a gap over the opposition.
Attention all teams, pit entry closed, full course yellow in 20 seconds.
And a full course yellow is coming, so yellows breed yellows, full course yellow.
Do you think it's the bonnet from the 42 BMW potentially? Cars need to get all the way down to 80k when it gets to 0.
Before turn 5 on the racing line.
And it is debris, you can see it. And the full course yellow is called
full course
now.
Yellow, full course yellow.
So what are we on? Lap 8. We'd only just gone to green, and lap 8, full course yellow. This might be a quick one to get things back underway.
Just for info, please ask all drivers to stay to the far right on the Camel Straight. At the end of the Camel Straight, we have debris there on track. All drivers should stay on the far right on the Camel Straight to avoid the debris.
Yeah, I agree with you, David, because pit entry is closed. Short full course yellow is the only circumstance that happens, so this could go straight back to green. Although in the race in drivers' briefing notes, we were told that full course yellow would be a minimum of 2 laps, but maybe on this short one we're going to be able to go through that rule.
So the Marshals hopefully will get to that debris. Of course, it's a long way to let the surviving cars all go through. What have we still got? 66 of them. And Pedro Ibrahim, we're expecting into the pit lane, but it was from his car. Yeah, I mean, that's going to go down really badly, because not only is it dangerous, it's also interrupted the race, and the Century Motorsport team will be told, get that in and get it sorted.
Yeah, the defence I could give them there is they put the new bonnet on, but where the bonnet pin sits into the car, maybe that was snapped and it wasn't obvious. So they probably put it on with good intention. They did the 4 bonnet pins, but the air gets underneath it, 250 kilometres an hour at this point, bang, and we see part of the ducting come out now. And I'm not sure what the red part was, in all honesty, maybe some just tape trying to hold it down. But yeah, for me, that's just the bonnet pin has eventually failed, and maybe the team weren't aware of that damage as they put the new one on.
Well, it'll come back in, and they'll see how many bonnets they've got for that car. Right, top work by the Marshals, getting the bodywork out of the way. The other one that is really losing out here is Toledo's Ferrari. That's now gone 4 laps down. So, although actually it wasn't involved in the contact, it suffered really badly. And here you kind of understand what Valkenhorst is doing with Jamie Day, keeping him out there in an imperfect car, but at least he's on the lead lap.
Yeah, and he did do 4 pit stops, Jamie Day, so like we said at the start, he would probably cycle through the pits, and that's why he wasn't on the back
Race control
of the
to all
train.
teams, full course ending on short notice.
So now down to the drivers to spot the green light, and did we just accelerate? No, we shifted down a gear, didn't we? So we're going to go off 80 kilometres an hour.
1,
now.
Green flag, green flag.
We're back racing then, and we haven't yet had a full green lap. Let's see how we do, as they can see the BMW of Kelvin van der Linde go through. And Nicholas Nielsen was good on his toes, wasn't he, to build that gap again over Tom Fleming. Frederick Schandorf still there in 3rd place. Danny Hunkedaer in 4th. Then it's Mauro Engel for 5th, and Alex Arca in 6th place in the Audi. With the green flag showing, the pit entry is open again if anybody does need to come in. Wouldn't be a surprise, would it, if some of those cars that had to start from the pits or out of sequence did an early sort of half stint stop and got out of the dirty air, got out of the traffic, because there you see Ben Tuck involved in a big battle with Alex Arca, and they lean on each other coming into the chicane, but Ben Tuck goes back through for 6th place. Nicely done.
Yeah, we said they were clean on the first lap. That was less clean side-to-side contact. Always a risk of puncture, but Ben Tuck felt like he was getting held up by Alex Arca and now needs to make his escape. Cesar Gazzo getting down the inside of Kirchhoffer behind as well. Kirchhoffer down the inside of Alex Arca. It's all going off.
Of the pit lane starters, Christopher Haase and Bastian Boos running in formation, and they're up to 50th and 51st, having started right at the very back, and more progress to be made in this opening stint, as there uphill goes Ben Tuck, now into the top 6. Van der Linde goes by 13th place, 14th is Max Lynn, and Ben Tuck, remember, is leading in bronze. Alex Arca in gold, and you'll see in the queue behind this leading line Cesar Gazzo in the Get Speed Run Bartone Brothers silver Mercedes, which is just behind Kirchhoffer there. That's the leading Silver Cup car.
Yeah, the Audi at the moment seems to be the car without any pace, doesn't it? Inside the top 10, starting to stack everyone up. When we see this happen, this is when incidents happen, because if you're not able to get past, people get frustrated with you. And Kirchhoff at the moment, half a lap into this problem of getting past the Audi, has been afforded some time by Gazzo, because he's getting attacked by Picciarello.
And the Porsche dives up the inside, going into turn 9 at Speaker's Corner, and goes through on the inside line. We haven't really had much in terms of competitive laps yet. That is there, the Audi runs wide. Jamie Day is looking rapid in sectors lower down, and despite the damage sustained early on. Now, that was Alex Arca going very, very wide. He's off the racetrack, and as a tyre gone. Yeah, rear left puncher by the looks of it. You saw the wiggle. That was the side that the contact was with Ben Tuck at the bus stop chicane. I said punctures could happen with that sort of contact, and Alex Arca has had to bring that car down. And for me, it's a rear left puncher. Maybe the toe link on the Audi has gone. That's going to be a slow trundle back. It has not been a good start for Audi. And for the Tresor Attempto team particularly, because that's both of its cars in big, big problems then. Replay here of contact, and that turns around Audi number 28 as well, down at La Source. The Audi was in the hands of Stephen Palette. What did the hitting? The Corvette, the Zero car there, came in pretty hard. It was hard to identify, and then I heard the engine, and it ruled it down to one of our 2 American manufacturers, and yeah, the Zero Corvette there. Calvin van der Linde going deep into the chicane. So Nicholas Nielsen now does our first proper flying lap of the race, and he leads, getting away slightly from Tom Fleming. Frederick Schandorf in third. Punkadea is fourth. Engel is fifth. Then it's Tuck, Kirchhofer. Picariello is eighth. Gazzo is ninth. And Arjun Maini is in 10th place now as the cars make that run down the hill towards Eau Rouge. So the Ferrari now just starting to edge away a little bit. And with Tom Fleming in second place, keeping Frederick Schandorf at bay. Second and third they run, but they're the top two in gold as well. The leading Pro-Am is in 34th.
Entry closed. Full course yellow in 20 seconds.
Another one is coming, full course yellow. It could be a short one if the pit entry is closed. This might just be for a bit of debris again. Let's wait and find out.
10 seconds.
So we're on now lap 10 and another full course yellow.
Yeah, so people have got to get down to 80 at an efficient way. This does help this car of Alex Arca maybe stay on the lead lap if it is just a puncher.
So the full course yellow is called, and everybody slows right down. Drivers thinking, crikey, we're never going to get into a rhythm here, but it's just one of those stints, isn't it? And I'm sure it'll start to settle down in due course. But if it's a full course yellow and a short one, it's probably just for a little bit of debris once again. Possibly a legacy of the Alex Arca puncture. Let's wait and see. The Pedro Ibrahim BMW, by the way, back into the pit lane to try and have that bonnet issue sorted out.
Yeah, I think the debris at one is still from this Zero Corvette. This is where I think Alex Arca gets the damage on his rear left. There's the slightest bit of contact there, bang, and potentially has cut the tyre, maybe brought the valve out of the tyre, or has done some part of the suspension there on the Audi.
Right, there is the debris. That's at La Source. Oh, that's a legacy of the Stephen Palette Audi being Corvetted, isn't it?
Exactly that, and I think the majority of it is from the front of the Corvette personally. But that would be a huge amount of performance lost there. Marshall's getting cheered for the hard work they're doing, running in mid-30-degree conditions, not nice, and then you're wearing a full fireproof suit yourself. And yeah, that's where some of my thoughts are going. Yes, we've had some cars wiped out, those drivers unhappy, their teammates unhappy, but the team behind it, 8, 9, 10 members of staff to get each car to this race, have just seen any good result evaporate within the first half an hour of this.
If you're in that, let's take the Audi of Ariel Levi then, that's crashed down on the first lap. You're one of the other drivers and you've paid to be in that car. What, I mean, okay, different teams will do different things.
Full course yellow ending on short notice.
Where do you stand financially? Hard luck?
It's awkward. There's a small amount to come back on consumables, and that's about it. Who's going to get the better restart this time? I thought Nielsen got a really good start last time. We listened on board, and it sounded like the boost builded, and then it dumped. And again, are we just ever so slightly pulling away from Fleming, who, unsurprisingly, is weaving left to right because we've had such few green flag laps, and it just seems every full course yellow, the Ferrari's slightly better on its toes than the Ferraris that's sandwiching it.
So now, race controlled, indeed the teams, the drivers hoping that the race gets into a rhythm where laps can be turned, incidents can be avoided. And Kelvin van der Linde now coming up to have a go, look down towards the chicane, tries to go around the outside of David Perel there. Peril in peril as he gets through the chicane, but the BMW gets through, and that's how you do it without contact. That's a good chicane, the Spa chicane, because you can run side by side without too much drama, and Kelvin van der Linde proves the point and now moves up into 11th place.
What's your opinion on the BMW's pace in the opening part of this race? For me, it looks like it's in a better window to be able to challenge at the front end of this grid.
We know it's had a BOP adjustment. It's a bit lighter, isn't it, compared to the rest of the weekend, but it looks good and it looks happier. Although that said, you've really, at the minute, only got van der Linde down far for 14th. There's a big gap before you get the Hesse Works car, if you like, the WRT car in that pro class, down in 19th place as Nielsen leads the way. But I think now the battle is going to be on for the lead of gold, isn't it? Because Fleming is coming under attack from Schandorf. It's McLaren versus Ferrari. There they are, second and third in the race, but the top two within the Gold Cup. Nielsen doing the fastest lap, 2:18.6. And he comes now down into Brussels. You've got in fourth place from Cadea, Engel fifth, and Ben Tuck still doing a great job in sixth position. The Corvette, by the way, is under investigation for that incident. Ben Green having turned around Stephen Palette. Not really a surprise, I guess.
No, I think a drive-through would actually be quite a soft penalty. We just broke way too late, and we've done a lot of damage to a competitor that was fully innocent. Just to maybe highlight the Schandorf car, 71, selected car racing, Danish banner, but it is run by AF Corsa, who are also running the lead car. So expect them to have very similar setups in the first and third place cars.
Bastien Bus from the pit lane, 49th. Christopher Haase from the pit lane, 45th. So perhaps starting there out of trouble was a good idea. Fleming has got away slightly, though, all of a sudden from Schandhoff, and that means that the second place Gold Cup car falls back slightly towards from Kadea. Through they go, and Engel running in 5th place, shaking off the challenge of Ben Tuck. But now Nielsen trying to get into a rhythm, get his head down. And the teams really, with no data particularly at the end of this stint, because of all the interruptions, they don't really know what the tyre's going to do. They don't really know what the fuel burn is going to be.
No, exactly, and this is our first green flag lap. Juncker had a huge wobble on the exit of 15, looked really close to the exit of the gravel trap, and that's done a lot of damage to cars this weekend when they have run that wide. See everyone streaming through. David Merrill is staying, isn't he, with Van der Linde. There's only a car length between him. Van der Linde's next target is the Ford of Arjun Mani to get that car inside the top 10.
Race leaders go by. Maxime Martin is another one charging. 52nd he was, 36th he now is. He wasn't in the pit, he was on the main grid, but he's another one making progress as Farfus and Guven go side by side. Heinz and Guven in the black Porsche, the CLRT car right round the outside. This is for 14th place, and it's the Porsche with its nose just ahead, but it's the inside line for the drop of the hill. Place actually taken there, so doesn't need to fight the other side of it. Heinz and Guven goes by, made his Le Mans debut a couple of weeks back, and now is up into 14th place in that black Porsche.
And Bortolotti in the Lamborghini race winner last year, of course, just sitting in the shadows waiting for anything to kick off, as we see Rattigan and Porter in the background. Those two McLarens going side by side and close to the back of the Lamborghini too.
Yeah, Porter then just ahead of Max Hesse in the Rossi BMW for short, number 46, the car that Dan Harper and Valentino Rossi share with him. As the race lead gap is coming down again. Fleming is catching back up. Porter then trying to defend from Hesse. And Max Hesse in turn has got Alessandro Giretti behind him in the Boots and VDS number 10 Porsche, which has never been asked to do so much work in a race. It's now done a whopping 11 laps, although some were under yellow.
Yep, for the first time this season, its race distance has been measured in minutes, not seconds.
Yeah.
So they will be celebrating that down at Boots and VDS. And you can just see the flow, couldn't you? It was Porter trying to get past Rattigan. He lost momentum. So then suddenly he has to defend from the car behind, and you have to defend robustly, because as soon as you lose one place on this grid, the momentum is against you. So now Porter trying to rebuild his attack to get past the Greystone GT McLaren in that lovely turquoise colour in front.
Now, number 12 Mercedes, which is currently being driven by Tom Callender. It started in the pit lane. It's being given a 20-second time penalty for a short refuelling stop.
Okay, so the minimum connection time is 44 seconds or 3. You can't be in the window in between. So the 3 is if you just need a splash, but the 44 seconds is everyone has the same connection time to make sure that you don't have a faster refuel rig and an arms race goes into that. At the same time, your driver change and tyres goes on, so it's a very fair pit stop for all cars.
Down to the chicane comes Josh Rattigan then in that turquoise McLaren. Mikey Porter under attack from Max Hesse, who's under attack from Porsche champion Alessandro Giretti, who gets up the curb there. And he, in turn, is fending off Jens Klingmann's BMW there, the white and purple car, which in turn is keeping Adam Smalley behind. Adam is in 22nd place. Nicholas Nielsen now 2.5 to the good. And as the tyres get warmer and the fuel burns, he's done the fastest lap of the race. Giretti gets up the inside and goes ahead of Max Hesse. You asked about the BMWs. Well, Hesse losing a place, but he's about to fight back, isn't he? And he booms past, going past the endurance, but it's made that look easy.
Yeah, is he going to clear? He does into Eau Rouge, but that was the ebb and flow. That was because he was attacking Porter, which made Porter defend, which backed him up into the Porsche Giretti behind. So you've really got to choose when you attack. If you keep doing lots of fake looking and lunging, and it slows the whole train down, then everyone suffers. You've got to either overtake, sit behind and wait for a mistake, or everyone else suffers around you.
Cars going up to Le Mans. That's Max Hesse then in 19th place now. The WRT run BMW in the colours of Valentino Rossi, and it makes its way now out of Le Mans down towards Bruxelles. So the BMW, which didn't really look that sparkling throughout the qualifying session, but now is starting to become a little bit more of a factor with that BOP adjustment. It's about 10 kilos lighter and slightly more competitive as a result. Max Hesse, TCR Germany champion, but we've seen him in the Le Mans Cup, in Italian GT, in British GT, in America. now very much part of the BMW family. Like Dan Harper, he came as a junior and now fully fledged factory driver.
Yeah, the two actually get on so well. They've started their own go-kart team together as well, so Mad Racing, assuming Max and Dan has combined well. So BMW have chosen two good young drivers in there, and they're pushing through the ranks quite nicely. And BMW have been open about the progression they want those drivers to make. They want them to be on their hypercar program, so that's where they see the future for those two.
Another car that deserves a nod is the Mustang of the Haupt Racing team, because Arjun Maini is running 10th, and Eduardo Cosateng, who was another pit lane starter, is up to 50th place now, getting himself through the traffic and out of trouble. And there are the race leaders then coming through the chicane. This is the end of lap 13, and it's Nielsen ahead, it's Fleming second, it's Schandorf in third spot, then you've got Honkadea from Engel and Tuck to round out your top six. Still Nielsen is leading pro, Fleming is leading gold, silver is led by Cesar Gazzo in number 6 Mercedes. The best of the Pro-Ams, by the way, perhaps not surprisingly given his ability, is Adam Christodoulou, the quick Brit, 34th, and he's very much one of the guns for hire in number 177, the Gruppo Prom Racing Team Mercedes, with Stefan Tribodini, Colin Carasani and Alfredo Hernandez Ortega. Leaders climb up through Radion, lap 14.
Mara Engel a little bit wide there. You can see the smoke pouring out of the cars. That's just under compression, actually normal. But Engel was wide off the apex, and it's very much a corner that's only got one line through it. Gets in a real groove, and if you go off that, you lose a lot of grip quickly. Mara Engel, I'm sure, will get the ship steadied once more, and that will be a rare mistake that we see from Mara.
And a lot can happen over this race, as we well know, so a lot's happened already, but there'll be other people making mistakes, that's for certain. So if you lose a couple of tenths now, you'll certainly buy it back during the course of 24 grueling hours around here. And we are now looking at this stint time of 42 minutes, nearly 43 minutes, so heading towards the end of the first hour, much interrupted, but you can also expect the first round of stops about the hour mark, and it'll be fascinating to see what state drivers are in as much as tyres.
Yeah, and are we going to see any drivers double stinting, staying in the car, taking just fuel and tyres and going again, or are we going to see people cycling through just to try and give those drivers a chance? As we see car 0 drive-through penalty causing a collision at T1. Not a great start there for Ben Green, who is in 40th place.
Yeah, exactly right. So you were suggesting that might be the penalty. That's exactly what's happened. And so the drive-through coming for Ben Green. You're looking back at Maro Engel from Danny Hunkadea's Verstappen racing car. And 4th we are, 5th that is behind. Maro Engel doesn't need to be crawling all over the back for now. He's quite content to just sit there and get through this first stint, bring some data back to the team. And as that happens, the race leading Ferrari starts to edge away a little bit more from Tom Fleming. Another guy that's done a really good first stint is this man, Frederick Schandorf. He's another rather underrated Danish driver, isn't he? But whether it's a Ferrari or a McLaren or a Lamborghini, because he raced those in one make previously, he just delivers.
He really does, doesn't he? Hasn't put a foot wrong so far, just stalking Fleming all the way through. Just comparing the driver lineups for the 58 and the 71, just feel the 58 have mainly got the strength in pace, but they are only a 3-driver lineup. So with the heat that we're talking about, that could become a negative at the end of this 24-hour race.
There you see the camber and the undulation on that run towards the La Source hairpin. It's quite a climb even up to that. Here is Ian Shinguven in the meantime under attack from Maxwell Lynn. Max's father Sean was racing earlier on in the day in the GT3 Legends race, and now one of his 2 racing sons, the other being Alex, who got pole at Le Mans last year, is all over the back of Ian Shinguven, the team RJN McLaren that came so close to a silver win at Monza. But now, in fact, Ian Shinguven has steadied that ship, and having cleared the McLaren, starting to pull away as they make the run uphill. And Guven actually is getting closer to that long leading line, isn't he? So we might be on here for more progress to be made.
Yeah, so the top 12 are all pretty together, aren't they, at the moment? But yeah, Guven trying to bridge that gap. Ben Tuck just starting to lose the back of Mara Engel in front, 2.6 seconds behind. Kirchhofer tucked up behind him, 6/10 behind. So another gaggle of cars there. That's what you tend to see in these endurance races. Cars start strong, will start to fade potentially if their tyre pressures were too high at the start, and that's why they were quick. And Ben Tuck here just trying to eke out the pace, but at the moment he's not able to stay with the top 5.
So Engel goes through. There's your bronze leading Ben Tuck, and he might be coming under pressure soon from Marvin Kirchhofer. Then you've got Alessio Picariello in the best Porsche running in 8th place. Cesar Gazzo is in 9th still, and Arjun Maini in the Ford just a little bit of a length or two back, but still running within the top 10. Dennis Lim's Corvette, by the way, is 25th, picking out one or two more of the manufacturers. And that is Ben Green doing the drive-through. Where do we find the best Aston? 28th, Nicky Team.
Yeah, it hasn't happened for them, has he? He had to avoid that incident at the start of the race. His best lap of the race so far is a 2:20.1. Fastest lap of the race, unsurprisingly, done by our leader, 18.1. So Aston 2 seconds off at the moment. Fastest lap of the race last year, for reference, 17.0, done by Ferrari Pierre Guidi. But that was the happy hour of the morning on lap 352. So we're still a second off the fastest lap done by a Ferrari last year.
Just for the point of record, Custodio Toledo, who we saw in that drama at the start, still in the pit lane. So clearly whatever he ran over has damaged quite a lot underneath. And Pedro Ibrahim is still in with the damage to that bonnet being repaired. So it's clearly more than just put a new bonnet on and send him out.
Yeah, tough for those guys, isn't it? And yeah, Toledo was really unlucky in terms of it just being debris. It was the fluid we saw on the windscreen of a car near him, wasn't it? And so I think it's probably done the radiator, and then it's quite a big job to top it up, bleed the system to make sure there's no air in it, and maybe even the AM driver deciding to pull the car and fight another day.
Yeah, they haven't yet declared it as a retirement, but it's lost over 10 minutes now, that car. The same is true, actually, of the Ibrahim BMW. Right, that is Arjun Maini going through in 10th place, the first of the two Fords. Where's the sister car? Maxime Osten, rather, has now got it up into 49th place. That's had a pit stop, hasn't it? Yes, it has. So Maxime Osten has taken over from Eduardo Cosseteng, who started, and that car then now starts to fight back.
Just starting to look at the sector times of who is strong where. The Ferrari is very good across all three, which isn't a surprise. The McLaren very weak in sector 1. Fastest McLaren all the way down in 12th place for sector 1 time. So that's where the McLaren obviously struggling at the end of the Camel Straight. See a pretty tight window these days in VMAX speed, anywhere from 264 for the Audi, probably down to 259 for the McLaren at the moment. So a 5-kilometre window for the 10 manufacturers represented here.
The 22 Porsche, Ancient Guven then getting ever closer now to David Perel, and that car starting to become a little bit more of a threat. The Porsche didn't look all that flash as we got through qualifying. 22 started 16th on the grid, and Ancient Guven dropped a little bit of ground at the start as he was trying to avoid all the incidents, but now the Porsche champion, the reigning DTM champion indeed, is starting to build the pace back up again. There's Perel in the green Ferrari, and Guven's black Porsche not that far behind.
No, Ben Tuck still struggling to do anything, but Kirchhoffer, I think, because I was talking about the McLaren struggling with top-line speed, is probably able to stick with them in the corners, but unable to overtake at the end of the straight.
So past the pits they go. Farfus then, look back from the BMW, he's in 15th place, and closing right up there is the Mirko Bortolotti Lamborghini, 16th. Bortolotti would much rather be up front, but equally he's ahead of the Rutronic entered car, and that's quite important in terms of pride amongst the team. Bortolotti always knew this was going to be a tough race to try to win again, and this car way behind some of the others in terms of development. It's only done half a season.
Yeah, it's the only new car, isn't it, for us this season. So they're doing a lot of their development in public and learning lots, trying to get clean air as well. So maybe they're high up on the temp and really losing out on the BMW in a straight line. You could see their speeds in the BMW, 263 versus 257. So maybe the window slightly lower than I anticipated, with the air temp being higher, the air less dense. So when it mixes with the fuel, the engine gives you less bang.
By the way, Ahmad Al-Hati has taken over the Oman Racing Team car that was started and damaged by Pedro Ibrahim. It's gone back out. They have lost 13 laps, but at least it's in the race again. As you look back then now at Mirko Bortolotti, behind him is Rattigan, then it's Porter, then it's Hesse, then it's Gueretti, then it's Klingman, then it's Smalley. There's a whole line of cars there to round out your top 22 and back. So the race leader currently is working lap 17, and we are coming towards the end of this first hour of the race with 50 minutes done.
For fans following on the live timing and fans of the 28 Haas RT car, their transponder currently not working, so they're having to be manually scored. So the timing has a bit of a delay on them, and we're unable to get sector times for that car, running in 50th place right now.
And Swiss Timing will try and do something about that if possible. That car was delayed anyway, wasn't it, with that spin, courtesy of Ben Green. And Stephen Palette in 50th place. Right, so Farfus and the BMW running in 15th, getting away from Bortolotti on this part of the racetrack.
Yeah, I do worry that Lamborghini's dropping away pace-wise. We saw it down the straight, so it could be straight line performance. I think it's getting warm, or it's just the tyre now starting to give up. 17 laps done. Of course, a lot were done under full course yellow and safety car, but we're starting to see that trend, aren't we? The leaders are able to keep in the 2-minute 19s, and then everyone else really starting to slow down. We're seeing 22s towards the midfield, and that is just, again, down to the weather. The track being this hot is not a fast racetrack right now.
No, indeed, it will be interesting to see the state of the tyres on that first pit stop. Now, are we anticipating that they'll be coming in at the 60-minute mark or close to the 65? Because they can do an extended stint, can't they, here with that series of yellows.
Yeah, exactly. And the teams will want to use that, because every time you go longer, you do another lap where a full course yellow could come out, and your pit stop is so much cheaper because the cars are stuck at doing 80 Ks while you're stationary. It works out to be a 3.2 kilometre gain, basically, as we look at top speed powered by AWS. Through the corner we're watching now, and it's the Ford of Maxime Usten from our bronze-graded driver Salikov, 245.
Yeah, with all those cars with big grunty engines, 2 Mustangs and a Mercedes. I was telling you a fib when I said Eduardo Cosseteng started in 65. It has been Maxime Usten from the start, even though he's had a pit stop. So he's on a slightly different stint length because he's had that reset, and that car then is making the run through in 49th place. But Arjun Mainy's sister car 10th, and that's good news for the Haupt racing team. It puts them in the mix. Number 7 Aston Martin goes down towards Bruxelles. Nicky Tim in 28th place, but he knows he's got to play the long game here.
Yeah, exactly that. And come to you know how to win this race, more importantly, so strategy will be on point, I'm sure. The only problem with strategy these days is the regulation's so tight, you can't really go left field. You either stop early or you stop late, and then you start to go that way. It was Rutronic, wasn't it, last year with their Porsche, that were on a slightly different strategy. They were about 12 minutes offset, so they had a different window to try and get lucky with a full course yellow. It didn't play out for them, but it was close.
So they sweep here through Piff Paff. 177 is the Pro-Am leading car of Adam Christodoulou. And now Stephen Palette, you know, he's got this transponder problem. They're also giving him the meatball flag, the black flag with the orange disc. Now, is that because the transponder has got to work, or is that for something else?
It could be both options. Normally you're given at least a pit stop to rectify a transponder issue, but they've issued it for something, so he's got to be in the box within the next 3 laps.
That's the Haas RT Audi, but you're looking at 177 Adam Christodoulou, who has been a winner of the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Very rapid single-seater racer in America as well as in the UK, and part of the Mercedes family these days. He tries to dive up the inside there to get past Sebastian Bode, couldn't quite do it. He's got James Callett in the surviving Paradigm BMW behind as they now make the run up towards the timing line. Look at Adam Christodoulou, couldn't stay alongside the Aston, so now he wants to try and switch sides to the inside and get late on the brakes into the corner. Just up the road ahead is Maxime Martin, getting ahead of fellow countryman Mathis Lismont, and Christodoulou has cleared Bode as well, but Maxime Martin now up into 30th place.
Yeah, they've made great progress, haven't they, where they started all the way down the grid in 51st place. Car looks clean as well, and after an interesting Monza, the 17 car, and Get Speed keen to get a good result.
Maxime Martin, I think, keen also to remind people that he's not a rock ape. He doesn't often get involved in incidents. It was very unlike him to be involved in something like that. As you see here, the race leader, Nicholas Nielsen. You've also got to say that Tom Fleming has now really been able to shake off Frederick Schantorf. So a few laps back, we thought maybe the goal battle was coming alive. Well, Fleming's gone. He's disappeared up the road. Yeah,
and clarification from race control, the black and orange disc, the meatball flag, was for transponder not working. Drivers now getting ready. Hugo de Wilder, they're ready to go, and they've got to be in case a full course yellow comes out at short notice. Teams would take this as a full service.
Yeah, Hugo de Wilder for the Rover team. He will take over 998 from Jens Klingmann. That's Lukas Stolz sitting, preparing to take over 48 from Mauro Engel. Tom Fleming way up the curb at Blanchimont. Maximum commitment from Tom, who made his name in Ferraris, and he's now sandwiched between a pair.
Yeah, I think the Garage 59 engineers will give him a prompt there of look after the car, Tom. That's all we need, because that was a huge, huge moment. And we see that car snap round Lucas Stoltz with his helmet. Don't know if it was fully done up, looked quite high on his head, but this is really illustrating that we're going to go single stints, isn't it, with the majority of the drivers.
Adam Christodoulou's on 4 track limit warnings already. Now, the number before a penalty is...
So on your 5th one, you will get your final warning, then the 6th is a 30-second penalty in your next pit stop. That's reset every 6 hours. So yeah, they've got one more life until 30 seconds.
Blimey. And they are, as you say, reset 6 hours. So effectively one more life for another 5 hours of racing, because they've nearly done one. As here, Hesse comes into battle with Josh Rattigan. Hesse was ahead over the line. He's ahead going down the hill, but Rattigan's got the line for the second part of Eau Rouge look, because they go left and then right up the hill, and the McLaren sweeps by. Nicely done.
Surprised Hesse backed out of that one so easily. Normally the left at the bottom is quite a good place to be. On the inside, he's now got the run. Last time we were here, he was behind the 2 McLarens, and at the moment he's going to be in front of them. By the time they get to the end of the Kemmel Straight, they're going to be braking any second now, and he's cleared the McLaren of Rattigan quite easily.
Right, so Max Hesse gets back ahead. Behind the pair of them is Mikey Porter in the orange Optimum Run car, and then number 10, Alessandro Giretti. Behind him is Klingman in that purple and white BMW that we've been talking about in the context of it being taken over by Hugo de Wilde. And behind Klingman is Adam Smalley. But Nicholas Nielsen only 1.7 seconds ahead. So even though this has been a much interrupted stint, still he's not been able to pull away from Tom Fleming.
No, for me, the top 5 are really in a very similar class, aren't they? Mara Engel in that 5th place, 7.8 seconds behind our leader. And we're going to see a few more lap time. We're going to squeeze 3 more time laps out of this stint, as I expect to see a very busy pit lane.
Yeah, I'll go on with that for sure. Still, Cesar Gazzo is leading silver, bronze, bent up, 6th overall. And there you've got Maxwell Lynn, who's now under attack from Augusto Farfus. And in fact, there's a whole queue behind. Bortolotti, Hesse, Rattigan, Porter, Giretti, Klingman, Smalley. They're all starting now to line up, aren't they, behind the RJN McLaren. A few more heading for the pit lane, including Christopher Haase, who was a pit lane starter, but he's come in at the 54-minute mark. Stephen Pallet's in to get the transponder issue sorted out, and the Müllner Motorsport, Tobias Müller driven Porsche is in as well.
Yeah, and we haven't seen any traffic yet. I'm not sure the leaders will get traffic yet. The slowest car in front of our leader is Alex Harker, who got back out. He's doing 2:21, so he's getting caught a second half a lap, but I don't think he's going to trouble our leaders in this stint.
So through they turn once again around La Source. Adam Smalley, as I said before the race started, does not do much racing this year, but when you do see him, he's always quick, and doesn't have a national GT program to sit alongside it. There's the Audi rejoining that was brought in by Christopher Haase. So 84 back on track. Marcus Winkelhock now takes over that car. Just looking to see Giacomo Petrobelli in the Blackthorn Ecuria Cos Aston lower down. That's got a 150-second stop-go for an engine change. He's not yet served that. You might have thought that under all of those yellows, had he been allowed to, that would have been the time.
Yeah, team obviously with a strategy there to try and get out of the way. It was a harsh penalty, wasn't it, for the engine change after qualifying on that car.
But he's not yet served it, so that'll be in their run plan as to when is the best time to get that done. Maybe they wanted to give Giacomo a full stint, and then he's at least enjoyed himself for one part of the race without sitting in the pit lane being frustrated, because a quick bronze is Giacomo. Romain Larue and Lorcan Hannafin join Johnny Adam as the rest of that driving force. Meanwhile, we're on lap 21, and this stint is very nearly tripping up to the hour mark. So we can anticipate some pit stops from here on in, can't we, out of that leading group? Because even if you want to go 65 minutes, it wouldn't be a bad thing to go early to get out of traffic.
The problem is it's more unlikely to drop a pit stop before the end of the race. The pit stop's so long here, the team's desperate not to. Last year's winners did 25 pit stops, so they were one over the maximum needed, and that strategy worked well for them. So the teams would have worked this out. There'd be plan A, B and C. The driver's not normally too involved in that strategy. They're simply told how many laps left of their stint.
Mercedes have got closer, look, because Mauro Engel now is only half a second back from Danny Hunkadea as they come up towards La Source. That's been quite a big gap for a few laps, but coming to the end of the stint, the windward Team man-filtered car up with the 2Cs run Verstappen Racing entry.
Yeah, it could be a race on pit lane, isn't it? As we get a replay.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah, and that's what I saw happening earlier with a big wobble, and the wobble has transformed it into the gravel trap, and he's done well to catch that, but do that lap after lap, you're going to start to damage the floor of that Mercedes.
Bortolotti has pitted, Adam Smalley has pitted, so that's just on the fringes of the top 20 they were running, as there the two Mercedes AMG go back up towards Lecombe, and Engel is close to Honkadea, but not close enough to think about a move.
Right, and I wonder if it's worth a move, because you lose time as you overtake, and he knows he's only going to have a couple of more laps of this stint before he hands the car over to what we presume is going to be Lucas Stoltz, who we saw readied up a few minutes back, and I think the wise move here is just to run in formation.
It will also be interesting to see if anybody does double stint, whether the drivers are feeling confident. The full course yellow procedures are under investigation now from race control. They've dealt with everything else. They can just have a look at that and make sure everybody was doing what they should have done. Always the speeds are carefully looked at, and so right now the field goes through Pouin. So you've got up front Nicholas Nielsen there. Behind Tom Fleming is Frederick Scharndorf, and that fourth and fifth situation has just opened up a little bit, hasn't it? Honkadea getting away slightly now from Mauro Engel as those cars turn their way out of Pouin towards Pif Paf.
It's quite a big slide from Engel there, something very un-Mercedes-like. The car normally very sure-footed across all four tyres, and again just showing, I think, how quickly they're going through these tyres. All teams were given 30 sets of Pirelli tyres for this week. I think most teams have at least 23 sets of new tyres. There's no regulation of having to use quali tyres for certain drivers, so they're free to use whatever they want of what they've got left.
Right, the leading group coming up then now towards the chicane. We'll see whether Nicholas Nielsen, for example, is going to do another lap, or whether he's going to come in. He's going to come in, so the leader is in at the end of lap 22 as he breaks the beam at pit-in. And let's have a listen to Danny Honkadea's team radio.
And we focus this lap, Baptiste, focus this lap.
So Danny Honkadea being told to box this lap, and he has indeed, because you're in the pits riding with him, and there behind is Mauro Engel. So that is the bulk of that leading group coming into the pit lane, and now you can see on that Lumi rank how the erstwhile lead 51 Ferrari starts to drop down the order. Nicholas Nielsen does do a driver change, so they'll cycle through quickly. I think 50's in as well in the background. Tom Fleming going a lap longer. You can see just how busy it has all become in the pits right now. 51 getting ready to rejoin, and the board is withdrawn. So now the rest of the fuel goes in. There's that regulation fuel hose connection time. And once that's all done, the car can drop down, and then it will be allowed back out. So away now goes 51. Other teams look with the boards there, await cars. That's WRT, you can see closest to us with the blue board being waved in the air. It's why also, so the car controller knows which car to wave at. You'll see some with different lights for the night time adorning the side of the car. Right, 48 was in, Stoltz to replace Engel. And this is in the endurance pit, so if you think, hang on, they're a long way behind the Verstappen Racing team in terms of a pit stop, it's because it's taken them longer to get there. And Mauro says to Lucas Stoltz, the mirror okay? Lucas Stoltz sits there and gets ready to go. So that now is Tommaso Mosca, who has taken over the lead Ferrari. We'll get that back on track in a moment or two. It stays ahead of 48 Mercedes that's finishing its pit stop. And looks as though the Verstappen Racing car is also going to remain ahead of the windward entry. Yes, it is, as that now makes its way down the pit lane. So for some, the first round of stops go through. There is the ComTU pit box just on the left as you look, and that now receives the first of its cars. Away goes number 3. Chris Lullum takes that over, and Lucas Stoltz in 48. We'll keep an eye on what's going on in the pit lane. We'll keep an eye on Tom Fleming as well. He is the race leader, and as the Mercedes AMGs get back out on track, another pit stop has happened, and that's Joe Osborne, who has been replaced by a voice you'll be familiar with if you follow GT World Challenge America. We can welcome to the CrowdStrike 24 hours for the first time in the race, at least, Jonathan Grace. Good to have you with us, Jonathan, and it's been a busy hour, hasn't it?
It certainly has. You'd expect nothing less with one of the busiest and packed GT3 grids anywhere in the world. This is the premier race for GT3 machinery, and it's certainly no shortage of excitement early on. But an absolute pleasure to be here. It's a first time at Spa for me, and it's been a dream weekend already.
Where did you watch the start from?
I went out to the grid and I tried to watch. There's a little gap in the fence. I can see them go up Eau Rouge, and it's a magical thing, isn't it? I don't mean to wax lyrical about it because I know you've seen it before, but I haven't, and I was grinning ear to ear.
I tend only to see it from up here, but yeah, I'm slightly jealous of you doing that. Now, you've just seen the WRT team awaiting this car. So Max Hesse arrives, door opens, and Valentino Rossi ready to jump on board then as the Italian clambers in. And you see how well drilled the teams are. This is how you gain seconds on the pit stops. That's Augusto Farfus as well, giving way in the Rover Racing entry. Max Hesse just giving Valentino Rossi a little bit of advice about where the car might be good or where there might be a lack of grip. Just little nuggets like that that are all essential going into your first stint in the car.
It is amazing how much information is relayed so concisely between drivers. You can't hear all that well. You have the engine notes of the exhaust going by. You have wheel guns. You, of course, have a balaclava and a helmet on your head. And you're trying to get in the race car and relay one or two sentences of what the car's doing, what your competitors are doing. But I think Vale will be eager to get back in the car. You and I were watching along with his last couple laps in the warm-up, and he was plenty squirrely. He was pushing into the final minutes, and the team had to remind him that the goal was to bring the car back in one piece, and he kind of begrudgingly said, okay, all right. But
yeah, that's right. His attitude was, oh, if I must, wasn't it? He was a bit downbeat about having to pit. That was in the wet. It was a slightly greasy track we had. As I say, he is in 46. Jake Dennis has taken over from Augusto Farfus, and we've had Jordan Pepper replace Calvin van der Linde. And I know there's dust in the air, and they've got a car with a puncture there by the look of it. And where you see the car, it's another Audi. In fact, is that a wheel off or a tyre off the rim? That's got big damage.
It was significantly crabbing and tucked towards that rear left. It looked like there was a significant gap. Let's get a look at it here.
It's 99 again, and it's Alex Arca again. He's already had one puncture, and wheel off the rim, and it then gets hit by the Winward Mercedes that goes into the gravel. That was started, that car, by Renault Salikov, and that's not going to do the front of 87 any good. It's got Gabriele Piana behind the wheel, and a three-wheeled Audi. That's out of the race. That's both the Tresor Attempto cars done within the first hour and 20 minutes.
Oh, you hate to see it as well. We were waiting to see what Audi could deliver us pace-wise. There were glimmers of hope in Superpole and the rest of qualifying, but that has not gone the way he would have liked. Is parked on the side of the road. Meanwhile, Maxime Martin is caught up in the pit lane with Gwenelle, and she's down there now.
Maxime Martin, what a drive, what a stint you just did, starting from position 52 on the starting grid and ending up the stint position 29. Congrats on that one, because it was not even a full green stint.
No, for sure, it was quite tricky conditions. A lot of cars going off, so it was a bit, especially when you start from 52, you're always a bit of a mess. But we were a bit lucky with what happened, and then, yeah, I had a good fun passing some cars. So, but it's quite hot in the car, I have to say. So, yeah, it's going to be a long race, so we have to keep calm and keep the car on track.
As a very experienced driver here, 20th time here at the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, what's your point of view on the race so far, on the start of the race?
Yeah, it is. It's quite intense when you see already how many things happens for the first 24 hours, first hour of 24 hours. So it's a bit of a shame because there are a lot of cars out, but yeah, it looks like the heat was getting to the head of everyone.
And off for a short rest now.
Yeah, short rest because I go back in the car in one stint. So.
Okay, thank you.
We've got a full course yellow, Gwenelle, thanks for that. The full course yellow has come because of the damage. There's a wheel off.
Runoff. Please warn all the drivers that between turn 10 and 15 you will find a recovery truck going through the runoff to the accident site to pick up the car.
What we're interested in also is knowing about 87, Gabriele Piana. I think he has got going, or still is going. Now, the Audi of Alex Arca, just to add insult to injury, it's being looked at for an unsafe release, because for a car to shed a wheel, the speculation is that it's not been done up properly, and an unsafe release isn't just a car leaving the pit box and getting in somebody's way. It can be something that's pretty serious, like, you know, bodywork flying off or a wheel parting company.
Something we've talked about at length this week, really from the beginning, is the heat and how that's been so taxing on the drivers.
Information from race control to all teams. We will send the blowers on track in turn 5 and turn 12 to clear some debris. Additional information, this will be a 2-lap full course yellow only that goes straight into green at the end. No safety car at the end of this full course yellow operation. Only 2 laps of full course yellow, no safety car at the end.
That's interesting because quite often 2 laps is your tipping point, according to Niels Vittich. I asked him this the other day. 2 laps and then a safety car, but because the temperatures are so high, I think he's happy that the tyres are going to be able to cope and turn themselves back on again.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the drivers will be eager to get going as well. To quickly wrap up that point, we heard about the blowers on track. I think the crew members, and that's where I was going with this, would be eager to have some of that air blown on them too. It's so taxing on the guys and girls that have to stand out on pit lane in fire suits the entire day, often just standing in the heat or in very warm and toasty garages. That can be incredibly taxing, and to do a perfect pit stop every time is not an easy thing. It's a difficult thing to do in ideal conditions, but certainly when the weather's a factor as well.
Indeed. So we're looking at Tom Callander here, who started in the pits. He was one of those pit lane starters, but now is the race leader just because of the way that other cars have cycled through. So under full course yellow now, at any rate, he is the race leader. He made an early pit stop while we had those yellow flags. So he, for example, is nearly at the end of an hour. So maybe at the end of this lap, certainly the next, you'd expect to see him into the pit lane. So Tom Callander leads notionally, but it's a very jumbled order right now because of people that pitted under yellows early on now finding themselves buying back places. So it's always one of the fascinations of a long distance race now, watching the different strategies play out. You've got a feel for Arkin Arca's Tresor Attempto team. They had that great win at Monza, and it looks like 2 cars gone, as I say, within the first hour and 20 minutes of the race. And Arkin is a great supporter of GT3 racing. He's a jolly character as well, the German domiciled team owner, and a real shame for such optimism. The cars going so well in qualifying, weren't they, the Audis?
Yeah, they showed a lot of promise and pace, and we were kind of alluding to that earlier. I was really curious to see what they could do in race trim, especially when other usual favorites like BMW had a relatively lackluster qualifying and were well down the order. Of course, those cars with their turbochargers do tend to come alive in the evening hours when it gets cooler, although I don't know that cool is a word we're going to use to describe conditions at any point throughout this 24-hour race. But you feel for the Audi team. You mentioned how jovial they were in Monza, and it's such a stark contrast to what has been a really tough start to this 24-hour race for them. And you know, they'll of course be eager to come back next year and prove that this is not indicative of the performance, because we started to see really good glimmers of it. But for Boost and VDS, another one that has had quite a turnaround. I think had done only 8 corners up until the start of this race. Already well past that margin, but eager for a good result as well.
Yeah, that car's never worked so hard, has it? Out of the other Boots and VDS Porsche, number 2 is Alessio Picariello. As you see now, Tom Callander give up that race lead, that notional race lead. In he comes, and they need to serve a penalty on this pit stop. That's why nothing is happening. A 20-second penalty given for being short on the fuel on the earlier pit stop. So that's why nothing's happening. At least not yet. Driver has to stand and wait, and when 20 seconds are up, then the door can open. You're looking at the silver car of Aurelien Panis now. Right, I mentioned I mentioned Alessio Picariello. His Porsche is 21st. Dorian Boccolacci has taken over, but Ganel Longy has found Alessio.
Alessio Picariello just off the number 2 Porsche. Talk us through this first stint, which was quite chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of interruptions, which is never easy for us. You know, we lose always tire temp. I have to say, in this condition is also helping in a way, but was fine for me. I think I came back on P8, which was good. The car felt good, but it's definitely not easy, especially in traffic. At some point I was stuck, and yeah, in dirty air it's quite hard in the high speed. So try to save tires, and then yeah, I think you need to survive. That's the main goal so far.
Last year you finished P2 here at the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. There was a BOP change this morning. What does it change for the Porsche, and do you think you can fight for the win?
Yeah, I mean, we lost a bit of weight, which is good for us. Weight is really a big thing, especially for the Porsche. So it's a little bit better for the tires, but the BOP changed for a lot of other manufacturers. So it's hard to judge for us. For sure it's better, but is it enough? I don't know. At the moment it was okay. Hopefully it will get even better.
Thank you, Alessio. Have a good race.
Yeah, the very Italian-sounding name of the Belgian driver, Alessio Picariello, and he makes the point about the BOP change. 15 kilos lighter are the Porsches, and that does seem to have brought them back towards the pointy end of the grid. So we're cycling through more pit stops. It's going to really put Tommaso Mosca in 51 Ferrari back into the lead. Remember, 2 laps of full course yellow and then back to green. The teams have been told no safety car, so they know that
they're still on the track. You will see them on the track map.
And them that are being referred to are the blowers, the track sweepers, to get rid of debris, get rid of any bits of gravel. So nice touch from race control just to do that and make the track clearer, but also, of course, safer.
Absolutely. It's always fascinating as well to be able to hear in on the broadcast. I love that we're able to do that directly in the ears of the drivers, is in your ears and my ears and the ears of the viewers at home as well. It's interesting, too. Just a couple of laps. You would think around any other racing circuit, that wouldn't be all that long, but Spa-Francorchamps is vast.
Yes.
And so those 2 laps at reduced speed take quite a while, which gives the track crews plenty of time to work. But, of course, I think everybody behind the wheel will be as eager to get going as was the driver swap in the 17, serving that 20 seconds. It probably seemed like the longest 20 seconds they've had all weekend.
Indeed so, yeah. You've just heard again the voice of the race director, Niels Wittich. I am much obliged to him. I went the other morning to go and ask a question or two, and while I was there, I was encouraged to open the fridge and to help myself to pastries. Niels Wittich has made a habit of stopping on the way to the circuit every morning and buying pastries for his race control team. And he said, please have a pain au chocolat. Well, I didn't expect it to have cream in it and extra chocolate on top, and the coffee he served was magnificent. There is no other race director with the generosity. He's a star. If only we had it in the British Touring Car Championship as well. So thank you, Niels Wittich. He's in control of what is a really intriguing first part of this race and a very jumbled order.
Well, you and I have had a healthy helping of croissant as well, because we went down to the TV truck early this morning before some of the Support Series race, and Digger from one of our trucks had brought a whole crate. I think they'd asked for 15 croissant and pain au chocolat, and they give them about 50. It's pretty phenomenal. So thank you to everyone there down at the truck providing the sweets.
It got lost in translation, I think. 15, 50. Top work.
Hey, yeah. Fisher taking good care of us this morning. That was a great way to start the day.
Yes, just change your belt buckle 1 notch after all those croissants. Right, the track sweeper is out on the circuit, and this is in real terms going to be the lead car, isn't it? Tommaso Mosca then, the best of those. We've also got a few cars that have now done 3 pit stops. So again, people playing around with a strategy when they can get a cheap pit stop, doing it under these full course yellow periods. This is our 4th caution already. And we've had about an hour and a quarter. There is Niels Wittich with his back to you, studying his bank of monitors directly in front of him. There's a whole wall of them at the front of the room in race control, sitting on that second desk. The stewards are in there, the track limit management team are in there, the local race control team are in there with their knowledge of Spa. The clerk of the course is in there. You know, there's an absolute army. Then there's a separate room where people are monitoring all of the driver stint times, the pit lane speeding. That comes from timekeeping to know if anyone's transgressed. And Niels Wittich again goes for his radio button, getting ready for the restart.
Just an info to all teams. Both blowers have left the track, so the track is clear again. I will just wait again for the time to expire, and then we will go straight into green. No safety car will follow this intervention.
And what's also interesting, Jonathan, is partly the information the teams get. It's so precise, there's no ambiguity in that, and it's all done very calm, very concise. They're being told what they need to. There's no flannel about it, and it's not being done in a shouty way. It's not being done in an excited way. It's just calm, deliberate. This is what you need to know. That's it.
And I would imagine from a race director, as a driver, that's exactly what you want to hear. I have very rarely, if ever, heard Niels speak above the tone you've been hearing throughout the broadcast so far. It's remarkable because I can't even imagine how stressful his job is. We have quite a few monitors to keep track of. He has probably 12 times as many. And yes, a team at his disposal, but he is trying to manage keeping everybody here safe, keeping it competitive, assessing penalties where needed. He has so many things on his radar. It's a pretty impressive job, and he does it really, really well. And is able to keep this whole field calm as well, which is not an easy thing, considering they are, in fact, all racing drivers, and calm is not in their nature.
So there's Tommaso Mosca, who's a calm race leader, waiting for the green flag. You've got Benji Goethe in second place, having replaced Tom Fleming. Frederick Schandorf, this is interesting. He has stayed at the wheel of 71. So Ironman Frederick Schandorf doing a double stint.
Attention all teams, full course yellow ending on short notice.
So we're going to go green any second. Jared Waberski in fourth.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag.
Back racing then, just finished the point. Jared Waberski in number 12 took over from Tom Callender, and that car has bought places on that first round of stops from the pit lane up into fourth place, which is a pretty exceptional circumstance. The South African driver Jared Waberski then ahead of Dean McDonald and Chris Lullen to round out the top 6. So Mosca now floors the throttle. He's got a back marker, the Corvette there, the JMR car between himself and Benji Goethe. But Tommaso Mosca, who the Italian media speak of very, very highly, he now has his first race stint in this year's event.
Yeah, and what a stint it's going to be in the heat as well, trying to keep up with the likes of Ferrari and McLaren at the front of this field, who have been mighty right from the get-go and showed their pace early, have continued to show it here in race trim so far. Interesting point you made on Schandorf. You know, many of the comments from the drivers that you got, I got, the folks down on pit lane before the pre-race got, is it's going to be really, really difficult to do more than one stint in a row in this heat. So you commend Frederick Schandorf for doing a great job. Often in endurance races, if you have someone like Schandorf behind the wheel, you want to keep them in for a couple of stints, get some good positions made, get some good ground made, some solid running that can play into your strategy later. But when many other teams are electing to only have their drivers that started the race do just one, Maxime Martin, as an example, did a sterling job in his stint to make up a whole host of positions. Even he is getting a little bit of a break before hopping in later.
Yeah, only one stint, but cycling through that drive time. But in this, everything's going to help, isn't it? There'll be some teams with the paddling pools in the paddock for the drivers to plunge into and quickly get the body temperature down, and they'll be taking all sorts of liquids and anything they can to rehydrate as well as cool them down. So Tommaso Mosca then now tries to build the lead, and they have really benefited from that pit stop and the most recent yellow period, because that car now had an advantage over the line of 14.5 seconds. Well, it was hovering around the 1.5 second mark for much of the earlier stint. So Mosca now into the chicane, goes through that right-left sequence and then accelerates over the timing line, which is there, just in front of the main race control building, the start line for the F1 part of the circuit, just a little bit further up the road towards La Source. Behind is Benji Goethe, and then Frederick Schandorf third. Waberski is in fourth place, and here Lukas Stolz getting himself in a load of traffic. There's another car behind, which is with a double stinting driver. It's Arjun Maini in that Ford Mustang. Up towards the line now comes Lukas Stolz. So the Mercedes trips the beam in ninth place as it goes by. Lukas Stolz at the wheel, and Nina Jade Paul down in the pit lane has got the man that's just done a stint in that car, Mauro Engel.
Mauro, we're just watching your car getting caught up in a little bit of traffic. It was quite an interrupted first stint for you with all the full course yellows, but a strong start.
Yeah, quite a lot of interruptions, but everything went well. Clean start for us. Car's handling well, so pleased with that.
Any words of advice for your teammate?
He knows exactly what he's doing, so we just need to settle into this race, get all three drivers into the race. Like I said, car's handling well. This race will throw a lot of challenges at everyone, and we just need to sort of handle them one by one.
Thanks, Mauro.
Yeah, so Lukas Stolz does know what he's doing. This is Benji Goethe versus Frederick Schandorf. It's the battle for the gold lead as well. Schandorf, though, in a second stint in that car, so he knows he's done a stint and a half. He might have felt, though, that the heat wasn't quite so bad because so much of the first stint was at a, dare one say, leisurely pace. All right, sometimes you could argue you're getting hotter because they are running under those yellow flags, and the heat is there, making it hard work in the car, but you're not as physical as you would be if it was a full green stint. Maybe Schandorf feeling that's in his advantage, and there, just to prove how close the Gold Cup battle is, getting themselves a little bit hooked up going through Les Combes.
Yeah, Frederick Schandorf getting well and truly acquainted with the rear end of that McLaren. Again, remember, this is not only for track position, as you said, it is for a gold class lead at the moment. Still very early days in this race, but less than a second advantage for the number 58 McLaren just ahead. Here's when Schandorf is going to try to line up another run as well. Goethe's not an easy driver to pass, and you don't want to throw it all away this early into an endurance race, but track position is track position. You can afford to be a little bit patient, but Frederick Schandorf has seen every racing lap so far. It's a point well made about potential, I don't even want to call it rest because these drivers are not resting for a moment, even under safety car or full course yellow conditions, but it does seem like it would help the Ironman stint, so to speak, early in this one.
Yeah, you could argue it's kind of a stint and a half of actual race effort, even though you've been in for 2, because so much of stint 1 was at yellows. Okay, you're hot because you're in the car, like I was trying to say, but it's not the same exertion as this stint potentially will be if we go green all the way through it. And right now, this is the battle for the Gold Cup lead. I mean, we're a long, long way away from really having to worry about class lead battles, aren't we, in the general outcome, but the two of them evenly matched. They're not a dissimilar shape in some respects, the McLaren and the Ferrari.
Oh, no, not at all. And I think in design philosophy, while they certainly have their differences, that McLaren is almost prototype-esque, but the Ferrari and how new it is built much the same way. One of the things I love about that 296 GT3 Evo is just the serviceability that Ferrari had in mind when they put that car together, because they put taking it apart as so much of a consideration in designing it, and how mechanics are able to change things in and out during an endurance race. Of course, the McLaren features some of those things as well, but it's part of a feature of endurance racing is the ability to put a car together, to take it apart.
Now let's just have a listen into the radio for Jared Weberski's car.
Copy that, copy. Let's see what the tire pressure will be okay.
Concerns about the temperature in the 17. They were concerned about staying stationary for an extra 22nd, and the tire pressures was the topic of conversation there. So we'll be closely monitoring. We'd hate for anything further to set back that machine as it stands, but chasing down the back marker at the moment, although it's set nicely 4th in class. And tire pressures would be a concern in this heat. Continues to be a remarkably hot afternoon, as it has been all weekend. The drivers will be well acquainted with the heat at this point, but in race trim even early on in the race, with just a little over, it is still into the first couple hours, I should say. You don't want those to creep up, certainly when you have so much race running left.
So 51 Ferrari continues to hold sway. That gap is coming down a bit, 9 seconds now, as Benji Goethe gets or tries to get away from Frederick Schandhoff, and then Jared Weberski in 4th place. That's been a big, big winner, hasn't it? The number 12 Mercedes AMG from a pit lane start because of the engine change, and again playing cleverly with the pit stops, although it's only made 2. Others have made more, and we'll come to one of those in due course. The battle you're looking at now between the McLarens gets involved with the Corvette down to the chicane. And that was a little bit clumsy, wasn't it? Number 4 McLaren that was, getting involved with Dennis Lynn. Dennis went for a gap on the outside line, and then all of a sudden the McLaren of Harry George moved across. I think Harry was trying to get past teammate Salman Ovega, but Dennis Lynn has cleared the pair of them and jumps up to 23rd place. That was a nice move. It's not necessarily done yet. The McLarens are still there behind him. But the Corvette now does try to break away as they sprint down the hill once more. Currently we're on lap number 30. Race control noting all of these incidents with bits of contact, but now the Corvette, the Stella Motorsport car, does gain ground. Up to 23rd is Dennis Lind, and we've got a McLaren with a problem there. Look in the background, is that the car of Harry George going slowly? Remember, there was contact, but maybe George has done a tyre or done the suspension, because you could see cars flooding past on the run up the hill.
Yeah, he's lost a whole host of positions and counting. It was a pretty hefty whack, but it was door to door. You wouldn't think that would have done a ton of damage, although I'm sure it felt like it did in the race car. It's probably sounded like a significant thunk.
Now, have a look at this. This is the Aston that was badly involved in that first lap accident, and it's 7th. It has had 5 pit stops, but what they've done every time we had one of those yellow flag periods is bring it in and short fuel it, and they've crept up the order. It's on the lead lap. It is there on merit, and Valkenhorst have done a ripper job for Aston Martin Racing here by getting this car very much in the mix. It almost seems impossible, given the state of it when it limped into the pits in the hands of Jamie Day at the end of the first lap. It might not be perfect looking at the rear of it, but it is still going. It's on the lead lap, and Valkenhorst have done an absolutely brilliant job here of keeping it in contention, keeping it on the lead lap, and actually its pace is good, because last time Cronjes did the car's best lap of the race at 2:19, so he's lapping quicker than some of those ahead of him.
Yeah, and you can see by dipping a wheel off how Krong is pushing right now. And 7th on merit is pretty remarkable because it wasn't all that long ago that accident happened. You're used to seeing comeback efforts in races come many, many hours later, maybe into the evening or the early morning. Didn't take him any time at all.
No, I looked at the screen and I thought, oh, Cronje's 7th. That's got to be the other Valkenhorst car. I couldn't believe that it was that one that was last effectively at the end of the first lap. You know, we saw it get involved. We saw the damage. It limped down the pit lane. Well, don't forget, Aston Martin had a mega get-out-of-jail-free card at Paul Ricard, a puncture early on for 007, and it came back to win the race. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not saying it's going to win the race, but, you know, Aston has had a charmed life in other races, and keep the car on the lead lap. So important. And Valkenhorst, and there, that's Harry George's tire coming off, so we were right. The car did have a puncture, a legacy of that contact, and now he's got to limp round to the pit lane. Harry George then limps on, and he's got to get off the racing line. We've had last year a McLaren being absolutely drilled.
15 and 16 now.
That tire came off remarkably cleanly. There's a distinct lack of bodywork damage. I can't even really tell exactly where on the rear bodywork, albeit from a little bit distance, where that contact was made. But it was on that side of the car, to be sure.
Yeah, he moved across into the Corvette, didn't he?
Absolutely.
And so he was on that side. So Harry George doing the right thing, keeping offline. Remember that drama last year?
Turn
when
16,
McLaren was on the racing
turn
line.
17, slow car is on driver's left. Please warn all drivers to stay on the far right.
It's a precarious part of the track.
It is. And then he's got to get across the track for pit in. But Harry doing the right thing. And if the team are watching all of this, they'll say, right, you can move across, move across, move across. There's nothing coming. Brilliant. That's a good lesson to drivers in how to deal with a problem like that on that very fast part of the racetrack.
Turn 18, slow car is on driver's right.
And again, you can hear the calm tones of Niels Wittich, not shouting at the teams, not making them concerned, but just giving the information, and Harry George into the pit lane.
Track is clear, slow car is in the pit lane.
Yeah, right on cue. I think we're going to have to give him a commentary credit as well. He's been busy as the last couple of moments, last couple of laps, but has done a really nice job at keeping everybody aware of exactly what's happening. If I was a driver, even locked in a battle, I'd have no question about where the hazard is, what I need to do in that situation. It's exactly what you want to see.
Do you think Niels records these sort of relaxation podcasts that you can listen to if you can't sleep? It's just these calming, mellifluous tones to calm a situation. Right, meanwhile, more battles to have a look at. At the front of this queue is the number 80 Porsche that started in the pit lane, and that is another one that's been getting its way up through the order. And we've also had a change for 5th place with Chris Lullen getting ahead of Dean McDonald. We'll have a look at that in a moment as well, because first up, we're just looking at that wheel off the rim of Harry George. This is on board. This is Lullen. Up Radion. Dean McDonald ahead, and he's slightly caught up in traffic, isn't he?
Yeah, he absolutely was. I was trying to listen for a lift through Radion. I didn't hear one, and if there was, it was just a tiny little breath of the throttle with that AMG able to use that front mid-engine grunt to rifle past, make it AMG 1-2 in the 4th and 5th positions overall on the road, behind a pair of Ferraris with a McLaren in the middle. Here's another McLaren, that stricken McLaren that was fighting with its teammate, the 4 and the 5 car, doing battle, and then coming off the worst was the Gold Cup car here, just waiting on the air jack. Tire service done, full tank of fuel, air jack is out, engine fires to life, off and away. And you tend to feel for the 4 and 5. They were trying to just avoid hitting one another going through the bus stop, and contact for one of the cars sent it back significantly. Check back in with that number 3 car, Chris Lullen behind the wheel. Has already drawn a little bit of a gap on the McLaren he passed. That's that 59 car. Started up near the front of the field. Still continue to be impressed by the number 34 Aston Martin. What a tremendous job that team has done, and already is closing on the back end of that McLaren now. Cronje is not satisfied with the 7th place at the moment. There's absolute undeniable pace, and he can see his next target just through the windshield, albeit the 59 was held up a little bit in traffic. But either way, Chris Lullen is off to the races and already in pursuit of the number 12 in front. Remember, that number 12 nursing potentially a tire pressure issue, as we heard the communication with the team a few laps ago. Doesn't seem to be affecting the pace too much.
Just to clarify one other aspect of all of this, and I'm indebted to Daily Sports Car's Graham Goodwin for giving me the nudge. We talked a while ago about the Blackthorn Ikiriakos engine change and accompanying penalty. Apparently the stewards were given further information that the engine was not changed after all, and therefore the penalty clearly had to be rescinded. So scrap what we were saying. There had been an update to that, and quite why they were told there was an engine change remains to be gleaned, but play on as far as Ikiriakos Blackthorn is concerned. Johnny Adam is behind the wheel of the car right now, and he's actually lost a place to Gabriele Piano, suggesting that despite hitting that loose wheel of Alex Arca's Audi, there's no real damage to the Mercedes. Christian Cronjes then going after Dean McDonald. That car, given the damage it sustained early on, must be like Rasputin. You just can't kill it off, can you? And there it is, charging along, and Christian Cronjes, who's won this event before, edging a bit nearer to the McLaren.
These GT3 cars are built absolutely tough as nails, and they are built with endurance racings in mind. That's, of course, 12 hours, 24 hours, or even more. I think this is a perfect testament to that. The 34 can suffer a pretty significant accident that looked like it would have otherwise been day done. Certainly not the case here.
So down they come towards Brusali, looking at Cronjes in that 7th place, still pushing on, and he's got Lukas Stoltz behind. So that Aston has really done a quite exceptional job, given the dramas that it had at the start of the race. Mosca for Ferrari leads, Goethe for McLaren, Schantor Ferrari, Jarro Roberski from the pit lane in 4th, Chris Lulham's Mercedes 5th, Dean McDonald currently rounding out the top 6 of the race. Let's have a look back at the first hour then of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, with a very busy grid as this GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS Endurance Cup round and round 3 of Intercontinental GT Challenge. Pierre Fillon, the president of the ACO, the Le Mans organiser, waved them away, and after 2 formation laps we went green with Niklas Nielsen converting pole into the race lead. There was a big moment for Marvin Kirchhofer at the bottom of the hill, but the Ferrari led up Radiant for the first time. Everybody got through there safely, everybody got through Les Combes safely. Ariel Levi coming up to have a go against Ben Tuck's Ferrari as they went through Les Combes on that opening lap, and then Levi ran wide later in the lap, hit two-wheeled Jamie Day in the Falcon Horse Aston Martin. Others piled into the wreckage, and that was a lengthy safety car period. When we went green, we had a few more caution periods for debris on the track, and Alex Arca got involved this time with Ben Tuck, and that ultimately was a puncture for the Audi. Dramas also, Ben Green getting into Stephen Palette, turned him around and got a drive through for his pains. Then we had Danny Huncadea running wide at the Cours Paul Frere through the gravel, and that brought Mauro Engel right onto his tail as the first round of pit stops came and Max Hesse relayed Valentino Rossi. Alex Arca, after an early puncture, then lost the wheel. It hit Gabriele Piano's Mercedes, but they both carried on as Tom Fleming and Frederick Schantorf's battle for Gold Cup honours continued. And also Chris Lulham in number 3 Mercedes was getting himself into the mix, up into 5th place at the expense of the McLaren. So we're working lap 34 here at the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. David Addison and Jonathan Grace trackside, and Tommaso Mosca leading now by 11.7 seconds. We've got a 1-minute stop and go penalty coming for number 20, which is the silver Team Motor Park car of Levent Roesch, Christian Mansell, Yannick Mettler and Rui Andrade. Mention that because it is a start procedure infringement that's going to cost them, and a 1-minute stop and go plus all the drive time is pretty costly here. That's going to be about a lap.
Yeah, it certainly is. I suppose the one positive to take away, if there is any, from being handed a penalty of that size is that it's early on and there's plenty of time and plenty of opportunity for more incidents to slow the field and regain some of that track position that will be lost once that penalty time is served. Meanwhile, we check in with our race leader. Mosca in the 51 started this race on pole position, and hands of his teammate has done a phenomenal job at keeping it in that position as well, off sequence and out of position, not for position, I should say. McLaren just in front, running 60th. We've been watching that gap at the front of the field. climbed again a couple of seconds to about 11.
Yeah.
It had come down from about 14, 15 seconds to 9 seconds. Is now back up to around 11 seconds. Now 12 and a half last time of asking. Of course, traffic will ebb and flow that gap just slightly, but you tend to check the trends. Came down by a good chunk, has gone right back up a good chunk as well.
Car that's also gone down a good chunk, number 32, BMW. Jordan Pepper took it over, but it had to make an extra pit stop for some damage on the front left. So that's been delayed. I think it's still on the lead lap, just checking, but that's another one that's been an early casualty. As you see Tommaso Mosca go through and look at the gap. It's virtually the length of the Camel Straight now, isn't it, over Benji Goethe. Then it's Frederick Schandorf in third place and a gap back to Jared Waberski, the leader through the British GT Championship of that championship's academy, for the SRO GT Academy. But Goethe going nicely, relaying Tom Fleming, and that car steps up the curb on the exit of Les Combes. Goes then now down towards Bruxelles. The accident, by the way, on the first racing lap is going to be looked at after the race. It doesn't really do very much, I don't think, about changing life. Ariel Levi was the one that ran wide, but having seen the replay just again, and you saw that Aston Martin up onto 2 wheels, it still baffles me how Christian Cronjes is going so well. Here, 46th from the pit lane start is number 80 Porsche. Ricardo Feller has taken that over from Bastien Bus. He's on the back of Tanat Satran-Tirankul. That Porsche is not making the progress you might have expected, really.
No, again, this is another one of those manufacturers that I thought might come alive in the evening hours, so I'm still reserving judgment until that point. But even still, I think Porsche's had a fairly difficult 24-hour weekend so far. Still the bulk of the 24 hours to go, and a lot can happen. And my sneaking suspicion is that that car is set up mostly to go the distance. Yeah. A very healthy representation as well, with 16 cars on the grid.
That said, Ricardo Feller here in the second of the Porsches has made 2 pit stops, so that's out of sequence against some. Partly explains why he's dropped a bit further back than he could have been. Tanat Satran-Tirankul, the Thai driver in the green and white Porsche, gives up track position. Ricardo Feller goes through. The Lion Speed car pounces as it heads up to Les Combes, so that is at least one more spot gained for Feller. Goes through.
And it's Ricardo Feller behind the wheel as well. He's got 2 more Porsches in front of him before he hits the 177. None of those cars in front of him are for class position. That has to go way further up the road. But either way, with Ricardo Feller installed, pretty comfortable in Porsche machinery at this point in his career. I suspect that he would continue to charge through the field. Someone else who we would think would be on the charge, Valentino Rossi, having been installed in the 46. You can see right on the back of Dennis and Boccolacci in this impending battle here.
As the race leaders again head through the chicane, Valentino Rossi in for his first stint.
We've got Hugo de Wilde just behind in a trio of BMWs. Rossi now trying to clear the Rover car, running in 17th place. That's Jake Dennis aboard the 98. We've talked about the fact that Rover is almost always a threat here at the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Has not quite shown the pace. Has BMW as an OEM, has Rover as a team. Although, again, I want to reserve judgment until much later in the race. There is still so much left to go, and these cars will be set up to be there at the end.
Yeah, you ignore them at your peril, don't you? And you know, you've already seen what can happen. That accident on the first lap, car suddenly losing a wheel, and there's plenty more drama in store in this race. I'm convinced of it. Valentino Rossi here starting to reduce that deficit look as they come up through Les Combes. Jake Dennis is ahead. Jake, another versatile driver, able to leap from a Formula E single-seater to a GT3 car. Rossi over the brow down to Bruxelles. And just up ahead of the pair, Dorian Boccolacci. Ahead of them is Aurelien Panis. So there's a real battle pack building up here as the leader getting away. Tommaso Mosca making life look easy up front for Ferrari.
2 identical cars doing battles. We get a great ride-along for a while here with Valentino Rossi, but a significant variation in lines as well. Dennis going a little bit defensive and just exploring the grip in a different way than Valet behind. So they go through Pouan. Really not much you can do line exploration-wise through that committed left-hander. Valentino not drawing super close, but able to tuck just towards the inside. Dennis will absolutely know he's there, but it becomes a matter of where you make this move as we hit the 3rd sector of the racetrack. A couple of passing opportunities left, namely the bus stop, but you could be sneaky just before, but you have to be brave. Car dipping a wheel into the dirt further up, and does that help the run of some of these BMWs behind?
Got a bit panicky about that. I thought it was smoke for a second, but you're right, it was just the dust, and it's so dry here. That a little bit of rain we had last night didn't really do a great deal. So out of Blanchimont goes Rossi. He might be a bit nearer to Jake Dennis, but again, he's fighting a car that's pretty similar to his. There might be a slight tweak in the setup, but they are going to be virtually the same. And down now towards the chicane, Rossi closing up onto the back of Jake Dennis, but there's no way through there. You see the chicane, you turn, you head slightly uphill, you go left, and you have this climb towards La Source. It's very hard to find anything at Spa that is flat, and you get to the end of the straight and you can see how it tilts upwards, you turn the hairpin, and then finally you go downhill.
Wasn't really cognizant of how much of a downhill it is until going out on the grid. Hadn't really had a chance to do so until the start of this race. It's pretty remarkable. It's not the type of elevation that you see ahead of these drivers now with the Rouge and Radeon, but it is still a fairly steep downhill for a bit of track that looks pretty straight in the TV pictures as well. Valentino will be working hard in there. Just noticing through the bus stop as well. Dennis doing a little bit better of a job of getting the nose of that BMW stopped and rotated down through the corner. Then Valet behind helped him get a slightly better launch off the corner as well. But that gap has stayed fairly consistent with where it is at the moment, battling for 18th and 19th respectively. 17th and 18th on the road, and what is a pretty significant train of cars.
Yeah, you talk about the altitude and the gradient here. It's quite a challenge running around it as well. That's your next task when you come to Spa. Get your trainers on, we'll go out. It's brutal going up out of Radeon, I'll tell you. Now, the BMW battle continues as Valentino Rossi is having to think not only about having a go at Jake Dennis, but also defending now from Tim Tramnitz, who's taken over from Jens Klingman. In fact, I thought we'd seen Wilder being put into that car at one point, but anyway, it's shown as being Tim Tramnitz on the driver ID. So the BMW's getting themselves together. The other one, as I say, that has lost a lot of ground, Jordan Pepper, down in 29th place. So another car that's worth a look at some stage, certainly recognising the effort. Robin Knudsen is aboard number 10 and is doing laps that poor old Robin has not done anywhere else all year, because he was the unlucky man that was eliminated on lap 1 at Paul Ricard and at Brands Hatch. He didn't do the start at Monza, so he never got to drive there. So finally, Robin Knudsen has been able to go round and round and round in the Boots and BDS Porsche. He's down in 31st place, but he'll buy that. At least he's in the race.
It's been a troubled year so far to change chassis on a car that really didn't do all that much mileage aside from practice and qualifying and what have you. So I think they'll be grateful for any running time. But taking away the laps is, of course, priority number one, because so much of this race will be learning and gathering data that you would have otherwise gotten earlier in the season. What a gorgeous aerial shot this is. And you can see the string of cars behind that Bartone Mercedes AMG. A little peek from the Rova BMW, tucks back in line, but just letting the number 9 Porsche know he's there. Remember, having to play the offense game and the defense game all at the same time.
Now, Valentino Rossi currently in 18th place. Let's just listen in and eavesdrop on the conversation between him and the team.
You are doing a good job, mate. We stay calm, focus on no track limits. You are doing a good job.
And that point made about track limits is a good one, because we are now getting more penalties coming through for people going above their 6 allowed track limit offences, and that's when the penalties come. So 177, the Adam Christodoulou Mercedes, for example, has just got a 30-second time penalty on the next pit stop. They're reset every 6 hours, but we're a long way from that first reset coming.
Well, in the context of a battle that's as close as this one as well, getting hit with a 5-second, 10-second penalty, something like that, 5 seconds for track limits, can be pretty easy to do, because when you're running against an identical manufactured car, against a driver of a similar pace, as you can see, the man-filter Mercedes just clearing some Aston Martin traffic just ahead. It's an easy thing to do to dip a wheel wrong. You could say, okay, what if I go just a little bit wider, take a little bit more liberty? And when you're already driving on the limit of grip in very hot and greasy conditions, it's a pretty easy thing to do over the course of a stint, especially over the course of a 24-hour race, to fall afoul of those track limit penalties. But Valet doing a good job. Some coaching and reminders from the team as well. Here's Lucas Stoltz, who's already gotten well past that Aston Martin, who's got the Mustang just inside of him.
And Matt Campbell in the Porsche is the other one to watch then, because that's the Schumacher CLRT car that he's taken over for Ayhan Şengüven. Matt Campbell from a hypercar Porsche back to a GT3 entry, and that 22 Porsche is upholding the brand's honour at the moment. That has looked the best of them Admittedly, it was a grid start, not a pit lane start like the Lion Speed car, but that is becoming a little bit more racy. You heard drivers talking earlier on about, it was Alessio Picariello talking about the BOP adjustment that's certainly helping, and that car looking a lot more competitive right now as it runs in 9th place. It's over half a minute back, but that's certainly not the end of the world at this early stage of the race. Still 22 hours and 11 minutes to go.
And just behind as well, Arjamani doing a great job as well, keeping that Ford Mustang inside the top 10. It's continued to look more and more competitive in its Evo trim since it brought some of those drivability updates. Did a lot of work on the suspension, the mounting points, the braking, some of the cooling, a little bit of wing angles. Really didn't touch what is a beautiful sounding, very large displacement, grumbling V8. It's been a treat for the fans in attendance. It's personally been a treat for me. A little taste of home. American
Yes.
Thunder around here in Belgium, but doing a great job at passing, I think, what could not be possibly a more different platform in the rear engine Porsche 911 with one of the best in the business in Porsche machinery. I know he's been driving top class prototypes, but he is no stranger to that 911 GT3R, and
totally.
even in its current Evo trim has done a lot of great work in it.
Do we have a bit of dust in the background? Cars possibly having to take evasive action of others that might have been coming out of the pit lane, but looked a bit busy in the back of that shot as you look here at number 74. Now, Dustin Blattner has lost places within bronze. That's Max Janssen ahead of him in the Ziggo Sport Tempesta Porsche, the Hairbet run car, and that has moved through. So after that good first stint by Ben Tuck, Dustin Blattner has dropped back and has only done the one pit stop, so you can't put it down to repeated pit lane visits. It just looks as though the pace isn't there in this second stint, unless he's had a moment, which is certainly conceivable. Jared Roberski then is currently your man leading in the Bronze Cup. That was partly because of the clever pit strategy early on when we had the caution periods. Now, Dustin Blattner was ahead of Max Janssen. This is up at La Source, and the Porsche goes to the inside. That all seemed nicely done, didn't it?
It certainly did. It was a lot of movement from that bronze class number 93. Been able to make the move stick. You can see that car with the louvers over the front wheels, kind of the identifying factor of that Evo trimmed Porsche. Otherwise looks very similar, regardless of a few kind of different Nakaducks at the front end of that car. But got a little bit creative about where he wanted to dip the nose in, but I think did a nice job of keeping his compatriot guessing. Look at this gaggle of cars now just starting to close in. This battle has not gone away one iota. The trio of BMWs with Valentino Rossi stuck in the middle continues to fight on. Jake Dennis just ahead, chasing down that Porsche in 15th position just in front of him. Mercedes-AMG even further up. Here's that Ziggo Sport Porsche, that 911 GT3R Evo as well, with a good bit of clean air to enjoy.
Yeah.
Closing in now on the Mercedes-AMG in front.
I'm interested, though, as to why Blattner isn't really coming back at Max Janssen, because he lost the place. It wasn't like he was turfed out of the way, and he's not being able to bring down that gap, seemingly. Now, this is number 96, the Rutronic run Lamborghini. It is your car of Luca Engschler, part of the winning crew of last year, Marco Mappelli and Patrick Niederhauser. And let us see where that is. It is 25th overall, Luca Engschler at the wheel of it, and the Temerario here coming up towards Lecom. Go back on board as he brakes hard for Lecom, rides the curve on the inside line. We've also had a change for 18th. Tim Tramnitz getting ahead of the Porsche of Max Hofer, another of those pit lane starters. So there's quite a lot of shuffling mid-pack and back. Over the brow down to Bruxelles, here comes Luca Engschler, who made a name for himself as a touring car champion in TCR days before coming into GT racing, which was only really 2 seasons ago. Had a year in an Audi, a year in a Lamborghini, and has looked really, really competitive ever since. Also in this queue of cars, you can see the red and white Mercedes, Fabian Schiller behind Engschler. Schiller way, way back on the grid in the 50s. And after Maxime Martin's first stint, they're up to 26th. And we hear that Martin's going to get back in on that next round of stops.
Yeah, got a little bit of a respite after a very physical first stint, I would imagine, for how many positions he made up. The 991 made up a whole host of positions as well. I think 22 positions improved from its starting spot. But as we continue to ride on board with the number 96, so interesting to hear just the little blips of throttle to try to get the nose end of that car to cooperate through a very front-loaded corner. All of a sudden, here's the Rover BMW a little bit closer to the back end of that Porsche 911 than it had been before. That's the 98 car. forcing the Porsche to go a little bit defensive through the bus stop, and this could not only help the Rovo BMW, but the other two behind it with Valentino Rossi continuing to look at the rear end of that number 98 car. Valle goes way wide to the outside on the entry, far too far back to make a move, but is able to close up again a little bit under braking.
Yeah, but Jake Dennis in that BMW is the one on a mission, isn't he, for 15th place. Dorian Boccolacci's Porsche coming under attack. Valentino Rossi, I think he's possibly content to see what Jake can do here. If he can prise open the door, he might be able to follow him through. The car's dive down the hill, flick through the left right of Eau Rouge, climb the other side, and now look, traffic everywhere further up the road. Back markers being overtaken. You've got the Dylan Medler, number 45 Ferrari, the green car, the blue Mercedes there. Scott Noble's getting a lap down. Up the inside goes Aurelian Panis. Panis gets ahead of Medler. That's for 13th place. That's a change. You've also got Boccolacci in the mix. You've got Jake Dennis behind in the BMW. And there, look, Boccolacci in the Porsche now tries to make his move against Dylan Medler. They come down towards Bruxelles. Behind Boccolacci still, it is Jake Dennis. Then it's Valentino Rossi. Tim Tramnitz is next. So all of that shuffling really came about because of the back marker. And just trying to read the traffic and where the strength of the car was and where the toe was on the run up the Kemmel Straight. So here, look, the one to watch is Dorian Boccolacci in the silver Porsche. He's on the lights and he's all over the back of Dylan Medler's Ferrari now like a fat pigeon on the chip. He is determined to find a way past him before he gets mugged by the BMWs.
Yeah, that BMW is continuing to lurk, but it's not just one. It's Dennis and Rossi behind, with the sister BMW even further, just a few car lengths behind. But this battle continues to rage on. It's three. The hard part is it's three BMWs. It's, you know, aside from a few setup differences between the teams and individual cars, it's identical machinery. The setup windows on GT3 cars are a little wider than maybe some others, but it's quite a challenge.
And it kind of becomes a game of chess in a way, doesn't it? Because, you know, you've got different teams running those cars, but from BMW's point of view, they want all three ahead of the Porsche, not fighting each other. How do we get those three ahead of that one Porsche and as quickly as possible?
Exactly, but good luck telling different teams to cooperate from each other, even if there's an OEM story to be told. Boccolacci staying on the racing line, recognizing that Dennis was just a little bit too far back, heads into the bus stop and continues to set his sights on that green Ferrari 296 GT3 Evo just ahead. A very short, deceptively short run down the hill towards La Source. You can think, oh, I've got enough time to line up a move. Often not the case. You can see drivers tuck a nose in. You certainly can make an overtake, but it's a much longer run on the way down to Eau Rouge and La Source. And of course, you have the straight after that along the Kemmel before Le Combe in terms of 5, 6, and 7 in that chicane. Valentino Rossi quite a bit further back on this occasion, has fallen into the clutches of the BMW behind him on this occasion. It's Tramnitz in 998, the third of that BMW trio. And here's Tramnitz now with a pretty good run on 46, just trying to line himself up under the significantly sized rear wing. Valentino Rossi weaving this way, weaving that way, trying to break the toe and close up on Jake Dennis. All three BMWs strung out enough to eliminate any threat of a pass. Of course, you want to be safe and not hit another car of the same make, but all three would love to get ahead of this rear engine 911 in front. But Boccolacci doing a very nice and calm job in defense, but flashing the headlights at Medler in front to let him know he's there. It's the universal racing driver sign for get the heck out of my way. Of course, you are absolutely not obliged to. You are fighting for position, even if it is in a different class. But certainly trying to cause a distraction. If you can get your rival to blink, to look in his mirrors, miss his braking point by a meter or two.
Whoa. And that is Marcello Tomassoni getting involved with Dustin Blattner, and Tomassoni turfed out of the way at Pouan. Thankfully, I don't think he's hit anything solid, but that's going to get looked at. And Dustin Blattner then is now being caught by Aurelian Panis, who is taking Medler and Boccolacci and everybody else with him. So there's a mighty queue. Now, is there smoke coming out of somebody, or is that purely the load as they go through that dusty section of the circuit?
I think it was a combination of dust and taking a good chunk of inside curb as well. There are a little dust and gravel remnants may have been laid. I don't think it was tire smoke or engine smoke or anything like that. But we'll get confirmation of it because we've got a replay to look at here. There's the Ferrari and the Aston Martin on the outside doing battle. Aston turns in, Ferrari less so. A little bit of contact. Nose of the Ferrari into the rear of the Aston Martin. Spins around, doesn't hit anything, but certainly ground to a halt. Here's the view you want to look at. Watch to the hands open.
and also have a look on the outside, because there's a new gravel track that's been put in of late, and you saw some of the gravel fly, so we need to see if the Aston came out the other side. I think Dustin Blackner's got a case to answer there, because he wasn't fully alongside. There was a gap, but he wasn't really alongside, and the Aston had to turn in sooner or later. But we're still under green flag, so I think the car has got going once more. They are turning their way around La Source right now. It's still Tommaso Mosca in the lead from Benji Curtis second. But this battle pack here is effectively 12th place and back now, isn't it? With Panis ahead of Blattner, and you've got ahead of all of them Max Janssen as the leader currently of that Bronze Cup. But as we've been saying, it's looking good for Ferrari still, 1 and 3. The other big winner out of that early round of yellow flag periods, Jared Oberski from the pit lane start, running in 4th place, and Christian Cronjes having taken over from Jamie Day in 7th, and they've now done for that car 5 pit stops with short fueling, buy back a bit of time, and it's there on merit, despite the fact it was up on 2 wheels when it got hit by the Audi. And how it's still going still amazes me.
Something amazing as well, as we nearly had a 3-wide moment at the end of the Kemmel Straight. The BMW's holding station. They will exit that sequence of corners the way they went in, but maybe not for that much longer. Look at Nicky Team beginning to close in on the back end of this battle as well. The BMW trio continuing to go at it in pursuit of that Ferrari. And the 79 is off and spun the wrong way round in the gravel. That is the Tsunami Porsche.
It is indeed, and that, by the look of it, is Hiroshi Hamaguchi at the wheel of the car. And that's going to be an interruption. It's down on the exit of Piff Paff, but that car, having looped around, I don't think he's going to drive out of there. So it looks as though we've got another yellow period coming as we approach 6:30. We've got 22 hours to go, and drivers will see that. Importantly, the teams will see it. Now, this stint for many is about 55 minutes old, so there's going to be another rush of pit stops brewing up here, I think. Teams are on their toes, getting ready. So let's see if anybody gambles and comes in before any yellow is called, or whether they're going to wait. But I would think this is going to end up being a full course yellow to a safety car, just because you're going to need to get that car out of the way. There's got to be a recovery vehicle dispatched to it. Niels Vitic getting everything coordinated and seeing what can be done. He's going to give them time perhaps to get out of the way of the gravel, but I don't think that car's going to drive out on its own. The Tsunami RT car, that's another engine change one from early on in the weekend. It's had a pretty torrid time thus far. So, leaders through again. 13.5 seconds is our margin right now.
Attention all teams, full course yellow in 20 seconds.
And there is the call. So we are on lap 44, and we go full course yellow with number 79 in the gravel.
5,
the 10-second count comes. We'll get the full course yellow activated now.
Full course yellow, full course yellow.
Right,
just for info, this is a regular full course yellow that will be followed by a safety car.
So it is going to go to safety car. There is the Porsche. And while we queue that up, let's have a look at another moment here coming out of the
just for info from race control to all the teams, we will recover a car from turn 10 gravel, plus we will send the sweepers out there to remove as much gravel and debris as possible from the circuit. So we will have both sweepers, blowers on track. You will see them again on the trap map, and we will recover another car as well. And once again, just to confirm, this one will be followed by a regular safety car.
So it makes sense, and the high-class car, the Porsche there, was lucky, wasn't he, Bob Jan there. Car 12 has had a strong start to this race. Let's listen into how Get Speed have taken that to the drivers.
Okay, mate, track limit turn 17. No more track limit in this stint. We focus on this. You are doing a good job.
And the Get Speed Mercedes has had a lot of commentary on the radio as of late. We heard the last team radio call from them was worried about a tire pressure issue potentially. But Weberski, who is leaving the UK category of the GT Academy as well. It's been a talking point. Stefan Rotell during the SRO press conference annually a couple days ago was very excited to showcase some of the drivers that are involved in that. Of course, the prize internationally for which is a fully funded seat here at the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, and a phenomenal way to showcase the talent of a young racing driver. But he's got a chance to prove that here. He's gone off the track limits a couple of times, and he cannot afford to do any more lest he come down with a penalty. But the team relaying that information now. But running a great race so far in the top 5 is a pretty stellar thing.
Yeah, exactly, and showing how quick silver-graded drivers can be, and that's really what the SRO Driver Academy is about, as we see the Blackthorn Acuria Cross team looking like they're waiting to go to work, so potentially a penalty there. And yeah, the track limit warning for Roberski, he's on 4. Remember, the 6th one every 6 hours is a 30-second penalty, so he has one more life. Well, that car has one more life until we get to the 6-hour point of this race.
That's a lot of running left to do, isn't it? As a racing driver, you well know, I'm sure you've had communication similar to that in the past. How difficult of a thing is that to do? Because I know track limits, especially at a place like Spa, can be so tempting.
Yeah, it's really difficult. Try threading the eye of the needle while wearing oven gloves with your eyes closed is how it feels in a modern GT3 car. Lulham boxes. I get the feeling this full course yellow safety car isn't the best for these cars that did that extra stop to reset stint time. Lulham was one of them. Stoltz was the other. Pepper in Force was the other. They had that slightly longer window, which could have helped them. I actually think this full course yellow into safety car period is going to put us all on the same strategy across the top 20, essentially.
Another of the AMGs we saw have a really strong start to this race. A great qualifying effort from the number 3. We heard messages a day ago from Jules Gounon saying that team was continuing to tweak the setup even in the warm-up yesterday, potentially having found a little bit of something that they wanted to apply. Mixed conditions in the warm-up, conditions as expected here in the Belgian summer heat. The 3 continuing to go to work. Door is open. I'm still waiting on fuel, and now a slam of the door. And Chris Lulham has done a really nice job. We talked about the fine work of Roberski, but just ahead of him, Chris Lulham, who now gets a wheel nut, I think, just tightened. It didn't look like it was changed at all. Just assured that car, in the tires and the wheels and the lug nuts, undergo so much load here at Spa-Francorchamps that you always want to make sure, especially in a race where we've already seen a couple wheels come off. That car is now off and away and can rejoin the field.
Yeah, maybe just a sanity check from the mechanic, just making sure it's fully torqued up. Those wheel guns operate at such a high level. Interestingly, a real market monopoly from a company from Italy called Paoli, who make all the guns in all motorsport, but they can spin up to 19,000 RPM and have well over 2,000 Newton meters of torque. And the running costs of those guns are astronomically high. You hear mechanics being told off for wasting a go because each time they press the trigger, it's 50, 100 euros gone. But in a race like this, there can be no corner cut.
Absolutely not. It's quite a piece of kit as well. I've, of course, as a commentator, never used one in race trim, but I have held one. They are heavy things as well. And you look at how they get thrown around in some other series, even often in endurance racing. They're hit sometimes, continue to tick along and work, and they work throughout the course of a 24-hour race, and they've probably done even more hours of that, of tire changes and service and packing and repacking and unloading throughout the course of a season. We watched on board a few laps ago with a battle that was following the car that just exited frame there. That was Boccolacci's Porsche, the 74 off and away, but a trio of BMWs with the 46 of Valentino Rossi locked in the middle, still waiting on its pit stop. Everybody trying to use the full course yellow period right now to take advantage of a cheap pit stop. And there's Boccolacci off and away. The Rover BMW follows station.
And this is where being at start pit lane is an advantage, because you get back into fast lane earlier. So if there is a car waiting to go, they've got to wait for you to get round.
They certainly did, and having to wait a little extra time was the 46, who lost a few positions there at pit lane, had a very favorable pit position, but had the best view of having to wait until other cars had cleared his path. And the 46 will not be too keen on having to do that, because now those are track positions that you have to regain yourself on merit on the road.
Yeah, exactly that. And Mosca has stayed out for now. His stint is going to get right to the maximum, currently at 102 minutes and 40 seconds. He will get in before the minimum, but that does mean that they go longer again. You buy that chance to get lucky at the end of your stint to get a very cheap full course yellow pit stop, as we see the sister car. And this is bad news. 32 into the box.
Yeah, it's never something you want to see. Team WRT, one of the absolute best in the business, and a really, really stout lineup in that team as well for really in that 32 car. You tend not to put bad drivers in a Team WRT car, but I wonder, with the hood now off, just blocking a little bit of the shot of what's going on under the hood. Great job from our camera crew. Joe Osborne has the eagle eye. He would know better than I what they are looking at, but the heat has been treacherous. It has caused problems for more than a few cars throughout the course of the weekend across various different series, and I wonder if the heat has just caused a little bit of a gremlin here with the BMW.
The cable ties are out. I'm trying to see what they're working at. I wondered if it was something to do with the water pressure initially as the line speed drivers headbutt each other in a well-practiced pit stop. And here is Mosca in, so he had 2 minutes left of his pit stop time. They're probably going to do a full service on this one. Again, driver change just to keep these drivers fresh, I think. And I think that's a wise move as the WRT team still get to work. Of course, we're under full course yellow. They're going to stay on the lead lap for probably about another 2.5 to 3 minutes of what we've got. And luckily for them, everyone's cycling through the pits. But I am worried about that car. That's now 2 pit stops where they've been addressing issues.
This car was started on pole by Nicholas Nielsen. Tommaso Mosca getting out of the car. Driver change in full effect. We've seen drivers reluctant to do more than one stint. We could expect on this next round of pit stops, Maxime Martin would climb back aboard, but here aboard 51 Ferrari, we'll wait for confirmation on the transponder to tick back over. Door is shut. Nice clean work. It's been an undramatic race so far for the 51 relative to some of its competitors. Has been fairly clean. The pace has been undeniable. Simply waiting now for the minimum time and surface and fuel to finish.
Yeah, it looked like Rivera's helmet to me, the man who did the job in qualifying. So he now gets to reap his rewards as WRT get that bonnet back on, importantly for them. But is that the lap down as the Ferrari goes past them in back of shot?
Yeah, fine work from Team WRT. It's never a nice thing to see a car being tucked away into the garage, but it is when that car tends to come back out. Interesting to see what Alessio Rovera can do behind the wheel of the 51. Interesting to hear comments from him after the qualifying session saying that he didn't think he and the 51 were really the favorite in that session, and then the pace absolutely threw that out the window. The Ferrari package has been fast right from the get-go, and Alessio Rovera, one of the best in the business, getting it done and putting that car on pole. Nicholas Nielsen doing a great job in his stint. Rovera now with his first chances to make an impression here in the early hours of the 24 Hours of Spa.
I think race control, probably just waiting for these pit stops to cycle through before we go to safety cars. We see WRT, Vincent Voss there in the white shirt, just trying to listen in on what the problem was. The mechanics, you can see how hot they were. That's their time to shine. This is where they can maybe win or lose a race on how quickly and efficiently they work. And it's a race between the WRT and the tractor heading down to come into Eau Rouge.
Can only speculate, again, as a commentator and definitely not a mechanic, what the mechanics were trying to signal. If they were fastening something with the significantly sized zip ties, was that maybe a loose hose, something like that, temperatures creeping up and causing a little bit of a fluid to spurt here or there. You mentioned potentially a water pump, things like that, or water pressure building. Of course, liquid pressures, understandable that they would fizzle in the heat. We've seen even fuel boiling in other cars throughout the course of the weekend. It's not unprecedented. We're now a few hours of racing in, but with plenty more to go, I don't want to see something like that go wrong.
No, exactly that. And here we go back to them. They look distraught, don't they? And I wonder if maybe more something with contact and something snapped, and that's why the Motorsport Bible of cable ties, tank tape, or WD-40, if those three things can't fix it, then it's day done. But yeah, that is going to be a tough break for him.
Yeah, Vincent Voss never looks rattled, but does have the hands on the hips and pursed lips. Never a sign of a pleased individual. But Team WRT is one of the best in the business, having won the Indianapolis 8-hour with a different car, can certainly pull something out of the back strategy-wise. And they tend to be one of the more creative teams in terms of giving us a surprise, especially late in the race with strategy. Still a long way to go, but ground to make up nonetheless, especially when we're under full course yellow and not a safety car. Speeds are reduced, and that can help your pit stop times, but it does not bunch the field. So not as much of an advantage to be had there.
No, and I do think they're a lap down as we were seeing the car pushed out. We saw the Ferrari 51, which is now driven by Rivera, as we thought it would be, go past, and that's put them the lap down. So they're going to need a wave around later in this race to get back on the lead lap to have any chance of getting a good result.
Driver change as well for the McLaren that is running second place. And it's the general manager of APM Monaco, Louis Pret, who has climbed aboard that British-made car, doing a nice job in second place. Talked about it throughout the week, how impressed we were with the pace of that McLaren. And right you are. There was a lap lost for the 32. There was a shot of our leader, the flashing 001 on the Luma rink. Great feature of some of the cars in SRO, all of the cars in SRO competition featuring that 3-digit Luma rink. You can flash the name of both the driver and their position relative to the rest of their competitors. And there now is that 32 BMW. Thinking your shot, oh, it's not too far behind. Well, it is, plus a lap. Unfortunately, having spent just a little bit too much time in the garage. Not insurmountable by any stretch of the imagination over a 24-hour contest, but certainly not a favorable position to be in. I suppose a gleam of hope is the talent in that driver lineup. We're hearing a report remotely from Gwinnell saying that some debris had found its way in. And that lap 1 crash, we saw multiple cars involved, debris strewn everywhere, and that would have found its way into the front ducting, radiators, cooling of some of those cars. The 32 BMW falling afoul of that. The team trying to clear some of that out, and I'm sure that would have cut a line here, nicked this, rattled that, and we have gone safety car as well. Field was slowed behind a full course yellow, and now we'll start to bunch everybody up.
In front of the safety car need to pick up the speed to queue behind the whole pack. Everybody needs to pack up behind the safety car now.
Feels a bit morbid, doesn't it, being told to pack up, but he means get everyone together and get everyone there. And the Ferrari slow to get off the limiter. And we do have a wave around procedure in place for GT Challenge, but it does not happen within the first 3 hours of the race. So we're still 45 minutes away from that wave around. It's also at the discretion of the race director, Niels Vittich, and it also won't be done in the last 90 minutes of the race either. So that's our wave around procedure.
Quite a marked contrast to most of the racing series that we see in the United States, but I think it's a unique feature of racing in Europe is the fact that even though we do some of the wave arounds, a lot of time regaining that track position has to well and truly be earned. Of course, there's different pluses and minuses to every way of doing things, but I quite like the way it's managed here and having to wait. Of course, no one will like it in the WRT camp in the 32 because they'll say we would love the lap back right away. They will not get it and have to wait a little bit longer, but they do have more than 21.5 hours to do so, and a team like WRT I think is well capable of doing that, especially with the individuals installed in that race car. But you do wonder if it picked up some debris, how much more has found its way under the front bonnet of that BMW. There's a lot of real estate under the bonnet of that front mid-engine car, and a lot of room to collect bits of shrapnel, carbon fiber, gravel, what have you. There's a lot that you can collect here around Spa.
The other thing you would think about is the durability of that. The cable ties weren't on the cars. It left the BMW factory, so there was a good reason for that. That might mean they want to do their technical pit stop, the 5-minute long pit stop that each team has to do at least once in between hour 11 and 22. So they may bring that forward to the earliest possible point after 11 hours of this race has elapsed.
But again, a lot of times brake changes are what happen, and if you were trying to push in the second half of a race, you can use a little bit more brake, and you want to leave something in the tank for the end of the race as well. Of course, like you said, Joe, it is a great opportunity to do some other service beyond just the stopping power of these race cars, and they do require a fair amount of that. But it's a nice feature that these teams have to do throughout the race, or can option to do, but the time in which they do that is governed. But I wonder what the pluses and minuses are. If you're a driver, would you like that technical stop moved up just a little bit? Yes, it can help you clear some of the debris, but does that leave you much confidence in say, the braking package at the end of the race?
It's actually amazing. These modern GT3 cars, the majority of the field can go 24 hours without a brake change, but for safety reasons, we keep it there quite rightly as well. I remember in my earlier years being asked to manage the brakes by an engineer in the Spa 24-hour race, and I did say, we have 8 hours remaining, no? And the answer was, yes, you manage the brakes. And so, yeah, it's different for an engineer making their call sat behind a laptop. Rarely does that laptop jump up and slap them in the face when you're a racing driver and you get brake failure. It's a different feeling.
Well, it's quite a different feeling braking in these cars as well. I can even imagine. I've sat in precisely one race car at speed in my lifetime. You, I think, probably one or two more. You are quite literally standing on the brakes, so it's a fair amount of pressure. It's kind of akin, I would imagine, at times to an emergency stop in your road car, even more, except there's significantly more resistance and leg strength required to even slow these cars appropriately, and you're doing that over the course of many, many hours. So to be asked to manage those things, it's an incredible amount of control that you have to have.
Yeah, a huge amount. It's the one bit I think all drivers will always keep going on in the gym is the old leg press. And as a kilo force, it's around 140 kilos of force through 1 foot. So it's a huge amount, and it's the impact, how you smack the brake pedal. It's so important. You've got the most amount of grip at high speed with the downforce, so the brake pressure is always a peak, and then you're bleeding off. So it's a very hard punch, and then you're just trying to be like a ballerina on that brake pedal towards the end of the brake zone, just to help turn the car in. So the brake pedals in these cars are actually starting to get customized by drivers. The manufacturers normally just put quite a small one in for weight, but then that puts a bigger pressure point on the driver's foot. So the drivers will actually get together and choose what shape, what size brake pedal they want. Because for a 24-hour race, it can become quite a painful thing if you're hitting that brake time after time.
You can see Tomlinson plus 2 laps. McLaren a little bit back in your shot there. The 58 is your gold class leader. And Louis Pret, who was installed in that race car, but has Malte Ebdrup just behind. We saw Frederick Schandorf in pursuit of that car.
Safety car in this lap. Safety car in this lap.
It's a message coming from race control that we will go back to racing speed at the end of this lap. They will make their way along the more than 7-kilometer long Spa-Francorchamps circuit as they head up the hill now down the Kemmel Straight at significantly reduced speed, packed up just a little bit. And now for Alessio Rovera, that gap that his teammate had built early in the race was as high as 14 seconds about a half an hour ago. Has closed right on down to 5 or less. Louis Pret will be just behind. Ebdrup in his Ferrari, sitting 1/3 as a manufacturer. But McLaren continues to impress. Cars running 2nd and 5th overall. The 59, the lower of the two McLarens. The 111 down in 29th. But the 58 and 59, a phenomenal effort from the two Garage 59 cars right now. There's a look at your top 3 in each of our 5 classes as well. It's Ferrari who leads in the pro category. Pret in his McLaren in gold. Bartone installed in his eponymously named number 6 AMG. It's an AMG who leads in the bronze class as well. And Joel Sturm in his Porsche 911 in the number 8 machine with the 999 in pursuit. There's Bartone, a name that was made famous in the United States in the drag racing categories. Has chosen to lend his talents, has the Bartone family. Anthony and Little Tony currently leading in the silver class as well. It's a team I had a chance to catch up with just a year ago at the Daytona 24.
Lights off. Safety car lights off.
And aspirations of going GT3 racing have done just that and have taken their talents overseas and are now in the Spot 24 yet again. Alessio Rovera will control the field in the number 51 Ferrari. Louis Pret behind. And the 71 Ferrari just behind him. Lights are off on the safety car. It speeds away. As we look on with Leclerc installed in the number 50 Ferrari.
I'm a bit surprised Rovera hasn't gone earlier because he has a bronze graded driver behind him in that 177 Mercedes, so it's not for position, and that's Hernaz Ortega. So if he'd gone earlier, he could have maybe got a gap to those cars behind him.
Green at the line.
So we hear green flag at the line as they wait to make their way. The Ferrari 296 coming just through the butt stop, a little bit sideways for the Ferrari behind. That's the 71. Here is Alessio Rovera in the 51. On the loud pedal. Look at the gap already right at the green flag.
Why didn't he do that earlier? That was only from the exit of the last corner to turn 1. If he had dropped it coming around Blanchemont, he could have had 4 or 5 seconds. Maybe, yeah, of course, the team could have helped him out better there in terms of letting him know who was around him and what he could have done better.
Either way, it has dropped the rest of the classes and the rest of the competitors behind him. And look at the gap already. Just 1 quarter gone on the way up to Radion in the Kemmel Straight. He is absolutely evaporated from the front of this field. There's Pret, your gold class leader, clearing some traffic, going door to door with the lap down Hernandez in the 177. And Ebdrup behind, trying to hold the Audi behind him at bay. And look at Gunon in the back. lurking, closing up on the back and getting that Verstappen racing machine through Le Combe. This is a car that has so much pace in the hands of Jules Gounon. Said he could have probably gone even faster in qualifying. We're chasing setup as far as even the warm-up. I'm curious to see what that car has for us late in the stage. Here's the Manfilter AMG going this way, going that way. It's Lucas Auer going the long way around, the significantly linked right-hander. Here's Rovera, and it's Charles Wirtz, who is trying to get his lap back in the number 32. That is not for position, but it could be if he does get his lap back in a couple minutes' time. Here's an Aston Martin, Frederick Makovecki in the number 22. Matt Campbell was in that car before. Makovecki, a welcome return after a couple years to Porsche 911 machinery. And going the long way around, but doing it bravely before Pouhon.
And you could see the Mercedes overtaker. They're still struggling coming out of Pouhon. The purple light indicating to people he's a bronze-graded driver as the bronze class is getting busy into the first part. Biff Baff. I thought the 74 Kessel car there was going to make an issue for a lot of the drivers. This is still very high-risk racing, isn't it, after a restart?
Plenty of battling, doing a good job of avoiding any piffing or paffing, and Malthus Jalbert was at the rear of that battle. Has done some nice work in Genesis hypercar machinery, but no stranger to the 296. Races in other European championships there. Here is your Bronze Cup battle for first place. It's Get Speed in that AMG in the number 12 machine. So potentially with tire pressure issues early on, has to stay in touch in the first 6 hours of track limit, so keep that eye. But the Ziggo Sport Porsche just behind as well.
Louis Prat at the moment struggling to clear the lap traffic in front of him. Two McLarens in front of him that are laps, and it's always the hardest to overtake a car, and is that Joubert in the 74 Kessel car. It is, what a move that is, all the way down the inside, gets roughed up a bit by the 12 car on exit, but that was a send and a half. Looked like he was going to go in way too hot, but in fact got it stopped lovely and even got on top of the apex curb at the first part of the bus stop chicane.
Great awareness from both drivers to not make contact. We will hope the same situation there as the 998 gives way to the 45 car. Those two had gone door to door into the source in the first corner. Now they get on the loud pedal and head down towards Eau Rouge before bending right up the hill. It is a blind ascent of many stories in the newer grandstand there. Look how close these GT3 cars are able to run. There is a fair amount of front aero. When you do get aero wash in these cars, it's remarkable how close they can run. Door to door down the Kemmel Straight. The Ferrari is trying to go with the Porsche now as they're clearing more and more lap traffic.
This is for overall position. The Porsche of Scheuring against Joubert in that Ferrari. I think there was contact there. Did the Ferrari go in the back of the Porsche? The Porsche had an odd wiggle that looked like there was an external force applied to it. No damage on the front of the Kessel Ferrari that I could see. But this is, again, the risk we're talking about. Close racing with cars out of position because they're a lap down.
On board with the 74, this is Malthus Jalbert giving chase to the 22, just in front, excuse me, of the 2 of Scheuring. I'm trying to look if there is any rear-end damage. Malthus was so confident on the brakes into Les Combe. You can hear the rattle of some of the gravel as he dipped just a tire off.
Yellow flag, local yellow in the background. Looks like a Ferrari.
It is. It's the 50 Ferrari who's gone backwards into the barriers. And now just trying to get that car righted without interrupting any traffic, but a little bit of rear-end damage. A fellow Ferrari coming through, one of the Come-To Racing Aston Martins. And there goes the 52. And 3 wide. And look at how the 50 Ferrari spinning has backed this entire pack of cars up into each other.
Yeah, I wonder if he got help. That was an odd place to spin by yourself. We're running 2 wide, 5 cars deep, it seems. And this is the bronze-graded drivers just doing their job. They're staying on the line. They're doing everything right. But lap times can be anything 3, 4, 5 seconds lap slower than a pro. And that's why we get this bottling up effect.
This is a tricky situation for even a pro driver to be in, but for bronze-rated drivers, even more of a challenge. Many of them bronze in moniker only, not a testament and an indication of their pace and talent. Many of them very quick. Bartone going all the way nearly off the track, keeping it settled through Blanchiment and the run down towards the bus stop chicane. But still, the 46 has to defend from that number 12 Mercedes AMG behind, an AMG on AMG.
Sister Get Speed cars, and the lead one is Rendon. That's the bronze in that class. And Optimum car boxing here. That is a problem. That's not on strategy.
No, it's not, but we'll get them out of this battle. Although they probably would have liked to stay in it as well. 46 doing a nice job in that Team WRT BMW. It's staying ahead of this field, but so much potential, so many positions to be gained. It looks like we have just about half of the field lined up on the run down to Eau Rouge.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of action going on here. And as a driver, you've only got 100% mental capacity. And where do you look? It's left, right, behind you, in front of you. You've just got to pick your line. And this is where you dig deep. And at least if you're the fastest in the group, you're not going to get hit from behind. And that's always the simple logic you tried to apply is get on the front foot and be aggressive. Easier said than done.
Valentino Rossi lurking, closing in the braking zone, pops out towards the racing line. Not enough momentum to make the move.
Attention
just
all
then.
teams, pit entry closed, short full course yellow in 20 seconds.
We've got the 54 in the gravel on the entry of Piff-Paff, so I assume it's for that. So short full course yellow shouldn't be a safety car after this.
10 seconds.
This is where everyone is trying to get down to 80. No more overtaking after the 10-second call,
5,
but you don't need to be at 80
3,
until the 0 is called by Niels Vicic. Now,
full course yellow, full course yellow. Stop.
Saw the aggressive attack on the Lamborghini on Lamborghini. The Grasser version, which is tucked up by the Retronic car, was super late on the brakes. And look at that, some cars overlapping. So now they've got to try to find out who was in front when. All the cars fitted with GPS. So let's get some replays going on. We've got on board with Rossi in front. So this is just live at the moment under full course yellow through through Pouhon, sorry. And we're actually approaching the corner where we have the car in the gravel. So the Ferrari does get tagged by an Audi, isn't it? And the only thing I would say, we quickly picked up, going around the outside of a car is always a risk, but I believe we're on the outside of 2 cars on our inside. Might get another view of it here. So at the moment we're going around Brussels. It's the next time we turn left, Leclerc gets fired off. So he's going around the outside, and the Audi just doesn't know what to do. He's in the middle of the road. The Optimum McLaren goes to his inside, and like I said, my initial reaction, going to the outside is a risk. Going the outside of 2 is not the best idea, and I think unfortunately Leclerc there takes the risk, but I don't think a penalty will be applied to anyone else.
Chalked up maybe then to a racing incident, and we're seeing the recovery of the green and white Porsche.
Yeah, the Dynamic GT Porsche has been turned around, it seems. At least it's been dragged out of the gravel and may be able to continue its way.
One of the benefactors of that incident we watched on with the spinning Leclerc was the number 96, that new Temerario GT3. Made its global debut in the States earlier this season. This is its first outing in a 24-hour race here in the joint GT World Challenge Europe and Intercontinental GT Challenge round, the crown jewel of GT racing at the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. There is a look at the stricken number 50 and some of the rear bodywork that bears the yellow paint of the barrier he backed into.
The only positive I can give him is at least the barriers match perfectly with the AF Corsa colours here at Spa.
Attention all teams, full course yellow ending on short notice.
By contrast, his stablemate,
5,
Alessio
4,
Rovera, has less than
3,
5 seconds now.
2, 1, green flag, green flag.
Before we go green, okay, Joe, hold your breath, because that battle we saw with nearly half the field in it is about to resume itself as we go racing it once again at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Alessio Rovera leads the field to green. But look at all the cars in pursuit. Jules Gounon on the gas. We saw Louis Pret as well, second place overall. The Ferrari wedged in the middle there as well. Jules Gounon, though, having to play the defense game over Loke just behind. And what kind of a run does that McLaren have? What legs does it have down the Kemmel straight? Not quite enough to make a move. Jules Gounon, though, well and truly defensive on the inside. The 59 McLaren, 4th overall, has to give way through Les Combes. Jules Gounon flashing the headlights on that AMG just ahead, trying to get some of the traffic out of the way. Meanwhile, further up the field, number 32 WRT BMW, that's Charles Wirtz installed. That car came in with the bonnet up, repair work done, lost a lap, trying to get that lap back. Had to contend with holding station for a little bit of time, wasting some of that stint time away. Still has to make his way back up towards the front of the field.
Louis Pret really struggling to get past lap traffic. I believe the first one he's trying to get past is Freddie Tomlinson in the 4 car, who's 2 laps down. And at the moment, he's not getting the aid of any blue flags, so he's having to do it on pace as we see the top speed powered by AWS through Pouhon on that double left. And it's Alex Arca who's no longer in this race in the Audi. And they're super fast through there. So showing you our oldest GT3 car, still very quick.
Another old GT3 car, an oldie but a goodie, the number 48, that Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo, now in the hands of Lucas Auer in that now iconic man-filter livery. Hard to miss on track in our camera pictures. I imagine it would be hard to miss in your wing mirrors as well. Early in the race, most of the drivers still have those attached. I suspect many will fall by the wayside, but Lucas Auer running 6th overall. This car, every time it enters a race, is inevitably a contender. And trying to keep touch with this front battle right now. 6th overall. A little bit higher than that in class, but you're right, it is a matter of can Loke start to clear some of this traffic and set his sights on Jules Gounon in front. You never want to let Jules Gounon scamper away, but Gounon has his own traffic to contend with further up.
Yeah, so we do have those cars all running together for position, don't we? Aura in that yellow Mercedes, then Loke in the second of the garage, 59 cars. Gounon trying to clear lap traffic, still struggling with that. Shows you the lap traffic pace is so strong. One of the RJN cars there in the way. They lost a lot of time, didn't they? This is Joubert. We're going to listen into there. Be interesting to see if he says anything about that contact with the Porsche potentially at the end of the Camel.
It's already track limit of 19, so I don't want to see any more track limits now. Maybe you were fine, but still a second track limit for all car now.
Now I was fine, and one guy pushed me off there. It's not fair if they go on that track limit.
Yeah, I told you in the briefing to tell me this kind of information before to get the track limit.
An excuse from a racing driver? Never. But Mathis Jalbert, to be fair, to his credit, a youngster who is very quickly making a name for himself in both GT and prototype racing, has done some great work in the Ferrari 296 across Europe, has been locked in more than a few battles throughout this race. He's done a really nice job in a very short amount of time to, as we said, make a name for himself. Doing it with Kessel Racing now, but he has to be a little bit careful about not falling afoul of some of those track limits violations.
But how good was the engineer? He said, fine, but remember what we discussed. You get pushed off, you do a track limit, you tell me. And the engineer's right, because he can then go to race control with the evidence and say, yes, you're correct, we went wide, but we have mitigating circumstances, and they lose that strike. So the engineer giving him to it straight. There was a legitimate excuse, but the execution was done poorly, as the RGN car has filtered behind these three cars running for 5th and 6th. And now they've got to pick off the Audi, and that's going to be a difficult job. It's Riker aboard that 84 Audi at the moment, and that Audi is the quickest thing down the Camel Straight, so it's going to be hard for that Mercedes of Gounon to open up the door.
Joseph Loke is going to have a whole heap of pressure now from Lucas Auer behind in that yellow man filter AMG. Meanwhile, Charles Veert still trying to make up positions and get that lap back, but Maurice Schurig, who was at the front of a multi-car train early on, was trying to do his best to clear some traffic, and now is closed right back up onto the back of another battle. And this is, we ride on board now with the number 10 car, that Busen VDS machine. Has joined the back of this battle. Marco Mappelli, the graphic there, that new Temerario GT3. Lamborghini Quadricorsa saying the target is for a win internationally with this car this year. In its debut, that is a lofty goal. Again, this is its first outing here in a 24-hour contest of any kind. And is trying to get past one of those rapid Audis, a flash of the headlights for the newest GT3 contender on the grid. Bombing this way, bombing that way. It was a Lamborghini who found victory overall last year, but it was a Huracan GT3 Evo 2. And continues to flash the headlights for the number 63, who is well out of position, 9 laps off of the lead. That number 96 car would dearly like to clear some of that traffic sooner rather than later to continue to get on with their pursuit.
Good news for Louis Prez. He's cleared the majority of the traffic. He actually only has the 32 WRT BMW in between himself and the leader now, and obviously Charles Veert has got good pace, so I think Pret now is going to be able to pump in some fast laps. The lead gap is at 6.6 seconds. We'll keep an eye how that goes over the next few laps.
And now that Temerario GT3 is under pressure from Joel Sturm in front, has to go defensive to the inside, trying to only defend from Sturm and get that lap traffic the heck out of the way into Lecombe. And unable to do so, he's going to have that 911 all over the back of that very highlighter livery Temerario GT3. And that Porsche is going to get a whole heap of Lamborghini exhaust note, as Joel Sturm was so confident in the braking, wasn't he? That Temerario trying to avoid, now goes to the inside through the right-hander, bops now to the inside, and still continuing to be held up. You are entitled to hold your position, but this seems, it may be a little bit silly this early in the race. You're absolutely entitled to fight, but Joel Sturm has now dove to the inside, and he'll have the move made before the middle section of Pouhon.
Yeah, good move on Marco Mappelli. That Audi is in 63rd place. So, yes, you're right. He's got an obligation to be there, but he's also got an obligation to think with his head. And I think the pace he's at, he probably needs to just roll out the throttle and start to let cars through. As we see a CSA McLaren, that's been turned around. Doesn't seem to have too much damage, a bit of bodywork missing on its rear left. Gets going, doesn't box. So driver feeling like the car is okay. And that's Arrodo down in 50th place now.
confident call to make as a driver as well. The pit lane is right there. If you did feel anything at all askew, that would have been the time to pit. Saying, nope, I'm going to continue on his way. Goes back out of sequence now in front of Mathis Jalbert, who's had one of the BMWs behind that purple liveried car to contend with. Jalbert flashing the headlights, saying, I saw what happened. Now get out of my way. I've got a race to run.
Yeah, just looking at some of the track limit warnings. Amazingly, the lead car still with 0 track limits.
Wow.
Louis Pret here has 2, so he's doing okay, up to 3 now, actually. So they're halfway to getting a penalty. Looking to the inside. Some interesting marks on the windscreen of the 59 car, and hopefully no damage. It's just how the sunlight was hitting it. So how did Andriolo get turned around? He's definitely got helped. It was the 71 car.
Oh.
Penalty incoming for me on the 71. Wasn't alongside enough. And that could be huge. That's our 3rd place overall car, and he's 2nd in the gold class. That's a drive-through penalty for me. That would drop them 72 seconds. That was a clumsy move.
It's a significant time penalty here around Spa-Francorchamps, isn't it? Because of the length of the pit lane and the time penalty that can often follow suit. But I think crucially as well, many of our contenders inside the overall top 10 right now did very well to avoid. Jules Gounod among them, who is running now with pressure from Lucas Auer behind, who has cleared the McLaren and gotten up into the top 5 overall. That would look to be 3rd place in class for Lucas Auer, chasing down 2nd place in pro class. Just in front, that's Jules Gounod in the number 3.
And if you think your day is going bad in that 71 Ferrari for Edrup, you've just looked in your mirror, you've got Jules Gounod now only 6/10 behind you. So a potential penalty looming, and also a very scary Verstappen.com Mercedes chasing you.
There are few drivers I would least rather see in my mirror than Jules Gounod aboard a Mercedes AMG with a tremendously competitive car. It was quick in qualifying. We know they've tried to unlock something even further after that, after the Super Pole session. And heck of a driver lineup as well for that Verstappen.com car. Here's a look at the Ziggo Sport Porsche. Cheever installed, your Bronze Cup leader, running 12th overall in that number 93 machine, navigating the bus stop chicane. But Mathis Jalbert, who's plus a lap in the 74 Kessel Racing Ferrari. Had some out-of-sequence traffic get in his way, has since cleared that. That's the 555 McLaren who spun, who's now dropped back a couple positions and likely will continue to do so. I imagine that wouldn't have been kind on the tires or the bodywork. Beautiful doors on that McLaren 720 SGT3 Evo. That will have not helped any of that final wrap, but Mathis Jalbert continues to give chase.
And it was a door problem on the McLaren of 23, and I don't mean one of the drivers' Ben door. It was a physical door issue where they couldn't get the latch to close. So that's cars down in 64th place, in case we hadn't covered that one off just yet.
Mathis Jalbert sitting just about 1.5 seconds behind Cheever in the lead of the Bronze Cup. And a gorgeous, gorgeous look at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. About 7:09 local time here in Belgium in the Ardennes forest. You see the long shadows of the trees of the Ardennes just adorning the track, and what a beautiful sight it is. This track well and truly is carved into the countryside here. One of the most scenic venues anywhere. Here's our 3rd place running Ferrari, that number 71, under investigation.
What was your take on it, Jonathan? What would you assume a fair penalty for the move on that 555 McLaren?
Well, I'm certainly not a race steward nor a racing driver, but I would assess blame to the 71. I think in that situation, I completely agree there. It was a place on the racetrack where if you're going to assess blame in that part of the track, in that scenario, with the position it was running, I think fault would fall to the 71. You just have to hope now that in the eyes of the stewards, it's not seen that way if you are in the 71. You also have to hope that Jules Gounod is not going to catch you.
Wow, huge news. 17 has got the meatball flag for transponder not working.
Oh,
so after a mega opening stint from Maxime Martin, that car, which is hard to follow because its transponder's not working, is going to have to box, and that isn't going to be part of strategy. So this is a whole pit stop. It's going to put them off sequence, and if this isn't a quick fix, this could be a real big problem for Get Speed.
AMG has looked quick in race trim so far. Get Speed has looked quick. Often the sister cars running nose to tail, and Maxi Götz is very, very quick at AMG machinery. Maxime Martin did a phenomenal job, as you said, making up a whole host of positions. Caught up a little bit earlier with our pit lane reporters to discuss some of that stint. Would have likely hopped back aboard after Maxi's stint.
Just a bit of work for our pit lane reporters. Be interesting to know what the transponder issue fix is, because they're all hardwired into the cars these days. They're powered up. But back in the day, you could use a battery transponder. Is that an option? Could you bolt a second transponder on, tell the timekeepers, I've got a new transponder number, and get going? Because we've seen this already, haven't we, with the Audi from Haas RT, was in the picture a long time trying to fix it. And it's such a simple thing, but you need it as a necessity, and that's why they're being told you have to box.
Well, absolutely. On top of the fact that it's a timing and score issue, is effectively a safety issue as well, trying to keep track of just where that race car is. I'm sure that GetSpeed will be lobbying with and working alongside Race Control to find a suitable solution. But either way, Race Control saying you need to come in and fix it. However, we do achieve that. We look on with 10th place Fred Makavecki as well in the number 22 car. We mentioned a welcome return to GT Racing and a Porsche machinery for him in the number 22. Here's Fabio Scherer in the 64, that grumbling Ford Mustang from Haupt Racing Team. Just a little bobble, finding a little understeer maybe on the way into Poole. But getting that often difficult to turn Mustang in. I would say difficult to turn is really not. These cars are remarkably nimble, regardless of how they're built. Even if the Mustang does have a larger footprint, it is a beautiful one and reminiscent of the road car it is based off of. Here's Jules Gounod running inside the overall top 5. Trying to chase down some of our leaders, including our gold class leader in Pret, running second overall at the moment in that 58 McLaren. Started at the front of this field, near the front of this field, I should say, and 58 has done a nice job at maintaining its position as well.
Yeah, got to pick out Tomlinson there. He obviously had a puncher early on with the teammate Harry George in the car, but Tomlinson actually did the super pole, so he's doing a mega job. Son of Lawrence Thompson, owner of the British car company Ginetta, but Fast Freddy there showing how he got the name, and good seeing him rubbing shoulders with the fastest out there. And although a lap down, is staying with the second place car of Louis Pret, as the gap is now, it went up to 8.4 seconds, it's back down to 7.9 on the last lap. Pret bringing it back in as he's running in clean air, and he is actually starting to pull in on Charles Wirtz in the 32 WRT car, which is also a lap down.
Saw the line speed car pit. That's the number 89 as we continue to watch this AMG battle up through Radion. Lucas Sauer has closed right in on the back of Jules Gounod. Two of the absolute best in the business in AMG machinery. If you're going to watch a battle of AMG pilots, this is probably the one to watch. Lucas Sauer closing, getting ever closer, running 5th as it stands. And look at the run he got down the Kemmel Straight, having to tuck back on the racing line, using a little bit more of the racetrack on entry in that Manfilter AMG. Just exiting Le Combe now. Not quite close enough to spring a trap here, but I wonder where in the lap you would be setting up a move. Probably thinking somewhere in Sector 3.
Yeah, I would say the problem is the Mercedes is so strong in Sector 3, but the car in front is also a Mercedes, so that negates that. I'm starting to think that cars struggle to follow for too long. Gounod was really on the back of the 71 couple of laps, so I wonder if cars are starting to overheat their tyres as they're in the dirty air. They lose downforce, so then the bias shifts to more mechanical grip from the tyre, putting more load through, and then they have to regroup and go again. Also, engine temps will go up. The intake will have a hotter air inflow, so it's going to have less dense fuel bank, so you're going to lose power as well. Turbo cars really struggle with that as well. They generate so much more heat, so I think we're still going to be having to look at some of the time loss in hot weather conditions.
Well, I think the hot weather is precisely that. It's been a story, but it's been a story this weekend for a reason. It has been monstrously hot, as high as 44, 45 degrees Celsius ambient temperature at times. I think it's cooled maybe just slightly and will hopefully mercifully cool a little bit more throughout the evening hours here at Spa-Francorchamps. But we see Lucas Sauer continuing to close. Here's 45 Ferrari continuing to close on the back of the McLaren. It is chasing right now. We saw a spin for the 555 earlier on. It's now the 45 machine in that beautiful green livery. This is the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari. Through Blanchimont. Not quite close enough to make a move, but what kind of a run do you get in towards the bus stop? Running in 15th position, trying to get this out of sequence, out of position McLaren out of its way. As the leader in the silver class right now, you don't want to be held up by anything, even if you're not immediately backed up into your own battle. And Andriolo, we saw the troubles with the contact and the tangling with the 71, still awaiting judgment. One judgment that has been assessed, though, is a time penalty, a 30-second time penalty for track limits for the 123.
Also a 10-second penalty for the 74 car collision at turn 10. I believe that was with the Aston Martin. I actually wasn't on air at the time, but I saw that getting investigated. So the 74 car, currently second in the bronze class, is going to have 10 seconds added to its next pit stop as we see Balzan get down the inside of Andriolo. Looks like move done. Andriolo lifts out. It's quite clever that when you know you're going to lose a position, you might as well roll out the throttle and tuck in behind rather than make him brake as late as you and then potentially both lose time. Just roll out of it. It will lose you a 10th, whereas you try and stay side by side, it can be 5 or 6. You can do that 10 times and suddenly you found 5 seconds of race time. Soon starts to add up. Smart driving there from the CSA McLaren.
The onus is always, of course, on the car doing the overtaking, whether it be for position, track position, class position, or getting your lap back, what have you. This one just clearing some lap traffic, but Balzan able to clear, and you can already see the pace difference in that Ferrari 296. Beautifully sliding the rear end of that Ferrari just ever so slightly through Pouhon. We've gone with the HRT Mustang with Rover BMW just behind. Ziggo Sport Porsche chased by the Kessel Racing Ferrari with Malthus Jalbert installed in that 74 machine. And there is an assessment, a 10-second time penalty for a collision at turn 10 for the number 74. We are going to get another look at it in just a few moments' time. Malthus Jalbert to the inside, just right on the back of the Aston Martin.
Yeah, so we saw we got the run, but then the Aston Martin does go into the gravel eventually. I actually think it's a relatively harsh penalty. It's not the most overtaking spot into Pouhon. It's a short break, but we were at the apex, and the Aston, for me, swung across the nose of the Ferrari, and this is where I get my old driver union hat on. And if I'm in that 74 car, where do you want me to go? I'm down the inside, I'm on the apex. I deserve space as well. Appreciate the Aston has gone off, but for me, the energy came in from the Aston, and that's why Karma took over. But race control disagreed. This car, 10-second penalty.
And you hate to see it as well, because that's our second place car in the Bronze Cup at the moment, sitting only just over a second off of the class lead with Cheever in his number 93 Porsche. We've been watching that battle develop. The Ziggo Sport machine at the front, caught up with a little traffic there. The Jalbert tried to draw a bead, but you tack on the 30 seconds on top of that. Black and white flag for track limits displayed to car number 5. And a ruling for an incident involving cars 50 and 88. No further investigation necessary, say race control. Another black and white for the 91 as well. So that was the issue involving the number 50A, of course, a Ferrari. Leclerc behind the wheel that was backed into the barriers. No penalty given there. Lucky break, perhaps, for the Audi?
Yeah, at the moment, obviously everything gets investigated. Circuit performance there, the 3 sectors that make up the 7-kilometer circuit. You would say the 51 Ferrari is doing okay, and then the 45 Ferrari actually taking the lead in Sector 1. Sector 1 can be skewed quite a lot by how good of a toe you get. It can also, back in the day, be affected by how much you cut Eau Rouge illegally. Now the timing system's much more advanced that if it is a track limit lap, you lose that lap. Otherwise, technically, you could do a lap record on an illegal lap that would stand, of course. But unfortunately, the driver's normally one step ahead, and then the rules catch up soon after.
Look at some of the big movers and shakers in this race. Raffaele Marciello up 10 positions in the number 98. 38 positions of improvement for our Bronze Cup leader in the number 93. That's that Ziggo Sport Porsche. Pretty remarkable for the number 93 machine. And then a 46-spot improvement for Joel Sturm. Unbelievable in the number 98. Up into 19th place and counting.
And our lead Pro-Am car as well, importantly for them, 14 places ahead of the 999, which is down in 33rd in that Pro-Am class. Lot to play out. Remember, in that Pro-Am class, the bronze drivers have to do a combined of 8 hours of drive time, so that can really skew it. Just got Maximilian Gotts there in shot, didn't we? Have they been in for that transponder issue? Just trying to see him on the timing screens. And yes, they have. They have only been, this is their outlap, in fact. Gotts bailing out of the way. So is that a reflection of where their race has gone? Down in 49th place. Yeah. I think the heads have dropped there.
Especially with the class leader in Joel Sturm coming through a few positions behind in number 111 McLaren. Arthur Rogier up 41 positions as well. But for Joel Sturm, what a tremendous effort it has been in this Porsche. We had been wondering where the pace is in this 911 GT3R platform throughout the course of the race week leading up in practice and qualifying. Not really so in Super Pole. It's been a super race so far. Look how close that Corvette got to the wall. Little smile on your face because you know what kind of commitment that takes.
It's so cool, and it doesn't really make any difference to your corner, but it just feels nice to get as close as you can to the wall. Sometimes you're waiting for the scrape just to see where you are, but amazingly, we'll check that wall in about 21 hours time, but no one ever touches it. It remains pristine white. But, yeah, I love that flyby camera. It really gives you the impression of speed as the cars are going past at 240 kilometers an hour on that entry to Eau Rouge.
Look at the pace judgment from the last couple of laps. Race Vision powered by AWS. Average lap time falling and falling and falling all the while. For that car collection motorsport Porsche 911, it's been a heck of a race so far. And that that Corvette we were talking about, just ahead, easily identifiable with the white trim. And a look aboard the 98 as well. Navigating nicely through Pouan. There's that Get Speed AMG that Sturm had passed before, just clearing out of the way. It's Peterson aboard the Corvette just ahead. Stellar Motorsport car is going to have company very, very quickly. Sturm all over the back. And that gap coming down all the while. Corvette Z06 GT3R trying to keep track position. And I think maybe the closeness to the wall last time by on the run to Eau Rouge was maybe an indication of the fact that he knows the number 8 Porsche is coming. Remarkable to see that gap close, and taking the AMG with it, it has to be said, over the course of this lap. Mikael Peterson. What a beautiful shot there from the drone. And look at the variance in line, variance in platform. A mid-engine Corvette, a rear-engine Porsche 911, diametrically opposed in layout, very close on pace, but Sturm is closing. Look at the legs on that Corvette, though. On the run down to La Source, able to use a little bit more V8 grunt, a little tuck of the nose in, and all over the rear diffuser of the 24 car. That Porsche 911 trying to keep the nose clean, but this is going to be a phenomenal run. Is he close enough into Eau Rouge? Not to go wheel to wheel, but perhaps to set up the more important run down the Camel Straight. Close as ever to the wall, scraping the wing mirror on the concrete. Here goes that 911 down the long Camel Straight. The the Corvette Z06 GT3R just in front. Again, a good launch off the corner, doing a nice job at keeping just enough an advantage. The 911 tucked under the rear wing. Has it closed up enough in the toe? No, it has not. Sturm stays to the racing line. He'll have to wait another lap. The ebb and flow in these battles often attributed to the strengths and weaknesses of each of these platforms. That Corvette has done a really nice job at launching itself out of the corners, is able to help his defense.
I think Sturm's going to get frustrated and might start a bit of a bump and run. I thought that's what he was going to do at turn 1 last time by. They got close, but they kept it clean for now. As we look at the 111 CSA McLaren, Arthur Rouge there, 22nd place, 5th in class at the moment, and having a relatively clean race, staying out of trouble. But he's got the Lion Speed Porsche of Thomas Preining just behind.
Running second, 22nd, having started 63rd. Not a bad run so far in the first couple of hours, I would say, with Rogier installed in the number 111. Running 5th right now in the gold class, but has some company a few cars back in the hands of Magnus's Porsche, who has lost a position from the start. The 80 car of Thomas Preining behind that Lion Speed machine. One of the more rapid Porsches so far this weekend. Plus a lap, but has made up significant ground in this race. These two drivers, I think, in their respective races, not battling with one another.
You'd assume they've worked together, though, to get all those positions together. 84 positions gained between them collectively. So maybe the Lion Speed Porsche has just been using the McLaren's front bumper just to get people out of their way nice and efficiently. Their next target is Marco Mapelli, Lamborghini factory driver, way outside of position where he would want to be, down in 21st place, just in front of this two-car battle.
Mapelli will have been heavily involved in the development and the testing of that Temerario GT3 in a true test here in its first 24-hour outing, trying to knock on the door of the top 20, but he has two very, very rapid machines behind, a gold class McLaren and a pro class Porsche, both of whom who improved markedly from their starting positions in the hands of very capable drivers. They're going to be all over the rear wing, I think, of that Temerario GT3 in a few corners time, maybe a few laps time.
Just a bit of housekeeping, so lead gap up to 13 seconds, but Goon on 3/10 behind the 71 car of Edrup. There's also been no further action on the incident that saw Leclerc get turned around by Carrie Schreiner's Audi. I think that's the right decision.
Look at the 80, it is closing way in. Rogier continuing to hold the number 80 Porsche at bay for the time being. Car strung out behind. Number 30 BMW in the hands of Montenegro, running 26th on the road at the moment. As Celli's Audi just in front. Next victim up the road. It's a point well made, though, earlier on from Joe about these two cars not in their own class helping each other, but no one has had the best of the 51 Ferrari. Rovera so far running a very phenomenal race. All the teammates in the lineup doing their darndest in this effort. We saw trouble for the number 50, the sister car, but this, the leader, the 51, makes its way up Radion with a significant gap as well, up to 14.3 seconds as we wait for some of the other top 10 contenders to come into view. So Rovera continues to lead this field. 51 Ferrari started on the pole. Next car in line, 14 seconds down, is the McLaren just coming into frame. That is your gold class leader in the number 58. Louis Pret behind the wheel. Has been unable to catch, but has done a nice job of holding station over the Ferrari of Edrup just behind. That the number 71 car. Jules Gounon, Lucas Auer, Loke behind in the number 59 McLaren. He runs 6. Fabio Scherer in that grumbling Mustang ahead of Raffaele Marciello, former IGTC champion. Chavez in the 34 runs 9th. Frederick Makovecki in his Porsche runs just behind the Aston Martin. Schurig behind in another Porsche 911 runs 11th, and Cheever and Mathis Jalbert carrying a 30-second penalty as well. Tramnitz in his BMW runs 14th, and then Balzon in his Ferrari, your silver class leader, comes through Lecombe now. He's done a nice job running inside at the top 15. Takes a good chunk of curve on the inside and then the outside with the Aston Martin, that Pro Class Come-To car, just behind. But for your silver leader, been a pretty good day so far.
Yeah, and this is our car that's fastest in Sector 1 as well. We did see this car get a nice slipstream, didn't we, from the 555 CSA McLaren, so could have been that lap, but the car fast over the whole lap, and that's why they're leading their silver class. And at the moment, they've got a nice, comfortable lead as well. They're in 15th place overall. The next silver car battle, all the way down in 25th.
Good run so far for Fabio Scherer in the number 64 Haupt Racing Team Ford Mustang, that iconic Ford racing pony adorning the side of that car. But adorning the back of the car is the Rova BMW. He's closed right up to the back end of that Mustang. Just a couple years of competition already in Evo trim, but those Evo changes really seeming to help the drivability and the raceability, especially in traffic, of that Mustang package. And Marciello right on the back, closing right in. Rova BMW pushing the Ford Mustang and giving a little bit of a hip and shoulder, letting him know he's there. No contact, but certainly making his presence known as he heads down the main straightaway. Raffaele Marciello, former IGTC champion, now to the fore. But what can Fabio Scherer do in defense? Closes right back up into La Source. We'll have to wait for the run up the Camel Straight. But two front or front mid-engine cars. Let's take another look at this one.
It's always an ominous sign, isn't it, when Marciello has the 3 letters RAM in the windscreen on that Lumarank panel. And I think he just wanted to make sure that that Ford could not get back past him, and he ran him in real deep. It was hard and fair, and I'm sure Scherer just rolled his eyes out at one, going, I was going to almost let you go anyway, but you've lost us both a fair amount of time now. But yeah, like you said, that Evo on the Mustang has been big, hasn't it, for them? And some interesting ones. The one that really interested me, I've never heard on an Evo, is a change of wheel, predominantly to get more hot air out of the braking system to keep those brakes in a better window. But Marciello now up to 7th, our lead BMW, and seemingly good pace. You can see the stint time there on your timing tower. We're getting towards pit window time again. It is an extended stint time because this stint has had a safety car, so we will go go to the 65 minutes. So we should get another 7 flying laps out of the majority of the top 10. Slightly less for those cars outside the top 10 who are 5 minutes shorter. So it's going to be interesting. And we get the replay now of Raffaele Marciello, so we're going to go to the inside. The Mustang not indicating, it's just the frequency of the lights. This is where we go indeed. We run him all the way up to the white line just to mitigate the chance of Scherer trying to take the inside. This is another great angle of it. So we're all fair here. We just decide not to turn, and both quite big cars, so hard for the drivers maybe to even see each other at points of that move. But no contact, all fair, if not a little harsh.
Especially when the shadows are starting to stretch over the trees in the Ardennes as the pit stop window looms. My stint time in the booth has ended for the time being. I'll be back with you for the night stint, but before that I will hop out of the booth and give way to Bruce Jones. I'll join you, Joe Osborne and Bruce, later on in the evening. We've got a heck of a night stint ahead of us, but I'll let you get a little commentary in there. Joe, I'll put it in your hands for the time being as Alessio Rovera continues to lead the field.
That gap continues to grow, 13.8 seconds. Last lap was a 2:20. Every other lap he's been pumping in has been in the 19s. And yeah, you can see the 51 here, Rivera, always in a nice bit of space as well. And now worry for the 32 BMW. Pace-wise, it's dropping down, but the clarification of the rules as well, the wave around is not for the Pro class. So it's every class but the Pro class. So they will not get the lap back from any help. It will have to be down to pure out-and-out pace, Bruce Jones.
Pace. Watching the race for the first 3 hours or so, it's been a hard one to find a real picture yet. We want more green flag running, and just as Jonathan said as he left here, you know, the light is starting to go a little bit, the shadows are going, and hopefully the temperature will fall. But having been so hot for so long, you've been talking to the crews, I'm sure, how they're making their tyres work in this. Oh, and their drivers, though those other elements can overheat somewhat. What's been the sort of message you've been having?
It's all about management, and it's driving under the limit, which is a very hard thing to do for a driver because they are literally trained from a young age in go-karting normally to just be always on the limit. So when you're asked to bring it back, your rhythm goes and suddenly it doesn't feel natural, and actually mistakes come in. And so that's where the good drivers are earning their money. There's some easy ways to do it. You can actually lift and coast more, so you can take some energy out of the initial brake. You can try and stay out of the ABS. Even a few drivers telling me they were going away from left foot braking to right foot braking to take away that energy somewhat. And then it's just the simple stuff, not jumping on the throttle, smoothly instigating the power. And even with the steering lock, do I need 90 degrees of lock here, or can I use 75? Energy is never created or destroyed. One of the few things I learned at school, and a racing driver will be trying to put them into practice for the remaining 21 hours.
So is that what I just saw as I came into the booth of Raffaele Marciello, maybe not putting as much lock on as he turned into the bus stop chicane? Just a thought.
Great excuse. You could be a racing driver or a politician.
Yeah, so things may begin to settle down. The temperature was sky high, as anyone watching this race from the outset will understand. In fact, the whole week and a half that all the championships have been here at Spa-Francorchamps has been high. It is going to be a factor, and I just really hope that it does come down. There is talk of rain coming through at some point in the night. Mind you, all that did yesterday when it rained was made things seem a lot more humid. But, you know, the drivers, the fatigue is going to be something a lot of these will have never contended with. And honestly, in the lead up to this race, walking down to the grid to look around, I thought I was at Sepang. The heat coming back up your legs, you know, from your feet, and just the clamminess in the air. It was extraordinary. I've been in all weather conditions over the decades coming to the Spa 24 Hours, but this seriously is the hottest I've ever had it here. And it's just the fact that if we know at night it could drop down to just below 30 degrees, that'd be a helping hand.
Yeah, the drivers, the problem, we touched on it earlier, but the problem of the drivers, if they can't triple through the night for the 3 driver lineups that all the Pro cars have, it means the driver downtime is much, much less. So if you can get all the drivers to agree to triple, it means as the driver off, you've got 6 hours out the car, so a good 4-hour rest. If you can only double, that suddenly goes down to 3 hours, and then you're just unable to really get to sleep. The adrenaline's so high, you need an hour of detox at least, and then you might snooze, and then you'll need to be back up again within 90 minutes to get changed. So I appreciate these are first world problems, and the violin is very small on this issue, but the reason it's prevalent is because it will decide the performance of these cars. And at the moment, the performance of the 71 held up massively by the bronze-graded driver in that Mercedes. It's going to give Gounon a chance.
Well, he's taking a look, but stays in behind. Will something reveal itself in a couple of corners later? We'll have to wait and see. But Gounon is really due a big result. And, you know, I think it's brewing away quite nicely, but he's just got to be patient at this point, which, you know, something has been passed down to him as a second-generation racer. Just keep your powder dry, wait for the moment, it will come, but I certainly think that car will continue working its way forward. But so far in this race, I mean, the number 51A, of course, of Ferrari, just, you know, it started at the front, it stayed at the front. But we have got a few teams that are a bit out of kilter. They're running to different strategy because some chose to go off strategy during those many periods where they could come in and take a splash and dash, do a quick run through the pit. So we'll see those work their way through the course of the race. But all it takes is one more safety car period, and all the shuffling has to start all over again. So we'll have to see how that looks together. But right now, riding on board with Eddie Cheever, having a good run in the Ziggo Sport Tempesta racing Porsche, and you can see he's, well, I mean, there's no lifting at all as you're coming up the hill, of course, but then you get to the bus stop and then it's bam, 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 down through the box. And again, just the strain that puts on the cars, even in sort of mild conditions. These are not mild conditions, though, so anything, as you were just explaining a while ago, Joe, that the driver can do to minimise the stress they're putting on a car has to be done. But in the heat of the battle, and he's in a battle right now, he cannot afford that, so he has to just keep pushing, keep pressing.
No, you're totally right. And the stress these engines are under is massive, isn't it? That flat six of the Porsche sounded amazing. It's given this stat by Peter Daly. So the piston in the Porsche goes up 81 millimeters, up and down 8,000 RPM on average. When you start to work it all out, that piston will move 1,649 kilometers over the distance of a 24-hour race. And you've got 6 of them. If you want to talk about energy, think about that.
Obviously, everyone knows that, Joe. Crikey. Yeah, I love it when you get presented with the fact that it's just something that makes you think, really? Can that be the case? But right now, good battles up and down the order, but at the moment it seems that the race is now settling down. I do quite fancy Mathis Jobert to see if he can continue making progress on that number 74 Kessel Racing Ferrari, because sort of you look at his career and that's what he does. He progresses at all times, and I mean, from starting his racing career to getting to this level, it's been a hop, skip and a jump. Other people take twice as long, so definitely a driver who's on the rise. And you know, something you know in your career, you get times when you've got loads of career momentum, and other times when it sort of goes away. But it's really exciting having someone who comes in and you go, hold on, we've got to judge ourselves against this guy. He's beating everybody he comes up against. So he's in the pack here, but there he is, car number 74, Kessel Racing Ferrari, a really strong driver lineup in that car. So I think, you know, we'll see how he comes along, but doing nicely. But at the moment, he'd quite like to get past Eddie Cheever. And Eddie Cheever leading that train of cars, and Tim Tramnitt's in that mix as well. So yeah, plenty to look at just there.
Yeah, this car will have 10 seconds extra in the pits next time by for the contact when we saw with the Aston Martin down at Poole. And it's quite a long time ago now, but the 700 come to Astoners. There's a shuffle here. Gunon still in front of Lucas Auer, but the Curia Cross BMW, that's an old one, isn't it? It's an Aston Martin now, of course. And the 32 car coming through, and Erdrup has boxed, so slightly early. He could have done another 5 minutes.
So that's just been issued. I was waiting to jump in with that news, but he drive through, of course, in collision.
He served that quickly, didn't he? It was given a minute ago, and then he was straight in.
And it was causing a collision into the bus stop chicane. So yeah, it's funny. Obviously, the pile of in the stack, the in-tray at the steward's office is maybe quite slim at the moment. So yeah, very, very quick element. But that's coming out of 3rd place, and which will be all the more galling, you know, for a driver as young and as promising as Erdrup, who's Malte Erdrup, who's really racing at the top level this year. I mean, you know, he's in TCR a couple of years ago, steps up to GT3, and he finds himself running in the 3rd spot in the Spa 24. So quite extraordinary progress from him, but drive-through penalty undoes so much of that good work, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think that was the right decision from race control on that one. It was a pretty big hit on the CSA McLaren, wasn't it, a few laps back. So Gunon is in the pits. He had to come in that lap, couldn't have gone any further. And WRT happy, I think actually, sorry, just G'ing up. The driver ready to jump in as the Rover BMW gets to work as well. So pit lane is going to be busy over the next few laps.
All teams, we have a slow car approaching turn 18.
It's the 50 car, so the AF Course Ferrari has had no luck whatsoever. The sister car to the race leader has been metronomic, but the 50 with another problem. It has been a tough, tough day for that car.
Yeah, when we saw the qualifying list after Super Pole and all the shootouts, it was there 3rd on the grid, and yet every time it
track
picks
is
up.
Clear, 50, the slow car is off track.
Okay, there it is, coming in, and for Leclerc coming in with 32 on his windscreen. That is, for a car that started, you know, ended up way further down the grid because of its exclusion, but everything that can go its way has gone its way.
Yeah, just trying to see why it's slow. They're going to fuel it first and then decide what to do. The Corvette there from SRO Motorsports going into the box. That's not planned. That's bad news for them. They had been running pretty strong, hadn't they, earlier in this race? As we go to the sister car that is now leading. But look at the traffic behind. It looks so racy. The jeopardy is following them everywhere.
Yeah, well, Alessio Rovera sort of avoids any problems going to La Source, and we've seen already in this race you can be someone else. Someone else's problem becomes your problem up at La Source, but thankfully he's also stretched his legs a little bit going down past the endurance pits, and now has clear air in front and a buffer behind, because it's moments like that, one car tucked in behind could easily outbrake itself, and then what have you got? You've got a damaged car. But right now, suddenly busy time. As you said, a longer session because they'd had a safety car period in this stint, but oh, gosh, very, very busy just there. But that looks like the 50 Ferrari is coming out remarkably quickly. So maybe, so what was the problem then?
Hard to say. It shouldn't have been out of fuel because it was well within its stint time. So maybe just a simple on and off, but yeah, you're right, that looked like a normal service, but it was a very slow in lap, so hopefully not a recurring problem later on for that car.
Yeah, but just being number 50 just been given the black and white flag for track limits. Won't be the first of those, won't be the last, but again, these things can accumulate and they can really hurt. But Alessio Rovera sitting on a 25-second advantage at the moment, because obviously a couple of the cars from behind have come in to make their pit stops. But up into second place, Louis Pret, car number 58, that's the Garage 59 McLaren, that was started by Tom Fleming, so that's right up there. And Maro Engel, who made such a strong start, that run down, he looks as though he's going to go from 6th to 4th on the run to Eau Rouge on the open lap, but uses his experience to tuck back in. Still going very well, that car, in 3rd place overall. Car number 48, which of course is the Mercedes AMG man filter team, the car with the yellow and green sort of serpent livery on it.
Driver change going, Valentino making sure everything is A-OK, and belts getting tightened now, and everything checked. That's the helmet cooler going onto a pipe to blow cold air directly onto your head, and it's a lovely feeling as a helmet. I remember the first time I used it, I actually nearly lifted my helmet off. It creates such a high pressure point. I had to tighten the old chin strap up, but a lovely feeling nonetheless as the 48 looks ready to go. Finished fueling, 44 seconds, drop and go. Mercedes, one of the slower cars to fire up. It seems to have to do a full rotation of crank to find its position before it fires up.
It's always a worry, isn't it? You know, classically in endurance races, and even more so endurance races in the heat, when cars come in for a pit stop, engine has to be turned off, and is it going to fire up again? And there have been some top results that have been actually saved where you think they've just blown it at the last moment, particularly Le Mans, which often tends to be rather hotter than here, but I think this year this one's taking the prize big time in terms of heat. It will be a factor at many, many points. So Rovera into his pit stop and out of his pit stop. Again, neat, tidy, AF Corsa, tick off another one. And that sets you good for the next hour.
25 pit stops were done for the winners last year. It's going to be a similar strategy at the moment, even with quite a messy start. It's a messy line for Mercedes at the top of Eau Rouge there. Big cut and going quite slowly. So that car will want to get back up to speed as we resume battle here. But Fleming much further back, isn't he, now, after what seemed like a good stint from Louis Pret. I think Pret towards the end of his stint got caught up with some traffic and lost time, but that gap now saying 33 seconds, but we need to wait for Rovera to get back out there, and Engel aboard the Winwood car, and the Mercedes number 3 in hot pursuit.
Yeah, absolutely rumbles on. That engine note out, so distinctive. Always one of the things for me when I started watching racing was I like to close my eyes and guess which cars were coming. I'm not sure I got any right, but you know, the fact that here in GT3 we have such different engine notes, it's a real oral treat. And you know, there are many series that don't have that, but we, of course, with diversity of machinery, and here we are celebrating 20 years of GT3 as a category. And in fact, you raced in 42 of those years, didn't you?
Yeah, I felt like it. Some of them, some of the sheds I had to drive back in the day were heavy lifting, to say the least. But McLaren still are there, aren't they, for Garage 59? They don't feel like they've got the out-and-out pace to go and win it on a lap time. And the Mercedes may be slightly better, and how used to we are about saying Mercedes as the night falls gets strong, the lower temperatures really seem to come to them. The BMW historically has probably been the one that loves it the most, but at the moment I feel the BMW just struggling with that out-and-out pace. Farfus has taken over from Marciello. That car still inside the top 10 in 7th place after the pit stops, but at the moment it's going to be a hard slog, I think, for anyone that isn't in a Ferrari or a Mercedes.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be that way, and I'm not sure. I mean, the temperatures will come down overnight, but how big the drop will be, I don't think it's going to be enormous. There is talk of, actually, last time I checked the forecast, little spit of rain coming at about 11 o'clock tonight, and another one towards the end of the race tomorrow afternoon. Who knows? It could be the sort of stuff that blows past, but that definitely will be an element. And if it comes through in the final few hours of the race, when everyone is at their wits' end and they're knackered, it could lead to all sorts of shuffling of this pack. But at the moment, you look at the pace. Now Nicholas Nielsen is on board that number 51A, of course, at Ferrari. He's sitting on a lead over Fabio Schere's Ford at the moment. They've both done 3 pit stops. The lead is 34 seconds, as good as. So you can be cautious, but as you say, it's best just to keep pressing on. But he's in a position where he can nurse the car just a little bit, and I think every bit is really, really going to help. Because if you're just looking at this race, you just actually, dialed up, had a look at the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, what we cannot get across is the sheer heat that is here. It's extraordinary. The big Yehuda Tower has been saying for about 3 hours it's 42 degrees. It's not 42 degrees, but it's certainly very high 30s. And the fact of the matter is, I think it's going to stay really very warm until quite late into the night.
I can only explain it as a driver, the heat you get when you get in the car fully togged up. You know when you get angry and you feel your blood boil? That happens to you naturally. So you're trying to suppress this anger that isn't anger because of the heat. And then you've got to sit in the car for a minimum of 65, maybe double, maybe triple that, while operating at your A game. And it's always an easy cop-out. The driver's just sat there, you wiggle your arms and your legs. The G-forces you're pulling, 2G under braking, 2G in the corners, it starts to take its toll. Even just the heavier breathing, the amount you dehydrate. Yes, there's a drink systems in the car, but that is as warm as the ambient. So that's like drinking 60-degree water, not the nicest. You get through a litre within 20 minutes. Some action here at the bus stop chicane. It was a late call to box from the Mercedes, I think it was, the Pro-Am 177 car, yes, and it's slapped up against the wall. Should and has got going, but a scary moment there.
Yeah, it really was. In fact, if you have to mark down when are the danger points in the race, when you suddenly get a flurry of pit stops, that is one of the moments, because it's about the hardest pit entry of any circuit I can think of, just literally because you're trying to sort yourself out from the bus stop, and if someone's on the wrong side of the track because they've outbraked themselves or whatever, you've got to get back across. And I can't think of a race here that really hasn't had a schmozzle, I think that's the technical term, for things that can go wrong when you're trying to get in the pits. And then, of course, we had cars stopping in the pit a couple of years ago, didn't we? And Alessandro Pierguidi just having to wait and wait and wait because he was being blocked, and that was his race opportunity out of the window. So other circuits have a nice glissade into the pits. Here we have nothing of the sort. In fact, Spa-Francorchamps, why should it be easy? But I think they've really overdone the difficulty factor.
I remember racing here, probably 2014 sort of year, Albert von Turnen Taxis rolling his Lamborghini Gallardo on pit entry. That was definitely a spectacular way to block it. But yeah, and the pit lane limit doesn't start for quite a long way round. So as a driver, you have to push, and the teams are so on it now. They will check every in-lap. Why did you lose 3/10? Why did you lose 4/10? You wouldn't do that over a normal lap, so why is it different on a pit entry? And they're quite right, but you normally will have at least one racing driver excuse, of course. Fleming getting a bit unlucky with the traffic there. When we get a shot of Marvin Kirchhoffer's 59 car, sitting on the windscreen, I actually text Marvin asking what it was. Annoyingly, he got in the car, so he didn't reply. I feel it's where they've taken a tear off the windscreen, and the glue is stuck. As stuck was not Fleming as he dropped a rear wheel in the gravel there. We've seen some big moments from Fleming already. One on the exit of Blanchimont on his opening stint, and one there on the exit of Piff Paff. Fast hands, fast driver Tom Fleming.
Yeah, very much so. Made his name in Ferraris and quickly came to GT3 racing. Has been very much a star ever since. But right now he's running an exhausted company. Second place, as I said, after that pit stop sequence had sorted itself out. Of course, we were just waiting for Fleming's car to come back in the mix, and he's running second, we know that, but he's 5.7 seconds down on race leader Nicholas Nielsen. So he's sitting there. You had the extended period during the pit stops, of course, when one was coming in and one was going out. But here is our race leader, Nicholas Nielsen. And then in the background of the shot, just wait for it, just waiting for Tom Fleming to come into view in the background. There is your visual.
But Nick Nielsen's last pit stop was a 2:17. That's 15 seconds slower than it should have been. We saw him come in and get compromised by another AF Course Ferrari. That's the problem with AF Course running 6 cars. And I think they just had to then skate the car as Farfus gets past lap traffic there. A-OK. But yeah, that's a slow pit stop. So that's why the lead has come down after it had gone well over 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's getting towards the tail of the top 10 as we look at Fabio Scherer in 8th place, leaving Les Source in his Ford. In behind Jens Klingmann is about 8-9 seconds further back in his BMW. That's 9.98 in 9th. And Chan Guven in his Porsche is running in 10th overall. But it's Nicholas Nielsen, Tom Fleming, Mauro Engel in the best form of GT3. We've got a Ferrari from a McLaren, from a Mercedes. If you want to go down to the other manufacturers, the best of the Porsches, as we mentioned, is Alessio Picariello in 7th. The best of the Fords is now Fabio Scherer in 8th. And so on down. Best of the Aston Martins. Marco Sorensen, car number 7. It's a slow burner, but it is gradually chipping its way further and further up the chart. And we'll see where that one goes to. But right now, it's... I'll take this. This is racing where they're out on the track and they're not being interrupted. There's no debris. We're getting some good, clean laps in now. And that is something that we really struggled in the first part of this race. The first hour or so was a bit stop-start for the drivers. And now this is what we want as we get to the evening. Here we are coming up at just past 7:30. We're powering towards 8 o'clock. But hopefully conditions will be getting cooler. But they won't for some while because heat doesn't just disappear like that. Yes, if you open the car door, you might get a puff of breeze, but there's no breeze around here at all. It's looking at the trees outside, they're not moving an iota, so it is going to be a slow cool this evening.
Yeah, it really is, and potential jeopardy for our Pro-Am leading car. The Porsche is under investigation for pit lane speed, but at the moment speed is a good thing for our Silver Cup leaders here aboard the Ferrari. They've been working away really quite quietly, up to 15th overall for David Perel, and we're just starting to get into a nice area of a small happy hour, a tiny little rice smile of a happy hour, because we're starting to see some green sector 1s, nowhere else in sector 2 particularly, or 3, so the air temp must just be dropping enough where the engine's creating a bit more power down that long Kemmel straight.
Yeah, no, I guess, of course, as the sun drops below the trees, the track, well, there is quite a lot of shade in the first sector, if you think the run up the Kemmel Straight, and once you got to Radeon, it should be in the shade now, so on and so forth. Here's one I haven't really seen too much before. Car number 17 that seems to have absolutely no luck in the race. It's the Get Speed Mercedes, Maxime Martin, Maxi Goetz and Fabian Schiller. Wrong pit entrance under investigation. Wasn't that the car that went wide at just out of the bus stop when someone else tried to get in the pits just a few minutes ago?
Yeah, it could have been, couldn't it? So
came back on, but that's an unusual one. But again, you've got to keep getting your dots all in order.
Cars fly through. There's the Oman Racing Century car with its mismatched bonnet from the opening lap excursion. Third place Silver car just in front. The Santalok Audi going well. Audi could have had a stronger race, couldn't they? They've been unlucky with the 2 Tresso Temto cars getting wiped out early on.
Yeah, just it's when you had early retirements and you spot one team's lost a couple of its cars. You get all that work, all that effort, all the development work they put into their drivers, their cars, their setup, and then they come here and go, oh God, how hot's it going to be? Oh, I've got to adjust everything again. And then you have moments like that happening so early on. But then again, an illustrious British team entrant at Le Mans said, if you're going to retire in a 24-hour race, retire in the first hour. Don't go through the night. Because then at least you can just pack it up. But we don't approve of that. But I sort of get the sentiment. You go get the big slog and you run out of steam at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the Sunday for now.
Exactly, and looking at that Pro-Am leader that I was talking about in the Porsche, that is under investigation for pit lane speed. That rarely turns into anything but a penalty. It's not being investigated for being too good, it's being investigated for being too fast.
Exactly. So you give a thought for the stewards. They're going to have penalty decisions to make throughout the race, and got to be absolutely on their toes. Of course, at night it becomes harder to judge a lot of the incidents because you've got cover of darkness and you might have just flashing headlights, and but they do have to make decisions. But then the easy ones for them to make are speeding in a pit lane, you know, under a minimum pit stop time, etc., etc. But the harder ones are when there's a moment between a couple of drivers out on the track and you can't always see who had the push and who had the shove. Right, though, Nicholas Nielsen, another lap on the board. That's 74 laps completed in the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. Yair Fair gets the top of the hill in his Porsche. That's the top of the Kemmel Straight, where the old track used to go straight on rather than turning to the right and drop into the next valley, going past Malmedy and Stavolo and then coming back up the hill and rejoining. And it just seems extraordinary when you drive those roads now to think, I remember the photos from this, and you look at the history books and just simply go, wow.
Well, I'm young enough and stupid enough to have driven those roads without knowing it was the old racetrack. And even in a high car, I was like, wow, this thing has got a great flow to it. Imagine tacking this and then learning the lesson and seeing the bank's corner out the back, bringing you back round. You go, wow, racing this with no seatbelts. It was a proper circuit, wasn't it, back then? But I have to say, when they redeveloped this place, what a job they did, linking up the Kemmel Straight all the way through here was the redesign until we get to the exit of Stavolo 2, where the medical centre is. This is all well built. Of course, they were given a great gift in terms of the elevation change, but it is my favourite circuit in the world, bar none.
Yeah, no, I concur. You have elements of, well, we famously had Nürburgring 24-hour, which another round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, and that's something entirely different. It's 25 kilometres through the Eiffel Forest, a sort of twin forest to the Ardennes in so many ways, but as an overall package, this is it. This is it, for the simple fact that so many circuits, when given an augmentation or being chopped back, for example, like the Österreich Ring used to be very, very fast. Of course, Formula One's there this weekend, and we're well used to the shape that was the A1 ring and then became the Red Bull ring. Doesn't have the majesty. They've done what they can, but this place, they've got it right. But that's fully 40 years ago now. They brought it back to life, and the very first time they tried to have a Grand Prix here, of course, the track broke up, so they had to relay it and reorganise the race. But for a lot of the drivers, I mean, the kudos of winning here, but also the kudos in a field of 69 cars, 254 drivers. I made David Addison add them up, and he got the number right. But, you know, cars all in the same class. That's the essence of GT3 racing. So every single overtaking manoeuvre is so hard fought and well judged. You hope they won't all be well judged, but you know, you don't go, oh, just fancy you overtaking that car. You've got to hunt it down. You've got to look to where the traffic is up ahead of you, and that becomes harder in the night, because in the day you can work out, oh, that's a car up there. I know what sort of pace they should be doing. I can use them as part of one of my chess moves, and here comes a move potentially from the Ulsterman Dan Harper, as close as you could be to the back of the number 7 Aston Martin. This is battle for 12th place, but to them it's like it's the battle for the lead. Got the job done, and that is not a slow part of the track. And you winced a little bit there, Joe.
Yeah, he had to really breathe out the throttle. He was guessing where the front of his car was, and interestingly for me, Sorensen gave him the space through Blanchemont, a corner that can be done flat depending on the car. Rossi liked it. He was surprised the move got done. Maybe Sorensen realised he hasn't got the pace and he's better to let him go. Chris Froggatt is the next target now for Dan Harper there. Froggatt leading the bronze class, and Chris Froggatt, a very fast driver in his own right, but it's going to be difficult for him. Let's listen in on the 46 car.
And you check, okay, you are doing a good job. Car behind you is for overall position. It's a Gold Cup, so no fight. It was a good improvement the last 2 laps. You took it easy with the tire, so we continue like this.
Well, that's very good, clear radio message to Dan Harper there, but the little message was in the middle. Be kind to the tyres, wasn't it? Okay, so he's made the move. They just don't want him to push too hard, but right now he's going to look next target, and it's Chris Froggatt. And so there's Chris in the Ziggo Tempesta Porsche, and Dan Harper's closing at every single point around the lap, but he's just got to choose his moment.
Yeah, as we see a battle Ferrari versus Porsche, always nice to say that, isn't it? Dave Perel against Tom Preining, and it's not for a class position. Perel still leading that silver class. Preining now up to 15th overall. The Luma rank will update next time they go through a sector.
Yeah, it's a good lead at 6 positions in the silver class. 15th place, 21st. Next is Mathieu Detry in his BMW. And now let's take a look at top speed overall. 270 kph. It's Callum Williams in his BMW, number 42. And then again, BMW. I'm spotting a trend here, all very, very close at the top of the charts. And then the best of the rest, Porsche and a Ford. So ironically, Ferrari leading the race, McLaren second in the race, not in any of those equations there. No. Might be very close behind, but straight line speed is still a big, big gauge here at Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, BMW have really found some pace in the race, though, in their top speed. And Harper here, the top speed will help him overtake. Ask a driver, how do you want your car to generate a lap time? Fast in the corner and fast in the straight. They will all say faster in the straight because it's easier, and that's where you do your overtaking. It's all very good being fast in the corner, but if you can't get the move done, you get stuck. And at the moment, the BMW able to unstick itself as it sends it down the inside. Lovely move. Good driving from Chris Froggatt as well in the Ziggo Tempesta car, realising that wasn't a fight worth having.
No, absolutely not. This is something that has to be constantly reiterated. This is multi-category racing, and he knows at the moment, Chris Froggatt, he's leading the bronze class. Ben Tuck's not too far behind in his Ferrari. That's car 74 from Kessel Racing, but again, these super slow-mos, absolutely brilliant. And what they showed to me is not just the way the cars are turning, it's just how much those tyres are being put under a massive amount of strain. But the bus stop is the most extraordinary part of this course, and he watches sitting down, standing up, smiling as always. He is Valentino Rossi, but appreciating. But I tell you what, Valentino Rossi has been just enjoying that enormously. And we're going to pop down and have an interview with the man himself, because I think he's just having a lot of fun. So Grenell has caught up with this man, with Valentino Rossi.
Valentino, a very solid double stint for you, and a great position on track, and Dan is doing a great job as well.
Yes, I'm happy because this double stint was long for sure with this temperature, but I enjoy a lot because we work well during the practice, and the balance of the car is very good. The car is very good to drive, and in the fast corner you can go faster, quite flat. So I enjoy a lot, and I battle with some great drivers like Sorensen and Lello and everything. And now give the car to Dan that is very fast. And we are there. You know, the race is very, very long, but this double stint was positive.
You choose to go for a second one. You were good enough physically to go for another one.
I think that the double stint now is for the real men. But in our team, they use the drivers to the end, you know. No, but it was good. I mean, the double stint have also some advantage, because you stay in the car. But I have to say that the last 6 laps were very long.
Congrats anyway, congratulations.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, very interesting there from Valentino Rossi. When I came into the booth, I asked you about, you know, single stints, double stints, triple stints, but he's got one in. It might have tired him at the end, but it does buy him rest time, doesn't it? And so he's done the hard yards, and it's interesting, he said by the end, you know, he was cooked, but he's done it.
And exactly what he was saying about he already knew the car. That's so important. He doesn't have to get that warm-up phase. Where's my braking point now? What are the conditions giving me? And Sorensen now struggling to get past Frogger. And you can see that was the pace the BMW had, that straight line advantage. Makes those overtakes much easier than what Marco Sorensen's seeing in his Aston Martin right now.
Yeah, well, as we saw when we had the move on Dan Harper, getting past Sorensen's Aston Martin, you don't see that very often coming up a very, very fast part of the circuit. Up towards the bus stop, but he did it with ease. But again, I think your point, Joe, was absolutely spot on, is the fact that Marco Sorensen hasn't won the races he's had by just contesting every corner. If he thinks it's a moment where it's not worth fighting, it's better in a race like this to go, okay, wait till maybe it's better for our car in the night. Maybe conditions will come the way of the Aston Martin. But, you know, very early in this race, we've still got 20 and a half hours or thereabouts remaining in this race. So, you know, don't be rash, but the BMW's pace in a straight line, certainly going through Blanchimont, was quite remarkable. But you have your advantage at certain points on the circuit you have to maximise, and that's exactly what Dan Harper did. But boy, did he get close to the tail of the Aston Martin 2 or 3 laps ago.
Yeah, just looking at the front 5 pace. Interestingly, all 5 are the same as the start drivers, so they've cycled through symmetrically those front 5. And Fleming's pace is as good as Nielsen as an average. So every lap they've done of their stint, their average is within half a tenth. And the others are all really 3 to 4 tenths slower than that. So the lead 2 are on the pace. As the 17 car has stopped on pit exit, their race goes from bad to worse to maybe finished.
Oh, that's the Get Speed Mercedes. That's Maxi Martin, Maxi Goetz and Fabian Schiller, a sort of crew you'd expect to be top 10 finishers and then, you know, see what happens. But if there's luck, they have not had the good sort. That is absolutely for sure. And Maxi Goetz is at the wheel at the moment, listed in 57th position, but pulled up at pit exit. So they just put in their 5th pit stop. So that's sort of 1 more than the vast majority of the field and 2 more than some. So clearly they had their problems early on, but well, hopefully we'll get to find out why that car has come to a halt there, but at the moment it's going nowhere.
Yeah, we've got a few penalties coming through. Car 8 for speeding in the pit lane. We said that would be coming, didn't we? But that is our Pro-Am leading car. And so that's going to drop them down the order, although they have dropped down the order naturally because they haven't served that penalty. But last time I looked, they were leading. They're down in 3rd now. And a penalty for 87, the Winwood Mercedes, the bronze car, for causing a collision at T12. I'm not sure that we saw what happened there, but penalty given to the 87 car, which could have been a winner of that class. Every time you get a drive-through, that gets less and less likely.
It could. That was pinged for a moment with the dynamic GT, Porsche, Loris Kabiru, Tanat Satin Tirikov, Francesco Simonazzi and Angus Whiteside.
Attention all teams, pit entry closed. Short full course yellow in 20 seconds.
Oh dear, and we've got an Audi sitting in the gravel up at, that's the Haas RT car, Simon Balco, Mathieu Castellane, Pierre Castellane and Stephen Palette, stuck in the gravel, all on its own.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow. This is just a short full course yellow to recover a car from turn 1 from the gravel bed.
Something happens here because Fleming has dropped behind Engel, so this was before the full course yellow. He got held up by traffic and Engel pounced, didn't he? What a move by him. And that Winwood car is making its way up the order. Remember, he was behind the Verstappen.com Mercedes a few stints ago. He's now all the way up to second place. The 48 is coming alive.
Yeah, certainly is. We'll see how Chris progresses. He was cautious at the start, made a good move to gain 1 place on the run to the first corner, and then again, as you get through the race, you just got to grab them when they can. Didn't take too much of a risk, but the top level drivers, you know, they are aware of each other. But your point a few laps ago when we had a couple side by side at the bus stop, visibility and placing your car isn't always the easiest, particularly in the larger cars like the Ford Mustang. Viewing isn't as good as it will be out of this Ferrari. Here it is, Nicholas Nielsen, Nini, NNI, says on the windscreen. And Joe, dissect that moment for me, could you, up at La Source?
I would assume a failure of some form in the brake zone because the car's coming way too hot. I think you can just see the skid marks on the tarmac to the right of the pickup truck. So maybe something's given up in the brake system, and my guess would maybe something on the front axle and it's more rear. And it's almost like someone's pulled the handbrake up on him, and the only thing he could do to avoid the wall was by put it in the gravel. Quite a lot of moisture on the outside of the circuit there. That's nothing to do with the car. That was actually the circuit just trying to cool down the tarmac at turn 1. So don't look into the moisture on the exit of turn 1 with any issue.
So here's our race leader, Nicholas Nielsen, of course, number 51 Ferrari, been in the lead since the start of the race, bar cycling through during pit stops, and has things fairly much under control, a 9.5 second margin, but it's not over Tom Fleming now, it's over Mauro Engel. We just saw the move, the number 48, yellow and green, the Mambo liveried team man filter car. Mauro Engel made the move. Tom Fleming in his Garage 59 McLaren is now in third place, so he's just a second or so, half a second down on. In fact, he must have just come into the pits, because hold on. Oh, yeah, that's right. Tom Fleming has, no, he just lost the place, I beg your pardon, lost him off the screen, but he's actually lost quite a few seconds from the back of Mauro Engel since that move. But we have full course yellow, so everybody dropping to the apportioned speed. But there's our second place runner, Mauro Engel, coming around La Source, so he'll be going, okay, I saw that car last time. How soon will they get that out of the gravel? Should be a fairly easy removal up there, because it was quite an unusual one to actually go pretty much straight into gravel. Most people are going partway around the corner at the source and sort of go in a bit sideways and kick up the gravel, but hopefully that will be quite a smooth withdrawal. But so that can be done. That's why we've got this full course yellow period. And people now going, it's still very, very hot in those grandstands, but certainly in comparison to how it was at the start of the race, hopefully a little bit of cooler air coming through now. But listen to some team radio from Car 93.
The car in the gravel exit of turn 1. Does it become a safety car after or stay on the full course yellow?
Oh, it's a short one, should be a short one, sorry.
Okay, that was a message to Chris Froggatt, who we've seen in action the last few laps. He's still sitting pretty in leading the bronze class in 12th place overall. He's got Marco Sorensen tucked right in behind it. There we are, fairly quick removal of the number 28 Haas RT Audi, and hopefully that can get going again. But you're fairly sure that you suppose there was an incident, there was an element that wasn't within the driver's control for him heading up straight on at La Source.
Yeah, La Source is one of those corners where it's quite an easy.
Race control to all teams. Pit entry is open. This will be a long full course yellow. Pit entry is open, long full course yellow.
So the time taken to recover the car, Niels Vicic decides he's going to have to go safety car. So the short full course yellow goes into a long full course yellow. So at the moment there's still 80 Ks, and this will give time for the safety car to come out. Strategy-wise,
just for info for all of you, this is a long full course yellow that will be followed by a safety car plus a wave by procedure.
Okay, so we're 3.5 hours into the race. The wave by procedure starts, and that's for the classes that aren't the pros. So anyone that loses a lap because of the safety car, they will get the lap back. This does mean it's going to be quite a long process. Stints at the moment are right in the middle, 28 minutes or so. So I expect teams to keep this driver out for as long as they can, and then when they think the safety car is going to end, then they will box to try and get that efficiency going long in the next stint. Remember, if you start the next stint under a full course yellow or safety car, that also can go to 65 minutes as the moisture is rather forcefully sprayed on a very warm crowd.
Certainly is. So the Haas RT Audi removed from the circuit. It'll go through a gap in the wall up at La Source. And for Maxime Castellane, very disappointing for him. Home race,
Race
young
control
Belgian
to
racer.
all team, just for info. We have the sweepers out on track to clean the track in all areas. Sweepers are out on the track. You will see them on the track map.
Okay, one thing I still need to see is whether Maxi Goetz's Mercedes has been removed from the pit exit. Remember, it pulled off at the bottom of the end of the endurance pits. That was the number 17 Mercedes, still listed as saying it's pit out. So it's suggesting it's probably out to the driver's right, in fact, in front of the old hotel down at Eau Rouge, but that's another element, and I think we could be looking at a retirement there, but we won't jump to that conclusion until we have a report from our pit crew down there who are doing a sterling job in very hot conditions. There it is, and that appears to be parked and not where they really wanted to put it. So that was a pro-class car, and as I said, that could have been very much in the mix later on. And for Maxime Martin, I've seen a season that hasn't been his dream season after the dramatic elements down at the start of the race at Monza.
John Deere, my personal favourite use of tractor, a bit of a Fendt fan as well, but yeah, I think the 17 car is going to get a parking ticket if it stays there much longer. It just looks like the driver of Gotts has got out of it, turned it off and just left it there, and yeah, that's been a tough break for them, hasn't it? So probably going to go to safety car relatively soon.
So we're going slow at the moment. Now's the time we're going to take a look at the highlights of the first part of this race. So let's take a look back at the highlights. It was enormously hot as the throng was around. The trophies down on the grid, 69 cars, 254 drivers, and about 254 degrees, or so it fell. Pierre Fillon of the ACO waving the flag to start the race. The famous downhill start, Mauro Engel taking a look by going to the left and eventually tucking back in, place gain. But from pole position, it was neat and tidy for AF Corsa Ferrari, and Ferrari looking very, very strong. But alas, exiting Pau on the opening lap, we had a collision, and Jamie Day's Aston Martin given a thump up the back, and more delays and spins behind, and 3 cars out of the race. Then we settled down again for more racing, and it was nip and tuck. Yes, we started with 69 cars. We still seem to have 65 racing and raced very hard indeed. Valentino Rossi was in at the first driver change, and then unfortunately 3 wheels on my wagon. And for the Windward Racing Mercedes, nowhere to go. That's always a scary moment when a wheel gets loose. So it felt like the first lap all over again. The racing was 2x2. Conditions very, very hot, and drivers having to be on their best behaviour, and hopefully on the track as well. That was a massive, massive moment for the Porsche there. It got back on the track, but that would have been a huge heart-in-mouth moment, as it was the Kessel Racing Ferrari suddenly finding itself all 4 wheels outside the track. The Ziggo Tempesta Porsche right in the mix as well. It was super, super busy. There were moments when we had full course yellows for things to be cleaned up, but just look at the action here. A little bit of a shove there, and round went the Leclerc Ferrari. Then a little bit of moment for which the number 71 car would gain punishment, and that took it from 3rd place overall, and that was the car that started so well for selected car racing. But Raffaele Marciello in the Rover BMW making a robust move and getting it to pay off at the bus stop. This was the great move at this stage in the race. This is Dan Harper at no less a corner than Blanchimont, getting past Marco Sorensen and making a place again as he moved up towards the top 10. But it's really all about Nicholas Nielsen as we get to the point with just 20 hours to go. So we have a full course yellow. It was going to be a short one. It's going to become a long one. It's going to be followed by a safety car, Joe, and then the wave around. Just explain one more time what happens in a wave around.
So naturally, as the cars get behind the safety car, the classes can get split because the safety car only worries about the overall leader. So cars unfortunately go a lap down. To make it fair, they get their lap back. So they are instructed they will wave around. So the cars will shift over to one side, and the wave around cars will get their lap back. So it's a well-versed procedure, and it keeps it much, much fairer for all classes, where back in the day you just lost a lap and there's nothing you could do about it.
Yeah, every hard-earned yard that you pinched off a lap, wasted, thrown out the window. Here we have the car that came in from second place, Maro Engel on board, but teams using the opportunity to come into the pits and get back out again. As you can see, lights are a little bit less hugely bright than it had been earlier today. It's still hyper hot here at Spa-Francorchamps, but this is a moment, it's a shuffling of it's a rolling of the dice, it's a shuffling of the pack, if you will. But the interesting thing for me was at the last round of pit stops, you pointed out that our race leading car was about 15 seconds longer in its pit stop, for a reason we don't know, except for the fact everyone had sort of come in at the same time. As you said, AF, of course, a very busy team, but that's a lot of time to throw away. But before these pit stops, the gap was down to about 8 or 9 seconds over the number 48 Mercedes. So we'll see how it is after this round of pit stops. But some of the teams there haven't brought their drivers in as yet, but they know they've got the message from race control. It's a long full course yellow. So they know there's time. They don't know how much, but they know there's time, and they're going to use it accordingly. So they don't double stack their cars. As you can see in the background, the shot course vehicle, what we describe it as, a CT, the circuit tractor. We worked out that was the little note on our screens. But you might as well take these moments to get rid of the gravel, because drivers can see it in the day, but when you're in the dark, and we have plenty of dark here at Spa-Francorchamps in the 24 hours, you just don't want to come across gravel you don't know is there, and suddenly, poof, it could be the works.
I think the drivers were probably rather cleared off the racing line. The racing line naturally stays quite clean, especially with 69 or 65 cars remaining, but the marbles offline are getting worse, so I think the drivers would rather the offline was cleared. That keeps it as an overtaking opportunity. It gets to a point where there's so much rubbish offline, you can't really overtake, because you daren't go offline, because you pick it up on your tyres, they're hot and sticky. To then clean it up is a very difficult thing to do. So the safety car at the moment will have to try and fit between those two Ferraris, which won't be an easy job, but they will instruct the 51 car of Nielsen just to back off and allow a Maserati MC20 space to slot in between those two 296 GT3 Evos.
Yep, so the number 60 is JMW Motorsport, shared by Thomas Kiefer, Rolf Eichen, Tim Heinemann and Pierre-Louis Chauvet, and that is running in the bronze class, so different race. Right, now, the number 17 Mercedes is going nowhere at the moment. So let's find out why it was there. It had its problem at the exit of the bus stop chicane. Let's have a look. Here's a bus stop chicane right at the top of your picture. The third car in that group of cars appears to get shoveled out, and it actually got shoveled into the pit entrance, and then it got, well, just before the pit entrance, another car off alongside it. But that doesn't explain why the car has come to a halt at just on the inside of Eau Rouge at the exit of the pit lane.
Yeah, that was the 177 car, wasn't it? We saw spun round. He decided he wanted to box late and cut across the fellow Mercedes GT3 as Nick Nielsen boxes after 32 minutes. So teams trying to go as late as they dare during this full course period. But if they do wait for a safety car, they will lose a lot of track position. So full course yellow is the optimal time to stop when you want to keep a strong track position, of course. So they've decided this is as long as they dare. But yeah, I assume the contact on the front of that Mercedes, something has failed later on in its stint. And that is day done for the 17.
Yeah. Very, very tough indeed. And again, just to reiterate the crew in that, Maxime Martin, Maxi Götz and Fabien Schiller. And of course, Maxime Martin, former winner of this event quite a long time ago, 2016. So here he is 10 years later. And of course, he's a second-generation Martin family member who's had victory in this race. His father and uncle, great racers back here, particularly in the late 1970s and early 80s. But Maxime keeping that rich tradition going, but not adding another win this time around. So here's our race leader.
Great car controlling there, already had the thumb up. He could see the Porsches coming and wanted to make sure this was a faster pit stop this time by. Really, really proactive from the car controller. Love that as a driver. Nice and clear. The Verstappen.com car now in. Got a bit sort of confused with which car controller he was looking for. Nearly turned in on the light blue suit. You could see servicing the Rover Porsche. Lots of car controllers now are wearing a lighter, brighter coloured suit to make it easier for the drivers to spot. Back in my day, they all just wore black and you had to hope you were stopping somewhere near. But the team's always after these marginal gains.
Yeah, they are, but also another end. I was about to ask you this, so I'm going to ask it right now. Headlights. The improvement on headlights in the last, well, probably not even a decade, under a decade, it's considerable, isn't it? But I mean, when you started racing in GT3, How much more powerful do you think they are now relative to that?
50, 60 times more.
Really?
It's like daylight versus candles on a stick. And yeah, I remember the V12 Vantage round here was scary at times. You were guessing where the corner was, and we used to have the limit of only 6 pods of light because you could control it, and now we've gone to LED. It's unlimited because you can't control the amount of lights on that front part of the car. And yeah, now the manufacturers have got it sorted. Is this going to be an awkward bleed? No, it's just okay. So our race leader slots in just behind, and the safety car chasing him ever so politely, just a few meters back.
Yeah, I know where you are. Got my eyes on you. So yes, abated pace. So the track is being swept at various points. The Haas RT Audi that was off at La Source has been removed. So we're going to have the safety car period to follow this. And let's go. We're going to go down and hear from Benji Goethe, who's with Gunnell.
Benji, what a great start of a race for you guys, leading the gold class for sure, and in the top 2 in the overall standings.
Yeah, it's probably the ideal start for us. You know, we're in the Gold Cup, but we're also, you know, running for the overall. So yeah, I mean, Tom and Louis done a great job in their stints. It's pretty hot in the cars, so it's hard to keep, you know, your concentration for the full stint. But yeah, we're managing at the moment, and at the moment it's just no risk, no penalties. And yeah, we might start pushing, you know, a bit more towards the end of the race. But if we can just, you know, hold on to where we are for the next few hours, it'd be great.
Talking about the heat, if I remember well, you're the only car which doesn't have the AC, the McLaren, so you don't have the choice to put it on or off.
Yeah, it's pretty hard without AC or cool suits. Yeah, we're not running anything, so the cockpit temperatures are very high in the car. Quite hard, you know, it makes it quite hard to do a double stint. At the moment, we're just singling. Maybe throughout the night, when it gets a bit cooler, we'll be more open to a double stint. But yeah, at the moment, it doesn't really make sense for us. So yeah, trying to drink as much water as possible, keep cool with these towels, and yeah, prepare myself best for the next stint.
Thanks a lot, Benji. Thank you.
There you go, Benji Goethe. So his car, the number 58, Garage 59 McLaren, very much in the mix in second place. But he said the message that all team managers want to get across: don't make mistakes, don't pick up penalties. So they're doing a really, really good job. Ticking off the laps. Safety car obviously now trying to sort the field out. But bear in mind, the car that will be at the front of the queue will be the number 51 Ferrari. AF Corsa started on pole position, has been at the forefront the whole way, but we have some other players getting closer, and that 58 McLaren is very much in the mix in second.
And more importantly, I think 32's back on the lead lap. Look, can you just see that white BMW? That's how close they were to not getting it back, but they have not boxed yet. WRT have realised if we do the pit stop now, we go back a lap down. So they're just going to have to take this one and see where it goes. It's a big roll of the dice, but at least it gets them back on the lead lap.
Interesting little graphic there showing the 3 sectors of the circuit, and the first sector is the only one that our race leading car isn't fastest in, but it is another Ferrari that's quickest in that. It's the number 45 entry, Rinaldi Racing, that very elegant metallic green car. Rafael Duran, Dylan Medler, Alessandro Balsan and David Perel. But again, you talked about the pace of the Ferrari. We've seen the pace of the Ferrari in qualifying. We've seen it in race trim as well in these sky-high, sweltering conditions here at Spa-Francorchamps. So sitting pretty at the moment, and sitting prettiest, 001. That's our race-leading car. Nicholas Nielsen on board, the hyper-talented Dane, who's just had so much
Pit
success.
entry is closed. We will prepare the wave-by. Pit entry closed. Prepare the wave-by. All cars ahead of the safety car must pack up the speed and queue behind the safety car in one queue, and then we prepare the wave-by. Pit entry is closed.
Well, very, very nice, clear instruction to all the teams. The teams will then reinforce that message and give clear instruction, of course, to their drivers of what is required of them. But there is the queue. Race leader, Nicholas Nielsen. Tucked in behind is the Maro Engel car, the Mercedes, yellow and green, and then Danny Juncadella. Now, car number 3, which is the Mercedes from Verstappen.com. He was the driver who started that, so already he's gone through the rotation. And with the Mercedes teams, they were all doing single stint, single stint, single stint, so it's his turn to be back in the car at this point. But we'll have effectively another explosion of a restart when the safety car comes in, but there's a lot of wave-by to be done between now and then.
Exactly that. The driver's really weaving left to right, and that's not to do with temp, it's just to do to cleaning up the tyres. Actually saw the safety car swerve to avoid a large piece of rubber on the racing line on the exit of Blanchimont, and that is what all the drivers are saying is the hardest part of this race. With so many cars going through so many sets of tyres, those tyres just shred bits of rubber, and as soon as you run wide onto them, it takes away the surface area you want to be using, and it makes it very difficult for the drivers to feel the car underneath them, and it is a very hard thing to clean them up as well. The only way is to add some lock or have a big slide to try and clean them up, but that is going to be a big story of the night.
Okay, while we've got this safety car period and the wave-by being undertaken, we know Nicholas Nielsen is leading the race for AF Corsa. That's kind of a 51, his Ferrari. Leading the gold class is actually the car in third place now, Tom Fleming. We just heard from his fellow McLaren driver, Benji Goethe, but that's a really good place for a gold car up in third place overall. The next car in class a little bit further back. Best of the silver class, David Perel. He's in the number 45 Rinaldi Racing Ferrari, just mentioned him, and tucked in one position further back. Car number 74, Kessel Racing, also Ferrari. Ben Tuck is leading that class, and in Pro-Am, it's car number 700, the car with one of the highest numbers in the race, Cumchi Racing, Aston Martin, and that is in 27th position overall with Gregory Survey on board. So that's the spread of the classes, but it's a pro car leading the race, and those in behind are going to see where they can be on the restart. But the one that's closest to him is the car in second overall, Maro Engel, just under his tail there. First car, the red and yellow Ferrari. The second place car is the yellow and green Mercedes. Top gold class car there in third position with Tom Fleming. Danny Juncker just a little bit further back. Marvin Kirchhofer in another of those Garage 59 McLarens. They are looking super strong this weekend in the mix as well. Et al. As they come through this enormous field. We started with 69 cars. And soaring temperatures. We've had incident, we've had moments, we've actually had quite a decent period of green flag running, which is what the teams want. And just hearing, from Benji Goethe that your concentration goes because you're hot, but also I always think when you're behind in a queue of cars like this, you do necessarily come back from 100% focus. You have to be, I don't know what tricks you used to use in terms of mind management to keep yourself sharp and focused. There must have been times you thought...
Race control to all teams. At the exit of turn 19 in this lap, the safety car will move to the left side. All cars that are not eligible for the wave-by will follow the safety car on the left side, while all the others will move to the right side. We will then commence the wave-by once we exit turn 4, and all the cars eligible for the wave-by are allowed to overtake the other cars on the right side of the track on the Camel Straight.
Again, clear instruction there, but drivers have to be focused. But yeah, just tricks. If you felt your mind was wandering, what did you do? I mean, you can't slap yourself around the face when you're driving, but there must have been a sort of an equivalent.
Yeah, you would shout yourself, cheer yourself up, say what you're going to do, how you're going to do it, and you would always just create an enemy. Whoever the car was in front was someone that you really quite disliked. I may have never met them, or actually I quite liked them, but at the restart I was ready to show them who was boss, and then showing you're on the front foot with nice, aggressive but signalled intent was always how I would feel it. And safety car restart is almost a blessing most of the time, unless you're the leader, because there's a chance to make up the most amount of places as easy as possible. Something that's not going to be easy is, again, this cleanup phase. The race leaders aren't going to be happy that they need to move offline for 4 corners. So over the start-finish straight, they're going to be offline. All the way down to a Rouge, they're going to be offline.
Race control to all teams. Safety car will now move to the left side on the track. All cars not eligible for the wave-by will follow on the left side. All the other cars that are eligible will move to the right side, and the wave-by will commence at the exit of turn 4 on my command.
Again, nice and clear. Just seeing how left those drivers move. They were very well behaved. They went all the way over there. Will it be the same on the run down to Eau Rouge? Because that's where they're going to start to pick up marbles. We've been told left, but how much left? Just centre line left or fully white line?
Left or left of centre? Or
wave-by commence. Wave-by commence.
Okay, so the wave-by is commencing at turn 4, which is, for your reference, Radillon. And then, of course, that's the best place to have it, because then you've got the length of the Camel Straight to get as many cars past as you possibly can. But it's the role of the drivers to be right on their toes and get this wave-by done as soon as they possibly can. So, yes, a bated pace, but this is the moment. They've had two bouts of instruction from race control. Keep it absolutely clear. But for the drivers who are going to be having the other cars come past, they have to stay on the left of the circuit, and they are doing a very good job of that. So this is the start of the wave-by. And all the pro cars running line astern behind the safety car have to watch everyone go past.
We actually got our first car, Basha Maldini, already at turn 7. He took the wave around very literal. He dropped it hot. I think he did everything right because he went when I heard him. The others slightly more hesitant because they were going through a rouge. Didn't want to get sideswiped, but everyone doing a phenomenal job there, staying to the left and keeping
wave
this
by completed, pit entry is open.
safe. But
Wave by completed, pit entry is open.
Slowed down at an awkward point. I still don't like this car's firing up. Eau Rouge at fast speed, and this could be pretty difficult for a few. Teams need to get on the radio to tell these drivers to slow down quickly. Oh, wow, that is some phenomenally good and bad driving in equal measures, but no one has been collected there. The defence for the drivers is it is a blind crest. So they're coming up there. They know it's a safety car, so they're not pushing that hard, but cars were doing literally 15, 20 kilometres an hour. It looked like walking pace, didn't it, at the top of Eau Rouge, and cars coming through, even at safety car speeds, 120, 130, the legal limit in most countries on your motorways, then suddenly didn't see it. Everyone did a good job of anchoring up. I thought we were going to have a few cars.
So race control to all teams. The drivers that were eligible for the wave-by should pick up the pace and queue behind the line of cars behind the safety car.
Again, Niels Vicic being super clear with this. This is exactly what the teams and drivers want. This is the concertina I was talking about. We're going 3 wide under safety car, and they kept firing in harder and harder. And everyone, like I said, did a good job in the end, but that could have been messy and embarrassing in equal measures.
And then, of course, when you do get that traffic jam, you suddenly think, now, which line am I meant to be in? Which is the wave-by lane here? But they have, as Joe rightly says, sorted themselves out. So, what are we up to now? We've still got a Ferrari in the lead, despite that time penalty and had to serve for speeding under yellows. We've done just under 4 hours of the race the last time they crossed the line, so we have now tipped over the 4-hour mark. David Addison and Ben Constanduras for an hour or so. Notice the way they've timed this. We get the safety car on the wave-by.
Been very lucky this year with with my timing of commentary stints. Happy to be in the box and call a little bit of the Spa 24 Hours for another year and get some racing action. And it's going to be good racing action because we have a lot of cars on the lead lap and, of course, more cars on the lead lap with this wave-by process.
It's still, as we've been saying for most of the weekend, looking good for Ferrari. Nicholas Nielsen then still very much in charge in number 51. But Maro Engel not that far behind, of course, courtesy of the safety car now. Tom Fleming back at the wheel of 58 is third. Danny Hunkadea is running fourth. They're all covered by just under 4 seconds. And that Mustang also, let's find some for Micah to touch, shall we? That's also staying in contention, and it has been there since the start. Thomas Drouet now at the wheel, but 7th place for the Mustang. And after what happened to the Fords at Monza, where they were blitzed at turn 1, they kind of deserve a good result, to say the very least. And also, number 2 Porsche, Alessio Picariello, back at the wheel. That car in 8th place. That's the best of the Porsches at the moment. 22, Aintjen Guven, second best Porsche, down in 12th place. So there's still a lot that we can look forward to before we plunge into darkness.
Talking of that Ford, it's not just the race where it's been impressive. Don't forget that Arjun Maini was also in the Super Bowl top 32, progressed through, and certainly considered and against its teammate, the 65, has proven to be a far better option. You see that HRT run machine across various different 24-hour races, and it hasn't had the rub of the green this year as a whole. But yeah, inside the top 10. Thomas Drouet aboard it, and of course gaps don't matter right now under safety car procedure, but nice to see that brand hopefully with the luck on its side for this 24-hour race perform.
Attention all teams, safety car in this lap.
So Niels Vicic tells the teams to tell their drivers that we're ready to go racing. The drivers will have that in-car marshalling display, which will tell them when we get the green flag, but safety car in this time. And it's going to be interesting, isn't it, to see now whether or not anybody can do anything about Nicholas Nielsen. Maro Engel, who did the opening stint up against Nielsen's Ferrari. Again, he was the stint 1 driver. Tom Fleming did stint 1, so did Danny Juncadella. That's your top 4. The other winner on that last round of stops, I think, was Marvin Kirchhofer, up into 5th place. And the Augusto Farfus BMW, number 98, that didn't really set the world alight in qualifying, has steadily got up the order as well. And that's now upholding BMW honour, especially after the problems that have hit 32, which has spent quite a lot of its time in the garage. Kelvin van der Linde now is in 41st place, although amazingly on the lead lap still. And we know about number 17 as well, Mercedes, sad to say, out with damage after it was hit by number 177. So Maxime Martin came here, joint championship leader in IGTC, and no longer, because he ain't going to score points. So advantage Engel in that respect. So down towards Poulenc-Benne, we're getting ready for the resumption of the race.
Good to see that the Ferrari has actually, for the moment, been unchallenged. You talk about whether the rest of them can keep up with that 51, and despite having a 15-second penalty that it served in its last pit stop, it still retains the lead and has had that lead since the very beginning as well. So across the field, across all the drivers that we've now seen in that car, it's not just Rovera in that car who's fast. The car is fast in general. It hasn't had the bad luck that the 50 has had. We saw Arthur Leclerc turned around earlier on, and he sits 29th. But for the moment, it does seem as though, and it has seemed as though across the whole week, that the Ferrari has a slight advantage.
Lights off. Right, lights off on the safety car then. So we're getting ready for the restart. Cars making their way down the pit lane. 32, I just mentioned Kelvin van der Linde in the context of him being on the lead lap, and it's about to exit the pit lane, that car, hopefully before the Maserati releases everybody else. There's the leader there, Nicholas Nielsen, starting to weave around a little bit more, trying still to get the temperatures back up, trying to maybe just psychologically outfox Mauro Engel, but good luck with that. Engel resolutely staying there, not falling for any of the tricks, just waiting for Nielsen to get on with the job here. It's up to Nicholas to determine when he wants to go, but there's a lot of weaving around. Engel thinking, you know, just get on with it. You don't need to do all this. And the green flag is ready at the timing line. Now Nielsen pulls the pin, accelerates into Blanchimont. This is the view from the fourth place car. Danny Juncadella then as we go racing once more out of Blanchimont up towards the bus stop. You can see a bit of a weave from Tom Fleming ahead. You can't overtake, of course, until you get to the timing line. So all of that really is just to try and gain a psychological edge in part over the man ahead of you, as well as trying to do something for tyre pressures. Over the line they go, and then it's the drag race up towards La Source. Nielsen leads as we go back racing at Spa. Second is Engel. Third is Tom Fleming. Juncadella is fourth. Kirchhoff is fifth, and he's dropped back a fraction. And then there is Augusto Farfus getting his way up through the traffic as he makes a move on the inside of number 4. Optimum McLaren easily gets himself past Ruben Del Sart there. Del Sart down in 53rd place as now Nielsen tries to rebuild that lead.
And the 32 machine who came out the pits only up at the piff-paff, so about a half a lap behind this field. Yes, finally on the lead lap, but we'll still need a safety car to squeeze them back up to a position where they can fight.
Right, let's not have another one for a little while, shall we not? We've had enough for now. As there, look, the Porsche of Alessio Picariello has got Marco Sorensen right up behind as the leaders dive up towards Lecombe, and actually it's Fleming on the back of Engel, rather more towy than Engel versus Nielsen. And there for the inside line goes Fleming, and he gets his nose chopped off. That was very close indeed. Mauro Engel manages to hang on to second place. There was no contact, but that was by Nat Semi-Crotchet that they avoided it. That really was close, wasn't it? And fourth is still Juncadella, but what a battle.
So often you see the moves like that end in disaster. Very rarely do you see that move work, and especially on someone like Mauro Engel. It's almost certainly going to turn in, and Tom Fleming would have known.
Yeah, schooled. Tom, welcome to Mauro Engel. Right, so there, the other battle I was going to mention, Alessio Picariello now versus Marco Sorensen. You've got those two, 8th and 9th, 007 Aston. That's another one that's chipped its way up the order during these first 4 hours and a fraction. You're on board now with Dan Harper, who is going after Jens Klingmann. Dan Harper replacing Valentino Rossi behind the wheel and chasing the similar BMW out of the Rover stable of Jens Klingmann as the cars now head through Piff-Paff. The lights starting to fade, the headlights taking a little bit more of an effect, and the whole feel of the race now just starting to shift as we head to darkness.
Yeah, 8:30, just up past local time. Should lose the sun in about 90 minutes time completely. We won't be having the night fireworks at midnight as we would usually do due to the heat wave, due to the danger of fire. It's so dry, it's so warm out there, and you sort of forget, being in the press room and in the commentary box, how warm it is.
Absolutely right. As there, big effort made by Kirchhoff to go fourth, gets the place away from Juncadella. That's a good move, because you've got to get up fairly early in the morning to put a move like that on Danny, but it's happened. So we've now got the McLarens 3rd and 4th, and Juncadella drops back into 5th place. He might lose that as well, because Farfus, as the race goes on, that BMW looking ever more competitive. You've got Thomas Drouet in 7th, then Picariello, Sorensen and Klingmann to round out the top 10. there was another bold effort coming a bit further back from Max Janssen, who's been, I reckon, a big asset to that Ziggo Sport Tempesta Porsche, the former BMW racer Max Janssen, as the leaders come over the brow out of Radion. Nielsen on the headlights for anybody ahead of him. Engel only 3/10 back. He's not letting that Ferrari get away.
And here comes Farfus. For sure will be looking to try and make a move at the end of the Kemmel Straight. It did have the momentum, and it's the BMW looking stronger and stronger. Here it goes, looking down the inside of Juncadella, but Juncadella does turn in on him. I think they would have got away with it. Two very wily drivers. They do, and Juncadella stays ahead.
Yeah, so the Red Bull liveried car of Danny Juncadella just there. And again, Augusto Farfus crawling all over the back. What's gone on, though, for number 3 Mercedes? Because it's just not got the pace, has it? It's lost ground, it's lost a place, it's fallen into the clutches of the BMW. It's get up and go, got up and went, I think, because that does not look anything like as rapid as the Engel Mercedes further up the road. Okay, they're different teams. I'll grant you as another effort is made there through the traffic by the McLaren, but Juncadella is having to think about defending places rather than going forward. And in terms of stint time, Juncadella 20 minutes into the stint, so he's got a lot of lappery left before he can get to the pits and do anything.
Yeah, everyone is actually pretty much on the same strategy now because of that latest safety car. So we don't have anybody offset like we did at the very beginning of the race. Simplifies things. You have to go all the way down to the 21 in 21st position, the Aston Martin of Soderstrom. That car is due a pit stop pretty soon. It's the only one really off strategy.
Right, here comes Engel, and it looks as though he has got the pace now to live with that Ferrari. It's maybe something to do with slightly cooler temperatures. Certainly it's getting a little bit cooler, all these things being relative. But Nielsen is not getting away, and Engel, who had a quiet first stint, now for the first time really shows his nose on the inside into the chicane. Can't find a way through there. They go to the right, then the left, up towards the timing line. This is going to put 87 laps in the book as they break the beam. Still there in third is Fleming. Then you've got the lapped Aston Martin going through. That's the Acuriacos Blackthorn car, which Marvin Kirchhofer is about to dispense with as they drop now down through La Source. Romain Laroux gets out of the way. Where's the next battle going to come from? There it is, Heinz Guven now looking for a way to get himself up past Dan Harper. So 11th and 12th, BMW versus Porsche, and Guven all over the back of the BMW as they go down the hill. Engel then with the car just grinding on the ground a little bit, trying to stay with Nielsen.
Again, that BMW so very strong when it comes to the straight line speed, when it comes to the Kemmel Straight and also through Blanchimont. And it is a different BMW to the BMW that we saw a couple of days ago in practice and qualifying. They did have a slight BOP change, which all cars had a slight BOP change, but it was felt that the BMW would benefit most after they really did not show anything in qualifying. And there's a back marker to try and clear. Juncadella has done it, but Farfus cannot for the moment.
Yeah, Romain Laroux it is in 46th place in the Acuriacos Blackthorn Aston Martin. So through turn 9, either the Jackie X corner or Speaker's corner, depending on which track map you prefer. We've got a couple of cars lower down the order being given drive-throughs for speeding under full course yellow. It's not affecting any of the lead battle, so for the moment then we'll focus on here. On the lights look is Farfus, and he's been dealt a bad hand by being stuck behind the Aston. He can't get through, and Juncadella is getting away a little bit.
Yeah, surprising that he hasn't cleared this Aston in half a lap. Okay, the BMW stronger in sector 1 and sector 3, and it is hard to make a decisive move in the middle part of the lap, and Laroux not necessarily being left behind by even Juncadella.
No, and he doesn't want to bail out of the lap, does he, and let the traffic flood by, because he's got his own race to think about, he's got his own pace to run at, but it's really frustrating this for Farfus. Now, there is, of course, the blue flag regulation that comes up inside the car. The timing system is able to look at 2 sectors, the relative pace, the relative gap, and then put the blue flag into the car. So Laroux will get the message shortly. And number 3 is also being given, Juncadella, a time penalty for speeding under a full course yellow. A 10-second penalty for number 3. I'm just looking at other numbers to see what's relevant. Bortolotti's car has got one. I don't think there's anybody else in the leading group, but significantly, number 3 Mercedes is being given a 10-second time penalty for speeding under the full course yellow.
That graphic will come up in just a second, but I think there's about 10 cars involved in that. Well over a tenth of the field with small-ish penalties for full course yellow speeding. As you say, though, David, doesn't cover off anybody in the top 10 apart from that number 3 machine. And Nielsen not being passed by Engel, but you get the feeling that Tom Fleming on that last lap was able to take a couple of tenths out of them. Yes, he was. Kirchhofer did the same. Actually, Kirchhofer nearly a whole half a second faster than our leading three. So in this portion of the race, the Ferrari not scampering away like we've seen in other green flag periods after safety car periods.
And not only has Farfus dropped back from Honkadea because of the traffic, but also Thomas Drouet in the Mustang is a little bit closer. Engel is closer as well to the leader. Look at this. In fact, so close, he kind of had to take a different line around Brussels there. He made that bit more of a V rather than one long line. So maybe Engel just braked fractionally later and had to sort himself out round the corner. But it looks now as though that Mercedes is more of a threat. He's not just sitting behind, he's actually threatening for the lead. Out of Pouhon they go, lap 89. 4¼ hours done. And Mauro Engel now in a Mercedes that looks a lot more racy than it did in the opening stint.
We're talking about Chan Guven and Dan Harper. Guven did get ahead of the BMW on the last lap, so Chan Guven up to 11th position.
Okay, the Turkish driver then making progress in that Schumacher CLRT Porsche. Leaders covered by 0.3 of a second for the last couple of laps, and Engel is still there. In the first sector, the Ferrari was fractionally quicker. In the second sector, Ferrari fractionally quicker. It's not Charles Leclerc, it is Nicholas Nielsen ahead of Mauro Engel as they go through. Still 0.3 of a second is that margin. But while Engel is sitting in dirty air, Fleming is being able to really get on with the job here. The Gold Cup leader closing. He's got clear air around him as Nielsen leads into the chicane. We're about to start lap 90 and absolutely nose to tail. Ferrari versus Mercedes AMG now.
Let's see what Mauro can do on this lap. Certainly close enough to be picking up a little bit of a slipstream. Tom Fleming in third position on the lights. He's leading the gold category. And significantly, the second place car is Jens Klingmann, who's down in 10th position. And Dan Harper, by the way, on the last lap, got back ahead of Chan Guven. So a good battle going on for 11th position. And that's the second best BMW, the third best BMW, and second best Porsche in the field as they climb their way through Eau Rouge and over Raidillon. Just through there, the Ferrari is stronger. So at the end of the lap, Engel can close up, but then the Ferrari's stronger and strong enough to keep him at bay.
Now, news from Mercedes pits is that the Ferrari didn't take tyres on the last pit stop, whereas the Mercedes did. So that's why we've got this slightly different dynamic. It's not necessarily that yellow Mercedes is a much faster one, but it's up against a car on older rubber, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, that's going to be a great interview with Nicholas Nielsen then at the end of this stint. He'll probably give nothing away, but the feedback very important to the whole AF Corsa team as to whether that is a good or a bad thing to double stint.
So there, the car making its way down the hill. So the second place, Mauro Engel Mercedes, using its fresher boots to good effect, but Nicholas Nielsen hanging on to the place. Round Pouhon goes Tom Fleming, then Kirchhofer, and looking to see that gap is coming down again, isn't it? Second to third. Engel now realising he's got to get on with the job here. I'm not suggesting for a moment he's happy to sit in second place, but he knows that McLaren's closing. And if it gets much closer, he'll have to go into defend mode. So the attack now needs to come. He's got to try and clear this Ferrari. And then we'll see what he could do to get ahead. Nielsen has got even more of his stint to go than Engel has on that older set of tyres. So you're riding with him. What this does prove is the Ferrari's looking after its rubber pretty well.
And as the temperature continues to decrease into the night, that's a positive thing. We'll certainly see more teams trying to do that, and maybe even with their drivers as we go through the night. Humidity, as long as we don't have rain like we had last night, that killed everybody because the humidity went up massively and it was just horrific. Even if the temperature dropped, it felt hotter because the rain had come. So if we can avoid the rain, at least for the first part of the evening, we should have cooler conditions. Drivers and cars and tyres are going to like that.
So over the timing line they have come, and still Nielsen versus Engel, 0.4 of a second when they went by that time around. And as the cars head downhill once more, Fleming, Kirchhofer third and fourth, and Kadea in fifth, and then Farfus in sixth place. Look back then from Nielsen's car, Engel behind as they climb the hill.
Despite the fact he's got an older set of tyres, there was no lift there was no slip. Blue flag starting to fly again. Of course, they are going to get to a bit more traffic, and that might compromise this leading group. Looking further back, Farfus, he stayed in sixth position, so behind Danny Ukadela. and it's almost a full train now. The pace is not remarkable from that Ferrari on this second set, not like we've seen from others, but when you consider everyone else perhaps is on a fresher set, then they'll all be scratching their heads a little bit.
Just going back to that Ferrari, people that are monitoring individual car pit stops a bit closer than you and I are able to do, Ben, identifying that what the AF Corsa team did was to serve that 15-second penalty under the full course yellow, but not do tyres, because that would have wasted a bit more time. So to get the car back out under the full course yellow and then safety car conditions, they elected not to do tyres. So that explains in part why they were able to serve that penalty, but also keep the lead, and also why we've got the situation now of Maro Engel right there behind. Gudea, in the meantime, is still being chased hard by Farfus. And going out of shot, Picariello, Sorensen, their battle is happening still for 8th and 9th places. Quick check-up on bronze. Ben Tuck back at the wheel and back into the lead of the class. The opposition is coming from Max Janssen in the 93 Porsche. That's the Ziggo Sport Tempesta car. You're on board right now, though, with Ben Tuck. He's in a right old traffic jam. He's tucked up behind Ayenchen Guven. And there's traffic needing to get out of the way. It's rather busy up the road as the high-class racing Porsche skips out of the way.
Doing a really nice job to stay out of the way when you've got a big lead battle like this. The whole crop of cars coming at you together. The most sensible thing is really just to try and stay as far away from them as possible, because they're, of course, fighting together, not necessarily paying a huge amount of attention to a car that's driving a lot slower. So it can be a scary moment when you see the lead is coming at you, but he's done a good job to get out of the way in that high-class racing Porsche. That's at the very top of the shot.
There is Ben Tuck then, 13th, going after Guven in the 22 Porsche. Still Picariello for Boots and VDS tops that into Nissan Porsche fight. So you've got Ferrari, Mercedes, AMG, 2 McLarens, a Mercedes AMG, and then a BMW. Let's go on board with Ben Tuck, and on the basis that you've listened to voices enough, what we'll do instead is switch our voices for the engine of the Ferrari. Let's have a lap of noise at Spa. if you're not impressed by the sound of GT3 cars, you are watching the wrong race, I promise you. While we had our lap of noise, there was that change of place just ahead of us. Guven getting past Marco Sorensen for 11th place. We saw it briefly on board from that Ferrari. We'll have another look in a moment, but we've had that change of position, and I mentioned Guven then getting himself a little bit further up the order. 87 goes by. That's now dropped to 44th, hasn't it? Gabriele Piana got a bit of damage early on when he hit the stray wheel of Alex Arca's Audi.
And I think that number 7 of Marco Sorensen is artificially high up in the order, because last pit stop was 1 minute and 36 seconds. A good pit stop time is 2 minutes. That's what our leaders were doing. So that would suggest that they didn't do something in the pit stop to allow them to get up the field. And the logic would be tyres, I'm guessing, but maybe they are on a second stint on their tyres, and that's why Sorensen ended up inside the top 10, but is now being dropped behind Dan Harper, behind Ayçen Guven, and the next one will be Ben Tuck to get past. Here is that replay. And made it hard, Marco Sorensen, for Can Guven. Not a lot of room into Lecom, but Can was able to slither his way past and then scamper off up the road, because there is now a decent gap between the Turkish Porsche Junior driver, or full Porsche driver now, and the Aston Martin Works driver.
And Engel is still all over Nicholas Nielsen like a rash, isn't he, as they come up towards the line. So the lead Ferrari ahead of the lead Mercedes, and then the pair of McLarens. Is Hunkedaer coming back into the mix here? Danny Hunkedaer in 5th place, looking as though that car is now getting a little bit closer to those McLarens, and Engel is right on the back of Nielsen. And he really does want to clear him before the end of this stint. If he couldn't get by in this stint, there's something slightly wrong in a sense with the overall pace of that Mercedes. But in fairness, Nielsen's doing a very good job of repelling the challenge of Engel. But what Mauro hasn't yet done is, if you like, dart around in the mirrors. He's not crawling all over the back of him at every corner. He's sitting there, he's waiting for the right moment. Look at those top speeds through Eau Rouge. It's Thomas Drouet's Mustang, Gabriele Piana's Mercedes AMG, Finn Wiebelhaus's Mustang, Mikey Porter's McLaren, the 4 fastest, and some big, big numbers being scored there. 93 laps done. Ferrari still leads.
Farfus closing up under braking. The concertina effect through Lecom. Feather the throttle through this right-hander, then release as you go downhill towards Bruxelles. 2 options for the racing line through here. Turn in early, create a triangle. That's what Farfus does, or just hug that inside line. He either allows you to get on the power and a short burst to Speaker's Corner. Farfus better crawling over these flat curves. They never used to be like that, but since the bikes needed a redesign of this circuit, we've got gravel traps and we've got lower curves that these GT3 cars can really crawl all over. No big wide runoff area on the outside of here now. Big gravel trap to catch you if you do run wide through Double Gauche, and then into Fagnes. Again, Farfus able to crawl all over the curves, and Mercedes being a little bit kinder on them. Maybe Danny Ucadella preserving his tyres to try and do a second stint on them a little bit later on. That reduces your pit stop time as the temperature drops down. We are expecting those things to happen.
Hunkedaer's Mercedes also on new rubber, so still slightly mystifying as to where the pace is in that car. Just another quick couple of observations. Augusto Farfus, and also in fairness the race leader Nicholas Nielsen, not yet a single track limit warning.
Wow.
So with all the pressure that Nielsen is trying to withstand here from Mauro Engel, he's not put a wheel out of line, and that, with 4.5 hours done, still pretty impressive. Remember, the track limits go to the car, not to an individual driver. So over the timing line comes Nielsen, still hovering around the 0.3 of a second mark from Engel. Hunkedaer, I was suggesting last time, might be a little bit nearer. That last lap was a 2:20. He's not gaining in real terms, but he is fending off Farfus. 7th is Drouet. That Mustang, I might be getting ahead of myself here, but the way that it's going and the pace that it's got, that, if it can keep out of trouble, might be there or thereabouts come the end for a half-decent result, maybe top 6 even.
Yeah, absolutely. Just 3 cars in the 19s, a very late 19s for Nielsen, Engel and Kirchhofer on that last lap. Everyone else in the early 20s. Jens Klingmann down in 9th position is the first in the 21s. We've got a couple of cars in the 19s, including Arthur Leclerc down in 23rd position after being spun around earlier on. That number 50 car hasn't had the rub of the green like the 51 has, but has the pace and equal pace with the leader of our race at the moment.
Where are we up to also with the Lion Speed portion that started in the pits. 15th, Bastien Bous, still trying to chip forward, as we have here our pro leader in the 3rd place overall. You can see with the graphic above it, Tom Fleming, the gold leader. Still silver, being led by David Perel, number 45 Ferrari, the green Ferrari. And he is on the road now behind Ben Tuck. No, they've switched around. Perel, I think, has gone through. There is Ben Tuck. He's the leader of bronze. Actually, yeah, David Perel is behind him, but he's dropped quite a long way back. There he was, just going out of shot. And the leading Pro-Am car now is Bob Yuan, double GT World Challenge Asia champion, down in 35th place.
There is a lot of penalties. I'm not going to go through every single number, but we've got about 20 cars that have either drive-through penalties for full course yellow speeding infringements. We've got penalties also for track limits. Those are 30-second time penalties. And we've got a 75-second time penalty, which I think is the most significant one so far for car 79. And that is also for track limits. But I think in total, about 20 cars have got penalties that need to be served.
Right, and as you say, we won't go through all of them. If it becomes relevant, or you see the car in the pits, we'll explain it. But suffice to say that track limit penalties and full course yellow penalties are going to be a factor of all of this, as there's a big push there going on from number 6, Anthony Bartone, up the inside, going through Blanchimont. That's your Pro-Am leader, Bob Yuan, in the high-class racing car. That's another IGTC point scorer. Don't forget that Kerong Lee is currently second within, is the leader, I should say, within the IGTC independent championship. Whoop, goes a little bit deep into the chicane, hence the whoop from the man on my left. And as the cars now head up towards Les Combes, Engel is coming under renewed attack, isn't he, from Tom Fleming?
Interesting thing about Bob Wan is he has been in the past a double Asia champion, but chose not to take part and go racing this year because he's supporting his son racing. So all of the money that he was using has now gone towards his son, and so far less in-car experience this year than he would have come into the Spa 24 Hours with in previous years. He has done one race outside of SRO, but Leo Yi, his sort of long-term teammate, who is his pro effectively, didn't participate in that race. So I think Leo's even done less racing than Bob this year. It's really sad to have Bob and Leo on the sidelines, but we are going to China at the end of the year, and I hope the Asian Championship sees those two back for at least those two races.
All these generous fathers, Ben, that help support their sons racing. Ben,
you're not mine.
quite. So look back, Augusto Farfus then on the back of Danny Hunkadea, coming through Piff Paff down towards campus. The first of those two right-handers down at Stavelot. You go over the tunnel into the circuit through the Cours Paul Frere. And although you don't really feel it particularly, the road starts to climb from here all the way back up towards La Source. You think this is flat, it ain't. It climbs and it climbs, and it's a killer on foot. Up towards the chicane they will come. Top speed through Blanchimont on our race vision powered by AWS graphic was Alex Archer from earlier on when he had four wheels, 250 kilometres an hour, matched by Maro Engel and Mikkel Pedersen in the Corvette. Under braking, Farfus getting much closer, but it's going to be whether he can stay here with the Mercedes the other side of the chicane, and there's your answer, he can't.
It's interesting to see that Spa, when we came here last year, had a massive re-tarmacking. We saw over the last couple of years for the Spa 24 Hours, slight changes in the circuit because, as I mentioned earlier, FIM needed these gravel traps and curbs changed. We come here this year with no obvious changes to the track. Obviously a big change to the pit lane and the endurance pits with that new tower. But the Blanchimont part of the circuit has changed a lot, actually. If you look at the bumps that there are there now versus last year, we never used to see them spark and bottom out on entry. There was a little bump, but not as significant as there is now. And then when we ride on board, we hear the car bottom out 2 or 3 times. So making that much more of a challenge than it used to be. Of course, fresh tyres, light car, easily flat, but coming to the end of a double stint becomes a big challenge, especially when there's bumps there to unsettle the car.
That point you make about having to change circuits for motorbike racing is a valid one, but you'll just pass me that soapbox. Why do we have to keep changing circuits for motorbikes when they then go off and race at Macau or on the Isle of Man TT course or the Northwest 200, which always look quite lethal? Right, soapbox put away. Down the hill comes this lead battle, and Engel's dropped a length or 2 on this lap. Nicholas Nielsen, the race leader, still the man with the fastest lap of the race to his credit. That was set in stint 1 on lap 12, which was just about as we'd finally started to get green flag laps pieced together, and we haven't got to that pace yet, even though temperatures are starting to drop a little. That's Fleming going nicely in third place. And Engel with a little bit of a snap of oversteer there midway through pith path. Is that Mercedes, I wonder, becoming a difficult car now? How far through a stint is Engel? 49 minutes. But Nielsen, if the information that we've got is absolutely right, we trust our source on this, if that's on old tyres, he's done an exemplary job.
Yeah, absolutely. And he has been very much pacing the field behind. He hasn't run away with it. But I'm not sure there's a necessity to run away with the race at this point in time. We saw the early part of the race that build a good 15 to 20 second gap, but then a safety car comes out, ruins it. Why not just pace yourself at this point? Don't put any strain on anything. Maybe be able to do a double on the tyres. And it doesn't feel as though anyone here is particularly at the ragged edge.
Is the flip side of that coin, though, that if you do have a problem, you've got no cushion left anymore. So I take your point, but there'll be people in garages. And there's the problem. Nielsen slows right down. Has he got a puncture? I think he has. The car looks low on the right rear, and there's the answer. So Nicholas Nielsen now has got to limp all the way around. This is going to cost him at least a lap, and the lead Ferrari in big problems. Nielsen's had a tyre go pop coming over the line. In a sense, he could have bailed for the other half of the pit lane and taken a penalty, because I reckon that would have been less serious in terms of the time loss than what he's about to incur, because now he's got to do virtually 7 kilometres at a snail's pace. Otherwise, he's going to damage the car.
And you do have temperature and pressure sensors in the car. He would have been able to see something going on, but it must have been pretty instantaneous. Let's have a look here. It's inflated there.
Bang.
And goes straight away, starts to wiggle, he backs straight out of it. It must have been so instantaneous, because a slow puncture you would see in the cockpit, you'd see the number, the pressure going down, and he would have gone for the pits. So unlucky to happen there.
Did he cut it on the curb? Don't think so, but it was virtually as he came to the beam. So 7 kilometres on 3 good tyres. We saw the car squirm, and Nicholas Nielsen limped out of La Source. Everybody streaming past. So Maro Engel is our new race leader. I suppose the other aspect to all of this is, don't forget, they're an old set of tyres. It's not a new set for this stint, it's an old set, and maybe that's just proved it. They can do a stint and 3/4, but not 2.
Yeah, absolutely. However, he paced himself. It hasn't quite worked out. Couldn't quite see on the dashboard on the left-hand side the warning that he would have got, but Tomato Mosca, I think, has got some time to spare before he's going to be jumping into this car. It's going to be a very long and painful lap.
That had done about 45 minutes, that stint. So 45 minutes on top of its earlier stint is what I'm trying to say for that set of tyres. And one has cried enough. So the team ready, but it's going to be a long wait to get that car back, isn't it?
So we speculated that Marco Sorensen was doing the same thing in the 7 Aston Martin. Of course, it's a completely different car, but may also give us an evidence if it is a cut or whether it's simply just used up.
Yeah. Well, high drama. A car that's dominated the race thus far, hardly been headed other than on the pit stop cycle. 51 with a puncture, limps back. Nielsen looks to be going fairly swiftly.
And interesting, as soon as Engel is released, he goes half a second faster than he's been previously. So they were all pacing themselves behind Nicholas Nielsen.
He's got to be careful here, because yes, he wants to get the car back as quickly as he's doing the right thing by driving off the racetrack, so he's not in anybody's way. Sign of a pro driver, that. But he can't go too fast, otherwise he's going to damage the car. Big flash of the lights from that Rutronic Porsche to say get out of the way as they head now. That was Antares out up towards Pith Path. And Nielsen still going, the team ready. Do you know one bit of good news I can offer you? They're in the F1 pits.
Yeah.
A little bit less drive time to do before you get to the team.
Well, had they been in the endurance pits, I wonder whether you just cut across and get a penalty for entering the pit lane at the wrong time, but not be penalised for doing a big lap like this.
Well, that's what I was suggesting, but it still wouldn't have done him any good, because his team's in the other bit. Couldn't have come,
exactly,
come in.
that's what I mean,
so, yeah, if he had been down the bottom, he could have risked it and got a penalty, but
we saw somebody
no
with a penalty earlier on for entering the pits.
17, Mercedes, the Martin car that's now out of the race with that damage, So, yeah, if you were in the endurance pits, it was worth a roll of the dice, but it wasn't going to work either way, was it, for AF Corsa? Wow. So Engel leads the way. And in third place, Marvin Kirchhoff has fallen back. Is that also down to traffic? They're going through his 48, which is Engel, right, left through the pith path. you know what? Nielsen's not done a bad job of getting this home. He's done absolutely a perfect job of getting off the racetrack. He's not in anybody's way. I just fear that he's come back a little bit too fast. But actually, I'm not seeing flailing bodywork. It looks as though he might have got away with this. But he ain't going to stay on the lead lap, is he?
And we also know how easy it is to replace the rear end of that 296. Yeah. You can literally take the whole rear end off and stick a new rear end on. So has he damaged some of the interior workings of the rear end? And let's have a look there. It really doesn't look hugely bad. They may well stick with that rear end and just send him back out again, but he is going to be down one lap at least. Yeah, so there's the Mercedes.
Yeah, it's going to cost him a lap and then possibly another lap while they do the pit stop and check the car and do the driver change, because they'll put fuel in it. You've got the refueling time. So let's see. He goes a lap down now, but it's going to be the best part of another lap before he's released. There are the leaders then over the timing line, and that margin is now hovering around the 0.6 of a second mark. Mercedes to the McLaren behind, and we've got a driver change to do. We've got absolutely a new set of tyres to go on, and they'll fill it up with fuel. But remember, there's a connection time for the fuel, and they've got to drive down the pit lane. So there's going to be more time lost. Maybe not a full lap, but there's certainly going to be another chunk of time on top of the slow in lap here.
What I understand is if you use up a tyre, it loses its pressure slowly. It doesn't pop. Whereas if you cut a tyre, then it loses its pressure instantaneously. And you would assume that Nielsen would have got those warnings of low pressure tyre if it had simply been a used up tyre.
I was just looking to see whether they were about to swing the car into the garage, but no, I don't think they are. There's a thumb up there to say we're ready when you are. The car drops down and out it goes. Now a pit stop, remember, because of the length of the pit lane here, is round about 2 minutes. And a flying lap at the minute is about 2 minutes 20, so it's the best part of another lap going to be lost. There's the bodywork and the rubber flailing, but they've done no bodywork repairs, so that has stood up to the dramas of that in-lap very well indeed.
And that flailing rubber on the track, there was a little bit of carbon fibre that went off into the grass. Of course, that rubber's still on the track, and it's sort of on the racing line. There's actually quite a lot of rubber build-up from today's action. You can see offline, particularly on the inside of the F1 start line. There's a lot of rubber build-up, and also I think the lighting shows it up a lot more. So at some point we're going to want to get the marshals on the track and start clearing up some of the debris, but not when we're commentating, David. We'll leave that for somebody else.
Yes, absolutely right. Any time after 11 will do for us. So they're going through, passing the rubber is Engel, and as you say, he was starting to get away a little bit from Tom Fleming last couple of laps. So the Mercedes AMG leading. It's Marvin Kirchhofer that's slightly puzzling me as to where he's dropped to. Because he had been pretty much up with Fleming, and he's dropped away quite markedly. His last lap was comparable to those ahead. Maybe he just got stuck in traffic for a lap. But as the leader comes through, we are about to complete 100 laps here at Spa. Over the line goes Maro Engel, 100 done, and 48 Mercedes then is the race leader. So the Winward Mercedes ahead, and Fleming second, Kirchhofer in third place. And at the end of the next lap, we'll see exactly where 51 has dropped to, but it's going to be about 40th. And as I say, it's dropped off the lead lap and is about 2 minutes away off the subsequent lap as well. So a lap and 2/3.
Trying not to read too much into lap by lap, but Farfus did a 2:22.8 on that last lap. So look at the gaps now that have grown out. Remember, they were really bunched together behind the Ferrari. There's first, there's second, there's third position. Juncadella fourth. They've had a bit of traffic to contend with, but Farfus has really dropped off the back of that group, and they're in fifth position. Sixth position is a Ford.
Yeah, that was Drouet, and then you got Picariello's Porsche with the Lumirank not working.
Yeah, I noticed that earlier on.
Yeah, that's going to have to be sorted, because I think also the lights weren't on. They also look is the 41st placed Enzo Trulli Porsche. Didn't seem to have the lights overly bright, and Arthur Leclerc trying to get himself up through the traffic as well. Right now, Leclerc sitting on the back of that number 63 Lamborghini of Mirko Bortolotti, 18th and 19th. Right, 71 Ferrari is in. This is the selected car racing entry that Frederick Scharndorf was doing great things with earlier. That fell away, didn't it, through the last couple of stints? And Malte Ebdruck 22nd right now by sitting in the pit lane.
The only argument that I would put against the issues of that number 2 Porsche is that it's been like that for a while. So race control have had time to react and call the number 2 in if the Lumirank is a regulation issue. So my suggestion is it isn't, because they haven't. But during the night, it's going to make life very difficult for the night producer and officials to actually work out who that car is.
I'm sure the night producer will work out the one that doesn't work is the one that is number 2, so that's dead easy. Yeah. I have every confidence in him. So as Mario Engel continues to lead, now the gap up to over a second over Tom Fleming. And of course, Engel's car coming up to an hour of stint. It's getting lower on fuel, so now temperatures are dropping, car lighter. All right, the tyres are losing their edge, but it's a different beast than that it was at the start of the stint.
Oh, it's going to be a wonderful sunset here at Spa this evening. A blessed relief for the fans around the circuit, so many of them wearing barely any clothes and getting themselves under the hose pipes that are cooling various parts of the circuit down. They're offering you the opportunity for free water fills, but also basically a shower whenever you want them. It has been an incredibly hot day. Humidity dropped off. There's one of them.
The spray machine, yeah.
And, I mean, look at it could be Brighton Beach in the middle of summer. Even the kids being raised right into the jet of it.
Yeah.
It's still very, very hot out there.
That's what happens when you're naughty. Thrown in front of the machine. You will have a shower today before school on Monday. So the race is on lap 102. But yeah, you're right. I mean, Spa's always picturesque. It doesn't matter whether it's a sunny day or a wet day. It just has this aura to it. It's been debilitatingly hot at times. And I think the forecast for tomorrow is meant to be a little bit cooler. But there's another forecast that says there's going to be a rainstorm tonight. Fastest through Radion, Tommaso Mosca at 239 kilometres an hour as Romain Larue gets through the traffic in the Curiacos Blackthorn Aston Martin there. That's another car sort of chipping its way back up the order. And looking out over the hillside, it is a fabulous place for a racetrack, this, and no wonder that people want to come and race at Spa, whether it's in the CrowdStrike 24 hours or when a national race meeting comes here. Often German championships come here, some Dutch, some Benelux, some UK championships come and race here, and they always get good grids.
And it's not just a place where you come to go racing. The whole area around there is a popular holiday destination anyway. In the winter you can
drink beer.
Well, drinking beer, yes, David. You can do
more drinking beer.
Cross-country skiing
and drink beer
afterwards, and in the summer there's kayaking, there's walking, there's hiking, there's mountain bike track, and there's David's favourite pastime. So it is appreciated totally, not just by motorsport fans but by holiday fans alike. Marco Sorensen, by the way, has come into the pits earlier than he would necessarily be expecting, and I think he just needs to get rid of those tyres that were 2 stints old.
Okay. I wonder also whether any other of the AF Corsa cars would roll the dice on staying on an older set, a used set, and whether that is also why we saw 71 come in. I haven't got the stint time, apologies. But what you've now got is the Ferrari of Nicholas Nielsen being given to Tommaso Mosca, and it's in 45th place, but it is a lap down. So in terms of stint analysis, we've had 3 stints for number 48, Mario Engel, at the wheel, and his current stint has now been 1 hour and a minute and growing, and he's done 2.5 hours in that car, 2 hours 36 for Tom Fleming, whereas Thomas Drouet is, in his first stint, he's just heading up to 1 hour.
Still don't think it's cool enough to do a double, and certainly not a triple. We've seen almost everybody jump out after 1 stint. It's not ideal because you get yourselves into a rhythm, and then the new driver has to do the same thing. And the thought is, and the reason why you do doubles and triples is because you're in the zone, and the driver in the car is the best person to be in the car for the next stint. But such has been the heat. We haven't seen very many people do it. Joe will have the information as to who has and hasn't, but off the top of my head, not many.
Bastien Bus has pitted in number 80 Porsche. We've also just had the JMW Ferrari, I think, Pierre-Louis Chauvet down the pit lane, and so more stops cycling through. So that stint of Chauvet being about 64 minutes. 24 Corvette, incidentally, had a starter broke when Mikkel Pedersen started his second stint, so the Stella Corvette, something like 13 laps down, they had to repair that and get Mikkel Pedersen back in the race. So it's tough from here on in, but at least the car is going and bringing back valuable data.
Don't forget that Danny Ucadella does have a, is it 15-second penalty?
Yes.
As with about 20 other cars. So if you do have the timing screens in front of you, and we are monitoring the pit stops of these latest pit stops, they're going to be some which are going to be unusually long, and that is because, as I said, about 20 cars have got time penalties, either for track limit infringements or for speeding under the latest full course yellow. They range from 10 seconds up to 75 seconds.
And this is Engel boxing to give way to Lukas Stolz. So that's going to put Tom Fleming into the lead of the race now.
I'm surprised, yeah, Kierkoffer just behind follows him in because he was right at the end of his stint. But yeah. Fleming and Ucadella on a slightly separate strategy, and so they'll come in a lap later.
Yeah, so in comes Engel to give way to Stolz, to then give way to Auer. And good effort that by Mauro Engel. He's put the car into the lead of the race. OK, you could argue that it was a punctured Ferrari Pirelli that gave the car the lead, but Engel has taken the car into the lead. Remember, he's here as the winner in IGTC of Bathurst and the Nürburgring the previous 2 races. Ironically, no matter what happens here, he can't do the next 2 because he's committed to DTM events which clash. So I think he's a bit frustrated by all of that, but you can't exactly nip from a German circuit to a Japanese on the same day, can you? Down the pit lane he comes, and a good stint by Mauro Engel, one of the nicest blokes you'll find in the GT paddock, a master of Macau, amongst other places, and after his couple of years racing Australian supercars, he's still got that Aussie twang to his accent. Door opens, out he gets, in folds Lukas Stolz, the very, very tall German driver. Mauro Engel swivels around and helps with the belts as a new set of boots is ready to be put on.
And he had that thing where you jump out of a car, and because of the change in temperature and also the fact you've been sitting in a car for an hour, suddenly your legs don't work. So momentarily there, his legs just didn't work like he was expecting, and then sort of kicked in. It's a bit like if you do triathlons. You haven't quite got into triathlons yet, have you, David? I've never done one.
Right.
But I've been told that, you know, you get yourself used to being in a cycling position, and then when you try and run after that, your legs don't work because they're doing a totally different thing.
Lovely shot that, looking down from that new bridge, but you can see the pit stop through, and away blasts Lukas Stolz, re-emerges from underneath the new pit hospitality building, carries on down the pit lane. There's a whole wave of cars, look, all coming in because they've all got to the end of their stint time, which when you don't have, remember, a yellow flag within the stint, it's 60 minutes. Back out on track then goes Stolz, that's his second stint behind the wheel. And we've got the McLaren then, number 58 in the lead. Dean McDonald takes over from Kirchhofer. And now it is time for Tom Fleming to give up the race lead as well as he dives into the pit lane, and he's going to encounter a Mercedes right in the way. Remember a couple of 3 years ago when we had the Alessandro Pierguidi Ferrari blocked in the pit lane after a stranded car? We had exactly the same thing here last week in a GT2 race. Quite extraordinary that it should happen again, and people just couldn't find a way through. But no such dramas this race, this lap. Everybody serenely into the pit lane. The Bartone Get Speed car is on its way back out of the pit lane. BMW drivers at WRT look getting ready. The very well lit F1 pits, but the natural light is starting to fade, and the headlights on the cars now taking up a little bit more of the attention. We are at 9:20 local time. We're on lap 105.
Pit stop time for Dean McDonald was 15 seconds slower than Lukas Stolz. That suggests to me that he had a 15-second time penalty. I have to say, with so many time penalties being given out over the last hour, haven't kept up to exactly who had what, but there's going to be a much larger gap between the leading, the leading McLaren and our leader. And so we're going to have a bit of a swap around, I think, of positions up there. Stolz with a perfect 2 minutes and 1 second, and Dean McDonald 15 seconds slower.
Yeah, I can't instantly find one. I know you really as well, but there are so many. We can't scroll back through the entire list, can we? That's our excuse. But they are coming thick and fast. The message line is also about any wave buys. It's about yellow flags. It's about full course yellow. So there's a lot to scroll through, but I can't find one. But a quick look for number 59. Now, here is 48 into the chicane. So Lukas Stolz thrown back into the car and delivering as he comes out of the chicane now. He's got Antares out behind him. There, down the pit lane, is Benji Goethe. And can that McLaren hang on to the race lead. Remember, even though it looks like it's near to pit exit, it's then got that climb, and then it's got to blend back onto the racetrack, whereas Stoltz is at full pelt, and you can see just how long that pit lane is, because the Mercedes is about to come tonking by at the bottom of the hill. There's the Mercedes. McLaren on the right now makes the climb up. It's going to be close, this, but then don't forget the pit lane is still elongated. He's got to do that little chicane around the back of the curbing, and so into the lead again goes Lukas Stoltz, and Benji Goethe is going to slot in behind him in second place.
Pit stop time's almost identical between the two of them.
Got to say that had we come here maybe 2-3 years ago, the fault of McLaren's going the distance was slightly alien, because they used to be fast but fragile, but now the reliability in McLaren is an awful lot better than it ever used to be, and now we're talking about these cars as serious contenders.
Yeah, whether it be in this series or in other championships that use the GT3 regulations, they are genuinely fast over one lap and through a stint, as we now get the Verstappen.com machine in. Danny Ucadella is going to be jumping out of that car. And these are the last pit stops then of this round, with Piccirillo behind coming in. Now, will they try and fix the Lumirank? Feel as though there is a mechanic in the right-hand side door, looking at the second car in the queue here, maybe just fiddling around with a connection there.
Yeah, it might be something as simple as a loose cable or a fuse that they can quickly fix, but I think they are going to need that. It may be something that race control have been able to discuss, if you like, privately, because there are members of the technical team in the pit lane, and it could be that one of them has gone and said, right, we're not going to make a big issue out of this, but you need it fixing, so on the next pit stop, just address this. And the car is still there, but the fueling is still going on, and I can't see much else, so maybe work's done. So there you've got Lukas Stoltz heading up once more towards the end of the lap, still being chased, as you can see. We've got Hunkadea in the pit lane as well, and there, still without the Lumirank working, number 2 down the pit road.
But it is got the dashes, so the actual light's going to work. Now it needs to pick up the data to be able to display what it needs to display, because it's obviously been off for at least the last hour, maybe even 2.
Up towards the line then comes Stoltz. He will go through, getting back into the lead of the race effectively on the pit stops. Doesn't lead on the road, but he's our real race leader. And the opposition will be from Benji Goethe, and it's about 3.4 seconds, that margin.
And he's not going to be in the lead of the race actually for about 10 minutes, because we've got the Audi of Christopher Haase, who is off sequence by about 10 minutes, and Kelvin van der Linde also. They have 12 seconds between them, but they are both ahead of what we are getting used to seeing as our leading group. Dean McDonald has dropped down a lot because of that 15 seconds extra in the pits. He's, I would say, he's lost about 6 or 7 positions.
There, back into the race, number 3 Mercedes. Chris Lullum, I suspect, will now be back behind the wheel of that car, and that's the single stint rotation. Just drops back behind the Garage 59 McLaren, doesn't he? So how long a stop was that for Lullum? Pit time of 2 minutes 13. They also had that penalty to serve, didn't they?
Yeah, exactly. But that's not bad, actually. You would expect it to be more like a 16. So the fact that pit stop time was only 2 minutes 13, he's dropped down to, well, with Dean McDonald there. So it's been showing as about 12th, 13th position.
The field wriggling out of Les Combes then. And now that we've had a proper green flag stint, we've got cars once more all around the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. We are getting up to 9:30 in the evening local time. Here we're getting a replay of more fun and games going on at the chicane. The Tsunami RT Porsche getting in the way as it tries to go for the pit lane. It avoided a WRT BMW. It nearly got involved with that Santa Lock Audi. Thankfully, contact all avoided and play on.
Just put himself in the wrong part of the circuit, didn't he? So allowed somebody to come up the inside, even though he wanted to turn hard right. There was a car there. Lucky not to have contact. I'm sure there'll be a penalty, though, for entering the pit stop, entering the pit lane incorrectly.
Right, that's Bastien Boost just going ahead of the Audi. Bastien Boost from that pit lane start clears the R8 as he goes through Piff Paff. Meanwhile, there, heading up the hill, Mercedes, and looking to see where Chris Lullum's going to be at the end of this next lap. So Haase and van der Linde lead, but both owe us a pit stop. There's the Tsunami Porsche that has made its way in.
Cool livery.
It is a cool livery. It still looks like someone's found a Porsche and a few buckets of paint and just merged the whole concoction. But you know instantly which car it is, so the livery in that respect certainly works. Right, lap 107 for Christopher Haase, race leader. He's another driver that's won this event in the past. Back in 2017, there's not much Christopher Haase hasn't won in GT racing, pretty much all of it in an Audi, although his first title came in, as you would expect, that well-known motor racing beast, a Dacia. He was the Dacia Logan Cup winner. I can't name anybody else that's won a Dacia Logan Cup other than Christopher Haase.
Couple of drivers doing double stints now. So Jake Dennis has taken over from Farfus in the 98, up in 5th position, but Drouet stays in the Ford and Picariello stays in the Porsche in 7th, and Jens Klingmann also staying aboard his 998 BMW. So drivers feeling as though they are fit enough to cope, and on full tanks but fresh tyres. We're seeing Benji go in the 18s, 2:18.7 that last lap.
Yeah, showing what fresh tyres can do. Pit stop analysis, looking at the lead car that's only done 4 stops. So that's one of the reasons why it is now into the lead of the race. It spent a lot less time in the pits. It did start the race in the pits as well, and was able to buy itself some places early on with another short stop under that long early safety car period that we had. Team WRT has spent quite a lot of time in the pits, but that number 32 BMW got some damage, didn't it, on the left front corner early in the race. But 7 stops now for the race leading number 48 car, which has got Stoltz behind the wheel. There is 32, and that's on 53 minutes of this stint. So a couple more laps, it's going to be in the pit lane. So over the timing line goes Kelvin van der Linde. He seems to have spent most of his time this evening in that car, and the Tsunami Porsche's pit entry is under investigation. Well, that's not really a massive surprise given what nearly happened.
Quelle surprise.
Yes, they do. They do. The English have another expression which is something to do with know something Sherlock, but I think it's pretty much the same outcome, Ben, you're right. So there, through the traffic, about to get past number 8 Porsche, is 32 BMW. That's van der Linde running second on the road, but it's a slightly Pyrrhic second, given the fact that that car is out of sequence. Right, Ben, for now, thanks very much. Ben's going to head off and fuel up, ready to be your night producer, and his knowledge of headlights will be unparalleled, I promise you. We'll hear from Ben, no doubt, again before the end of the 24 beers of Spa. Sorry, Freudian slip, 24 hours of Spa. Joe Osborne is back, and he's also refueled, new boots, ready to go, and armed as ever with copious numbers of laptop computers to talk strategy to us. But it's been intriguing, this, and as we were talking about, Joe, that punctured tyre for the 51 Ferrari turned things upside down. It was an old set of tyres. Whether that was a gamble that didn't work or it was a cut, we haven't yet got the answer from AF Corsa, but the net result is it's cost it a lap and 2/3, really.
Yeah, I saw it happen live. The timing of it couldn't be worse.
Absolutely.
And I think they were lucky not to go 2 laps down.
Yeah, I agree.
So they're on this very forced offset strategy, but it's not done yet. They need a lucky full course yellow at the end of one of their stints where the other teams won't be able to benefit from.
But you can't exactly press a button and make those happen, can you? You know, they can spend the next, what have we got, nearly 19 hours waiting for that to happen, and it might cut, it might not. There's just absolutely no guarantee. Remember Monza, when Team RJN pitted, and then a lap later we had another yellow flag period, and it was just poor timing or bad luck, depending on which way you read it.
Yeah, and the other thing I think has been interesting is this dynamic of change. Now the sun is going down. Cars have really changed, and the change there is at the 700 Aston going through the gravel trap.
Xavier Knauf.
Yeah, that car was leading its class at one point. It's now second at the moment. Big trip through the gravel, should get away with it. But second time I've seen that car on the gravel. Remember, it got nerfed there by Dustin Blackton in 74 at Pouan. How's it happened? It gets helped. No, it doesn't, does it? It's spooked by the Lamborghini from Rutronic Racing.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to get out of the way, and then Xavier Knauf just ran out of grip on that dirty part of the racetrack. The camera there atop the pit brasserie makes it look a bit brighter than it really feels at the moment, but it is a well-lit part of the racetrack, that, but the headlights are now cutting through the darkness. Great to have your company for the Spa 24 Hours. I'm aware that there are people even at the track watching us on the live stream. There are people at the Austrian Grand Prix watching us. Hello, Jade. And all around the world enjoying from near and far a fabulous GT3 race. And it's hotting up. Maybe the first few hours with all of those interruptions were just a little bit stop-start, but now we've got into a rhythm and we're starting to see things develop. I'm surprised we've had so many cars out already, and the other big surprise, I guess, was the demise of the Gert Schiller-Martin Mercedes with damage.
Yeah, and we wonder if it was to do with the contact they had at that final corner with the 177 car that was trying to come into the box, very much like that Tsunami Porsche. It is a difficult entry for the driver. Sometimes the driver is told late, but normally the procedure will be box this lap as they come over the start-finish straight. So you've got plenty of time. And if you know you've got cars behind you, the right thing to do is just to flick the right-hand indicator on into the bus stop, brake offline, and hold it right. And then you don't surprise anyone. Even if you're going a bit deep, people are at least understanding what's going on. So a couple of rash decisions on getting into the very difficult pit entry here at Spa.
Ben was making the point that 1 or 2 drivers have tried double stinting. We had that from Frederick Schantorf early on. It's pretty bold, but maybe we might see a little bit more of that now as the temperatures do start to, I won't exactly say cool, but be less hot. Should we phrase it that way?
Yeah, the humidity is brutal. Just walking around the paddock then, it's horrible. There's no 2 ways I would use to describe it, but the sun is no longer baking the surface. So it's going to stay warm. Last night we were seeing the track getting down to mid-20s, so it's halving its temperature, and it just then comes back into a more normal window for how the tyre is developed by Pirelli, how the teams are used to running their cars. So I do think we're going to see a big step in pace. It's who's going to find the biggest step, because remember, a lot of this race is done at night, so it's really going to be the foundation for whether you're going to get a good result at the end of the 24.
And in the battle to be 5th and 6th and 7th, you've got Jake Dennis then ahead of Thomas Drouet, ahead of Alessio Picariello. So that battle still rages on as the cars come once more out of the chicane up towards the timing line. We understand from Nina Jade Paul in the pit lane, although Nicholas Nielsen is not yet wanting to talk to the world, the team saying that it was a slow puncture. They did have low pressure warnings. Makes me wonder why the car wasn't brought in earlier then, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't get that. I'm not sure I fully get what of course are saying there, because the driver gets it on the dash, the telemetry back in the pits, the engineers have it set up so it literally flashes right in front of their face, and yeah, they would have that procedure in place. So something's gone awry there.
Was it a roll of the dice? Let's see if we can get to the pit stop window in quotes, and it just didn't work.
Yeah, it's a fair shout. You sometimes get a slow punch where you see it drop a bit, and sometimes it will then plateau for a while, and you've got away with it. Yeah, maybe. And that's the explanation. And as it gets lower, the risk of a puncture goes through the roof as the tyre support goes away, and the whole structure becomes much, much softer. And the Mustang getting down the
inside. Quick info from race control. Please, all cars, lights on. We're in night mode.
Nice and clear from Niels Vittich again. Night mode, just like your mobile phone when you turn it into night mode and it stops hurting your eyes. It's the opposite. Your eyes hurt a lot more with how bright these lights are. The other bit of jeopardy I foresee is the Van der Linde and Haas car. At the moment, I think they're going to go a lap down when they stop. So they will be in that precarious position, because at the moment, Stoltz is only 20 seconds behind Van der Linde. The pit stop's taking 2 minutes. So they're right on the cusp of losing that lap. And I think that's why Haas is trying to pump some laps in now to try and break that staying on the lead lap jinx.
Van der Linde in, as you say. So Christopher Haase still going long in the Audi. He's done an hour or so on this stint. What else we've got going on in the classes? Still gold, Benji Goethe the leader. Dennis Marshall is leading in bronze, and Leo Yi is 32nd overall and leading in Pro-Am, one of the few races he's done this year.
So we need to keep an eye on Lucas Stoltz. So at the moment it's at turn 6. So when that WRT car leaves pit lane to see if he stays on the lead lap or not. Here's our 74 car, Dennis Marshall in the car, first in the bronze class and 13th overall. Dennis, we spoke to him on the grid, didn't we? This is his stint that he was talking about, who's going to get into the car. So it is a bit cooler for him. He can only do 8 hours of this race, the way the bronze regulations are. Justin Blattner, the bronze, has to do 4, so then the remaining 12 hours is split between the 2 silvers in that car, Ben Tuck and Joubert.
for what it's worth, we talked about the demise of the Maxime Martin Mercedes. Alfredo Hernandez Ortega has been deemed by the stewards to be at fault. They've looked at all the video evidence. He will get a 10-place grid drop for the next race that he starts. He doesn't do anything, obviously, to put number 17 back into the race, but it does show that the stewards have looked at it and said, that was on you, Alfredo. So he will take that penalty next time we have an Endurance Cup race.
See the moon poking through. What a special place to build a racetrack. And you did feel the atmosphere as a driver here, as well as the sun set. You got the bonfires, and then you start to see the fans walking alongside you on that run down to Pouhon there.
You're conscious of it?
Yeah, it's a hard thing to say, and not sure I believe in that sort of spiritual nature of life, but it was a special place to be as the sun set, that was for sure.
And what about all this, you can smell the barbecues in the car. Is that one of those mythical stories that we all now believe, or?
No, it's super strong. And the year I remember was 14 the most at Brussels. There was a couple of barbecues on the go, and the smoke was in the track. And you were taking a big inhale just to see what the meat on the barbecue was. The flash photography used to be so bright when the photographers stand on the guardrail as well. That was a bit of a nuisance, but yeah, what a special place.
It is indeed. Right, Christopher Hassel was pitted out of the race lead, and Jordan Pepper has got back into number 32. We've not seen much, I don't think, of Charles Weerts yet, but anyway, the two South Africans, Calvin van der Linde and Jordan Pepper, splitting this between them, and the cars then are now in this shuffled order that's going to put, as we know, 48 back into the race lead. Lukas Stoltz at the wheel.
Very good lap time, just lap 8. We are P1, silver. Behind you is a P2. We keep focus on our strategy, no track limit. Copy.
Super calm from Dennis Marshall there, wasn't it? The track limits are prevalent. They're on 4. One more, they're okay, but the 6th one, they will get a penalty in their next pit stop, remember. They reset in 48 minutes, and they will get given 5 more lives.
Let's go to the pit lane. Nina Jade is with Calvin van der Linde, 32 BMW driver. It's been a tough race so far. Let's catch up on the story.
Kelvin, tough conditions out there, I can imagine. How was the car feeling before you handed it over to your teammate?
Well, I mean, it's tough conditions for sure for all the cars. I think we're all struggling with the heat a little bit. Obviously, we had some damage early on, which we're still nursing to the technical stop. So it's a bit tricky for us at the moment. Can't really say we're loving every lap, but yeah, trying to hang on and trying to somehow make our way back to the front.
Obviously, you're in the stint where the sun has now set. How was the visibility out there whilst it was setting?
It's tough, obviously, when the sun's quite low. You have it directly in your eyes, and also quite dusty out on track. A lot of people trying to cut and find grip. So it's not easy for us out there, but yeah, we're trying to make it work.
Do you have time to get some rest?
Yeah, 2 hours, and then I'll be back in for the night stint.
Okay, rest up. Good luck.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, Calvin van der Linde knowing this is going to be a long race. We'll see where that car has dropped to after its last pit stop the next time it crosses the line. The other one to keep an eye on, of course, is 51, that's chipping its way back up the order. 51 is 41st at the moment after that punctured tyre.
I'm actually surprised the sister car, the 50, is as high as it is. Lila Wadu in the car at the moment, 16th place for that car. Oh. And the Oman Racing Century car, it was hard in the side, wasn't it? And both have got through the gravel trap A-OK.
Not so much Oman as, oh man, as they got together, but play on. That car had enough damage done, didn't it, early on in the race, the Century car, after Pedro Ibrahim got involved in the dramas on the first proper racing lap. Cars go downhill once again, so the race order, Lukas Stoltz then now leads. He's on the run up towards Les Combes, with in second place Benjamin Goethe. In third place now it is Jake Dennis, and then you've got Tom Audrey in the Mustang fourth, Alessio Picariello's Porsche fifth, and Jens Klingman's BMW in sixth place. Looking down from the drone then as the cars wriggle through Pif-Paf down towards the campus right-hander, and that takes you past the college on towards the Cours Paul Frère, and then back up towards Blanchimont. We are now working for the leader, lap 113, and it's still Lukas Stoltz up front.
Yeah, the pace has been really nice from Stolz. Benji Goethe, I think, has been much stronger in this stint than his opening stint. That could, of course, be the conditions. The McLaren coming alive, 4.1 seconds behind the lead car of Stolz. Jake Dennis right in the mix of this race now, isn't he? Only 6 seconds down. We've got the top 7 cars, top 8 within 20 seconds. We've got a good race on our hands here.
We have indeed. And there, the Porsche closing right up under braking and actually making the corner. I thought the escape road beckoned there, but the is that the high-class car got away with that as the field come up over the timing line. All of that was happening ahead of 32 BMW that's just gone by. So the car that's now got Jordan Pepper at the wheel is down in 30th place, but it is on the lead lap still, just.
Yeah, super important. So a safety car brings them back in the game, will nullify the gap to the leader. That's the important part for them, and that's just going to be the long strategy WRT have been forced to play.
So downhill through Eau Rouge they go, and the top speed at Eau Rouge going into the corner, still the brave Maxime Osten on 246 kilometres an hour from early on. Now this is where it gets difficult. You've got traffic around, you're trying to work out whether that's a car you're defending from or that's a car you've got to let by. This is where the team, as much as the in-car marshalling display, really is important.
Massively so, and it isn't just giving the drivers a car number of 998, it's saying it's the Rover BMW purple and white. They'll use the spotter guide provided by SRO, and that then means that the driver's got a better understanding of the cars around them. The better engineers will then also say which driver's in there. The better drivers then know what that driver is like, and they build the picture up of what the race is going to be before it arrives. A few more track limit penalties coming through. The latest one for car 80, Bastien Boos aboard that at the moment. The Lion Speed car in 12th place. That's a 30-second penalty to their next pit stop. I've got a feeling they're going to come through quite thick and fast because we're at the end of this 6-hour period until they get reset once more.
Yeah, exactly right. That was the pit lane starting Porsche, wasn't it? That's quietly chipped its way up the order into 12th place at the moment, although, as you say, that half a minute time loss on the next stop is going to hurt. Meanwhile, Max Hesser in 46 BMW climbs the hill in 7th place here as they, again, power uphill. So Hesser with a rather smeared screen. He'll be looking forward to a pit stop and a tear-off windscreen, get rid of all of the bugs and any liquid that's been thrown at him. The BMWs, though, are starting, and the Porsches the same, to look different beasts from those that we had in qualifying. The BOP adjustment maybe is partly responsible. Maybe the change in climate is a little bit as well, but they are looking a bit more competitive. And having again said all the way through Thursday's activity and Friday's activity, Ferrari doing this, Ferrari doing that, now you have to go down to 11th to find the first Ferrari, and it's the Bronze Cup leading car. I'm not saying Ferrari's out of the race, but it's a really different picture.
No, what's the most common car inside the top 10? BMW.
Yeah.
If I'd said that within the first hour, you would have laughed at me, wouldn't you? We're not even 6 hours there yet.
Laugh at you? Never.
With great glee. We've also got 5 manufacturers inside the top 5 as well. So those cars are going to start to find their ploy of where they're strong.
And one of those, which is really good to see, is the Ford. There are only 2 Fords in the race, and Thomas Drouet in 64 is in 4th place. Now, okay, that might not be the fastest car there, but it's 4th in the race, and it's doing a really good job. And you have to say, there it is on screen. Wouldn't it be good if this team had a good result? Because after everything that Haupt Racing team went through at Monza, if anybody deserves a result, it's them.
Yeah, truly, I agree with that statement. And the car's looking nice as well. Last year, we would watch it a bit. It looked nervous, under braking especially. And that's where this Evo Mustang, so a big update for them, is allowing them to ride the curbs, be more stable under braking, have a more balanced aero package. And I spoke to Sean Breslin about it at Paul Ricard, and he was happy with it. They're still doing lots and lots of work. This isn't the finished article, but it's looking a lot closer to being a car that can challenge at the front of the most competitive GT3 field in the world.
Yeah, Thomas Drouet, who we've seen in French single-seaters, but very experienced in GT terms, made his Spa 24-hour debut in 2020, but retired from that race. But he's another driver that perhaps doesn't really get the credit. He's a good peddler, he's a dependable racer, and he's doing good things in that Ford Mustang right now as the race leaders then power up the hill again. We're heading to quarter to 10 here, and Lukas Stolz is the race leader, and the gap is 5 seconds over Benji Goethe, which after 114 laps of racing, okay, yeah, we've had a few safety car periods, but that's not bad going.
No, they're starting to trade tents, aren't they, now? Benji-Goether's got a bit of traffic coming up of Axel Jeffries in the Porsche. That could be a hard one to get past. Axel Jeffries, very quick driver there from Zimbabwe. But yeah, at the moment, I actually quite like Jake Dennis's pace. He's coming alive, and he's 5 seconds behind that Benji-Goether car. So that could be an interesting one, because we look at the pace difference here between the Mustang and the Porsche from Boots and VDS.
Absolutely right then, as the Porsche of Alessio Picariello presses on. That's the best placed of the Porsches, which again, a bit like the BMWs, are edging their way into the mix. We also know that Porsche builds a good, dependable car, so staying out of trouble remains part and parcel of all of this. But we are seeing these time penalties floating around increasingly now. I think the last significant one was that number 80 line speed car that Joe was talking about. Drouet versus Picariello, there's traffic in between, I think, isn't there, as well? So for now, Thomas is pretty safe. And Matteo Drudi, the Italian stallion, as I think the team have dubbed him, has put 007 Aston in the top 10 for the first time, I notice. So that was another car that was a long, long way down, and that suddenly got itself into the top 10. So a good effort by Drudi. You don't have to be Danish to work wonders in that car. You can be an Italian and still deliver. Yeah, the Dane train from Copenhagen to Milan. That's a nice journey I'd like to spend with those three drivers. It'd be an interesting one. I just wonder, the nighttime temp coming in now, the front engine cars seem to be the ones benefiting the most, don't they? And the BMW teams, I know, are struggling with front tyre temp. When you've got the engine over the front, there's just more load through that tyre. It just wears it out quicker and stresses it more. So I think they seem to be the biggest benefactor from that. And maybe then the Porsche, with its extreme placement of the engine on the rear bumper, maybe the same story, but with the rear tyre. Now, where's the next mover going to come from? We need to see David Pittard, I think, in 991, wriggle up from where he is, because he's second in bronze, but there's a lot of other class cars between him and the bronze leader of Dennis Marshall. David Pittard's last stint, I gather, was a success for him when he was last in the car, as in he felt the car was good and he was very confident and very happy. So David Pittard, I think, will be still worth watching in that bronze battle. On board with Picariello here, flat 6. Quite a lot of information on the dash on this Porsche. Interestingly, the number counting up is simply his lap time that is on the lap. Not many drivers run that these days. They'd rather the delta time, telling them if they're up or down on the current lap. One thing that we noticed in the earlier hour of the race, number 2 Porsche, the Lumi rank wasn't working. Now, whether that's going to become an issue when we get into night time, and we are now officially in that, you heard the race director want the lights on, we'll have to wait and see. But the Lumi rank is meant to be there as an aid for everybody, really, to know which car who's driving. And if the Lumi rank's not working, I wonder whether that's going to be a technical foul, as it were, whether that's a black and orange at some point. Yeah, it's right on the borderline, isn't it? The transponder is obviously a black mark. That needs to come in. But that Lumi rank, it's not performance enhancing. It doesn't hurt the scorekeepers. It really hurts us trying to spot cars. And I guess the team would go up maybe with an argument of, we know it's okay, it's a failure from the manufacturer, and then maybe they can play force majeure on that one. But yeah, I'm sure it's a decision and a conversation that's going on in race control right now. Amongst other conversations, because as we mentioned earlier on, there's this whole army of people looking at the pit lane speed, the track limits, the stint times, whether you've driven the right amount in the allotted period, because as Joe explained early on, you can only do so many hours of driving within a given period. All of these little regulations that are easy to trip up the teams if they're not on top of it, but it's got to be adhered to all the time. Yeah, exactly that, and it's really difficult for these drivers to be able to play the game. And so many of the teams now don't just have a team manager, they also have a sporting director who knows the regulations inside out, so they'll be able to pluck a regulation out of thin air to go and argue their case with race control and try and keep their car out of trouble, essentially. But yeah, these GT3 organisations now are a pretty big operation. Indeed. Now let's just turn away from the race for a moment. We're delighted to have in the booth, but for all the wrong reasons, Maxime Martin. It was looking so good, and then I suppose it went a bit wrong in qualifying, but sadly we know the car's been retired with damage. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for sure, it's it's a bit of a hard hit. It started, like you say, qualifying, where we had quite a good qualifying actually, but like we got a penalty. So at the end we started quite far back, but had a good first stint, had some good fun, some good passes, and then then we started to be a bit unlucky with a penalty with the full course yellow that we don't really understand 100%, but and then we got a problem with the transponder that didn't give any signal anymore.
Okay.
So we had to box we had to box to try to repair, and then we were a lap down, a bit more than a lap down, and then Maxi got an unfortunate contact with a car coming in the pit lane. So yeah, at the end, not the race we were expecting, to be honest. Sure. But for my 20s, Spa 24, for sure I would have loved to have it something a bit different, but it's racing. I've said it enough. We know when we start, we never know when we finish, and this year was one of these years.
We've talked a lot in the build-up to the race about the heat, the temperatures, both in the car and on track for the tyres. Let's get a driver's point of view now. You've been out in the race. How bad was it in the car? Yeah,
I have to say it was, when I started the race, was really hot. 42 degrees outside, maybe 65 degrees cockpit temperature. So to be honest, it was only 1 hour, but very, very hot conditions. We don't have airco in the car, so it's very demanding, and for sure for 24 hours like this, it's very hard. But it's like having a hair dryer fully on
all
the time, in front of you, and you have air coming in the car, which is good, but it's hot hair, so it makes it not easy.
And in terms of the track, I mean, is the grip there, or is it difficult to find the bite?
Yeah, you have for sure less grip. You ask a lot from the tires. The tarmac is super hot. The tires are running hotter than usual, so for sure they are not in the window as they should be, and so everything is a bit more sliding. The brakes are hotter than normal, so everything is a bit less efficient, but in the end it's a bit the same for everyone. So it's just depending on which cars can adapt better to the heat and so on, but it's just a little bit more difficult in general.
And that opening stint, you obviously found a lot of places, which was mega. Are you pushing 100%? Is there any tyre management, any brake management, or where was your head at in terms of making sure the car was good for 60 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, you try to, especially when you try to save the brakes, you try to save what you can when you're in a train, and you know that you cannot pass. Instead of trying to be as close as possible, you just lift and coast. You try to give a bit of air to the car, to the brakes, to everything, just to manage, because you know that you have 24 hours to go. So for sure you try to get places and try to go forward, but at the end you also need to manage a bit, the general car, the tires, the brakes, everything.
And you're one of the drivers obviously doing Le Mans and then Spa in the same car as well. Where do the physicality differences go from this track to Le Mans? Which one is harder?
Yeah, I mean, as a track and as a physical for the drivers, for sure Spa is quite a lot harder than Le Mans. Le Mans, especially in a GT car, you have quite some
I think it's the Warner 123 Porsche getting helped out, but
that was a lucky one, isn't it? Yeah, that was a lucky one, because it could be a lot worse.
Whoa. Physicality, you were saying, sorry.
Yeah. But Le Mans, you have a lot more long straights. You have a bit more time to breathe, times to to look around, not look around, but look at everything you need to look. Here it's very intense. All the same class. You're fighting every car. You're fighting because for sure you have different classes. But at the end, it's all the same cars. They all go the same speed in the straights. They all with the ABS. They all brake at the same point. So at the end of the day, it's quite physical. Like you're fighting a lot more here, and in this field with 69, 70 cars, all the same class.
Final thought, because I know the team needs you to go and do things, but okay, you can now sadly go and watch as a spectator, maybe with a beer. Which is the one corner you would recommend to a fan? Where's the best place here to go and watch?
Yeah, the maybe with a beer was a big one. For sure with a beer.
Oh, for sure. Okay.
But I mean, you have Eau Rouge, which is spectacular. I mean, also from the inside, but also from the outside. It's one of the corners where you can really see the cars with the speed. You know, the sparks. You can really feel the speed of the cars. And I think a corner which is quite nice also for some overtakes, because there is a lot of overtakes. I mean, the bus stop, the last chicane, the bus stop is where you have most of the overtakes done. And I think it's also a nice place to go and watch, you know, all these cars braking hard, because it's one of the part of the corner, the track where we are coming the fastest. It's also the biggest braking. So I would say these two corners with a beer is the best places.
We know where to find you. Maxime Martin, commiserations. Thanks for your time. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Maxime Martin then from, sadly, the now retired number 17 Mercedes. We'll see you at the next round of GT World Challenger at Maxime Martin. Thank you very much indeed. Real shame that we've lost one of those gun Mercedes, but Maxime Martin, as ever, the pro. Good to have him up here. Thanks to Mercedes AMG as well. He's been doing the rounds. He spent some time with the French team down in the paddock, where their broadcasts are coming from, and up here with us. And he had a bottle of water in hand, I promise you. It wasn't a Chouf or a triple Carmelite. Well, if it does make us well, it could be vodka, couldn't it? Anyway, he's the pro. Wouldn't do that to us, I'm sure. So while we've been talking to Maxime, we've had a look at some of the class positions as well, with the Gold Cup leading McLaren 58, with Amaury Cordial's BMW, the WRT car in silver, and that is bodywork flapping. Was that a Porsche? Yes, it was. And that's 86. That's the high-class racing car, which has had the bodywork pop up, but that's bound for the pit lane, surely.
Yeah, just trying to spot if they've made pit lane yet or not. I can't see it on my screen just yet, so I don't think so. They're limping round somewhere. They're doing a good pace because they're not standing out on my track map. There they are with the bonnet up. Is that on the exit of Piff Paff? It is. Tipped it in the gravel. I'm not surprised. Hard to see. I'm amazed at the pace this car's doing right now.
But it's Leo Yee at the wheel, and I'm not being flippant when I say this, but if you're sitting low in the car, you can see under it, can't you? You have actually got visibility.
Yeah, it's got a nice arc, that windscreen. I've had a few come up in my time. It's always the corner exit that seems to happen. And I had a McLaren 571. This is not good. And it's strange that we seem to be able to see OK forwards, but it's the sideway bit that seems more of an issue. And we go into Blanchimont, needs to stay left.
Bits flying off the car as well. Leo Yee making his way to the pit lane then. So here he comes up towards the chicane, and he has done a good job of staying offline, and he has to eventually move across and get the line for the corner, but he will pit. Now it gets difficult because it narrows here as well, but as we say, you can see through that arc at the very bottom of the screen, and that's fine. Didn't touch the wall, no problem.
You ever played Marco Polo as a kid? That's what I was going to have to do. Marco Polo. But we shouldn't just, because this is going to be a lot of damage. The windscreen's probably caved in, and it isn't going to be as simple as putting that back down.
What triggered it? Did he hit the car in front, or did it just fly up?
The looks okay, doesn't it? And they're going to try and get it down. Really can't see why that started. Fueling going on, so they're going to take this as a pit stop. Tank tape ready. It's bent so much they can't get it onto the pins. My story I was going to talk about when it happened to me in a McLaren is this is what happened. The team came in, went, yeah, it's okay, off you go. 2 laps later, bang again.
Up you go.
And there's a slight scratch, isn't there, on the front bumper, so maybe, but I'm surprised with the lack of front damage that was the cause.
Yeah, yes, because you'd expect something else to have created the damage for it all to pop up. But I mean,
they need to tape all along that leading edge, otherwise that's just going to be an absolute air dam.
And the possibility is that that's going to have to happen on every pit stop. More tape, more tape, more tape. They're also having to think about they're also having to now make this into a if you like, scheduled pit stop. So it's come in because it's an enforced pit stop. Now they need to make the best of it.
Yeah, exactly that. The windscreen somehow not smashed, and there might be a polycarbonate windscreen on the Porsche, which has saved them there. But sometimes you see the windscreen smash, top of the roof caved in as well, because there's a huge amount of energy there. I just wish they could get a bit more tape on that middle part of the bonnet.
The last message that's come up is car 86, dangerous driving, noted. Now, is that because he was on the line at a given place, or is it dangerous to carry on with the bonnet up?
Find the end. It's like when you're trying to wrap
Christmas presents.
Christmas presents at 5 a.m. on Christmas Day because you've forgotten about them.
Do you want to cheat? Just leave it in the Amazon box. It's fine. They don't know. But that dangerous driving. Discuss.
What else does he want them to do? To stop and pull over? I think that seems harsh. That's actually their grid box tape. It's like a foiled back one. That's even worse to find the edge. There's going to be a competition here of anyone in the crowd that's got some tape ready. He's finally got off. I think it's stuck to his finger now, and you've got to be careful it doesn't go back on itself. They're doing the right thing and making it right first time. Why they're taking the wheels back off is a problem they're looking for now in that front wheel arch. Finally, I think this is in a state that's good enough to probably send out if they can get another tyre back on. Car controller can't touch the car, but he can use his lollipop to point what he wants.
Yeah, they've nearly got it taped, and you're right, they're having a look inside that right front corner. So more tape being applied. This is fine until they then need access to that part of the car for topping up oil or something, and then they have to do it all. But yeah, the wheel's gone back on. Maybe they were just concerned about any damage. Perhaps there'd been a report from the driver that maybe the tracking felt like it had been tweaked, so while it's stationary, they can have a look.
This is hemorrhaging time now, though, isn't it? That's the problem. You can get away with a lucky pit stop, but this one, they're going to start to lose laps.
I think we're okay, but the other thing the team has to bear in mind in all of this panic and people with tape is not too many mechanics working on the car. The technical delegate has had a walk over to make sure that this is okay. He's going to be happy. Thumbs up, yep, that's good to go. But better one long stop now than 2 or 3 repeated in quick succession for more tape.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, maybe just checking the car over for the contact. It was the Zero Corvette, I think, wasn't it, on that high-speed run up to Blanchemont as more tape. But this time the 2C's garage, you could hear a hammer banging as well. Looks like we're trying to find a problem on the front right corner of this Mercedes, the 33 car.
That's Jason Hart that's brought it in. And that car now has lost 25 laps. So that's almost history, I'm afraid, isn't it?
2C's running 3 cars here. It's a big operation. Now the Anglo-Bahraini team obviously running the number 3 Verstappen.com car as well.
Yeah, they've got 3 and 33 and 222 for 2C's. So quite an amalgamation of numbers. Right, down the pit road goes the high-class Porsche back into the race. And as it does so, Leo Yi stayed behind the wheel of that car and eager to get on with the job. This isn't one that we're necessarily expecting to be a race-winning car, but it's here for points in IGTC, most importantly.
Yeah, and now the nerve holds of, will the bonnet hold on this first one? So I think this was the contact there, maybe I have to check. The Zero Corvette.
Yes. I mean, that's the dangerous driving noted, maybe.
I actually think the Corvette kind of goes towards him as well. It's like he's fixated by the bonnet being up. And they both get away with it. I think that will go down, no further action.
Okay, well, let's look down from the drone as Spa starts to take on a completely different personality now, doesn't it? The paddocks emptying of the support races, the grandstands starting to empty a little bit, but the bars and the fan zone getting busier. 1 or 2 fans perhaps heading for dinner. They'll come back for another hour or so before bed. But in the pit lane, everybody still focused, everybody preparing themselves for a long night ahead.
The only other thing to add with that contact, the Porsche and Corvette, they are first and third in class. The Porsche still leading at the moment. I think Sarah Bovey is about to put a lap on it. So we see a great move there from the 74 car. Dennis Marshall dispatching some traffic very efficiently to keep that gap nice and large over the 991 Paradine car, which has David Pittard in right now. The rest of this Bronze Cup class are very close. Pittard is just ahead of Chiva, who is just ahead of Mika Grenier. So the podium positions are going, and going fast is Dennis Marshall.
Yeah, Dennis has always been quick, hasn't he? Been primarily in Audis, leading in gold at the moment, as there you see Mathieu Drudy in 10th place. Suddenly seems to have got really dark over at Le Combe, but then as the cars turn away from the camera through the corner, it looks a little bit different. You've also got Matt Campbell's Porsche in that battle for 11th and 12th places, and through it all, Lucas Stoltz still looking strong, 7 seconds up the road. That's 991. David Pittard, he's a winner of the Nürburgring 24 hours. He's in the bronze car that he shares with Darren Lung. With Leighton Fourie, the ADAC GT Championship leader, and James Kellett, and a very, very rapid driver indeed is David Pittard. Still perhaps underrated, but he's also been noted for a bit of contact with Eddie Cheever in the number 93 Ziggo Tempesta Ziggo Sport Tempesta Porsche, and that may have something to do with why they've traded second place in class.
Yeah, Cheever 6 seconds behind this BMW we're looking at from Paradine. So you'll see a Porsche flick into shot any second. Now there he is. That's Eddie Cheever. There's 2 C's that have got that car back underway, and the 33 car makes its pit exit.
Does indeed, as Lukas Stoltz is on lap 123 right now. You've got the bronze cut order on screen. Dennis Marshall from David Pittard, from Eddie Cheever, Mikael Grenier in 4th place in a car that did lead briefly up from the pit lane. Rolf Eichen's Ferrari is in 5th place, and Ralph Bohn 6th in the Herbert Porsche. Then the Rutronic car of Sven Muller is next, ahead of 222, which is the 2C's Mercedes of Reece Barr. This is Cheever's view. Remember, the team have switched to Porsche for this year. Ziggo Sport Tempesta, Ziggo, the Dutch TV network, going out of campus up towards Paul Frère. Eddie Cheever, another very versatile driver. We've seen him with Chris Froggatt's team in all sorts of chassis in this championship over the years, mainly Ferraris, but Mercedes, McLaren as well. The Mercedes year was not a happy one for myriad reasons, but Eddie, Italian GT champion and regular class champion in this series, powering his way out of Blanchimont. Is he going to make a lunge coming into the chicane to try to get through the traffic? Yes, he is, round the outside, job done.
Yeah, really nice. That wouldn't have been any time loss whatsoever. See a bit of tape on his front right wing there, just above the wheel arch, so that must be some legacy damage, or potentially some damage as we fade from Porsche to Moon.
Get some really arty shots now, don't we, at this time of night? And this is the static camera on the endurance pit wall. You get a great idea not only of the speed of the car, but the different sounds as well, the different engine notes, and the fans still crowded into the Eau Rouge grandstand. Look how busy it's got down in the fan zone there. The fun fair, there's going to be the concerts this evening. And as their Porsche climbs the hill, nobody in any hurry to go back home.
No, you might as well be outside when the weather's like this. Yeah. You might as well be hydrating yourself with any liquid you can find, and there's plenty of good tipples in this part of the world. So you can see why we had over 100,000 fans last year over this event.
And probably more this year, looking at the numbers. Perfect weather to come and enjoy yourself and watch the best GT3 race in the world. Look at that. It is 10 past 10 at night, and the grandstand is as busy, if not busier, than it was at the start.
What World Cup? This is the best sport in the world,
yes, isn't
it? The grandstand there, and the full moon always makes a night out more interesting. I remember Bouncer telling me that when I was young, when there was always a rowdy night. It's because it's a full moon, mate.
As the hair grew on the back of his hands, yeah.
I used to be a werewolf. I'm all right now.
That was Joe Osborne, who died today. Lukas Stoltz then still leads. Benji Goethe second, and Jake Dennis is in 3rd place. It is Mercedes, McLaren, BMW, and then Ford 4th. Thomas Drouet ahead of Alessio Picariello, and then Hugo de Wilder's BMW. 71 is the Ferrari going through in the Gold Cup that Conrad Larsen is behind the wheel of. Now that, remember, was running 3rd overall early on. It's fallen back to 14th place. It's kind of got shuffled down the order. In Pro-Am, it is number 700 leading the way. That was the car that, from memory, started from the pits. But Sarah Bovey at the wheel now leading the way. It's been in the gravel a few times, but it's kept largely bouncing back. And the Grand Marshal for this year's Le Mans 24 Hours behind the wheel, moving it as best they can up the order, but staying in the lead of the class. Doesn't really matter about overall position. It's just winning the class that's the main priority.
Yeah, high attrition in that class as well. We know the 700's been in the gravel twice. We know the second place car, the high-class Porsche, was in the pit lane for a rather large time that last time around. It's 4 minutes 11. That's double a normal pit stop. So that one seems like it's going to be survival of the fittest.
We're getting a few more drive-throughs for speeding, and one of them is for number 34 Aston. That's the Valkenhorst car, Jamie Day 17th, the one that was up and down the order early on, the Valkenhorst car that was involved when Jamie was driving it in the lap 2 accidents that took out 3 cars very, very early on in the race. Well, that bought itself a load of places with some clever strategy early on, but now it is going to cop a drive-through for speeding under the full course yellow.
Yeah, it's a shame for them, isn't it? And yeah, everything is so well looked after. There's no way around it anymore.
that graphic also just coming up with another speeding penalty for Sarah Bovey, having just talked about a leading Pro-Am. Now, you spotted a car with missing rear bodywork. It's 914, isn't it? Which is the Ed McDermott, Kenzie Beecroft, Carl Bennett, Bryce Fullwood car. Carl Bennett at the wheel.
Yeah, I just wonder if the exhaust have been turned up and it's burning its own bodywork. It looks like it's burnt to me. This car now with a 300-second time penalty. And so it's 30 seconds when you get to 6, and then it just keeps going. And they have certainly accumulated some good track limit warnings.
Yeah, because we're not yet up to the 6-hour reset, are we? So 914 has got 18 track limit warnings, and 300 seconds is
61:21, 82:40, 5 minutes.
5 minutes in the pit lane. Thank you.
For you.
Yeah.
I'm stupid.
I'm regularly embarrassed with you, don't worry about it. So, as the cars were lap 126, Carl Bennett's car, 914, bodywork missing at the back, is set for a 5-minute pit stop, effectively down in the pit lane. Look at all that shuffling going on the run up Radion. One car getting a bit stuck, one other going right round the outside, and there's a whole gaggle of cars all forming on the traffic there. One in the middle being absolutely mugged. So shows the different pace of the cars heading uphill. But yes, the Spa circuit now starting to almost take a breath as the pace starts to become a little bit different. There is always something, I know I say it every year, and it's true whether it's here or Le Mans or even a, I don't know, stock car track, something about racing in the darkness where gradually everything around the circuit disappears into the darkness and you are totally concentrated on that track, and it just has a different feel.
Exactly the same as the driver, and a lot of drivers after a while realise it's easier at night because all the distractions are blanked out. You can't see that van going down because it's not illuminated. All you see is what is important, and the modern light is so good. So these drivers will not lose a single tenth of a second a lap as it goes dark. The darkness is no excuse. There won't be a reason racing drivers don't use an excuse. They've got plenty of them. But now nightness now is only a positive in terms of the coolness in the air. The problem will be the more inexperienced bronze drivers are less confident to commit to these high-speed corners. So traffic gets much worse as we see a car have to get up on the apex curb of Stavolo 1 as it got its nose rudely cut off. It's the second car in shot.
Can I just give you some more bad news about 51 Ferrari? Remember, it had its puncture when it was in the lead. Tommaso Mosca has got it back up to 34th. It lost that lap. It's just been given a 20-second penalty for speeding under a full course yellow.
Harsh, isn't it? But what my point was going to be is all GPS speed straight to race control. The algorithms just throw it straight up, so there's almost no human intervention on these penalties anymore. Is that Porsche going very slowly? It's going to really bottleneck a lot of people up at the bus stop chicane, and that was awkward. Was that the Verstappen car? I think it was, wasn't it? It was the 3 car trying to get down the inside of Dean McDonald. They're side by side as they come over the start-finish straight into turn 1. Lovely green illumination matching this Rinaldi 296.
And there you've got the number 3 Mercedes then in a big battle. Chris Lulham 9th place, trying to get himself back up the order. But that having dropped away into 9th spot, did have, of course, a longer pit stop last time because of the penalty for speeding. But Chris Lulham fighting with Dean McDonald.
Sent it round the outside, and McDonald now behind us. We've got to try and keep the momentum up for Chris Lulham. It's now Max Hesser in that 46 BMW. This Porsche is the slow car with 18 track limits. Bennett there will hopefully stay to the left, and Lulham can send it down the inside, gets it done lovely. I really like the onboard with the 3 car. That number in the middle that's now at 1 second, that's the delta, so that's the fastest lap that car has done. So that was a 2:18.8 on lap 12 when Jules Gounon started that car. Lulham at the moment in traffic, unable to stay within that, but as the night goes on, expect the lap times to keep falling.
Other penalties are coming for ignoring blue flags. One is for the Stella Corvette with Antoine Doquin at the wheel. That had a starter motor break early on, so they lost a massive chunk of time repairing that, but they have done so. But the car now falling foul of the blue flag regulations, and that big effort being made by Chris Lulham trying to get himself away from traffic now.
And you can see Dean McDonald behind us, stuck behind the Porsche. Suddenly Lulham, who only overtook Dean McDonald in Eau Rouge this lap, is probably going to have a 2.5 second gap and is now going to be able to be fully focused on Max Hesser in front in the M4 GT3 into Stavolo 1. third gear all the way through here. 115 k's apex speed, maybe a short shift to fourth so we don't have to have a lift. Actually keeps it in third a long time, then shifts up. So the torque of the engine just slowing the car down. Maybe the rotation not as good, struggling with front end grip potentially.
Questions come for us from Kevin Poole on Twitter, who would like to know, and you can answer this because you're clever, would there be an optimum tyre pressure at which the team would say pit, pit, pit in the case of a slow puncture, as the situation with car 51?
Yeah, for sure there'll be a cut-off that each team will have. My guess would be the average would be around 1.55 bar. It really depends how it's got there. They'll probably be at 185 as a rough average of a hot pressure, and if it's falling away slowly, they will keep going with it and try to persevere. But yeah, I would guess 1.55 bar is a safe cutoff. Anything below that, then the chance of a puncture goes through the roof. Of course, we don't know what the AF Corsa 51 was at, but all the teams will have this as a strategy to make sure emotion doesn't take over logic in a question like that.
Right, down the pit lane now comes Matthew Drudy, who got that car into the top 10. Now, one of the real stars of the race has been the 74 Ferrari, and one of the stars of the star show, if you like, has been Ben Tuck, who did the opening stint. It's a very, very good lead you've got in bronze, Ben. Great effort, well done.
You're too kind. Yeah, but yeah, we're really happy with the lead at the minute. The start has been perfect so far. Only, I think we had one penalty earlier without that contact with the Aston, but other than that, I think it's all been good.
How hard was that first stint? Because you never, for the first half of it at least, never really got a chance to get racing.
That was really difficult, and even though we didn't get racing for half an hour, the tyres were destroyed. They were overheating even under the safety car.
Wow.
So yeah, I really struggled with understeer in that first stint, so I couldn't keep up with the top 5, but I managed to stay where I was in 6th.
There was, I think, one Ferrari driver who did a double stint, and we were pondering whether, because you'd done, this sounds rude in a way, because you'd not done that much physical driving in the first stint, you could kind of do a stint and a half, bearing in mind that the temperatures. Are you going to tell me different? And it was just as demanding, even though you only did half a racing stint?
No, I think I could have done one more stint.
Okay.
That would have been the limit.
Right, don't tell the team that. No, they're not listening.
No, I don't think they are.
Now, it's getting a little bit cooler out there, but all these things are relative. It's still probably quite unpleasant in the car, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, the aircon is still working overtime, and you know, every now and then it goes a bit up and down, and for one lap you don't have it, one lap you do, and it does get seriously hot, especially when you're following other cars as well. You do actually get the heat from their car, even through your aircon and through your air vents. So when you're in the train and when you're in the traffic, it does heat up a lot.
Track surface, is that grippy? Is it changing?
Yeah, changing massively. So from the opening stint that I did, like I say, I had massive understeer, and then in the last stint that I just did, the car was a lot more balanced. So it was a lot nicer to drive. Yeah. Most of the deg that we have on the degradation for the tyres, it comes from the heat of the tarmac. So when the sun's beating down on the track, it just melts the tyres.
I think when you came up here to join us 12 months ago, we were reflecting on, you know, how far you'd come to get into GT racing, and it's been a quite remarkable 12 months with drives in just about everything that a sports car can be in.
I know, last year was incredible. I drove 3 different cars and 4 different championships, and yeah, that was incredible. So a little bit more focused this year, just WEC, and then I'm also just doing this race with Kessel as a one-off. But yeah, absolutely love coming back to Kessel whenever I get the chance.
And obviously, as the lineup in the class that you're in, the bronze class, how as I understand it is that Dustin Battler needs to do 4 hours as a minimum, and then Dennis Marshall can't do more than 8. So there's 12 hours left. It's been split between yourself and Joubert. Is there an idea of how that's going to split? Is it going to be down the middle, or is it going to go down to who's slightly quicker?
It's pretty even at the minute, yeah. In the plan, in the run plan that we've got, which obviously, as you know, changes every stint and every safety car. But yeah, at the minute, it's even between all 3 of us, even with Dennis as well. And,
there's your car.
There we are. How's he getting on?
Let's have a look. Talk us around the lap if you want. Just assess his driving. Let's pick him up on screen.
And see if he makes this apex for a start. Yeah, I think he did.
He got lucky.
He got lucky, yeah. He was a bit slow on exit, though. So
and have you been learning much off each other to have 3 super fast pros and also a super fast and probably the shiniest bronze out there? How's the data debrief sessions gone?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say this is one of the strongest lineups I've ever been a part of, and the lineup I've got in WEC at the minute with Eric Powell and Seb Priot, that's also incredible. But to have an extra driver and the average is still so fast between all 4 of us, it's just a privilege to be part of.
Has anybody looked over your shoulder yet and said, are you really sure you should be in the Bronze Cup? You know, because Dustin is, like Jay says, a very shiny bronze.
Yeah, we had a few comments on Instagram saying that we're going for the overall win, not just bronze.
don't knock it the way you're going.
I don't know. We're not getting ahead of ourselves. We are purely focused on bronze at the minute.
Something just popped up across the top of the dash there. I don't know if it's a standard alarm. Seen the McLaren struggling a lot with intake temp just because it's so hot. What was that alarm?
I don't know what that one was for sure, but yeah, it's definitely heat related.
Team radio.
Hope you're not in next, by the way. So
no, maybe I need to rush back. No, it's Joubert next.
Nice.
Right.
So pit entry here, super hard. The team's on you in terms of being on. You getting measured, and how much is there to gain and to lose on this short run but tight run into pit lane?
Yeah, I mean, I was watching the GT3 Legends race earlier, and was it Graham Davidson? Yeah. He nearly hit the wall. Oh man! Every time I turn left there, I'm just thinking, don't hit the wall, don't hit the wall, don't hit the wall. So to be honest, taking it a little bit easy there just in case, but there is time gain and lost on the entry, like you say.
So when are you back in the car?
I think about 1:30 a.m. So yeah, I get the difficult one right in the middle of the night. So not too much rest now. One in the middle of the night, not too much rest afterwards until sunrise.
Do you enjoy racing in the dark?
I do, yeah. I really enjoyed night practice the other day. I got into quite a good groove in the night practice, so I'm ready for the night part of the race as well.
Excellent. Right, we'll better let you go and get some liquid on board, I guess, and get ready for your stint. Ben, good to see you. Good luck for the rest of the race. Ben Tuck from the Bronze Cup leading Kessel Racing Ferrari. Great to have him on the grid once again this year, and thanks to Kessel and the team for bringing him up here. Ben, good to see you. Good luck, and we'll let him go back to the team. Honestly, Jupiler of all beers to advertise, honestly. Now then, we've got the leader into the pit lane.
Such a snob, aren't you? As Garage 59 get the 59 ready. It's a race with the Winwood man filter car, and the fuel are just coming off ever so slightly. Hopefully the connection's still there. They obviously are full of fuel and decide they don't want to overfill it through the breather. Stall there for the Mercedes. That's rare. Luckily, it's downhill, so the momentum stayed going, but that would have been a second or two lost. We're seen as he exits.
Can I just go back to your tyre pressure point that we were talking about earlier on? Because watching from afar, ace engineer Matt Harvey, who has worked for assorted teams with great success, and he says that once the tyre pressure drops on the telemetry, it only gets worse. It can go from 0.02 on a lap to 0.04 the next. Then the same, when's it going to fail? So normally a team would react ASAP. So it goes back to your point, which is interesting, why AF Corsa didn't bring the car in as soon as they got that alert.
Yeah, the only thing I've had is where I've had valve issues, where it will bleed out a bit and then it will stagnate and you might get a lap or two. And so, yeah, normally it's only getting worse. The tyre never finds more air, it can't self-fill. But like I said, with strategy, you have to sometimes get greedy. And that was a quick drop and go, brand new set of Pirellis there. You can see the stickers. It's going to be another job here, drop, go. Didn't fire as quick as normal for the BMW. They have a launch start, so it feels the air pressure getting released out the car, and it actually starts to fire the engine. So by the time it hits the deck, it's ready to go.
Car 88 has been reported to the stewards for track limits. This is the surviving Trezor Attempto Audi, the Carrie Schreiner, Georgios Kolovos, Daniele Diamato, Sergio Setticamera car. Dennis Marshall has done as the team told him and boxed, and he's relieved that he doesn't need to go hunting for Ben Tuck because the incoming driver is Mathieu Jobert. Both he and Ben, ex-Caterham racers. I can't think of anybody else on the grid that's come via the Caterham route. Now you've got two in a car. So the Ferrari in the pits, cycling through its next stop, leading in bronze.
They were serving a penalty there, so that's still the legacy for that 10-second for the contact between Blattner and the 700 Aston. Feels some time ago, but that's why the guys weren't touching the car and then went to work.
48 has been in from the race lead. Lucas Auer has taken over for the next 60 minutes.
So not to call Lucas out, but it was obviously him that stalled then on pit exit, and 2.4 seconds lost there. So that could be pivotal, couldn't it, towards an end of a stint. We'll keep an eye on that. 991 getting to service. Pittard was driving that car. Didn't see if there's a driver change yet as the 74 class leading car blasts away. And this is a race between the cars, but a big gap means the 74 will easily be in the lead, and this choreography continues.
As they're the 22 Colin Racing Team, that's what CLRT stands for. Porsche is cycling through a full stop. Fuel, tear off windscreen, tyres, new driver potentially. And we'll double check who it is that's going to take that car back out once it drops down then. So the car had Matt Campbell, I think, bring it in. Away goes the Paradigm BMW. That was David Pittard behind the wheel of it. 22 blasts away, and you can see that's much closer to the pit exit. That is a brilliant shot looking down onto the chicane, and trust me, it's nothing like that flat in real life.
And it really highlights how narrow pit entry is.
Yeah.
As two cars dive in for pit lane, and they can still be flat out all the way well after shot. You can see him just getting on the brakes to get down to 50k for the pit lane speed limit.
22 is still Matt Campbell, by the way, as he goes back out. In comes Chris Lallam, number 3, chasing Alessio Picariello. It's getting a bit busy down at the chicane there, I noticed, but everybody gets through safely.
Really strong stint there from Lallam, I have to say. His stint average 0.3 quicker than Picariello on average.
Paradigm have kept David Pittard behind the wheel. The team saying that the dropping temperatures have enabled double stinting now, so we're going to have a slightly different feel maybe to the next few hours when the double stinting is possible. Not everybody doing it yet. Certainly you can see here that Boots and VDS are cycling through a stop. Alessio Picariello out of the car. Yep.
That was his second stint.
Right,
okay. The double, so he's not doing a triple. Lallam staying aboard by the looks of it. No real attention going to that Luma rank on the windscreen of this Boots and VDS. So hopefully all drivers will just say they identify as 3 dashes, and that's their name.
Yes, our night producer was getting very concerned earlier that he wouldn't be able to recognise the car until we pointed out that it's the one without the Lumi rank. It's number 2 Porsche, and then it all made perfect sense. So there you can see the cars dropping down, and away goes the Boots and VDS car. The number 3 Verstappen.com Mercedes rumbles away as well, and still hovering around the top of the order based on its pit stops are 84 Audi, Marcus Finkelhog at the wheel. We've checked with race control. They're content about this Lumi rank. I think Joe made the point. It's not really affecting things for the timekeeping service. It's only really an aid for fans. So, yeah, play on.
Yeah, I think it's the right call. Frustration. If all cars started to lose it, it would make it worse for all of us, but we don't need it. Here's the drone shot of the RGN McLaren chasing down a WRT BMW into that ever-darkening 4 going into turn 1.
Yeah, that RJN McLaren was going really nicely early on, and then it had a very, very long stop with a problem we understand with the door. Not Ben Door, one of the drivers, but a car door. It's now got Wyatt Bricacek behind the wheel of it, but they lost so much time sorting out the door. It's a rather forlorn hope, I'm afraid, now in silver. That car is 18 laps down. It's 3 laps down on the next car it's chasing, so really it's hard to pick yourself up from there.
Yeah, it's a long time, isn't it? And I like these new lights we've got around the circuit, really add a bit. Hopefully they don't have a range where they swing into the driver's face in the brake zone into the final corner. That would be a slight annoyance as we chase an Optimum McLaren this time. And it's amazing how quickly you get used to the light patterns fore and aft, isn't it, to be able to spot these 10 different manufacturers we've got racing here.
Indeed so. Down towards La Source then goes the pack, and meanwhile we have the race leader on lap 132, and for the moment that lead car is going to be Marcus Finkelhock's Audi, but that is 1 stop behind some and 2 stops behind others, and Marcus Finkelhock's got about 10 more minutes before you expect that car to come in. Concerts are starting, the fan zone getting very, very busy. We made the point earlier on that every year this is more of an event more than just a race, and so yeah, the track is always busy from Thursday morning onwards. Plus, of course, you've got Wednesday afternoon in town for the parade and the autograph session, but it's not just cars going around the track. There's far more now to entice fans to the circuit. There's a supercar exhibition on top of the pit building. How they got the cars up there, I shudder to think, but that's well worth drooling over for the fans that are here, and the concerts and all the other activities to keep people occupied. It's an event, if you've never been, you need to come to next year. Leaders go through there. This is going to put Lucas Auer back into the lead from Louis Pret, but the gap is only a couple of seconds between them now. So Auer goes by, Pret goes by. 2.4 is the margin between the top 2. There's the McLaren. And as we get to 10:30 local time, out of La Source, into the darkness they go.
Yeah, the catalytic converters glowing lovely on the back of that 720S Evo as it thunders into the night. suddenly feels like the traffic's found quite a nice rhythm. So it means it can't be far away from when it finds a bad rhythm, and we start to see cars tripping over themselves, and that has been a problem for some, not able to clear the traffic as well as others. Here is the 48 car, Lucas Auer, with those green strips. The teams love putting them in the car so they can spot their car in pit lane slightly easier than everyone else, but his attention will be rearward at the moment to Louis Pret.
And the team, of course, will be on the radio to Lucas Auer, telling him which cars or which headlights he needs to worry about and what he's catching up to. And, of course, also you made the point the other day, Joe, during one of the practice sessions about the purple light on the back of a car, if it's got the bronze driver, just as an aid for the car behind, the driver behind, to know that maybe if this is a bronze, we just need to give him a little bit more space.
Yeah, make your moves more obvious. Don't just dart around all over the place. Make your move and stick with it. That's the worst thing the pros do against the Amis. They have a little look, then they look the other side. So the Amis having to check left, right, middle mirror, and then suddenly they've missed turning in, and it slows everyone up, as the Mustang certainly doesn't slow up at any abated pace. P6 for Arjamani in that car at the moment, and it does seem to be able to keep chipping away on its stint averages as the temperatures continue to fall as we just go past 10:30 local time.
Yeah, so you've got some of the drivers then in these double stints. Some of the drivers will be being told about, you know, looking after tyres, running at a delta pace, whereas the guy behind the wheel just wants to simply race. Now, let's get to the pit lane. Benji Goethe, fresh out of 58. That's the car that's leading in gold, and we can hear from our Gold Cup leader right now.
Benji, it's still really hot out here. You have the ice bag with you. Could you update us on the track conditions and tire deck?
Yeah, it's tough. Obviously, you said temperatures are high. Yeah, track conditions are quite poor. Tire deck's quite high, so it's just all about managing.
And you're getting tired and tired.
Yeah, it's really hard, so it's exhausting, so yeah, not easy.
Have a good rest, thank you.
Yeah, you can see how that's taken it out of Benji Goethe, who's a fit young guy, and he looks like he's just on a triple stint.
That's his second stint of the race. Another single.
Yeah, and there's no air conditioning in that car. And you just said to me off mic, it's a good job we've not got 18 hours to go. Oh, hang on, yeah, we have, haven't we? I mean, that graphically illustrates what they're up against.
Yeah, this was a car I helped develop, and Rob Bell, more than me, pulled our hair out over it in terms of just trying to get the engineers to put some more cooling in it. But engineers and drivers always have a conflict of interest, and the engineers won that one. But looking at Benji Goethe, who's got his Hydro Race ice vest on to try and bring his core temperature down. Those guys, remember, are going through as just a 3-driver lineup in that Gold crew, whereas the majority have 4. So he's got to be doing a stint. Remember, no one can do more than 11 hours, so they're going to have to share that workload.
I mean, it's cruel in a way to suggest that a driver might want the car to brake, but at some point you kind of think, I can't do any more.
If it's going to brake, it needs to brake this lap. If it breaks out 23,
oh, yeah. How gutted would you be? Yeah.
Someone's going to have it. And,
exactly.
But luckily for them, they're in 4th place, first in class. So yeah, I get what you're saying, David. But at the moment, the position is keeping the hopes alive.
Very true. Now up to second in gold, Hugo de Wilde in 998 BMW. That's it, just going through the middle of those 3 cars. You can see the purple and white back. It's ahead of 46 BMW. They're 8th and 9th in the race, but second in gold is Hugo de Wilde, local star. His father, a Belgian journalist, he used to be the press officer for certain events here, and Olivier de Wilde sorting out the red shirts for all the Belgian drivers for the drivers' briefing. There was a photo call at the drivers' briefing, so all the Belgian drivers got a red shirt, except for Armand Fumel, as the oldest of the Belgian drivers, who got the goalkeeper's shirt. They all posed like a football squad at the drivers' briefing, to a big round of applause from all of the other drivers. There you can see the different sectors. 22 Porsche the best in Sector 2, 51 Ferrari the best in Sector 3, and 45 Ferrari the best car in Sector 1. That's not an AF Corsa car, it's a Rinaldi Racing Ferrari, interestingly enough.
Yeah, so Porsche stealing a sector back from the 51. So now we have 3 different cars in the 3 sectors, 2 manufacturers now rather than just Ferrari dominated. And while we're talking about nationalities, 47 nationalities on the entry list. Gives you an idea of how exotic and worldwide the flavour is of this. Do you know the nationality, the most common nationality on the grid?
Yeah.
Good.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
You're going to say it, or?
No, I thought you might.
British?
Of course.
Yeah. Second?
French.
German?
Ah. If I keep saying French, I'll get there in the end, won't I?
Mustang looks cool at night.
It does, yeah. That's, I've forgotten the word for it. There's a special name, isn't there, for that glow paint that they've got on it. Is it Flow Glow or something like that? But it's a really great touch. And you talk about the international representation on the grid. We keep getting messages from all over the world, people watching, from Austria, from people involved in the Grand Prix. We've got people in America watching. Even as far afield as the People's Republic of Croft. There's a Ginetta Fest up there this weekend, which has an SRO link, of course. SRO runs the Ginetta Championships, and the TV production crew up there are watching us, beer in hand, I noticed from a photograph they've sent. Evening, everybody. Here at Spa, we are nudging our way towards, what, 20 to 11 local time. We have done just 6 hours and 5 minutes of the race, the last time the leader tripped the beam. And after that really destructive first couple of hours, yeah, you're right, the race has got into a pattern, it has got into a rhythm. We lost one or two quick competitive cars, both overall and across the classes early on. We've lost Maxi Goetz's Mercedes, Alfredo Hernandez Ortega's Mercedes. We've pretty much said goodbye to the Castellan Audi that got tipped into the gravel, because that's been in the pit lane now for over an hour. We've lost Alex Arca's Audi when the wheel came off, Custodio Toledo's Ferrari, a legacy of the damage it sustained on the first lap, and Ariel Levi's Audi, Maxime Robin's Aston, and Christian Hahn's BMW all eliminated in that crash on the first racing lap. It was lap 2 of the race, but the first racing lap, because we had that extra formation lap. So a lot happened in that accident. The still remarkable thing is that the Valkenhorst Aston that was pitched up into the air and onto 2 wheels is still in the race. All right, it's dropped down the order. Jamie Day's just had to serve the penalty, don't forget, and that's why it's lost time. It's now done 12 pit stops, but it is 30th in the race, and crucially, it's on the lead lap.
Yeah, pace looks okay, so any legacy damage doesn't seem to be performance limiting. I was going to make a big deal of when we got into the next bunch of 6 hours, because all the driver track limit warnings have been reset. Yeah. But anyway, they've all been reset, so 6 more lives for the next 6 hours.
Right, and see how many more penalties we can crop up in that 6-hour period. So, what did we get to? 18 warnings, wasn't it, for that 914 Porsche? That was the limit for the combined efforts of Ed McDermott, Kenzie Beecroft, Carl Bennett and Bryce Fullwood. Ed McDermott, just on the subject of that car, having his first GT3 race. He was meant to race at Silverstone, but then hurt his thumb, because he either broke his thumb or sprained his thumb in an accident in the truck, so never got to race, and that's his first GT3 race.
It was actually slightly worse than that. He caught it closing the door of the McLaren GT3, so he closed the door on his thumb. So hopefully that thumb didn't end up in the RGN car and it's not a link.
That's why the door wouldn't shut. So Ed McDermott makes his debut with at least one good thumb, and a great character is Ed, and hopefully, penalties aside, he's enjoying himself in this. There are other delayed cars, though, that are still circulating, albeit quite a long way back. 42 BMW, after its earlier big loss of time, it lost something like 11 laps at the start. That's still circulating, and he's picking up places as others hit trouble. And we know that people always hit trouble in the night. You and I tend to get back in the early hours of the morning and are staring at a classification with an awful lot of cars that have suddenly dropped off and out of the race. And this is one that's having a tough race, but don't rule it out. It can still buy back places in the remaining 17,049 minutes. It's the 32 BMW that Jordan Pepper puts on pit lane.
The only problem is the last stint average was not fast for Pepper. It was a 21.0. The leaders are all in the averages of low 20s as Acuria Kos, Blackthorn get to work on there. They didn't change the engine, but it hasn't looked strong in the speed traps. But yeah, this 32 BMW pulling up, we know it's got some damage. It's where the floor connects, and are just starting to worry that maybe it's actually losing performance now.
Romain Larue has brought the Acuria Kos car in. Driver change, fuel, tyres, send it back out. Romain Larue, who was the silver winner last year in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Started off racing in Formula 4. So now that we've got both Marcus Winkelhock and Jordan Pepper into the pit lane, Lucas Auer takes back the lead on the track, and He is edging away from Louis Pret. Jake Dennis third. That 98 Rover BMW has been the real quiet car of the night, hasn't it? And stint by stint, it worked its way a little bit further up the order.
Yeah, we really haven't seen much of it, have we?
No, like the lights on the Ecuria Cos Aston, just to tell the car controller where it is, so you know exactly which car you're awaiting, with the lights flashing from the side to the middle and so on. And the car controller knows exactly where he's meant to be looking. When all these headlights come down the pit lane, you've got to make sure you've got the right car. Some do it like that. Others have perhaps coloured lights on the side, but then you've got to hope nobody has the same colour. And
you can actually customise the whole flash sequence. I had a data engineer here once, and the car was coming towards us, and we're like, why are they flashing in that pattern? And he looked at us like we were stupid and went, it's Morse code for hello. I'm sorry. So we had a very strange pattern. That was a Z4, I think, that year.
Just to add to our international reach, Japan as well. I've forgotten that Matt Harvey was there watching us with his information. Right, slow car there. Who's that we've lost? Crawling down to Bruxelles. 700, which was leading in Pro-Am. Sarah Bovey was behind the wheel of it. It's now Greg Servet. And is that a puncture or is that something more sinister? It's off the racetrack.
Something on the front right corner's low. The splitter's touching. Couldn't see if it was a front right puncture, but that's a long way back. Going very slowly as well.
And in the darkness. And that kind of makes it worse. We've seen earlier on, for example, when Nicholas Nielsen had to bring the Ferrari back, and in fact it takes the shortcut of the bike track there, but you saw how he did the lap offline as much as possible, off the racetrack, but that was in the daylight. This is different.
The crazy bit with Spa is it's one of the longest tracks in the world, and there isn't a cut through anywhere. You have to do the full lap, so there isn't an option to do a shortcut, apart from that motorbike bit, which maybe saves 48 metres, but you've got to do the whole thing, and it is so difficult. And again, the good teams will warn their drivers, slow car, turn 10. The better teams only tell the driver when they're 3 corners before not to worry them. But that is going to be a big ask. Get the 700 come to you, Aston back.
I suspect as well Neil Vittich is on the radio warning the teams. We don't get all of his audio, but he may well be saying to the teams that there's a slow car on track. 97 is currently being hurled around by Sven Muller. Would you expect anything less?
The flames coming out of the exhaust are beautiful there through Lecom on throttle, shooting out some blue flames. Must have been 1.5 feet long. Again, with night, you just see all the energy more. You see the brakes going, the exhaust glowing, and again, just adds to a spectacle that didn't need much upping the ante of.
Right now in the classes, just to recap, Louis Pret still leading in gold. Dennis Marshall is still leading in bronze. I'll come back to that in a second. Silver is Amaury Cordial's BMW, and Pro-Am, despite that long stop for all the sticky tape, Leo Yi in the Porsche. Now, when Ben Tuck was up here, when we were hearing the radio traffic about Dennis Marshall pitting, I'm sure he said Matty Chaubert was going to get into the car. Maybe he's in it next, but that's certainly a double from Dennis Marshall.
Yeah, and that's the second of his 8 possible stints they're going to do with him, which really shows to me how strong Ben is, Tuck, that is, and Joubert in their pace, and they're not having to save Dennis Marshall for the end, which is the traditional way of how you use your drivers up in an endurance race. You save your fastest and best till last, because that's when you're going to need them if there's a late safety car, for example. Back on board with Chris Lullum here, and we're still chasing down Max Hesse. So we disposed the McLaren easily, but we've been unable to do anything about the BMW in front. And yeah, at the moment, really struggling there.
But that BMW of Max Hesse is another one that's just edged its way up the order. So the BMs are not the fastest cars, far from it, but they are getting there, and they significantly, perhaps, are keeping out of trouble, whereas others are, in the case of the Ferrari with the puncture and the pit lane speeding, the BMWs aren't gaining positions here on pace. They're gaining it on being dependable and solid and error-free, not abusing track limits, not speeding, not ignoring blue flags, not getting involved in incidents, not making contact with anything. So, like I say, they're not the fastest cars, but they're gaining the places. Doesn't matter how they do it, as long as they're there at the end and they're competitive at the end.
Yeah, exactly. And again, an illustration of traffic, 3/10 loss, having to overtake that Corvette into turn 1 for Chris Lullum. and now he's got the 998 Rover BMW in front, so two BMWs to contend with. Listen to the bottom of the car slapping along the floor. Eau Rouge, the tiny titanium skid blocks working overtime on these Mercedes, producing a great spark. But look at the delta, it's now stagnated, it's coming back to us. The cooler air pushing this Mercedes on, maybe a slipstream from the M4 GT3. But these cars are starting to wake up as we're all going to think about going to bed.
So BMW's 6th and 7th. Max Hesser fending off Hugo de Wilde. A load of gravel thrown into his face there, and a car off as well.
That was Hugo de Wilde, and there was a flag out. I couldn't see which one it was. It must have been the slippery surface flag. Someone has cut the inside of turn 7 and brought on a metric ton of gravel, and the 700 still limping back. And they've done a good job so far. Hopefully they just use the whole escape road on the right-hand side when they can.
Yeah, just get out of the way, keep to one side as that car goes then now up towards the Blanchimont left-hander.
But yeah, the amount of gravel there, it was like hitting standing water or black ice in the road car. Suddenly the car goes from beneath you and there isn't much you can do about it. You've just got to pin it. And I actually think Lullum did a really good job, and you can see that he sort of anticipated it maybe more, maybe got lucky that the BMW, the 998, cleared some of the gravel, and it meant that his tyres were touching the tarmac better than the BMW in front. But just going to keep an eye when people cross the line, see what that last lap is, and maybe we can start to work out who brought it on from who was fast and who was slow.
Indeed so, and it's certainly made a very, very treacherous track surface, and of course it's not what you need in the night, is it? So the cars battle on with now the natural light far, far reduced. When darkness comes, it sort of comes quickly at this place. There you can see all the fans on top of the rooftop terrace, and again, we've said it already, but big hat tip to all of our camera crew that have been out all day in the huge temperatures and delivering some epic pictures, and also in the air-conditioned OB truck, our director and producer working overtime to make sure that we don't miss anything. And here is more evidence of what was going on up at Les Combes. So where do we get the incident from? It happens ahead, and there's the gravel right into our face.
It was the Rinaldi Ferrari in the gravel, wasn't it? I think we're on board Ferrari here by the shapes of the wheel arch. But yeah, that was like getting pepper sprayed with a jet wash, but not water. It was gravel. Yeah. And that's going to take quite a few corners to clean up. And to update you on lap times, 2:23 for our leader. He's been banging low 20s. So that gravel has cost 2 to 3 seconds. And it will get quicker over the next 2 or 3 laps. But yeah, that was a huge amount of detritus to get through.
Indeed, so still the fastest lap of the race is from lap 12. You kind of think, well, maybe now we could expect faster laps, and I think in the night we may get them, but when the circuit's like that, with so much gravel around, forget it. Marshall's there over at Les Combes, but there you can see the state of the circuit. Now, okay, it'll get better lap on lap on lap, won't it, as the cars go through and sort of blow some of the gravel away, but it's still going to be an issue for a bit.
Yeah, they're filling up the gravel trap on the outside, aren't they, with the inside, a bit of longshore drift. I remember learning that in geography. Here we go on board with the 2 car. The windscreen not looking in the best shape, so maybe a tear-off or a help, or it's actually damaged the tear-off so much it's maybe gone all the way to the base layer. That could potentially be pretty annoying, as you can see on the map where we are coming out of Stavelot 2. We're now in the final sector. This is where we're flat out all the way to the end, into the bus stop, where we're hard on the anchors. We'll grab 6th gear here, speed at 250 kilometers an hour. Let's listen in, see if we're flat through Blanchimont. It's either a lift to 90% or that's just the car slowing itself down with the scrub of the steering wheel. Now hard on the brakes, 255 Ks all the way down to 60, 1st gear, and then hook it up to the left. You can see how much we're up and down the gears. On average, we're shifting gear 35 times a lap. That's a gear shift every 4 seconds. If you don't think these drivers are working hard enough, they're having to think about everything else that's going on. Traction control, ABS adjustment, brake bias, what's my fuel usage, tyre pressures. There's so much for these guys to look on.
Down to 1st gear for La Source, which you think would put a huge amount of strain lap after lap, hour after hour through the transmission, but the car's built to withstand it all. And then you're up to 6th gear through here.
car looks well poised though. Again, that sounded flat to me through Eau Rouge. So in a modern GT3 car, you're full throttle for over 42% of this lap. That's why it's so fast, and again, that's why the drivers love it.
That number 2 Porsche, though, is coming good, isn't it? As you see, more sparks are flying. That's coming from
McLaren by the looks of it.
Is that 59? It is. And that's on its way back towards the left-hander of Blanchimont.
Yeah, really not normal for the McLaren there. The only hope I could say it's not normal because it's in the box. Something on the right side. Garage 59, I think, was serving a penalty first. They're going to do their minimum connection time of 44 seconds. And it looks like Kirchhoff are ready to jump aboard. Car up in the air now. What are we looking for damage-wise, I wonder? Team look like they're still going to do tyres. They're not going to put the skates in, but something not right with the 59 car.
Yeah, so problems at Garage 59.
They're ready to come in the box.
Yeah,
you're right. Moving a space.
Now, on track, Lucas Au leads the way. Mauro Engel joins us in the booth, and I do this next interview with trepidation, because when Mauro came to join us at Barcelona, the car got a penalty. When he joined us at Paul Ricard, we had that safety car, and the car lost the lead. So third time lucky, Mauro, but so far so good, hey?
Absolutely. First of all, thanks for having me, and yeah, I'm not too superstitious, so
thank God for that.
Always happy to come and see you guys.
It's been a decent start to the race for you, though, hasn't it?
It has been a good start. Car's running really well. Luke, you're doing a great job out there at the moment, and yeah, I mean, it's a tough old race, and I'm sure it'll continue to be tough. It has been already. There's been a lot of things going on, and yeah, we'll take it one lap at a time.
Sure. Now, where do we start in terms of the brutal nature? Is it the heat? Is it the traffic? Is it now we've got all this gravel on the road as people go off? There are so many elements to this.
I'll start with something which you guys might not fully even see here, because we've seen the last chicane in the picture. On the inside curb, there must be about 4 centimeters of rubber. You could go there, pull the rubber together and play football with it. on the red and yellow curb.
Wow,
it's insane. So that's something you don't really see from the TV pictures. And you're driving through there and you think, yeah, you don't want to pick on any of that up, because every now and again you do, and you hear it in the wheel arch, and obviously that's a very small challenge of what all the challenges of 24 hours of Spa throws at you. But that is one other challenge, that not picking up any of that rubber, and it's pretty crazy, and obviously to do with the heat.
Yeah, does that mean that the track's changing almost over the course of an hour? You know, there's a line that you can't use.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's on the red and yellow, right on the apex. You really have 4 centimeter high, a layer of rubber. Just it gets ripped off, and then as you come through the last left-hander onto the start-finish straight, all that rubber that's been run off is lying right next to the racing line on the left. So it's full of massive chunks of pickup. So it's somewhere you definitely don't want to go.
Sure. On the subject of rubber, it was a puncture for that 51 Ferrari that helped you guys get the lead. What's tyre life like, and how are they feeling over the course of a stint?
Well, the tyres are actually holding on really well, I would say, for the temperatures we've got. The track was resurfaced, I think it's 2 years ago, and then when it was obviously super quick and really low deg. So now we're seeing a bit more natural deg as the stints go on, but still it's been pretty good.
Do you feel as the temperatures drop, it's come to you as a brand, as Mercedes, or is others not able to keep the pace up?
It's going to be hard to say that right now. I mean, I feel like for us, hopefully it'll help our balance that we have in the car. But it's something which we're yet to see how traditionally, obviously, as you guys know, the turbo cars will gain more power as it gets colder. So we'll just have to see how that plays out and how the pace goes in the night.
And there's a long way to go, of course. I mean, we're only just going into darkness. You look at the clock, you've got another 17.5 hours or so. You know, so much can happen in this race, whether it's traffic, whether it's caused by an intervention. So much can happen, as we know. But I guess all you can do is just drive your race, run to your plan, not worry about the rest too much at this stage.
You know, once you're done with commentating, we can employ you in the team, because that's exactly what you want to hear and what the game plan is. Easier said than done, but you know, we'll try and stick to that and work lap by lap.
Now, what are you doing in terms of your next into the car? When do you next get back in? Because only with 3 drivers, of course, you've got to be fairly savvy about how you divide the time.
Yeah, I'll get back in after Lugi.
Okay.
We'll see if he does a double stint or a single stint. It's sort of a bit driver preference on how hot it is in the car.
Okay.
And my data here is saying you've done 3 hours and 5 minutes, so 3 stints so far. Is that correct first?
Yeah, obviously the first one was a bit with the yellows was a bit interrupted, and then I did more or less a stint and a half after that. So yeah.
And then it backs up the data that you're top 60%, even with all that full course yellow. You're the 5th fastest driver out there. So you've obviously got a fast race car underneath you, and you're quick there. Does it feel like that on track? Because with the traffic, sometimes it feels like you get penned in, right, and you can't unleash that pace, or do you feel strong and you can overtake anyone?
I think it's always interesting how it sort of ebbs and flows between the stints, but certainly the last stint behind the 51 Ferrari was encouraging, because I felt we had a bit more pace than them, and I was able to put pressure, not quite enough to make a move, but definitely we could stick with them and put pressure. So I think that was encouraging regarding the pace.
Well, if you are perhaps thinking about being put back in the car after Luke is next to it, we better let you go. Mauro Engel, good to see you. Good luck. Fingers crossed we'll see you on the podium. Thanks for coming up. Always a pleasure. Mauro Engel then, race leader. And we've got through an interview and his car's still in the lead. So it's all looking good. So good stuff from the Winward Racing team. Mauro Engel, Lucas Au, Lukas Stolz, race leaders as we get closer to 11 p.m. here in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. And the 48 Mercedes 6 seconds up the road. Now, while we were talking to Mauro, you were seeing the pictures of a rather forlorn Garage 59 squad as 59 was in the garage. It's gone tumbling down the order. It's never a good sign when the car's off the pit lane, the pit apron, and goes into the garage. But that McLaren, sad to say, rather looks as though it is done. Joseph Loke was shown as the man behind the wheel of it, and a big shame, because it's already now dropped 3 laps, and when the car is in that situation, it's pretty much game over. So one McLaren gone, the other one still leading gold and in 2nd place, but as we say, big disappointment for the sister car.
Yeah, brutal. And Garage 59, I can see Andrew Cacoldi walking around the front of the garage. Giorgio Sana as well, a relatively new recruit at McLaren Motorsport, now heading that up. Rob Bell there as well. So McLaren doing everything in their powers to really become one of the big manufacturers in global GT racing.
Yeah, and it's been a bumper year, hasn't it, for the McLaren Trophy, the One Make Championship. Many of the teams enticed by Giorgio through his Lamborghini past to come from that series into McLaren. But yeah, it's not just in Formula One where it's been making a big impact in recent seasons. So it is Lucas Au, the race leader. It's Louis Pret in 2nd place. In 3rd, it is Jake Dennis. Gold is led by Pret. Silver is being led currently by the Santolok Audi of the Ukrainian driver Ivan Klimenko, who was such a hero at Zandvoort last year. Bronze, that's still Dennis Marshall, who is in 12th place overall. And Pro-Am, despite the fact the car lost quite a bit of time with damage to the front, Leo Yi is back in the lead, helped in part by the puncture for the number 700 Aston Martin. 34, the other Aston of the Valkenhorst team, that's the Jamie Day car, dropped off the lead lap. It had to serve a mistaken penalty, we gather, but by the time the stewards informed the team, it had already been served. That's what we've been heard. Let's listen in. This is from the Ferrari.
Looks like you're breaking 2 lanes. Gotcha. What's that is Audi do? 21 low. Behind for position in silver. Ferrari.
Didn't I hit that right at the start? You're braking too late.
Yeah, it felt like that, didn't it?
Yeah.
And it was an indication of which car is behind him, and it's for position, and it is for position. It's Conrad Larson in the 71 Selector Car Racing Ferrari, which was running strong, wasn't it, at the start with Fredrik Schandorf, and then got the penalty for contact into the final chicane, did a drive-through penalty there. But Dennis Marshall here, just good drivers get luck, don't they? And he just always seems to be in a lot of space, and that's really helping him to be able to pump these lap times in. He's doing really well in that Kessel Run Ferrari.
So we're getting closer to our 11 o'clock point here in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, and you can see that darkness is upon us, and Lucas Auer's Mercedes is leading the way here. Grandstands are still very busy indeed, and it has been a really busy race thus far, as you can always guarantee in the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. Let's just remind ourselves of what's been going on then in this 79th CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa, the third round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge that was waved away by the ACO President Pierre Fillon, and the cars accelerated their way down towards Eau Rouge for the first time, and it was Nicholas Nielsen converting pole position into the lead of the race, and the cars accelerated their way uphill with a big drama coming out of Paul that wiped out Ariel Levi. We lost Christian Hahn. We also lost the Aston Martin from Valkenhorst, but the similar car of JB Day, despite being pitched onto two wheels, did manage to carry on in the race. It was Maxime Robin's car that we lost. Some teams elected for some early quick pit stops. More drama for Trésor Attempto Racing when Alex Arca's car lost a wheel. That was a retirement as well. But gradually, after a whole range of early interventions, the race started to take a breath and it started to calm down a little bit, and a rhythm could be found. Ferrari was dominating. We had this wild ride for the high-class racing Porsche, on-track battles in bronze involving the Ziggo Tempesta Sport Porsche and the Castle Racing blue and white Ferrari. And as they all turned their way through, the Rutronic Racing Lamborghini was looking for clear track space as a bit of hidden shoulder turned number 50 Ferrari around. And then more drama. Number 71 Ferrari getting involved with the CSA Racing McLaren. A big dive from the Raffaele Marciello BMW put that up past the Mustang of Arjun Maini coming down to the chicane. The Hesse Rossi Harper BMW was on a mission, getting itself past the 007 Aston Martin as those cars wriggle their way down through Pont, and very quickly that Winward Racing Mercedes was working its way through traffic as well. Maro Engel up past the McLaren. Meanwhile, in bronze, the Castle Racing Ferrari wasn't just leading the class, it was all mixing it with the overall situation. Then Nicholas Nielsen had a puncture. The previously dominant Ferrari slowed, and he had to limp all the way around 7 kilometres of racetrack, rubber flailing as he did so. And that put Maro Engel, Lucas Auer and Lukas Stolz into the lead of the race as the battles raged on all the way through the field. Number 700, the Pro-Am leading Aston, took to the gravel, and although that car would lead Pro-Am, despite that, a puncture then dropped it way down the field. As the darkness started to descend upon us, the lights started to fade. We had another car off the road, which was the Milner Motorsport Porsche, and the fans starting to appreciate the off-track action a little bit more than Leo Yi did. As the bonnet came up, he got rubbed up against by the JMR Corvette, and eventually the car pitted for liberal applications of sticky tape. But it is still there in the lead of the class. But on track, it is Mercedes AMG that leads the way. Lucas Auer is behind the wheel of the 48 race-leading Mercedes here at Spa. So that is where we stand with what has been going on. We've just nudged past 11 o'clock from Joe Osborne and from me, for now at least. That is it. After Le Mans, one or two people have asked whether or not I was going to see if I could get us cancelled. Well, perish the thought, although I'm indebted to Tim Allen for his assistance. The one about the dog on the train only works as a UK audience, I reckon, Tim. But I do quite like the one about the lizard in the jungle telling jokes, which turned out to be a stand-up chameleon. And if you don't like that, I'll leave you with news of my new book about poltergeists, which has been flying off the shelves. Oh, suit yourselves.
I thought it'd be ghost-written.
Ghost-written. Thank you, Bruce Jones.
So
I'll see you in the morning.
David, on that point, we'll give the race back to you in 9 hours. I'm sure nothing much will go. But 2 o'clock's the magic hour for corny jokes.
It is indeed. I'll leave it to you. Right, that's it from us. Bruce Jones and Jonathan Grace will be your night owls. We'll see you in the morning. Bruce, it's all yours.
Thank you so much, David, and thank you, Joe, who's already hot-footed away from here. Most people go and have a cold shower, but what we have is about 25 degrees Celsius outside, which is about 76, 77 degrees. It's still warm, and the race is finding its form. But to me, the biggest shock so far has been just coming out of supper and seeing the number 51 Ferrari slowing with the puncture on the start-finish straight. And to suddenly have about a 7-minute lap as it limped its way around was a massive thing. Before, it was running like clockwork, but what we have in this, we need to keep the cars running. You've got to get through the night. And today, Jonathan, as we go into night, because things have been so hot, anyone pushing too hard early on, you know, you've got to have a little bit of a margin, but you're trying to be competitive. But I think today, above all days, it's the first day of this day and night enduro, is the fact you've got to get your car through the night.
Yeah.
It sounds like old-fashioned sports car racing, where, you know, Le Mans used to be get through the night, Daytona used to be get through the night and see where you were. But GT3 racing has not been like that at all. It's been flat-out racing. Yet here, it's got to be a factor. We had the drivers doing single stints at the start of the race. Normally they do doubles or trebles. What we have had since then, the temperatures, it's come down from 39 Celsius to about 25, 26. They've moved on to doing double stints. And that gives them a lot more chance for the drivers to get a rest in between their stints. They're not chopping backwards and forwards. But right now, are we finding a pattern? We'll find out. But we're going to hear from some of the drivers very shortly. And Bryn Lucas is starting his stint with a bang, and he's with the car 59, and that McLaren is very much in the mix.
Motorsport can sometimes be very, very cruel, and Joseph Loke, you've been through it all this week, and the car was looking so positive, and now it looks like it's the end.
Yeah, I mean, we ended up having some kind of failure on the front right in the end. It's such a shame. I mean, we worked so hard as a team this week. We came with a brand new car that turned up 2 weeks before because of the shunt in Monza, and we just worked tirelessly all weekend to get ourselves to a point where we could fight. We don't know where we would have been, but we felt really strong, and it's such a shame. The guys have worked so hard. I can't thank them enough. They've been amazing.
Yeah, there's been tears, there's been a lot of emotion in the garage, and quite rightly so. But the signs were good, the signs are positive, and maybe that's where you have to cling on to.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the sister car, last time I checked, was running P2, which is great. I mean, that's where the car should be. The guys are doing a great job in that car. Definitely in the fight for the lead, and I really wish them luck with that. Just a shame that we can't be there with them.
Thanks for talking to us. Go and try and recover and go again. Thanks.
Thank you.
So that was a 21-year-old British driver, Joseph Loke, very much a rising star, and not so long ago, both of those McLarens are going very nice. It's the sister car that's going well, but Sparks out on the track, and we've got... this is the McLaren. This is its failure that brought it back into the pits. I saw the car being wheeled into the pit garage, but obviously over and out, and it's gutting. But just going back to my point, Jonathan, as we start this stint, the drivers are now 6 and a bit hours into this race. The cars are hot. The cars are really having to be nursed through it. But some of these failures are nothing to do with the heat.
No, not at all. And sometimes it is just the cruelties and the rigors of endurance racing, and you feel for them. Both McLaren's 58, which still sits second overall in the lead of its class, and 59, who we were just talking about and just saw sparks flying in all the wrong ways, were running so well. They were immediately in the conversation after Super Pole. They had emerged as contenders right from the beginning and had done a decent job of keeping the nose clean, had the two Garage 59 cars. And it seems so cruel, doesn't it? Just as the darkness falls and everything is starting to settle in, conditions getting more favorable from a grip perspective, and then all of a sudden, wham, something out of the blue on a brand new car that had been built up as well. And for Loke, such a young rising star, I hope he's not hanging his head. He should hold his chin high, because it was a phenomenal effort early in this race to keep that car in contention as much as it was.
Yeah, which is sort of the point I was trying to make, that you just need to stay in contention, don't lose too many seconds, do not pick up penalties, which is the thing that obviously will drive team bosses crazy. If you call for speeding in the pit lane, it's just a no-no. But of course, we had the wave by that has sort of brought cars back into contention in their various classes. But for McLaren, it was looking really strong. But this point in the race, I think fairly soon, if it drops another 2 or 3 degrees, you might see drivers going, you know what, I think we can do a triple stint. Because then that buys you 6 hours out of the car, on the basis that a stint is roughly an hour long, give or take. So that is something where you can more than just have a cold shower, and you can get some sleep. But if you're going single stints, you get a cold shower and then you're back in the garage, because your next stint's going to come really very soon indeed.
Well, it's a remarkable thing because at the beginning of the show, throughout the weekend, we had been talking about how unlikely it would be that anybody would even attempt a double stint. We saw a few brave souls, Frederick Schandorf among them, attempt a double in this incredible, immense Belgian heat at the beginning of the race. But even veterans who have done long endurance races, 24-hour races in treacherous conditions. I think of Maxime Martin, a tremendous opening stint, made a whole host of positions up. Even he needed a bit of respite between getting back in the car. But to your point, as the temperatures fall, I think that might be a little bit more viable, especially as some of the front runners have started to fall by the wayside, as is the case usually in endurance racing. But 51 Ferrari, 59 McLaren, two favorites throughout the race up until their respective woes. You could absolutely throw something creative by keeping a driver in the car a little bit longer.
Yeah, no, entirely. And in fact, what we heard from Valentino Rossi after he got out of his Team WRT BMW, did a double stint, very pleased with himself that he did it, but he said the last 6 laps I was just really, operating below your peak level, and you're aware of it. You're probably just willing yourself to get out of the car, but it was a marker, and he knows that the next session he does, I'm sure will be a double, maybe even a treble. They'll be watching the temperatures. They not just in the car, the temperatures in the car, the temperatures inside the driver, et al. And that is the point. Some drivers are, you have no reason why you could be just equally fit to another driver. Some people are more sensitive to the heat. It's luck of the draw, and sometimes it's down literally to how much heat their feet can take, because that is normally one of the hottest parts. And some drivers I've known across the decades, they say, this is my, I know it's their foot, not their Achilles heel, but it is my Achilles heel. I suffer, and certainly just remember the McLarens are the only ones that don't have air conditioning. So it's going to be, a big ask for a lot of them.
Oh, it certainly is. You mentioned the temperature of the driver, and before we get to that, because I do want to wrap up that point on Valentino Rossi in particular, we just rode on and just followed a little bit with the Kessel Racing Ferrari, now in the hands of Dennis Marshall, who was running 12th overall, but at the lead of the Bronze Cup. That's a car that was penalized earlier in the race with some contact, but an otherwise pretty stout opening stint for Malthus Jalbert. We watch now, speaking of 46, that car with Max Hesse installed in the hands of Valentino Rossi. It's been so fun to watch him over the last couple of seasons get up to grips with GT3 racing. By no means a novice in the world of motorsport. If you've tuned into anything with an engine and wheels on it, you know the name Valentino Rossi, and very quickly making a name for himself in the world of sports car and GT3 racing as well. But I think back to warm-up yesterday, and his team, after a couple of laps, had to tell him, calm down, Valet, the point is to bring the car home. It's raining, you've got wheels off, this is just the warm-up. And he begrudgingly came on the radio and said, okay, and brought the car home. But drivers that get hot under the car, Valet knows one speed, and it's 10/10ths all the time. So he was understandably tired after a very taxing double stint, because he was 10/10ths probably right from the outlap.
Yeah, exactly. Great footage at the moment. Looking back from Chris Lullen's Team Verstappen Racing Mercedes. This is the point, of course. Someone did joke. They said you need a spotter guide for the night session, which is just a black page with some bright headlights shining out, and you have to admire. Obviously, this is an onboard camera. Brilliant shot, but for the camera crews out around the circuit, we've still got how many cars running? North of 61 cars still out in the play. Maybe it'll go down to a mere 60 cars, because we just heard from Jonathan Loke about the number 59 McLaren being out of the thing. But right here and right now, you're getting little bunches of cars. But just imagine you're standing at La Source on that camera, trying to pick the cars out. There's a lot, and the headlights are so much brighter than they used to be. But you've got to almost have a little tracker map. But right here, Chris Lullum going very nicely. And if you don't know who Chris Lullum is, you sort of should by now, because he raced cars, then he went off and became a tip-top sim racer. Came across Max Verstappen. They've done a huge amount of racing. They popped back into cars last year, and immediately on the pace. I mean, immediately. So yes, he did have a bit of experience before he came in, but Max would be a very exacting person to be your team boss and mentor, but he absolutely has face. And here we are with Chris running around very nicely, 7th place overall. He's chasing down Max Hesse. Max having a fantastic last couple of years. BMW junior driver for many years, often in association with Neil Verhagen, who's sort of broken away and doing more racing in the States now. But Dan Harper and Max Hesse, and most of their racing was in the long-distance races at the Nürburgring, now around the Nordschleife, and that brings you experience of every sort of weather imaginable. You come here, and this is a whole different equation. I mean, in any weather conditions, at Spa, you do get any weather conditions. I've been here from everything from sometimes 4 seasons in one day, the start of the year. You get the lot, you go, is that snow? Oh yes, the snow's trying to come down, in sort of like World Endurance Championship opener in April or whatever. But then you've got everything else. And you know how on a racing circuit, the temperature of the track surface, if it moves 2 degrees, you've got a different car underneath you. So you've got to be on top of all of that as well. So many factors, but to have the vicious, sapping heat we've had so far has been another thing entirely.
I was going to say, I don't think I can imagine a more foreign concept this week in particular than snow, because I think it has been the farthest thing from the conditions we faced. I think the drivers probably would welcome a bit of snow at this point, given how hot it's been, and the ice baths, I think, have been in full effect. Look at the beautiful glowing sparks Chris Ullem has been throwing up. Those are the sparks you like to see flying, not those emerging from the back end of the number 59 McLaren, but the 3 Mercedes glowing as close as ever to the bus stop chicane.
Closer and closer. This is the car that was leading the race, everything under control, and then a puncture cruelly, not before it got into the bus stop, but after it went past, and a whole lap limping around. It dropped it down to about 40th position, having been in the lead of the race. And it's going to be a long, slow climb back up the order for AF Corsa, or we should call them their full name, AF Corsa Francorchamps Motors, of course, here at Spa-Francorchamps. But, well, they've got one job to do, and that is to just stay out there, keep chipping away. Tommaso Mosca is up into 27th position overall, a lap down. That's the key. A sort of lap and a half was lost.
We were watching the battle for 5th. Chris Ullem has made his way past the BMW, or has he? The 46s come right back at him, now on the outside line as they head down at the end of the Kemmel Straight, and all of a sudden, look at this, 998 has joined the battle as well, a fellow BMW, albeit from a different team. We ride on and look at the gravel that has been strewn across. It is so treacherous if you get off of the racing line. Headlights just peeking through the beautiful Ardennes forest. And I have to say, finishing dinner as the sun was setting, I got to watch them come into the bus stop chicane. They well and truly come right out of the trees at you. There is no light except for the disco lights and the parties that are happening at the top of the hill, some of the spotlights, and of course the beautiful glowing headlights and rotors and exhaust pipes from these GT3 cars. But it is a wonderful thing to watch these cars just peek out of the darkness.
Okay, Jonathan, I believe this is your first visit to Spa-Francorchamps.
It is indeed.
Give me 3 things that stand out from the experience. 3 things so far, because we haven't finished.
Boy, scale is one of them. This place is vast.
Yeah.
It is the longest 7.004 kilometers I can imagine. I would say weight. This is one of those few select racing circuits that you walk in the door with nobody here and it has a weight to it. There's a gravitas to the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. I had a chance, Ben Consadouros was kind enough to shuttle me around much of the old circuit. And it's hard not to be moved by the history of this place. Yeah. And, you know, even in a modern day rental road car, put yourself in the shoes of the greats who have, you know, graced that same tarmac, and how dangerous and treacherous that place was. I'm trying to think of something else that has stood out to me. It's beautiful. Spa is gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean, it is truly stunning. And if you go to the top of the Kemmel Straight, because it's a long climb after you've left Raidillon, and you're up at the top and you're looking down over Speaker's Corner, and I love the way you can see bits of the track popping through the forest in the background. You can see the pits almost like something from outer space, particularly at night up the far end of the land. But to me, if this circuit was brand new, people go, it's outstanding. But for me, I've been coming here for a very long time. It's that cloak of history that just adds so much to everything. And that's why it's so important to win this race.
And it's palpable as well. Something Ben pointed out, I think, was a great point during the tour. They haven't changed the hairpin really one bit. There's been resurfacing and changes made and safety innovations, but La Source has remained La Source. And it's fitting, especially given the moniker. But it's a nice, tangible bit of history. I went and grabbed a coffee to try to wake up a little bit after a delicious little bit of pasta. It made me nice and sleepy, and got to watch the cars come through La Source. I'm amazed by the elevation change, the camber in the corner, how much rubber has been laid down, seeing the sparks being kicked up. I mean, there is so much to watch in amazement of around Spa-Francorchamps. It's hard to not be taken by the feeling of the history of this place.
No, exactly, and particularly at night. I was talking with Joe about the strength of the headlights. He was sort of joking. He said they're 50 to 60 times as strong as, but I mean, the jump in recent years. But when you see the cars going to corners now, we're looking at that gravel lying on the track. They can see it now, but 10 years ago they couldn't. So imagine your surprise. Something has happened up, I don't know, top of the Kemmel Straight. You're trying to do a bit of braking and turning and, you know, straight on. So huge change, and unfortunately...
That's one of the Aston Martins, and headlights off, but significant damage to the rear end of that British-made car. I can see movement, nodding of the head inside, which is a good sign. I won't speculate any further. And a Control-Alt-Delete, which is also a good sign.
Full course yellow in 20 seconds.
And there it is, you right on cue. That is the number 21 COM2 racing car about aboard that 21.
10 seconds.
10 seconds is the call from race control to go full course yellow, and understandably
4,
so.
3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
We've seen so much of that gravel strewn across the racetrack. You know, we will wait until we have more information before I speculate here or there, but it is treacherous. There are not really that many track lights around Spa-Francorchamps. There are really only the headlights of your competitors and maybe the flash of the full course yellow and the marshalling systems as well. But it can be treacherous, and when Spa bites, it tends to bite pretty hard.
Yeah, no, it really does. But the race officials
just
very
the medical
quickly.
car is deployed as well. We have an impact turn 15 on driver's left. We have recovery and medical car on the track, plus sweepers are on the circuit to sweep the circuit.
Okay, rescue crews, they're very quickly with the flatbed. So turn 15, as we're hearing, that's Curve Paul Frere, basically where the old circuit used to where the modern link of the circuit rejoined the run-up from Stavolo. And it's the start of the blast. You should already be fully on the throttle, trying to balance your car, not get too much curb. Who knows what happens to Sébastien Beau, but that's the point. You're going to carry that speed as much as you can for the return leg up through Blanchimont, and then the heavy braking for the bus stop chicane. But under cover of darkness, Sébastien Beau has clearly had some rear-end impact. The tail end of the car quite frayed, so one presumes he just ran out wide through the gravel. But actually, it's an enormous gravel bed there, so until we possibly get a replay, but there's a lot of gravel down there, but there's a lot of gravel everywhere around the circuit. And I must say, when we've had full course yellows, they sometimes already said we'll go for a long rather than a short, so we'll get the gravel off the circuit. And there, the harvest moon, or whatever type of moon, I'm not a great lunar expert, certainly for the photographers, what a shot for them to gather, along with the collections and you know, the funfair and the concert. There's so much going on, and you know, very few people watch all 24 hours from one place. Some might, but here you'll benefit from moving around, different vantage points, taking a point, stop and have a cold beer to get your body temperature back down. So cars in the pits at the moment, but suddenly this is a chance for some teams that have been out of kilter to get back into kilter, and other teams, sometimes they try and go the other way. And certainly the number 32 Team WRT BMW seemed to have a horror early on, but it sort of came back into the mix by just managing to pinch a lap a while back. So the order as we go into this full course yellow period is Lucas Auer, or Lugi, nephew of Gerhard Berger, and a really successful racer in his own right, leading in the number 48 man filter Mercedes. This one we're looking at now is a car that has a lot of popularity because it's one that hold on a second, let's just take a look. So still can't see the rear end of the car. You can see the background. He's swept around the corner and clearly just kept on going out, but it's quite hard to pick out in the night exactly how far around Curve Paul Frere that the Aston Martin has been dropped. But anyhow, it is static in the gravel, rear end battered. This is the treble to Mercedes. Must say, some of the race liveries get better year by year, and that one has certainly a lot of, I was watching people on the grid getting very close to it. While their bodies were overheating, their hearts were overflowing.
Couldn't have said it better myself. It is a unique thing when you have 69 GT3 cars. To make all of them look unique is a mighty challenge, and the fine graphic designers who have gone to work and put the vinyl wraps on these GT3 cars, they've done a heck of a job of it. It is a very, very good looking and handsome grid in many respects.
Right, nervous moments, those little ticks, just constantly adjusting your gloves, you know what's coming. Just waiting. Focus. What am I going to do when I get in the car? Am I going to be released to get, you know, straight in and straight on with it? But every driver has a different foible, a different little nervous tick that they have, and you know, one glove has to go on first. Obviously, one does, but you know what I mean. It's always the right or the left, or everyone has their little superstitions. But right now, it's about the teams not getting anything wrong. So have been a few pit lane penalties, and those are the ones that, as a team manager, would sort of really get under your collar, I think, if you've done everything and the crews have worked really hard, particularly in these hot conditions, and then for a momentary lack of concentration, you pick up a 10-second penalty, or even worse, a drive-through. And in a championship as competitive as the GT World Challenge, a drive-through is a fairly major disaster. So the number 50 Ferrari, this is the one that's had
race control with a quick update about the accident. Driver's okay so far. We just need to repair the barriers. So I cannot estimate at the moment how long the full course yellow will last, but it will definitely be more than 2 laps. As soon as I have an estimation, I will keep you updated, and as I said already, this one will be followed by a normal safety car procedure before we return to green flag.
So Lila Wadou had popped out of the number 58, of course, Ferrari. Installed was Arthur Leclerc. We saw the glove adjustment, the eyeglasses on for Jules Gounon in the number 3, and what a mighty opening couple stints he had in that car as well. Really a who's who in that lineup as well. Chris Lillum, again, as you said, doing some great work and battling hard with the number 46 Team WRT BMW, very quickly making a name for himself in real-life racing after probably being a bit of a legend at this point in the virtual world, and a successful karting career that launched his sim racing career when, as you said, funding dried up. It's such a tough position for a racing driver to be in. And did a nice job of it. Garnered the intention. Bryn Lucas has been hard patrolling pit lane. It's tossed down to him now.
Well, Tommaso, this I know happened a couple of hours ago, this puncture to your car, and it's really put a big pin in your race and really harmed you. Talk us through what happened from your point of view and give us an idea of the feeling inside the team. Obviously devastated, but give us some others.
I mean, we never know what can happen in the next hours, but we have a bit of unluck with the puncture 2 hours ago. I mean, we had the puncture just after the pit, so very unlucky, but we see what happens in the next hours.
I mean, all you can do is keep on going and not give in and keep on fighting there. For yourself, you've got a long wait now, or maybe not a long wait before you get back in the car.
Yeah, I think Alessio now has a double stint, then Niklas has a double stint, then I go in. But we'll see in the next hours what happens.
Now, we know the temperatures have dropped as well out here. The temperatures are starting to come down a bit. Is that something that's going to play into the Ferrari's hands, or is the setup better in the heat for you guys?
Actually, we don't know. We will know in the next hours. I think the pace that we had with the light was a bit better than what we have in the dark now. So we will see, but we will try to be back in the fight in the next hours.
I know you're disappointed, but thanks for talking to us and keep on fighting. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Tommaso Mosca there putting on a brave face, but you didn't need to see him to tell his shoulders were down. But he knows he's got a job to do. He's a professional racing driver. He's 2 laps down. I mean, that's what happens if you spend a lap limping around at massively abated pace. But the good thing was he got it back to the pits. But right now he's got to wait, and he's got to wait, and he's got to see where they are. But things can happen at a moment's notice, and clearly the number 21 Aston Martin Sebastian Bowe's car is now being lifted, which looks incredibly scary when it's up so hard. But what we really need to show you is what happened. This is the replay of the accident, and just looking to pick him. Oh, just kissed. Right, left-hand wheels just kissed the gravel, went over the curbing, then the Aston Martin whipped around, and rear-end impact. I couldn't really work it. It's actually an unusual one there. People normally have an accident a bit further around the corner after a sort of rodeo ride where they bounce through the gravel. That was just both the left-hand wheels. You know, when you drop over the edge of a curbing, it can drop down a bit if other drivers have already been dipping into the gravel, and then it just whipped that nose around to the left, and nothing Sebastian could do.
A really violent impact as well. Super glad that we got the message from race control, both in text and in audio, as you all heard a few moments ago, that he was all right, because that was a hefty impact. I'm sure he would have felt that in the race car, but immediately seeing the head movement, the communication with the track workers is always a good sign. The car has fared less, and you heard the necessity for barrier repair. That was quite a violent snap, and I wonder if he suddenly lost rear grip or if he was tagged just a little bit. There were 2 sets of headlights. I don't want to ascribe any blame when I don't have all the facts or information, because I have no way to know. But we saw a secondary move in avoidance from the car who was behind, contact or not. It's unclear. We haven't seen anybody else with damage, but what we did see was a significant snap of oversteer and a very heavy impact with the barriers for the rear of that 21 Aston Martin.
I simply think those left-hand wheels went into something that's become a bit of a ditch, and at that point when your front wheel goes down and it snaps sideways, but round it went. And I remember a very long time ago there was a Tourist Trophy race at Silverstone, and a guy called James Weaver, who obviously did great things racing in the States, at one corner it had something called Weaver's Trench. Each lap he'd go round and dig it out with his BMW 635 CSI. No one else went near it, but he thought, this is my personal groove. And I think he was the fastest driver on the track and occasionally off the track at that time. But there, I think it simply became a bit of a ditch. And it's probably, only down by a few inches, but just enough to drop that front left corner went down, but round it went. Of course, in the night, he wouldn't have been able to see where he was going, but he'd have felt that impact big time for sure. But then again, these cars are made to resist things like that. The barriers are to an extent, but barrier repairs must be effective before we can go back to racing. When you study things like this, we've got the track sweepers out to get it in this period under full course yellow, get as much gravel off the track as they can. But it's the logistics of having those new sections of barrier in place on a flatbed, ready at various points around the circuit to get out and then with the crews to be able to get the other one off and put the new one on. It's a lot of work, and you can't have two left hands.
Oh, absolutely. It's careful work, especially under the cover of darkness as well, because at the end of the day, it needs to be safe, and that's what race control will be waiting to happen. We do, after all, have the better part of 17 hours to go. But they also are trying to keep an eye on getting the race moving as expeditiously as possible. You want to give as much green flag running as humanly possible. There goes the COMT Racing Aston Martin, day done. And look at the significant rear bodywork damage. We saw the parts being strewn across both gravel trap and racetrack after that impact, and that's what halted our running just a few moments ago. Back to your point on ditches being dug trackside. It's a bit of a hallmark at this point, isn't it, of some of these old school classic circuits. I think to one that I get to visit in the States a few times a year, and Sebring International Raceway, and that red Floridian clay and the grooves that are dug off that blue and white curbing. Spa-Francorchamps, no exception as well. The few bits of grass, but mostly the gravel traps as well. We've mentioned the heat and the track conditions. It has cooled, hard to say it's cooled, to a 36.3 degrees Celsius. As someone who operates in Fahrenheit, and my conversions are still very rough, I know that if there is a 3 beginning the temperature reading, it's hot, much less 36 degreed as well. And
you multiply it by 1.8 and add 32. But let's go down. Bryn Lucas has been very, very busy indeed as that very battered Aston Martin comes in. And to join him with Charles Weerts down in the hot pit lane.
It's been a bit of a story for you guys of bad luck and a bit more bad luck along the way. You've climbed the order a little bit from earlier on, but it hasn't been easy.
No, it's been quite difficult, to be honest, since Tuesday, since the first practice. We just lack pace compared to the other manufacturers. But yeah, I mean, normally those conditions here should suit us a bit better. Yeah, which it looks like, so that's good. But yeah, obviously we also lost a lap, which managed to get back. So you know, it's that kind of race where you just struggle from the beginning and you just hustle all the way back, and yeah, things are just kept throwing at us. But yeah, it's 24 hours. It's still a very long way to go.
There certainly is a long way to go. I mean, just talk about the conditions out there at the moment and how it might be coming back to you, because there are certain cars that seem to be doing really well in the heat. The track temperature's dropping, the air temperature's dropping, but the humidity's going up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we know that with our car, and normally we work pretty well in the night. So if anything, it should happen now, I guess. We will see. We are just at the start of the night now. Like you said, there's also a lot of humidity, so it's a bit weird. It's a bit of a strange effect on the track. It feels like you get a bit more grip, but at the same time you also lose it because for some reason, probably humidity. Then, as we can see, the tractors are blowing now, and the track is just very dirty, to be fair. So yeah, in theory we should go faster, but in fact it just feels like grip is not really picking up.
Are there any particular areas of the track that you've noticed that's giving you more problems with less grip than you're expecting?
I mean, for sure there's a lot of gravels in Les Combes, so turn 5, 6, 7. It's just a lot of gravels there, and then yeah, the middle sector we have the Pif Paf, and then it's just the old tarmac, so we're just sliding all 4 wheels. Yeah, it's the same for everyone, of course, but yeah, that's definitely the place where we struggle the most.
So the Kemmel Straight's okay?
Kemmel Straight is not too bad, yeah.
Thanks for chatting to us. Good luck.
You're welcome.
Charles Weerts, always a very good, precise interview. I met him when he first stepped up to GT3. I mean, he was tall, gangly, single-seater driver. But you just have to remember he grew up in the back of the Team WRT garage, and it must have been a fairly crazy place with him and a young Dries van Tor. And Dries got there first by being a bit older, and Charles is now already 25, but you know, he was very much a teenager, but he's very analytical. And when you get to know Team WRT, they do have a brains trust. They know most of their people on the crew were top-level racing drivers, but that doesn't mean you're going to be good at running a team. That doesn't mean you're going to be very good at strategy. Some are, some aren't, but they seem to have got it right. But this is a race that hasn't come to them as often as you think it would. They've been close on occasions, but when you walk to the top end of the Formula One pit lane and you see their enclave,
safety car now.
It's gargantuan.
It absolutely is. And something potentially strategy-wise that Vincent Voss and the fine minds at Team WRT might be playing around with is the introduction of the safety car. Not only have we gone full course yellow, but now speeds will change and you'll get as close to that
Race
delta as possible
to
teams,
bunch the pack up
in front of the safety
beautiful
car
Maserati
need to pick up
that
the pace
will lead
and
the
queue
field
behind the
as the
line
de
of
facto
cars
leader
behind the
for a
safety car.
moment. The Lucas Auer number 48 man filter liveried Mercedes AMG, Fleming and Marciello behind, with Arjun Maini in that Ford Racing Mustang GT3 Evo running 4th, Bacalacci in the number 2 Porsche running 5th. Remarkably, 5 different manufacturers in the top 5 in this race as well. But to wrap up your point on Team WRT, it's been a troubled day for the 32 in incidents early on. Dropped well down the order, has popped right back up into 17th in the hands of Sheldon van der Linde. Pretty handy as well. It's a who's who in that lineup too in the 32.
No, it really is. I mean, I have driver records going back many, many years, but I highlight someone who's won a championship. And if I look at all of their charts, there's a lot of bold text for people like Kelvin van der Linde and Dries van Toren. Charles Weerts, I think he's got 4 GT World Challenge Sprint titles. He's got a couple of GT World Challenge Europe titles. You don't just luck into those, and you don't do it many times over. So, yeah, great pace, but absolutely crystal clear from what Charles said there. One little slip-up at some point can cost them. They've had several, haven't been their faults, but here we have. Well, let's have a look at the analysis of time in the pits. So the least time is a car that is now listed in 4th place overall. Arjun Maini, the best-sounding car in the race, the Ford Mustang. Boy, does it stand out from the others. I mean, some great engine notes there, but that, for fans of the Blue Oval, is very good news indeed, because generally, the least time you spend in the pits, the more time you're spending on the track, the further you're going on in the race. So they're in the mix, and they've been efficient so far. Yes, some of these pit stops have been sort of a gift for a lot of the teams under full course yellow and things like that. But, you know, right here, right now, that's what you need to do. Stay in the mix, keep your nose clean. And what you don't want to do is get your name and number appearing on the bottom of one of our timing screens, because that's the sort of naughty boy and girl screen. And what have we got at the bottom now after the safety car was deployed? 2 punishments?
0 and 88 are under investigation, so no judgment rendered as of yet, but it is typically damning. Pit lane speed violation, either you did it or you didn't. Data is very good, and it doesn't have to be all that complex to see, well, they were over, unfortunately. So we will wait to officially call those, but car 0 and car 88 are under investigation for going a little bit quickly in pit lane, which is now closed in
there we go.
From race
so it's closed under race control. But actually, when we jiggle the order around in this wonderful pit stop analysis, we've got them in their overall running order. So the car that was leading the race has had 15 minutes and 31 seconds in the pits, where some of the cars behind it have had more, they're a full minute less in overall pit stop time across the race so far. So little quirks, and in a race that has been a bit stop-start, you know, so it's not like we're having the regular run through the pits, just over an hour, just over an hour, just over an hour. So the stint lengths have been a bit different, and obviously if you're running behind a safety car, you can probably squeeze another lap in. Or can you? Again, you have to have your statisticians, your strategists listening. Well, I tell you what, Bryn Lucas is scooting around the pit lane, and we're going to hear from Bryn along with Jake Dennis.
Yeah, eyes firmly on the screen at the moment, looking at the timing, looking at what Marcello's doing out there. And Jake, it's been an interesting one. You started a bit further back than you'd like, perhaps. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think generally, as a manufacturer, we're obviously quite disappointed with Superpole, how it went. You know, no cars obviously went through to the top 16, but nevertheless, it's going a bit better now. Handed the car over to Lello in P3. Yeah, my teammates are super fast. We did a really good job the first 6 hours, no penalties. And yeah, we're in the fight. We're not quick enough, that's quite clear. But, you know, if we just keep out of the wall, keep out of trouble, and we should be there when it really matters, when the sun comes up.
Is the not quick enough something that's happened in the daytime when it's super hot out there, or is this going to come back to you in the BMW maybe through the colder, inverted commas, night hours?
I mean, yeah, the night hours generally help us. To be honest, that's my first proper night running I've done in like 4 years, so I felt pretty uncomfortable out there. It's not often I drive these cars very often anymore, and visibility for me was really tough. I couldn't see many of the corners, but I brought it home. Just gave it to Lello in one piece and let the experienced guy take over for a little bit. But yeah, I jumped back in 4 or 5 hours and just rinse and repeat, really.
Will it be double stints through the night then, do you think?
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks for chatting to us.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks very much. Jake Dennis there talking to Bryn Lucas. I think in time, and Bryn can let us know, I reckon we might get to a few triple stints in the night. It certainly would have been advisable. But the good news is safety car is in this lap, and those pit lane
Safety car
speeding
lights off.
under investigation still. So.
Well done by race control as well. Barrier repair is not often a quick task, as looks like driver replacements happening for 52 Ferrari. Drops down, marked as 20th as it stands. Well, that will change as it shuffles back through the order, but trying to take advantage of a stop under yellow, albeit with the pack bunched up behind the Maserati safety car. Lights out, safety car will begin to peel away from the field as headlights begin to emerge. That is the 52 presumably rejoining the track, or is that the safety car pulling away from the rest of the field? You can see how dark it is around this Spa-Francorchamps circuit. That is the safety car rattling away from the rest of the field, trying to get out of the way. And green flag, you can hear the message, will come at the line as we wait for the headlights to peek through, and we go racing again at Spa.
Okay, prerogative to the race leader, and that's the easiest role. Don't fluff it. And Lucas Auer, to his mother, manages to lead up to the bus stop, gets the job done. But he was the one who could dictate when he floored the throttle. The rest had to catch up. And I must say, Tom Fleming did a very decent job in slotting right, staying behind him in second place. But as they get up to the source, 1, 2, 3 car lengths advantage, safe from attack. That's job done by Lucas Auer. But in turn, in fact, Tom Fleming has got Raffaele Marcello right, hard up on his wing. So the best of the restart actually was Marcello in third place. So his teammate Jake Dennis might be just glass of water in hand, going, go on, my boy, go on. And through Eau Rouge up to Radion, and look at the lead that Lucas Auer has done. He has done a fantastic job in that. And now, because of the safety car period, because the entire field, bar 2 cars, about four cars are... Actually, we got one almost stopped. I think we've got a car stopped up at Kemmel, or maybe it's a little graphic on our circuit map our tracker map isn't moving, but okay, neat and tidy again, quite very hard in the dark to pick out if anybody's making a passing move. Again, it's tight, and again, it feels like the first lap of the race, and this brilliant shot as they come out of Les Combes, and then they drop down to Bruxelles corner. Look at that gravel, get a few inches offline, and you're going to have the tail of your car wanting to come round on you.
Certainly can. Someone who has managed it well is that, I believe, was the Verstappen.com AMG of Jules Gounon, trying to go around the outside and make up more ground there, running currently solidly 6th behind the Ford Mustang of Arjun Maini. Lucas Auer, to your point, 2.4 seconds to the good, and that's at the last time of the timing stripe. I have a feeling that gap will have grown. Fleming aboard the number 58 Gold Class leading McLaren is leading by quite a few positions. 6 cars between him and Jens Klingmann in the 998. That BMW M4 GT4 Evo. Lucas Auer in the Mercedes AMG in that man filter livery leads the way over the McLaren. Raffaele Marciello's BMW, Dorian Bacalacci's Porsche, and Arjun Maini's Ford Mustang. Jules Gounon giving chase behind in his AMG as the headlights cut through the darkness. And half the battle on these restarts is really nailing the restarts, but you can often come under pressure, as we're seeing now. But through a very high committed Blanchiment is a really difficult place to do that, especially under the cover of darkness. Headlights flashing from the BMW, and a block to the inside. That's the number 60 Ferrari trying to make way, but the Rovo BMW comes to the fore. The number 65 Mustang just behind. That is much further down the order.
Yeah, that's Tom Kiefer being pushed by rising German star Finn Wiebelhaus in the Ford. Just outside, we're down 26th, 27th positions. But these are the points at which you can gain a position. This is the easiest lap on which to do it. But actually halfway around the lap, and your moment has almost gone because the field was slightly string out. Still so much gravel on the inside of the corner at La Source, the first corner of each of the laps. Not the first corner of the race, because of course the race starts on the descent past the endurance pit. The field piles into Eau Rouge, and looking back at the replays of the start of the race, oh my golly, how sideways did Marvin Kirchhofer get in his McLaren on the grass on the inside? He suddenly realised, oh, the rest of them are on tarmac and I'm not, and brought the tail of the dog back into line and continued on his way. But that could have been an absolute Skittles game.
It could have been done right then and there, just like that. But from phenomenal car control, and I think an iron will to make sure that McLaren stayed in the race. And we continue to see now Ian Fleming flying the flag effectively for McLaren at the front of this field. The next for the further back is the 111 running in 22nd with the number 5 McLaren running 23rd. But 58 McLaren for garage 59, with the number 59 falling by the wayside with some mechanical woes under the cover of darkness. Lucas Auer continues to lead, and that gap is continually growing. 3.1 seconds now to the good over Ian Fleming.
Yeah, just looking to see who else is making moves, and really some of the closest battles are sort of towards the end of the top 10. Valentino Rossi's got company. He's got Jens Klingmann, fellow BMW driver, tucked in behind. They're 7th and 8th. Fred Machiavicki in his Porsche and Ricardo Fella in his Porsche. They're very, very close together as a quartet. But up front, yeah, pacing it all the time. 3.1 seconds to good. Lucas Auer in front, and number 48 Mercedes, and number 58 McLaren is, as I say, 3.1 seconds down, but has nearly 3 seconds over Raffaele Marcello. Just remember, just after the restart, Marcello was right under the rear wing of that McLaren in his BMW, but the 98 BMW has fallen back a little bit. So maybe the natural pace is still with the Mercedes of Lucas Auer, still with the McLaren, but the thing that I'm looking for is Ferrari seem quick, and the best place for them is only in 11th position overall. Mathis Jobert, this absolute rising star, top Ferrari, but bear in mind the 50 and 51. 50 had none of the luck in the early stages of the race. That has worked its way back up in the hands of Arthur Leclerc, who had a spin early in the race, up to 16. But the sister car, 51, the one that was moving ever further clear, you know, they must just be cursing their poor form and fortune for that puncture. And Alessio Rovera is down in 34th position, still 2 laps down. It's going to be a long race that they have to get almost perfectly right to get any chance of a success. It's still possible, but I think we're going to need some fairly freak weather conditions or something.
I suppose the one benefit is that in the morning, once the temperatures rise after presumably dropping, if you can call this temperature dropping overnight, is that Alessio Rovera was the fastest driver of anybody in the 69 car strong field in the Superpole. And if you're going to start a comeback charge, that is the way to do it. And installed in the nighttime, when anything can happen, the field can bunch up, and that can help your efforts in trying to regain some of the positions for 51 Ferrari. Let's look at everybody spewing even more gravel on the track out of the run of Lake Common. Sparks flying from the splitter and the side skirts of that AMG. Field has not separated in the middle chunk, I can tell you that, even if the leader in Lucas Auer is continuing to draw a little bit further afield of Thomas Fleming, who has done a good job, but I'm curious to see what other pace that McLaren has in hand, because it's been so strong throughout the weekend. But we have had limited running under darkness. Of course, we have the night practice session, which is crucial in terms of gaining lap time and lap experience and seat time, especially for some of our bronze drivers. But even for the pros, how does the car behave? How do the Pirelli tires act in very hot but dark conditions? And what can happen on a very, very dirty racetrack, as we've seen after a significant amount of running already?
And a lot of these drivers, Jonathan, are very early into their stint. We just saw them changing under the full course yellow. And they must be going, who have I got around me? You know what? I can't see everybody. I can see lots of bright headlights behind. I can see the taillights. Who am I racing with? Because they would have looked at the screen. Oh, side by side Porsche action, kicking up the dirt down the bottom. Hold on, we don't want to replay. And that was a couple of corners ahead of the one we're looking at now, which is where Sebastian Boe got it wrong and was spat out across the gravel into the balls. So no quarters given. Absolutely not at all.
And none asked either. A big puff of smoke, presumably a little gravel and dust that had been laid offline. Doesn't matter that the track is dirty. People using every single bit of the racetrack. Of course, the golden rule of racing, don't hit your teammate. I would say probably an amendment to that. A subsequent rule is don't hit a car of your same make and model if you can. The manufacturer game very much alive and well, and a feature of GT3 racing here in the Intercontinental GT Challenge. And certainly you don't want any Porsche on Porsche crime, especially not with over 16.5 hours to go in this contest. That is the number 22 Porsche giving chase, and that looked really, really strong, I think, especially in the hands of Matt Campbell earlier in the race. But just trying to give chase now. And Fred Machiavicki installed in that car. Ricardo Feller in the number 80. That Lion Speed Porsche just behind, and that car has been extremely rapid as well.
Yeah, I think it was the ninth place battle of Machiavicki and Feller that was side by side, and certainly no quarter was given. Right, we're just about a lap further on from where we had that moment. They've got to go around a couple more corners, down the hill through Speakers, around Pouhon, still one of my favourite corners. Sometimes it's called double gauche, but to me it's always been Pouhon. And, you know, the trouble is, if you get it wrong on the second apex, there seems to be a lot of space out to your right-hand side, but it comes back on you very, very quickly. And we saw on the opening lap of the race, Ariel Levi just getting it slightly wrong. He had that amazing result at Monza, you know, from out of nowhere. And then, unfortunately, rounds he went. Poor Jamie Day, in particular, the walking horse Aston Martin, minding his own business, and then poof, a cloud's up the back. But it is a tricky, tricky corner. I mean, there are no easy corners on Spa-Francorchamps. That's a given. But these wonderful sweeps. If you get the car, the balance right, it's fantastic. If you go out onto the rubber that's been left on the track, and there is so much rubber, particularly in these high temperatures, more and more rubber is coming off the tyres, it's sitting in balls. Again, you can see some of the trenches that people have started to dig in the gravel on the outside of the longer, faster turns, and certainly curved Paul Frere. Turn 15, which is where the modern loop that was added late 70s linked the outward leg with the homeward leg of the old original circuit. It used to go over into the next valley, down past the towns of Malmedy, Stavelot, little bank corner, up through the trees, and there were no barriers, it was just trees. Up they used to come, but amazing part of the circuit, but still very, very tricky indeed in these conditions. Drivers whacking the curbs as much as they dare, but try not to do it too much, because in the long run, particularly in these high temperatures, you know, things are just not as strong as they are when it's a bit cooler. But the good news is the temperature is coming down. There was forecast to be a little shower between sort of 11 and midnight and 1 in the morning, but that appears on my weather forecasting app to have disappeared, which is good news. However, there may be rain before the end of the race, and quite heavy rain, but we've got to get through the night first.
Yes, we do. Survival is the name of the game, and just getting to the morning hours is a challenge in of itself. Because of when this race takes place, the daytime hours are long, but the night even shorter than it is compared to the rest of the years and some of the other 24-hour endurance races. It is no less tricky because it's perhaps some of the most grueling laps you'll do in any race car, in any trim, in any category, because it's Spa-Francorchamps. You were talking about Pouhon, but there are
teams, full course yellow in 20 seconds.
Full course yellow impending as we have yellow flags displayed at turns 13 and 14, and the number 9 appears to be stopped on track. And there it is now, the Porsche steaming with the heat of that car. From the silver class, Pure Racing.
1, full course yellow.
And damage to the rear end of that Porsche 911 as well.
So from race control
the evening
to all
hours
teams,
continuing
please
to bite.
Advise all drivers when they go through turn 13 that they should stay to the far left. All drivers need to stay to the far left. There will be recovery ongoing on the track because we have a car on driver's right.
Okay, Alexei Nesov was the driver at the wheel at the time, and to get to turn 13, you've gone through the double left at Pouhon, and you're just going through the first part of Pif Paf, which is turn 12, and he's obviously looped it around and parked his Pure Racing car, the Porsche, running in the silver class, and had been going rather nicely. One of the best liveries out there. Really, I love that crisp livery, but unfortunately it's looking a little tatty in comparison to how it started the race. But we just, you know, this is a bit frustrating, you know, particularly Lugiauer. Before this, he built a 5 and a bit second advantage, and
spun around more than a couple times.
Just for info, this is a normal full course yellow that will be covered or finished with a safety car. Standard full course yellow will be finished with a safety car.
So not the car that stopped on track, but it did look after a spin that there appeared to be a secondary impact.
And Aston Martin off on the other side of the track at that point, and the 93 Ziggo Tempesta Racing Porsche, what, 2, possibly 3 rotations, and that scary moment when you're facing backwards, still spinning, and other cars are approaching you, and all you get is their headlights. You go, I need to get out of the way, and you don't know if your car's going to continue
just
off
an info to all teams, medical car is on track, medical car is on track.
And now we're riding on board the Ziggo Tempesta Porsche into the pits, and that's the first pit lane. Now we're going to experience the second one. So they're losing time during all of this, but it's a full course yellow, so nobody in the track is running at great pace at all. They're all at a restricted level. I'm just having a little look. Let's just run down the order at the moment. Lucas Auer leading by, well, 11, nearly 12 seconds from Tom Fleming. So we're talking Mercedes ahead of McLaren. Third place, Raffaele Marcello, who's stayed about 3 and a bit seconds down behind Fleming, but proving maybe at this point in the race the BMW doesn't yet have the pace that the McLaren's enjoying in second place. And Dorian Boccolacci making it 4 different manufacturers. He's a Porsche driver. He's in 4th place. 5th place, Arjun Maini, the Indian who really has nailed his colours to Ford's mast, running in 5th. So it's great we got that mix. But Jules Gounod, I think, is looking very busy indeed at the moment as well. So he's still in the mix. But it's the ones that have fallen down the order and just ended up, you suddenly find people who are going really well, like Nicky Thiem in his Aston Martin, Christian Krognes in his Aston Martin. They're 16th and 17th. Thiem is a former winner of this race, you know, and yet we have incident and we have cars out on track and we're just waiting for the race to settle down. But you know what? So much of this, I think, is gravel that's been thrown onto the circuit, and other drivers are coming, hitting that gravel, hitting trouble. You can see already there are a couple of machines there with blowers on them, these circuit tractors, and a car sitting sideways down there, and Pure Racing, Alexei Nesov, down now. He's 3 laps down because obviously going nowhere in that Pure Racing Porsche. Car number 44, another great livery, and sitting in the pit lane. Just looking at the state of that car, not bad. We did have one car that had a problem and lost 15 seconds having its tear-off strip. It didn't want to remove. I mean, where's that in the list of things that can go wrong?
It is endurance racing after all, and stranger things have happened, but it's those little things that you don't expect. Under the the evening hours here, we've already seen the 21 fall afoul of going off track, but that incident we saw the message from race control was a 4-car collision as the new Temerario GT3 stops ever so slightly long on its marks, waits, little splash of fuel, off and away. Keep an eye on that one strategically because that had been running fairly well inside the top 20, at times touching the top 15, first ever 24-hour race for that entirely Lamborghini Squadra Corsa built car. But 93, the Ziggo Tempesta Sport Porsche was involved. We saw the stricken number 9 that ground to a halt. That's the Pure Racing Porsche. Also involved the number 7 Come To You Racing Aston Martin. That's what we saw. Also the number 11 Come To You Racing Aston Martin. So unsure of which Aston we saw. The number 11 in the bronze class, the number 7 one of our different pro class cars as well. And there is Nicky Thiem, marked as 16th overall at the moment in the number 7. I'm just scanning as best I can in the low light for any damage, but race control noting that the 007 was involved, at least in some way, in that incident that saw a couple of different cars. And is that bodywork missing from the rear right? I think it might be. And boy, you would hate to see that because woes already for the 21, and then 2 more of the cars now getting wrapped up in another collision, resulting in a second full course yellow, all within the same hour. Remember, this re-stint, all of the stints and strategies, certainly at the head of the field, everyone is still below the halfway mark by quite some margin, including our leader, Lucas Auer, who's done just shy of 30 minutes out on track. Good news, I suppose, for Nicky Thiem is that Aston Martin is still trundling along, but what kind of damage is it carrying on the back end?
Always very, very hard to really identify until they move into the fully lit pits, but certainly that's not running at the pace that it would have wanted to. So look at the track here. This is Les Combes, always there's gravel here, but just look at the beyond the curbing. You can see the gravel beds. They are now rucked.
Just an additional info, we are using the sweepers at the moment to clean up the track.
Okay, well, clearly track cleaning, I think this is just a really sensible thing to do, because otherwise we're running the risk of losing more cars, and if it means it's another lap behind, you know, in this period, so be it. We started with 69 cars. I think we're down probably below 60. We can't tell you if those cars that are stationary down there are retired, but I'd say with every lap while the recovery crews are in place, you'd suggest that at least 1 or 2 of them may not be, maybe what we describe as order combat.
Well, I think this is now the part of the examination process for these teams, right, where you are just assessing. You're getting feedback from the driver. Nicky Thiem will undoubtedly be relaying messages to his team, his engineers, what he's feeling in the car. Hey, I've got a vibration here. This is what happened. They will be reviewing footage, will the team and the stewards, from the onboard cameras and some of the telemetry data. What can they tell from the throttle trace, the brake trace, the steering inputs as well? And what can they glean from the onboard cameras too?
Yeah, got a message on the bottom. Incident between, this is the thing at turn 13, between which cars? 9, 93, 7, 11. Okay, so 4 cars considered in that mix. And again, as I said before, AJ Muss's car is coming in. So this is the one that had been stationary out there across the track from the 93 Ziggo Sport car. But it doesn't seem as though all its wheels are having an equal amount of weight put on them. So I'm afraid that looks though it's a left rear damage, and they immediately go to look at replacing that tyre. May just be a puncture, but a little bit of a splitter damage on the front left. Let's take a look at the view from Jonathan Hui's car here. This is the Ziggo Tempesta. So he is turning into the right-hander at Piff Paff around the outside. That's the Temerario, presumably, sweeping around. And okay, he's already going quite slowly. Then I would suggest at that point he's been given a shove up the backside, and round he goes, and round he goes, and then he gets knocked again because the Star, I think at that stage, as he was rotating anti-clockwise, the tail of his car was then hit and it swung the nose clockwise. And then the Aston Martin of AJ Muss will just be in the background. AJ was a snowboarder, wasn't he? Something like that in his early career, but he's taken to racing, and racing at night is something very, very different indeed. But, okay, interesting days down at turn 13, but we're still clearing up.
There might have actually been 3 impacts for that number 93. I saw it change directions once when it was hit from the back, and then be hit, I think, twice more on its way pirouetting around through no fault of his own. Although that 93 had been losing quite a lot of pace. We saw no fewer than 2 cars pass it before half of the corner was over. An indication of a problem, perhaps, maybe just letting other class cars through. Either way, it has resulted in a pretty significantly damaged number 93. The number 9 appears to be a day done. That's the Pure Racing Porsche as well. Service being done, fuel being installed in the number 5, as it is in our race leader, that Manfilter AMG. Lucas Auer rifles his way out of pit lane to try to regain his position as the race leader. That car he shares with 2 of the best in the business in AMG trim. Here's the 998 Gold Class BMW. That purple livery, easily identifiable in both day and evening. You can see just waiting. Very close on pit exit, isn't it? It's always a race, even at the pit lane speed limiter. And to try to take advantage of these full course yellows, this is putting everybody off sequence, but then kind of right back on the same strategy again, because everyone had done really no more than about a half a stint. You can see the timer counting down. Right when it hits 0, go as quick as you dare. Half of a hesitation on the throttle, but still not really losing much time.
What we saw there, where you had a BMW moving out very quickly, that was Raffaele Marcello being very much Rafa, but he didn't want to lose a centimetre. He knew he couldn't come out in front of the car, but he was getting as close as he could. And then, of course, once they get released onto the track, it's still full course yellow. Just remember that, Raffaele. Right.
It's the number 32 Team WRT BMW waiting and on the throttle. Look at the lighting up of the rear tires. Pretty favorable pit lane position, isn't it? Right at the front end.
Traditional.
Absolutely.
They've had that for a good decade, I would reckon now. It's also closest to their hospitality facility. So we're busy, but they're also busy down in the pit garages. And we're going to pop down and hear the thoughts of Mikey Porter.
It's a very busy pit lane. Mikey Porter is here, and you know, your teammate's just been in and stayed in the car. Double stint for him at the moment, and working up the order, 2nd in class, which is pretty good at this stage.
Yeah, Danto's doing our first double stint. That's what we're looking to do through the night now. Yeah, bit of a rocky start to the race, a few penalties, but the car's been mega. We've been really fast, had a few mechanical gremlins, but we're managing them, sorting them out. Yeah, we're just working. Yeah, 2nd in class we're at.
While we're on this full course yellow, give us a bit of an idea of what it's like from a driver's point of view. Your 2nd Spa 24. What's it like to be in the car, be out here in the conditions with all these fans here? Give us an idea of the experience.
Yeah, it's absolutely mega to see everyone here. It's such a good atmosphere. Obviously, under full course yellow, you've kind of got a bit of time to take everything in, look at the surroundings. So yeah, it's really cool to be at this race, and it's an absolutely mega event.
Let us quickly glimpse behind the curtain for strategy. May you be doing some triple stints through the night at any stage?
We might. We're not too sure yet. At the moment we're on for doubles, but if we feel good and feeling like we're on it in a good zone, then it's something that we can look at.
Great poker face. Well done. Good luck.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that was Mikey Porter thinking, well, someone else could try the triple stint, then maybe we'll go there. But yeah, they're still in there. So car number 5, Dante Rapanga, his Dutch teammate, has taken over that McLaren. And Optimum Motorsport, you know, they're putting on a really good show here. But at the moment, we've got a McLaren in 2nd place, which is Tom Fleming for Garage 59. Then we've got James Kell, car number 111 in 21st. And the next McLaren is the one that has just been got out of by Mikey Porter, Dante Rapanga. It's car number 5 in 22nd position. But unfortunately for them, the one that they have lost is car number 59, and Joseph Loke hasn't necessarily been listed as a retirement, but he's told us as much, and he is down in 58th position of the 69 starters, but going nowhere now. And that was a car that was top 6, that could very much have featured through the night. And look at that. What a place to be, to stand on top. This is the new Yehuda Tower that has had some frighteningly high figures on its digital readout for temperature. You look at the clock and you go, oh, it's that much time to go. You look at the temperature and go, poor drivers, poor marshals and track workers all around this track. Long, long day and night. But Spa-Francorchamps, that moment when you can get on high, whether you're in the entertainment area on top of the pit lane, the hospitality suites, but the new tower looking down over Eau Rouge, there are worse places to be watching motor racing.
Oh, and I think it's clear that it's been popular as well. It has been packed through practice sessions, through qualifying, Super Pole, warm-up, support series races, you name it. There's been no shortage of track action, and the fans, to their credit, have stuck around. It's always one of the amazing things. I look out of our commentary booth now, and sure, some have gone home because we still have 16.5 hours to go. But there are quite a few fans, more than a few dozen, who have stuck around in the main grandstands. Some of them may not leave the circuit as well. I know there are reporters as well.
You will see people in the morning still in their sleeping bags. They won't put them on yet. It's way too hot. But some people, they wake up and the camera, nobody picks them out. They're not looking at their best, I think we can say, at that point. But this is a sort of passion. You can move away. And I would say today in the early stages, a lot of people went, you know what, I'm not going to watch my normal place. It's too hot. I've got to move to the shade. Now, the Ziggo Tempesta Porsche, this is one we think was in the mix. We certainly saw it going around a few times. Jonathan Wee on board, and he saw headlights, taillights, headlights, taillights, and we think it was hit a couple of times in the rear corners. And remember, it was spinning one way, then it suddenly started spinning another. So bodywork off. You can see the floor is broken away from that rear section of the car. A new piece will be brought in, but it's always, has it affected the mounting points? That's always the thing. How far in has the damage gone? Because often a lot of parts get sort of rammed, and then you get the effect that the damage is not always visible. So this is where the teams with the expertise have to look at all the likely points at which the pressure has been applied in a sort of freakish angle. These cars aren't intended to be crashed, but Jonathan Wee gets out. Okay, they're going to have a look. I think they're saying to him it's not going to be a quick fix, so you might as well get out.
Yeah, I was just going to say for Jonathan Wee, who I was going to compliment the fact that he had stayed aboard, but remember, an impact to the rear end of a 911, that is where the engine lives. It is creeped further and further forward over the but still referred to as a rear-engined car. And Jonathan Wee will unbuckle the helmet and get a moment's respite while his team goes to work.
Yeah, Chris Froggatt looking very concerned there, and there is no point keeping Ivana Klaver on cool down and the other teammates in the background. They're not suggesting it's over and out. They're working on the car, but that was, you think you saw 3 impacts on that car. I think we had the first one that rotated it, another that then changed its direction, and I think there may well have been a third. So we didn't see any damage on the front end of the car, but I think it was 2 points of impact on the tail.
Well, concerningly, I didn't see a whole host of urgency from the number 93 crew as well. They were assessing the car. They had the bodywork off. Jonathan Wee was uninstalled from the car. We saw the Aston Martins very, very busy. And let's listen in to some of the team radio from the 007.
So front right dive blade is missing, and the rear right loop has gone as well. The rear is okay, but obviously you'll have a bit more understeer without the dive blades on the front.
We mentioned the Aston Martins had been very busy. It's great to hear from the 007 crew. We continue to trundle along under full course caution. Field is not bunched because the safety car is not out. But as the pit stop sequence has played out, we do have a new race leader under yellows, Arjun Maini in the Ford Racing Mustang, the number 64. Let's hear from one of his teammates. Bryn Lucas has been busy patrolling pit lane. Pretty handy jumping them in the pits as well.
Could be a new strategy, could be the drink that's doing all the business for you, but after what happened at Monza, this is exactly what you wanted. It's the perfect game, you're in the fight.
Exactly. We came back stronger, I would say. Yesterday was already okay. Now I think with the colder weather it gets a bit better even. Race pace looks okay, so it's pretty good, I would say.
You think your car's better in this sort of cooler, and it is very much inverted commas, cooler conditions than the hot stuff we had earlier on?
Exactly. I think the Mustang is not the easiest one on tires, so it's for sure helping this condition. So let's see what the night brings, and the morning maybe we get some rain, so let's see.
And it seems typical that most teams are double stinting. Arjun's in there for a double stint. I think you're going in to go on double stint, but a slightly offset strategy as well.
Exactly, we offsetted it now. I think clean air is really important for our car. So let's see what he can pull off then, and yeah, we will see.
Drink your tiny coffee and get in the car. Good luck.
Thank you. See ya.
All cars in front of the safety car need to pack up behind the safety car in one single queue.
Okay, at this point, there's a very clear messaging from race control to the drivers. Welcome Adam Christodoulou in the booth. It's been a bit stop-start, hasn't it? Finding its form, tricky.
Unfortunately, it's been a stop for us completely. We are now unfortunately out of the race. We had some contact earlier as Alfredo was making his way in the pits. Sadly, there was a bit of contact, and he ended up just being sent towards the barriers, and it's caused a little bit too much damage for us to carry on. It was one of those that we couldn't open the passenger door, and so we think the chassis might have unfortunately taken a bit of a bigger hit than what we thought, and they kind of weighed it up of how long it was going to take, and it was one of those, it's like, well, do we also risk if there is a slight issue to potentially cause more damage? So they've decided to retire the car.
So what was the final damage? What part of the car was most bent that there was sort of...
Well, so when they took the boot off, the rear boot just under the wing was damaged, and they could see that basically two parts of the chassis had like just peeled itself away from each other. So I think that was the deciding factor. It also damaged the rear pickup points and stuff as well, and so they called it a day, which is a real shame, because the start of the race I had a lot of fun. We started, I think, 46th or 45th, and I was just behind all the chaos going into or coming out of Pouhon, and ended up taking to the extra tarmac to avoid cars flying all over the place, and I managed to find myself from 45th up to 31st, I think it was. So I had a great first and really enjoyed it, and then passed over to Stefan, and he had a good solid stint as well. But
I'll tell you what I should have done was say, actually tell you people which car you were in, the Grupo Prom Racing Team Mercedes. So
yes.
We know you were, but of course people had to have a very big entry list to look down to find car number 177, 69 starters. Safety car, it's been in, it's been out, we've had the full course yellow, but these are such vital moments, and they are...
Just an info from race control, permission to overtake car number 23. 23 has a technical problem. Cars are allowed to overtake car number 23 to pack up behind the safety car.
A lot for drivers to think of. You know, you think we're running at a bated pace behind the safety car, you're already focusing on how am I going to attack the car in front of me and get past on the restart. But I was just making a point, they seem to have added an extra lap maybe every now and again to try and get the gravel off the circuit, because there is so much all around the track, and I think people are going further and further, and particularly, you know, down around, we had the big accident.
See the damaged car on the right-hand side.
Okay.
Yeah, we saw the message from race control, cars being allowed to pass the stricken number 23 as it trundles along. That's the Team RJN run, McLaren 720S GT3 Evo. Continues to drop
race
down
control
the order.
to all teams.
It looks
safety
like it's
car
dropped
in
on
this lap.
I guess it might have a puncture maybe, but it definitely looks like the front is higher on one side than the other.
It certainly does.
But yeah, in these conditions, like you're just trying to optimize every opportunity. You can see all the marbles on the track where the lights are just beaming there, so you want to make sure that whilst you're trying to get the tyres up to temp, I know it is still very hot out, but still you have to get them within their working window, which is around like 90 degrees, and so make sure that the pressures are kept up.
I would imagine on a weekend like this with the temperatures.
The cars that are stuck behind car 23. Car 23 has a puncture. The cars behind 23 are allowed to overtake car 23 to queue behind.
Right, just before we get going again.
Safety car lights off.
Okay, safety car lights off at little time. Arjun Maini leading for Ford. Second place, Mercedes, Lucas Auer. Dorian Boccolacci, third for Porsche. Fourth, Valentino Rossi for BMW. Jules Gounod, fifth for Mercedes. Mathis Jaubert up to sixth place, leading the bronze class. For Ferrari, Tom Fleming down into seventh place overall, but you know, that is a car that was in second place for a long time. Raffaele Marcello, likewise, will move further up the order, I am sure, but he is absolutely tied with Fleming. And to complete the top 10, Marco Mappelli, the best Lamborghini in the race, the only Lamborghini in the race, and Tim Tramnitz in his BMW from 10th place, and we go racing again. The Ford of Arjun Maini kicking it off right now. He can choose when to go. He's gone early. He's gone before Blanchimont. Up the slope they go. And there's the message, green flag at the line. No overtaking until you reach the start-finish line. So you've got to get through the bus stop first, coming into the bus stop just about now, but with about 2 car lengths advantage and trying to just mount those curves to get free. But obviously, if you're the first of the line, you're in the best position.
Yeah, for sure. You've got the cleanest air, you've got the best view, and especially there seems to be lots of dust and dirt. Something going on as one of the cars peeled into the pit lane.
Yeah, a few early takers as the 46 BMW went inside, but it was extremely busy.
That looks like it's created quite a big gap. I don't know whether they had an issue and they couldn't restart as quick as some of the others.
Valentino Rossi under pressure from another BMW just behind, and Valle trying to do his darndest to keep everybody behind the rear wing of that BMW, but that gap is closing on the run out of La Sarce up through Eau Rouge. Adam, you know this corner well. It can be treacherous at night.
This is where you want to be in the lead or ahead of the train, because of course you're going through there, and especially at this time of night, it's one of those that it makes it obviously a bit harder, just making sure you get your turning points. But you want the clearest air because it is possible to do it flat. But if you are behind and you're tucked up behind, you lose that little bit of front downforce, and then what you find yourself is, as you go through the compression, it just won't quite turn right as much as you want, and then you can ping a track limit as well. And then of course, if you're slightly wide, when you swing back at the top of the hill, you're then just a little bit of out of position, but it looks like he's under a lot of pressure there, but he seems to be handling it pretty well.
Out of position car just behind is the number 991 BMW, and getting a flash of the headlights behind because it is a pretty significant battle at the front of this field. Valentino Rossi finds him in. This is in the Pro Class. Jules Gounon, the next opponent behind, Malthus Jalbert, the Ketzel Racing Ferrari that had been hit with a penalty, but the best running of the Prancing Horse machines in 6th overall.
So what that BMW is probably trying to do right now is get ahead of Rossi, because he's only got 3 sectors to try and pull a 0.6 of a second gap before he has to yield to the cars that are lapping. So he's going to be doing everything he can. Otherwise, you'll see probably at the end of the next sector, the sector line is in between these 2 corners. So now he's potentially going to have to yield unless he can get ahead of Rossi right now. And if he can, and he can pull that little bit of a gap, then he's free to go as flat out and as fast as he can.
Yeah, and so the driver in the middle there is James Kellett, the Paradigm Competition BMW, and he's hanging on in there, but at this point, actually, maybe he's just got enough in hand, because he had Jules Gounon in the Verstappen.com car right under the rear wing. He isn't now. He's made a little bit of a gap, but can he unseat Valentino Rossi? This isn't for position, per se, because he's a lap down, the BMW in the second in this bunch of cars, but look how tight it is behind. Tom Fleming's coming up, and he's being pushed by Rafa Marciello. Eds Al and Marco Mapelli tucked in behind. Tail end of the top 10, very tight. And again, this is such a beguiling shot, Adam, as we look back. Lights flashing, messages trying to be passed, but at the moment, so far so good, I'd say, up around La Source.
Yeah, the track, you can see actually, if you look at the gravel tracks just on the left now, how it's starting to dig lower and lower. And so I'm hoping that, I guess, as they sweep the track, and obviously because there's less and less gravel close on the edge of the curbs, hopefully it shouldn't get as messy later on in the race. But of course, during the night, it's going to be hard to see, and especially with for some of the other categories, the Pro-Am and the Bronze category and the Gold Cup, when the bronzes have to go in once every 6 hours, this is where it's tricky for those guys, because of course, if you've got someone sticking it down the inside and you're a little bit offline, it's not ideal. You get the pickup, you get the marbles, and then it takes probably 2/3 of a lap to clear that off sometimes.
Okay, talk to me about darkness. It's not about people being sad, it's about people accelerating past Radion, and then you go into a different world, don't you, when you go up the Kemmel Straight?
It's, yeah, in the dark, like your eyes are on stalks, and you are looking for every point that you can use. So your braking points, you're looking at your turning points, and what you can see the cars are like all twitching around. Like, the thing is, when the cars are moving like this, that just means that they're on the edge. They've got to be on the edge, otherwise you're not going quick enough. And you can see, I think we're on board with Jules at the moment, right? And he's now probably starting to get a little frustrated as he wants to be able to attack for position. He wants to obviously get past him and then go for Rossi's position.
But what is happening is our first 3 cars, Arjun Maini in the 64 Ford, Lucas Auer in the 48 Mercedes, and Dorian Boccolacci have got a lovely buffer. They've gained 6 seconds over this grouping. So Valentino Rossi holding down 4th place. He's got James Kellett, who's a lap down, tucked in behind, and Jules Gounon, who's 5th. he must be thinking, actually, James Kellett's doing a pretty good job here. He's gone a little bit loose on a couple of corners, but would he get out of my way? Because I want to start attacking Valentino.
James is an incredibly quick driver, had a phenomenal run early in the race, made 22 positions up since the start early on in the opening couple of hours, was actually running second in the Bronze Cup. That car now well out of position. You can see Jules Gounon flashing the headlights at every opportunity because Thomas Fleming is just behind. It's one thing to try to pass the traffic, and there on the flashers is Jules Gounon. How effective is that in the nighttime, Adam? I imagine it would be absolutely blinding to the car in front.
It's one of those, if anything, you're just trying to like or warn them or distract them, do whatever you can to get that advantage. And so you can tell that he's getting frustrated because he's on that button all the way down that straight. And it's one of those, especially when you know it's a car that shouldn't be holding you up because it's a lap down or 2 laps down. Obviously, it's frustrating. And of course, it's got the McLaren breathing right down his neck. The Merc's really good on its tyres, and that's its strength, the cornering and its tyres. But it isn't necessarily the quickest on the straight, and you can see now the McLaren's obviously giving it a go, but he's going to have to try and go the long way round of this corner.
It looks so. I think he's just managed to do so. Yeah. Yes, he has. He's gone on through, but running wide on the exit of Lincoln, job done. But you could already see that move happening as they were leaving Radeon. The McLaren was closing, and you think, hold on, the Kemmel Straight's a long straight, a long uphill straight. To have that much an advantage at the start of the straight, but again, you know what? At that point, Jules Gounon must have thought, I could make it difficult, but we could both end off.
Well, it's one of those, you never want to be too much of a gentleman, and of course Jules is one of the best out there, so he's always going to push to the limit and not give it an inch, but it's one of those that...
Everybody, we are the track limit turn 16, please be very careful, very careful.
You don't want too many of those, because of course then your next stop, you end up with a penalty, but every 6 hours it does reset. I don't know, where are we now, how much time's left?
He does have 2 track limits warnings listed there, but
he's got 4 more hours to go before that clears, which is...
The sword of Damocles is starting to come up, isn't it? It's not fully over the executioner's shoulder at the moment, but it's out of the scabbard.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, you never want any track limits, especially if it's like, you just want to keep them as a reserve, like in the bag, just in case something happens during trying to overtake someone, that you just have it there as a reserve, obviously. So if you end up with those 6 track limits, then at your next stop you have a 30-second stop where the mechanics and the drivers aren't allowed to do anything, so you just have to sit there, and the mechanics are like looking at you with the stopwatch counting down until they get the green light to then change your tyres, refuel and driver change if that's...
Can you see the word they're mouthing when they see you arrive in the pits?
Sorry, can you say that louder?
No, I can't say that louder. Even after midnight.
It's one of those, like, in the end, obviously, some of these corners, like Eau Rouge, you're trying to do flat, and Blanchimont is touch and go flat as well, especially when the tyres are new. But as the tyres wear, then it starts to move around a bit, and of course, mistakes. And the thing is, it's one of those that, rather than risk losing it, it is better just to open the steering wheel and take that track limit. But obviously you don't want to take too many, and it's one of those, like, over 6 hours, obviously that 30-second penalty it's almost better to lose a 10th or 2 a lap and not have it than to tally them up.
Okay, let's just talk about communication from the pits to you. Something like driver penalties, you may not know you've got them, but they have to keep informing you, right? You've got 2, you've got 3.
Yes.
They've got to be really clear, because you're doing your job, but there's a lot happening out on the track. But clarity of communication, I think it must be paramount to success in long-distance racing.
We are talking every lap, whether it's just a radio check or there's many things going on, and of course they'll give you notes of how the pace is and stuff. Different drivers like different things. Like I'm very fortunate. I've been racing all my life for 30 years now, and so whilst they're on the radio, to me that's completely fine. Whereas some people, especially if you're less experienced, if you're an AM driver, bronze driver, sometimes that can be distracting. But generally we try and speak at least once a lap, maybe on the start line. It gives you a bit of an idea that the radio is still working and stuff, and they are telling you as much information as they can, whether there's debris on a certain corner, whether there's a yellow flag somewhere. The track limits is obviously an extremely important one as well. If there's oil or anything noted, if you're in a car, if you're in a team with multiple cars, of course you get more information around the lap. Obviously right now the weather is dry, but obviously if it starts to rain at some point, this is key information as well. But Spa's an interesting one. Like if it's just a little bit of rain around here, you can kind of get away with being on slicks because it generally dries really quick, especially with this temperature. I don't know whether it's still predicted to rain a little bit.
Well, they said there was going to be some just sort of now. It doesn't happen, but you know, I've got a rubbishy weather app, but I bet your Group team would have had a really good local weather facility.
They'll be looking at as many different weather options as possible, whether it's on the phone or online, or even I guess some teams have people dotted around on different corners just in case.
Tom Fleming has gotten past Valentino Rossi on the road, it would appear. Vale in the 46 was doing his best in defense of the McLaren behind. Still waiting for it to update officially on timing and scoring. And there's the confirmation of that. Valentino Rossi of the Team WRT BMW drops down to 5th place. Not helped, I think, by the ever-rapid 991 driver in Kellett, who was dropped back a little bit in the order, out of position further back, but had been the cork in the bottle. Undeniable pace, though, from Fleming in that gold class leading McLaren.
It looks like these cooler weather conditions might be starting to suit some of the turbo cars a little bit. But obviously, it's one of those, like the turbos might have a little bit more torque, and so obviously in the hot conditions they might burn through their tires a little bit more, and every manufacturer has a different I guess advantage and disadvantage depending on conditions and performances and stuff, and so this is why GT3 is such a brilliant category, because it's very unpredictable. At no point can you predict who is going to be in the strong position where or in what weather conditions, etc.
And it can be as little as a swing of 2 or 3 degrees, and it just changes the playing field. It's really hard for people on the outside to understand that. They can just appreciate the fact we've got so many different manufacturers, but not understand. And I think your point you made about the torque from a
turbo, from a turbo car, it just gives it that little stretch. But of course, they get different boosts during different gears and rev ranges and stuff, and the SRO do a brilliant job at making sure that like every car almost does the exact same lap, and that's why the racing's so close. And
it's a particular skill. But look, here we are in a situation with a Ford leading a Mercedes, leading a Porsche, leading a BMW and a McLaren. Now, we're going to show you a replay of Valentino Rossi being passed. Remember, he was being hunted down by Tom Fleming. And we're looking forward from Jules Gounon's Mercedes. And it's a straightforward move up the inside into La Source, neat and tidy. You know what? Vale saw that one coming, couldn't stop it, and chose not to try and stop it, which I think at that point, anyone who did enough physics would have understood his would have been the car that would have been punched off in the gravel when someone's come the inside into La Source. So I think discretion, the better part of Valour there. And there probably would have been messages coming to him saying, Fleming's a lot faster than you. You know, do you want to fight the position? I know you say you've got to be aggressive out there on track, but at that point, it would look like
it's one of those. It's a long old race, and there's still 16 hours to go. So we're 8 hours in, and it's like, well, you kind of choose and pick your battles a little bit, because the thing is, if you defend and you start backing everyone up and putting yourself under more pressure, or then using the tyre more, then of course tyre deck can be higher, and it's one of those that sometimes it is better just to make that choice of like, right, okay, let them past. He could see that the car behind was struggling to get close enough, and so you can probably hold him off fine, but it's one of those that of course a lot can change in a second of a safety car being in the right place at the right time and stuff.
The next driver in pursuit of Valentino Rossi is a 2-time winner of this event in Jules Gounon. You can speak specifically to the performance of the Mercedes-AMG, especially in the nighttime. How do the evening conditions, when the temperature does start to drop, even though it is still hot and humid, fare for the AMG?
It's one of those, so as the track cools down, it doesn't matter what car you're in, it's going to feel better, because I think probably around Spa, the optimum like outside ambient temperature is probably around 12 degrees. This is where the track's nice and fresh and brisk and stuff. And so what you will see is, especially during the morning, just at sunrise, this is what all drivers call happy hour. It's where the track's got the most rubber down at that point. And generally it's nice and cool, and you can start to see where you're going. And it'll always be in the morning about 5 o'clock, when suddenly the track and the cars and everything come alive. But the Merc is really good on its tyres, and so generally what you'll find is they might not necessarily be the quickest right this second, but as the stint goes on, they will start to come back. And it's one of those that if you can have tyre deck at a minimum, this generally in endurance racing is what pays dividends.
Well, there we go. Let's just run down the classes. Obviously, the pro class is being led by our race leader, Arjun Maini. And let's have a look at the gap, because it's now out to 6.7 seconds over Lucas Auer. So bear in mind, it wasn't that many laps since we had the restart, and he has really, really made fantastic progress in those laps. Then there's a similar margin of 6.5 seconds back to third place. That's from Lucas Auer back to Dorian Boccolacci. Still loads of gravel, still people flirting with digging more grooves on the outside of the circuit, and it's going to whip around. Adam, thank you so much for coming to talk through, throw some light in the darkness. What are you off to do now? There's still a concert going on till about 2 in the morning.
That is my next stop.
Is it? There you go.
I'm going to go and enjoy myself. Unfortunately, our driving is done, so I'm going to go and get stuck in and see what's happening around the rest of the track and join some of the fans, I think.
Quite right. Get the real experience. And Raffaele Marcello is having an experience he didn't expect to have just now. That's an early pit stop. He's broken away. Remember, he was sitting in about 7th position in his come. So thank you very much, Adam.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Appreciate it very much. We'll wave to you as we can. We'll see the flashing lights there. For that Rova Motorsport BMW, tank of fuel going in as well, just waiting on the hydraulic line to close. Waiting. You can see the mechanics. Rova, one of the best in the business when it comes to pit stops. There's the line, off and away, engine fires. Slight hesitation for the Rova driver, but off and away nonetheless. Jules Gounon's pursuit of Valentino Rossi continues. You referenced Arjun Maini and his gap growing at the front of this field. Remember, he has done 2 fewer pit stops than the car behind him in Lucas Auer. And on that most recent round of stops, when most of the leaders came in, he did not. So he still does owe us a pit stop in a few minutes' time, and that should be impending as well. It has been 56 minutes and counting in this stint, less than half an hour for Lucas Auer behind. So Arjun Maini will be praying that another safety car, full course yellow, does not come in the next few laps and reset everybody's advantage, and then he can continue to go off sequence a little bit, because this is a fairly good position for the HRT Mustang.
Seeing a lot of the rear end of Valentino Rossi's BMW. It's car number 46. Of course it is. That's the number he's had throughout his racing career, on 2 wheels, now on 4. He's in 5th, but Jules Gounon giving chase. Up to the source they go. Tom Fleming has a while ago got ahead of Valentino. He's now 3.3 seconds to the good. So the McLaren driver pulling away very nicely in 4th place. He's setting off after 3rd place Dorian Boccolacci, and he's already chipping away at that. He's got to find 3 and a bit seconds, but he's got clear air at the moment. And again, trying to keep your temperatures down. The driver's still switching away through Eau Rouge. Lesser people would be fearful, but Jules Gounon thought, I'm not lifting. But we saw a few laps ago, really loose understeering moment from Valentino Rossi. He might have got on the gravel, but that just goes to prove, exactly as we heard from Ada Christodoulou, you have to be just sort of be on the edge of grip to be going really fast. It's like people who are ski racing. If you're not outside control, you're too slow. You've got to have that semblance so you can get some control back at some point, but this is exactly what these drivers are doing. And just remember, of course, at this point, the conditions are changing. They're gradually becoming a little bit cooler. But the salient point we had from Adam Christodoulou, his Mercedes, number 177, the Group of Brom racing team car, out of the race after damage, but he said the Mercedes are very good on their tyres. Sort of important, I guess.
I would agree, especially if you're a Lucas Auer or Jules Gounon, who is probably using a little bit more Pirelli rubber than his rivals in front. And Valentino Rossi, you saw the twitch through a very high commitment Eau Rouge and a very loaded, if not blind, Radeon corner down the Kemmel Straight. That gap has stabilized because the lap times are remarkably similar, only a 1/10 of a difference between Gounon and his rival Rossi through Sector 1. You could see how much he is fighting that car. So as the tires and the grip start to come to fore, Valentino Rossi, who has really gotten up to grips in GT3 racing in a very short amount of time, a couple of wins in his home country as well, a win at the Indianapolis 8-hour last year in an IGTC round. He was absolutely ecstatic, and that was a strategic masterclass under a lot of yellow rain-impacted running there in the United States. Here, rain has not touched the racing surface today. It did briefly in a couple of sessions, but it was only brief. But it has been hot, it has been humid, and this battle is hotting up as well, because Valentino Rossi has caught right back up on the back end of a fellow BMW, and that certainly is not going to help his defense, because Jules Gounon all of a sudden has a little bit of a cork in the bottle that is helping his attack. Or is it? Jules Gounon on the flashers, door shuts. That's the number 30 out of position BMW. That's going to make life a little bit more difficult for Jules, hanging to the inside out of La Source. 30 is not obligated to give up position and will not. Jules Gounon using a little bit heavier of a right foot, though, on the run into